this goes. Mark, why are you saying scatter, bro? Oh, wait. I should probably name it day 2, right? Day 1. No, this is day 2. Jay is on early. What's up, friends? Hold up, chat. I'm trying to figure this out right here. I think we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're trying to make sure. Okay, sick. Easy. I'm not gonna have notifications on again, chat, so we can have like the best, non-interrupted text to speech and everything. Oh, by the way, YouTube, yeah. I didn't do a stream yesterday. My bad. We're gonna have a stream today. This is day 2. How old are you? Out of curiosity, I'm 18. Oh, speaking about today. Today we have Thailand is actually looking really strong, bro. He's 38, chat. I'm not. Wait, why are you guys saying I'm 38? I'm not 38. Today, by the way, we have Thailand against Spain. I think today is going to be a lot better than yesterday. Thailand against Spain. We have Japan against Saudi Arabia. Mexico against Colombia. Hong Kong against China. I think that's going to be a really great game. Mexico against Colombia, I think, is going to be really good as well. Japan against Saudi Arabia is going to be a really great game. I don't know how Spain is so far. I don't remember too much about Spain. And then we have France against the United States. That is going to be another really fun game to see. Oh, maybe I should get a little farther away so I don't look like a ghost, chat. And then we have Canada against Australia. I'm actually really sad about how Canada kind of performed. How do you turn this on? Kind of sad, chat. Where are you, bro? I am streaming from Blizzard. And I will be streaming again at the World Cup, the BlizzCon, which I am very excited. Also, by the way, yeah, can you make a new Guess the Smurf video? I'm not even home right now, my friend. Free, appreciate the massive dono, my dude. Oh, by the way, everyone's subbing and resubbing, gifting subs and following. I appreciate it, guys. I'm not going to, yeah, I'm not home, so I'm not going to be saying that. Is Portugal playing? Bro, you could literally see this. So you can see the schedule right there. Also, I will be uploading all Overwatch World Cup games on my second YouTube channel, chat. Just as a heads up. It's going to be very, very fun. Very, very fun. You think USA could win? I do think USA is probably one of the strongest teams playing right now. Oh, it turned on. Nice. Is that better? Hopefully that's a little better. I don't know. I think it's because of the screen that I'm on. If I change screens, I think I'm not as... Okay, yeah. I'm not as... I'm not looking like a ghost.
So sorry, I can't fix that.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
So whitewashed.
No, you're good. I think the lights are fine, but I think there's like little lights you could buy behind like the.
No, that would make it better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would. 100%.
I mean, it's.
was making a note for that. If we make this a streamer room, we need better lighting.
I think it's good though. Or like you could always get those those big stream lights.
Yeah. I need some like massive ring lights, just like all the way around.
That would be good. Can we see the new Diva chair? I was sitting in this yesterday. Is Portugal in the Overwatch 2 World Cup? I have no idea. I don't think they're in the top 16 now. Where's Megan? She was nicer to us yesterday when she was. She is busy, chat. You guys are stuck with me today. Deal with it. You guys are stuck with me today. If you guys don't behave, I'm just gonna blow into the mic, okay? Did you have In-N-Out? In-N-Out was the first thing I've had when I landed in LA, yes. It was the first thing. It was good, though. It was good. The only bad thing I will say, though, is they put tomatoes in the burger. I don't do tomatoes. What match are you looking forward to? I am looking forward today. I'm actually looking forward the whole day. Thailand is actually a really strong team, and I'm very excited to see them, especially after they beat Hong Kong yesterday. Japan against Saudi Arabia is going to be a good one. Mexico and Colombia, I think, is going to be a nice little game to watch. Hong Kong against China, I think this is going to be a good one because we have not seen Team China play yet, and they automatically made it to the top 16. And I think they did really well in the last World Cup. I'm not so sure. France against the United States, obviously, I think that's going to be a good game. And Canada against Australia, I don't think I'm actually. I think Australia is going to win here. I don't think Canada was actually not looking strong, which is crazy enough to say. I don't think Canada was actually looking pretty. Yeah. So what's up with that? That was because you jinxed them. I just want to let you know. Yesterday I had a 10% chance of getting the team right. Jimmy, what are you saying? When does the first game begin? Soon. I think the stream starts at 11. Actually 10:45. The first game is at 11. Wait, why did someone say hello J3 in the Play Overwatch chat? Hello? You playing in the World Cup. I am co-streaming, chat. Co-streaming. Why is France playing today? Because everyone needs to play. Everyone in their bracket, I think at least once. The top 2 teams move on. I've been working so much, I have a lot of pent-up rage and another feeling. Chimmy. Stop. Ay. I didn't watch yesterday. What happened? Games happened. Jay, can you not watch the World Cup today? I want Team USA to win. Yo, can you guys stop going to like the Play Overwatch chat and like talking to me? I'm literally reading you guys right here. Jay, I messaged this girl off Tinder from Thailand. I thought to ask her if she's supporting her team in the Overwatch World Cup, and she said, "What's that?" Oh, speaking about stuff, by the way, chat, I want to let you guys know. I don't know if I could get it right here. Hold up. My dad messaged me. Oh. You might see my dad in chat again today. So there was a thing. Let's see. What is it? Is it? Hold on, chat. Give me a second. It is on. Nah, Blizzard. Just type that. Blizzard Entertainment. Bang. What is it? About? No. Shop account? No. Overwatch. There's some things that I missed. So, by the way, chat, if you guys missed this, hold up, let me tell. Okay, so if you guys missed this, by the way, register now for Flash Ops Holiday Showdown Tournament. So, if you guys don't know what this is, it says the holidays are on their way, and we cannot wait to ring in the festivities with Flash Ops Holiday Showdown Tournament. Register for North America, Europe, Middle East, and Africa, and Asia Pacific regions is now live, with participation rewards and big regional prizes you don't want to miss. NA and EMEA event overview. Eligible players from NA and EMEA regions will compete for their spot in regional Flash Ops Holiday Showdown finals. The top 8 qualifying teams from each region will advance, where they have a shot at a $50,000 prize pool. By the way, if you guys did not know that, give me a second, chat. Do you think you have what it takes? Sign up today and prove it. So you guys can sign up. Registration closes for both regions Thursday, November 9th, which is my birthday, by the way. I just want to let you guys know. Thursday, November 9th is my birthday. That's when I'm doing the big P.O. box opening. Just want to let you guys know. It's my birthday. Can we get 5 gifted? NA and EMEA competition format. The NA will be split into 2 stages. Stage 1, regional qualifiers, and then Stage 2, Flash Ops Holiday Showdown regional finals. So you have October registration. November, 10 rounds of Swiss play. I don't know what that is. There's a maximum of 512 teams. That is insane. From both. I wonder how many teams will sign up. Top 8 teams will be playing in December. That's pretty crazy. Teams in NA and EMEA can register their respective region qualifier event. After registration closes, eligible teams will compete in Swiss play tournament format over 10 rounds with a first to 3 map win series. The top 8 teams from each region Swiss play would advance to the region's finals. So you have your schedule here. Swiss 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7 and 8, 9 and 10, which is in November. Oh. That's weird. Okay. I'm literally like gone this day and this day. Actually, no, just this day. Actually, and this day. Anyways, chat. Team slots are limited to 512 per region, so sign up today. Registration closes for both regions Thursday. We read that. NA and EMA regional finals. The top 8 teams for the regional qualifier will compete in their region's respective double elimination finals bracket. The bracket seeding will determine by regional qualifier performance with the first to 3 map win series. The grand finals match will be a first to 4 map win series. And that would be in December. APAC event overview. Eligible players from, I guess this is the APAC. Okay. Eligible players from Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia will compete in regional qualifiers for a spot in the APAC Flash Ops Holiday Showdown. The 6 teams will qualify for a live LAN studio finals event at WDG Esports Studio in Seoul. That is fucking cool. I want to go to Seoul, where they will compete for a $50,000 US prize pool. So you guys can sign up to that as well. That is actually pretty cool. Registration closes Thursday, November 9th as well. And then APAC is basically going to be the same thing. You have the qualifiers, the knockouts, and then the finals, which is going to be in Seoul. That's cool. So the dates are probably going to be the same thing. Top 8 teams from each region's respective will go to their region's knockout. Teams will be seeded into 8-team double elimination knockout bracket based on their performance in the qualifier. Teams will compete in the first of 3 to determine which teams are being invited to Seoul. That is cool. I want to go to more LAN events, chat. Anyone want to fly me out? Anyone want to do that? Oh, by the way, MP, appreciate the massive 5 get the subs as well. Absolutely insane. Do they win a Happy Meal, though? Wait, what? I feel like McDonald's and, like, other places besides the United States would probably be a lot better. This is that. Prize pool. To the victor, go to spoils. A prize pool of $50,000 per region is up for grabs. The prize pool could be broken down below. First place is $10,000 for NA and EMEA. APAC is $30,000. Second place is $10,000, $10,000. Third place is $8,000, $3,000, all USD. Additionally, all players in good standings who have played through the online qualifiers will receive a special in-game rewards flash off spray for their participation. Oh, that's cute. So, bang. $50,000 tournament, chat. Sign up. I've seen YouTube videos of the amazing street food in Seoul. I want to go to one of those night markets. I think they're probably over there as well. Amazing. USA is going to sweep the team. Wait, what do you mean USA is going to sweep the teams? This is Flash Ops, bro. There's no, like...
USA's gonna come in and win those too.
I don't understand. I think I didn't see this as well. I think I've probably seen this. Did I see in this chat? Was there one more thing? Oh, I think there was one more thing that I have to see. Is it that? Oh, yeah, it is. That's on Twitter. I don't think I'm logged in on Twitter, chat. Oh, is it called X? I don't want to... Can I just search up Twitter? Oh, there you go. You can't look at anything if you're not signed in?
Yeah, that's hard.
What?
Yeah, Elon Musk is a bitch.
That sucks, bro. Jay, can you use dark mode? Bro, it's not my stuff, and I'm not changing anything, chat.
You could change the dark mode, it's fine.
I don't know actually how to do that on, like, a browser.
I don't know.
It's fine. I think you can. I think I can link you the tweet. Oh yeah, can you link me the tweet so I don't have to, like, anyone? Oh, and this is just starting up, so you guys can have some background music, and you're not just listening to me. Oh, hold up. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, wait. By the way, thank you for linking it to me. I think even if you were... Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm not... I can't help you guys here. You guys are just gonna have to bear with me here. Just gotta tell... Okay, chat. Get ready for the Overwatch 2. Sorry, it is in. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. You guys are gonna have to deal with it for 5 seconds. Get ready for the Overwatch 2 the Seraphim event. Concert Clash limited time mode. The Seraphim inspired skins. 5 new dance emotes. That's actually pretty cool. Earn legendary Foxey James Junkrat skin. Did I say that right? And play the limited time Overwatch 2 Le Seraphim event on November 1st. You guys ready? Let's see this. Okay. That is actually pretty cool. I want to see the Junkrat. So these are like what the skins look like right here, chat. You have Kiri, you have Tracer, you have Sombra. Sombra looks really nice. I mean, they all look really nice. Brig, Diva. I want skin. That's gonna be the funny one. That was a cool. I don't know, like, dude, this everything perfectly synced was actually nice. The dances too. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought it looked like there was two different. It looked like the skins changed. Oh no, they just changed places. I do like the Tracer one. The Sombra one though is I don't want to pick favorites. The Sombra one is probably my favorite though. Ooh. The Sombra, man. Ooh. I heard that American fast food places in other countries are better. Yeah, I heard, you know, I hate to admit it because I hate Subway, but I heard in other, what do you call it? In other places, Subway is a lot better. I think it's probably because the quality and the ingredients. I don't dislike Subway. I think their quality of ingredients is ass, and everyone's like, oh, why don't you hate Subway? You create your own sandwich. It's not about creating your own sandwich. It's the quality of the ingredients that they use, Jet, is ass. That's all I'm saying. Okay, anyways, back to this. We start in like 5 minutes. Chad, appreciate the Macedonia. If anytime you sneeze, your perception of color is shifted by 1 hue on the color wheel, how would you describe the color of the sky after your 100th sneeze? Yeah, that is too crazy for me to answer, my dude. I don't even. Oh wait, I need to look at something real quick. Yeah, that question I cannot answer, dude. That's like too 5-head for me. Singapore Subway is delicious. I should probably tattoo J3 on my arm. Please don't do that unless you really like it. I've had some people, by the way, chat. I've had some people tattoo one of my emotes on their arm or like on their body. Okay, is that good enough for you guys? Is that loud enough? You guys can hear me? I don't want you guys to be able to hear me over the casters and whatnot too. Bunny, appreciate the Macedono. Had to buy a whole Twitch sub to watch yesterday. Hey, listen. Twitch is better. But thank you, I appreciate it. At least I'm streaming on YouTube today too as well. But everyone that's like subbing and resubbing and all the follows and whatnot, yeah, I appreciate it. I'm not gonna like, I'm not home right now, and also we're gonna be watching the World Cup game, so I don't have the notifications turned on. So it's not gonna be able to disrupt everyone's viewing experience. I don't want, you know, someone to come in here and do, hey, like Widowmaker is, you know, amazing, and I love Widowmaker, and I want to, you know, that copy pasta. Jay, you and I were on Kingdom Esports at the same time a long time ago, and then you went with Renegades, I believe. Hope you're doing well. What? Kingdom Esports? That is a throwback. Kingdom Esports was like one of the first teams I've ever played on. Oh my god. That is a throwback. What's up, Bina? How long till we get to see you play again? Actually, really quick, because we just read the Flash Ops thing. I might want to try to make a team for the Flash Ops, chat. I think it'll be really fun. You know, just to mess around and play in a tournament. And hey, I mean, you know, we can see how far we could go, like a content creator team. But I'm not home right now, and maybe when I get home, it'll be because I'm not. Everything's a little off right now because I'm not home. Like at home, I have like it's my setup and everything, and I'm like in a routine. Unsalted salt on tank. Okay, so chat. Now I'm not playing in the Flash Ops tournament. Yeah, suddenly I just became a lot like busy. Yeah. It's my birthday today. Can I get a happy birthday? Happy birthday, my friend. Feels birthday man clap. You and Mr. Snow? Oh my, yeah. Not a lot of people from that team are around. Birthday next week for someone. Is it that next week? Oh shit, it is my birthday next week. Yo! I'm turning 16, chat. Jay, thoughts on the List Seraphim X Overwatch collab? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a big K-pop person, but this is actually... That was actually a good song, and I like the new skins and everything that are coming along with it. I think Overwatch needs a more collabs. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a big K-pop person, but it's actually pretty cool to see. And since I'm at BlizzCon, chat, I'm gonna be able to see them perform live. If you guys are at BlizzCon, you guys can see him play. I mean, not play, but what do you call it? Perform. There you go. J3 learned the dance. I cannot dance. That is one thing that I cannot do. I cannot dance, dude. Hey, by the way, 30 seconds, chat. Start your countdown. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Wait, where did my music go? Okay. Making Jay K-pop dance. Got it, chat. No, I cannot dance. I'm being completely honest with you guys. I legit will probably make a fool of myself. I cannot dance. Oh, and since... What do you call it? Megan, you don't have 7 TV. You cannot see the J3 twerk emote. There's a J3 twerk emote. They stole it from my IRL vlog in Iceland. Yeah. And then they made it an emote.
Hello.
Yeah, it's for me too, but it's pretty funny.
Number 2 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023. We're back again after one amazing day of gameplay. We got to see.
Okay, chat, we're back.
And today we're gonna see some more. I am as hype as can be, and once again I am joined by my trusted analysts and friends, Danny and Johnny.
What's up, Danny?
I don't know. It's just happy to be here.
I'm excited. Day number 2.
So
we got great matches yesterday. We got some good ones coming up today.
Great games today, chat. I'm excited about today. Also, I went to bed the earliest I've ever went to bed, which was like 10 o'clock last night. And I woke up at the earliest time I've ever woke up in a long time, 8.
standings to see how some of our teams fared yesterday. Quite
8 a.m.
frankly,
I
on
woke up.
paper, it looked like a bunch of one-sided matches, but I do feel like a lot of teams actually played it a lot closer than the
Also,
scoreline
is the
would
volume
suggest.
good, chat?
This
I
is where
changed
we're
it a little
standing
bit so you can
currently.
hear
There
me
were
talk
some
over them.
surprises. Looking
it
at
good?
Group D here, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I think the most important one was Japan beating France, right?
Do I need to turn it up a little bit?
Did Japan to beat France because France had a lot of big names, but Japan.
Is that good?
They came in clutch. Q Loud, Cloud, I love you.
Yeah, no, they've really put on a show for us, and we have so many great matches coming
You guys can
our
hear the
way
things
today.
though, right?
Quite frankly, yesterday when we looked at today's schedule, we realized that there are a lot of potential bangers. Johnny, you picked up 1, not 2, but 4 out of the 6 matches as your favorites to look out for.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
Yeah.
I'll even pick all 6. I'll pick all 6 matches.
Wow, okay.
To look out for here. We're leaving no team behind, okay? 6 really good matches. This is going to be an incredible week of Overwatch. You know what I like, Zoe? I like Overwatch, and we're getting so much.
I love Overwatch,
Just
chat.
6 matches per day for today, and 2 more days of group stages, and then we get playoffs.
Oh, and I don't think
I
don't think you're gonna see it.
I love it. This is the best.
I know. And thus far, they really
Work.
did not disappoint. We already touched a little bit on Japan and that group in general. Let's take a look at Group D, because quite frankly, after that victory from Japan yesterday, it seemed like that group actually is going to be a lot more competitive than we initially expected. Yes, we haven't seen the USA and Team Saudi Arabia play yet, but we do have
Team
high
USA plays
expectations
today,
for both
champ.
of those teams actually, and of
It's gonna
course,
be
one of
very
the reasons why we're
exciting.
having high expectations for the USA is because they are the reigning champions. They have to defend their crown. This is the team which
That's
is currently
funny.
getting the target on their back. Do they have the same amount of synergy like what we expect from Japan as well as Saudi Arabia?
Well, that's going to be a tough question, because while we have a few
What a
players
shot.
coming from the same team, this is a bit of a mix of a group of players, right? They really brought America's best, but none of these players have previously participated in the World Cup, except for Super, of course, who is the one returning member from 2019 when USA won the entire thing, right? So the synergy question is a good one, but these are all really good players, and I expect them to come out having played lots of.
I'm
with
really
each
excited
other.
to
They
see
had a
Team
boot
USA
camp
chat
already
play.
going into this tournament, of course.
Wait,
So
I kind of
think that
said
they'll
that
come
whole
into this
sentence
group
messed up,
stage
but I'm still
feeling
waking up.
refined, feeling like they've got the compositions figured out and pretty good chemistry already with each other. So no worries about Team USA. They did a little bit of trolling, and more than a little bit, like a lot of trolling in the qualifiers, but they should be a-okay here in the group stages, and they are the clear favorite to win their Group D.
I know, Danny, you're super excited to see Super back in action. No puns intended there.
Yeah, I mean, Super, I think everyone loves Super, right? I mean, he's a great
How can
player.
you not?
He has a very camera, what's the word? Like camera-friendly
Charisma?
personality.
He's
He's good on camera. He's good on camera. There you go. See,
Yeah, he's got
Oh yeah,
riz,
she can
as
come in here
Jake
if you
would
want.
say.
I think she
Oh,
just
wow.
messaged
Yeah.
me.
That's-
Actually,
that's,
I didn't.
that's
Did
a
I
very
use this
super
correctly in a
See it.
sentence?
Yeah, that plus his
Well,
skills
both
as a
Twitter.
player.
Yeah, you can-
You
she
know,
can come over if
he's
she
just a great
wants.
guy. I'm
I don't
super
mind.
excited. I'm happy for him to be back with the Team USA, and also I'm really excited to see him play.
Yeah, in my notes for this event, I did write down that he is likely the player with the most accolades. And I don't know if that's factually correct, but it just feels like it. Because if you run down the list, okay,
Yeah, do
let
it.
me
Sorry,
go.
go for it. All right.
He's
Let me hear
2
it.
times Overwatch League champion, 1 time
Okay.
Overwatch World Cup champion, Stage 2 champion in the Overwatch League, May Melee Tournament champion, Rollstar, All-Star, and MVP runner-up.
Yeah, that's him. That's him. Super.
I mean,
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
And also, isn't he
And he's
the
got
only?
riz,
And he's the
so
only
what's-
person that came back to the Overwatch World Cup after
Damn.
winning the World Cup in 2019. Because no one else.
Yeah.
Like no one from Team Korea came
this
back
is
after.
only
Yeah.
his second Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah.
So in 2019 when they won, today, so he just showed up for the ones where they're winning. So
Yeah,
that's
I
how you
mean,
can see it. That's how you can look
yeah,
at it.
we're seeing the accolades. I think some of the stuff that Zoe mentioned isn't on there, but yeah, this guy's
But
a
it's
beast.
definitely factually correct. please don't double check. Either way, I'm super excited to see him and the USA squad in action. And so should you. We get a first look at
We
this
still get
and
jobs
many
from
more
watching with
teams,
J3 or
and
Emong?
they have a lot
Yes,
to
on
play
Twitch,
for.
not on YouTube.
That's right. Because this time, for the first time, In Overwatch esports history, this is going to be crowdfunded. That's right. You can support your favorite players. And I'm not just talking about the top 16s that are battling it out in the group stage. Now, I'm talking about all the players of all the 43 teams who have embarked on their journey to BlizzCon earlier this year, because every single one of them will get a share of this prize pool. So you can support and contribute by purchasing this World Cup bundle, which features those incredible skins you're currently seeing on your screens and so much more. So it's well worth it. I have answers for days.
You know the animal kingdom a lot, right? You know the animals a lot.
I do know the animals.
Sojourn is like water inspired, right? What's with the orange eyes? Do a lot of fish and stuff have orange eyes? Like, why does Sojourn have orange eyes?
I think that was just a stylistic choice.
I think it's because blue goes well with orange.
I was just about to put on color theory, actually, because complementary colors would be blue and orange, right? Because they're the opposite of the color wheel, if you will. So complementary colors, great choices there, although her skin is more heading towards the purple
orange.
Blue, but it still applies.
What's a color wheel?
It's all right, okay, we get there in the post show. Don't sleep on color theory.
Oh, color wheel, I know.
But also don't sleep on teams.
Sure.
Perfect transition, why not? We talked about one of the favorites to win it all with Team USA, but there's plenty of other teams we need to discuss and we need to keep our eyes on. Let's kick things off with you, Danny. Which team do you think might be currently going under people's
My
radars?
brother, may I ask you which is your favorite color? My favorite color is like a light blue. I like blue.
Group D,
like a
Saudi Arabia
cyan.
is the team that I'm
Is Megan
looking
shy
out for,
today?
you know.
No, today's Monday.
They got great players. They already
AKA
have that pre-existing
she's
synergy,
working,
and you know
chat.
how important that is from
So
the matches
I don't
that we
think
saw
Megan
yesterday.
is going to be
These
on
guys have
stream
been
as
playing
much.
with each other.
Plus, she has
in the
BlizzCon
pro scene.
coming up, and
also,
she's a Blizzard employee. So
another big weapon for Team Saudi Arabia, I would say, is their unique style. They have a unique sort of playstyle and a composition that they really like to use. So on top of that, with great DPS players as we're
Isn't
seeing,
a crowdfunded Overwatch World Cup good?
Go.
Just
Well,
shows that Blizzard gives a.
Smart.
I think Overwatch, I think
great
crowdfunding
players, they
in
got a
general is really
unique
good for
composition
games. I think
that
what's
if you're
that?
not
I know
prepared,
Valorant
then,
does
it
it,
could be
but like
tricky
I don't
to
think
go up
Overwatch
against.
does it at like a
On top of that,
25%
they
chance,
also have
25%
Sermon
of all the profits go to the
on
teams.
Team
I think
Saudi
Valorant
Arabia
and everything
as well.
else is
So this is
50%.
definitely,
What is that one game? I don't.
a
Is it League of
dangerous team
Legends or is it Dota that has a crowdfunding?
Absolutely.
And the
another
fucking
team which I think
crowdfunding
people
goes
stopped
to the
sleeping on, and I think
millions, and
everyone
it's
woke up watching
crazy.
yesterday, is
Like I
Team
remember like a
Japan.
long
They
time
had
ago.
first
Dota,
in
is it
their
Dota?
match
I remember a
against
long
France.
time ago. I looked at
Quite honestly, yes, that first match
I looked at
on
like some
Control,
prize
it
pool that was like,
close.
oh,
I
okay,
could
the
have gone
prize
either
pool
way.
for
It
this
really
game
came
was
down
like,
to the
you know,
last
like
kind of
1 or
fight.
5 million. I was like,
But
okay,
after that,
that's a
second
lot of
match,
money for a prize pool.
Man,
But then it went all the way
they
up to
were
like
cruising.
30-something
Nico on
million
that
with
Sojourn, he
crowdfunding, and I was like,
having the upper hand against Abel,
holy
actually forcing
shit,
him off
that
that
is
Sojourn more
insane.
than just once.
Not
Once it's
just for the
KSP
game. I think it's really
stepping up
good
and
for like
doing
it's going to the players, and I think
impressive.
it's a
He
good thing.
created so
Esports
much
is
space
crazy,
for his
chat.
team. And then of course we have to talk about the backline.
I just want to let you guys know,
on
like
that
I made
Iari,
it
he agreed
bank
that
when I was a fucking pro,
Q
bro. I
indeed,
think I made about like
he was-
$17.36.
He was a real big standout. QK as well. I think
We
overall
came
this
last
team
a lot.
has been exceeding most people's
We sucked.
expectations. We did expect them to have a lot of synergy, of course, because they are playing for
My team
Varel
sucked.
together for quite some time, so they are intimately familiar with each other. But to play like this
Actually, I think I
against
paid
Team
$50
France,
to
which
get
is
into a
quite
tournament one
star-studded,
time, and then
that
we
was a big
lost. So I'm
surprise,
actually, I think
and
down.
that leads us to
So if I
believe
paid
that this
50 and I
team
won
could go
$17,
pretty
chat, I think I'm
far.
poor. I think
Now,
I'm in debt.
Johnny, who you have your eyes on?
Look, if we're talking about underdogs, one team we didn't see yesterday was Team Spain, who actually we didn't really expect to qualify for the group stages. It was a bit of an upset, honestly. We looked at a lot of really talented teams from the European region, and Spain, I mean, they had a pretty tough group. I mean, you're competing with the likes of Denmark, for example, who's got players like Shax. I mean, you're competing with the likes of France. And Spain ended up second in their qualification group, much due because of players like Helv, of course. But really good surprise to see Spain here representing Europe in the group stages. And Helv, this is a household name in European contenders.
I'm really
Spent some
excited to
time
see
on,
this team
British
play as
Hurricane,
well.
of course, which is a fan favorite. It's a name many people out there watching will be familiar with. So if you're not currently up to date with European contenders, I mean, he's been in that scene for quite some time, and you can see the accolades as well. Always competing you know, vying for that a top tier spot in Overwatch esports essentially. So Helv is a great tank player for Spain, of course. And also, you'll be familiar with Helv, of course, Zoe, because Helv competed for Switzerland in 2018 and 2019. So there you go. Are you convinced? Are you gonna support your Helv
Of course.
today?
I mean, I'm supporting everyone because I just want to see good games. Honestly, I feel because Switzerland is not in it, I don't have any horse in this race. I'm just enjoying some fantastic Overwatch, and thus far the teams have delivered just that. We want to know who you are cheering on at home as well. Which flag are you
Sabine,
wearing
are you here?
around
I
in
just
France? Share your
said
thoughts
something.
on the players, on the teams, on
You're
the
gonna have
matches,
your,
on your day, if you will.
you're gonna have a lot of fun.
Using the hashtag OWWC 2023, and you might be featured
J3, I think
on
if
broadcast.
it's fine,
But wait,
J3, I
there's
think I
more,
covered that
because you
amount.
can share your excitement
Bunny,
and,
you're
you
fine.
can
I
hang out
appreciate
with
it.
friends by putting up a watch party.
Yeah,
That's
good luck,
right.
Sabina.
Head on over to the URL you're seeing on your screens right now. And of course, there will be special drops throughout, not just the group stages.
Yeah, watch party chat. We're one of those watch parties.
During BlizzCon, so definitely make sure to be part of it all. We got fantastic matches.
Oh, I'm
coming
so
our
excited
way.
for
So let's
BlizzCon
once more
chat.
take a
You
look
guys are
at
going
the
to see
schedule
that watch
see
party. It's going
which
to be
match is
so
gonna come up
fun.
first. It will
And
be
plus,
Thailand
since
and
it's going to be the
Spain, so we
actual
do
like
get that first look on
top
Spain
8 teams
very,
playing, we're
very
going to have a
soon,
lot
and
of
we will break down
we're going to
all
have a
the
lot of
action
like
for you after a
interviews
quick
and
break.
whatnot coming on our stream. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Omen, Game Live.
USA or South Korea? I think both. I think that's going to be really good. That's going to be a good game. Gonna be fun, chat. Gonna be fun. Gonna be fun. It's a best of 3 still? Yes, this is gonna... All these games that you see yesterday, today, Tuesday, and Wednesday will be best of 3s. So first team to reach to 2 wins. All the maps... and map score does count. So... Like, if 2 teams are tied, but one team has more map wins than another team, they're gonna move on. Are you gonna start up predictions? Yes, I'll start up predictions when they're going over the teams and whatnot. I'm not gonna do it now. Is the sounds good though? Everything good, chat? Everything's good? You can hear me over the casters if we talk. We're good. I'm not gonna try to talk too much today because I don't want to, like, you know, I wanna watch the games. So I'm gonna like ignore you guys a lot. Oh, Mimos is here. Your voice sounds deeper than normal. Oh, thank you. Yo, what's up, chat? How you guys doing today? Hey, how you guys doing today? You guys doing good? We're used to getting donut wall by J3. Actually, that's not true. I think I take pride on how big my channel is. Big. And how much I read chat. Not a lot of streamers at the size that we currently are read as much chat as I do. So, I actually take pride about that. So you can eat my ass. Let me just make sure, you know, Blizzard employee's not here. You can eat my ass and fuck off. Suck it. Oh, by the way, like I said, all the new subs, resubs, Amazon Primes, I appreciate it, guys. I'm not going to be going over all of them, so I'm just going to genuinely say thank you to all of you guys. I appreciate it. I'm not at my current setup, so it's going to be a little different from for the World Cup. You don't have an ass? That is not true. Everyone in my chat knows that I am fucking... I am popping down there, bro. I squat, I deadlift. My shit is big.
Day 2 is about to start. We are getting ready for our
Okay,
first
day
match
2. I'm gonna start the
of
predictions on
day.
Twitch.
We get a few
Manage
new
poll.
looks
That's a
at
poll.
some of those teams, and other teams are getting a chance to redeem themselves.
It
after
is
their day
first
1
games are
performance. But first
Thailand
things first,
against
let
Spain.
me remind everyone that you're not just here to witness fantastic Overwatch. No, you will also be getting drops, special drops for watching, and lots of other cool things coming your way. So make sure
to type exclamation mark claim to claim your drops.
Hey, should we talk about the skins? I love the weapon charms, all right? Get me some of those weapon charms.
Weapon charm enthusiasts.
Yeah.
Drops.
Same, actually, same. It's the little things.
Drops.
And drops.
Drops.
They do
I
look
have
nice.
my
You're
grandparents
doing great,
watching the
Danny.
stream
Keep
with me,
it
and they have
up.
no clue what the fuck is happening.
great.
Hey, yo,
Background
at least your
noise.
grandparents
You know,
are
I
taking
was
time out of
expecting
their
some
day to
sort
watch
of,
this. That's
someone
actually
to
pretty cool,
stop
even though they
everything, but
don't
you guys did it,
understand
so
what's
just
going
kind
on.
of Went on and
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think again
Drops.
you've been doing it really
Drops.
good. Another team which has been doing it really good has been Team Thailand.
Yeah.
Because
Team Thailand. I wanna meet a
were
Pudo.
Very convincing.
He is so cute. He came on our stream when we were doing the other games, and he told us about his story. I love it.
The thing that I was looking out for was Tito Watt, because he, other than Tito Watt, everyone else was, they do play for the same team. So I was sort of worried how he was gonna perform with the rest of the Team Thailand team, but I mean, he was fantastic.
I'm
Along
actually
with,
really surprised how
people like
Hong Kong didn't
players that we're seeing right now,
perform
like
as
Ace,
well.
all of these guys, they have the synergy. They have the cohesion, and I think against today's Spain, I don't know, Johnny. I think Thailand has the upper hand. I would say.
I mean, I expected more from
Is
Calvin
Sombra
like we
better
saw
than
here
Reaper?
on Circuit Real, playing these
I
slower
have
signal
no idea. I don't really
compositions,
play
but
Sombra.
Thailand being
I mean,
able to
Reaper
play Doomfist as well.
much anymore.
I mean, that's a great add. They can play different styles.
Yeah.
And here is a Spanish lineup. This is the first time we get to see them. What do we know about these guys, Johnny?
Well, they've had a couple of change-ups from the qualifier. So they have 2 new damage players coming into this lineup as well. Crazy Dragon was on the roster before, of course, but they've changed things up a little bit from the qualifiers.
Punk.
So
Isn't
it is
Punk
going
in
to be
Overwatch League?
a bit of a different look when it comes to the damage players. But like you're seeing here, Helv on the Winston is going to be
Pretty
a
sure
mainstay
Punk was Overwatch League, no?
for these guys. And so that is probably the player that I'm looking out for. Obviously, I highlighted Helv earlier, but it is kind of like the pivotal role for Spain here, and it's really going to set the
Different
pace for
Punk?
this team. So
Okay.
We'll have to see what
Overwatch
Spain
League
brings
Punk
with
is
this kind of, like,
Australian.
fresh
Ah,
identity when it comes to
okay.
this team. But yeah, I'm expecting pretty good things from Spain. And look, this is them
I wanna put my
essentially
jacket on.
playing for the second spot in this group, right? Because we all agree that China, the team from China, is going to be the big favorite in this group, right? So if you're Thailand, if you're Spain, you kind of have to beat each other to get that second spot, right? So
Yeah.
This match is really important for both teams.
It really is. And obviously, Spain is coming into this with a bit of an advantage as they got to watch Thailand play yesterday. They now know that, Team Thailand, they look really good on those Doomfist compositions, etc. So maybe they've done their homework. If we're looking at predictions, I had to do it. Johnny, I had to do it. Gotta support Alf, of course. The lore is
Wait,
coming in
Thailand?
clutch.
What is it?
Vamos, hot
Thailand
tweets, but
against
not
Spain,
really.
and I
It's
think
actually,
Spain's gonna
Spain.
win?
But why
Thailand
not?
looked
Why
really
not?
strong
Let's give this one
yesterday.
to Spain, 2-1.
I think I'm pretty sure I won Thailand. I remember. Did I go 2-0? There you go. They had a dominant. I don't know. I put in my predictions way early in the morning. I don't know what
Before
I
the
said, but
coffee.
Hella,
Yeah,
appreciate the
before
massive 10 in the
coffee,
subs, my friend.
I'm happy with that one. 2-0 Thailand. They look dominant yesterday, and I think they're gonna take it again against Spain today as well.
Yeah, I went with Thailand too. Look, they're so much fun. Thailand and Japan are like my two teams that I just love rooting for. So I'm going with Thailand in this matchup as well. They looked really clean yesterday, and I think they'll come out as the second team from this group.
Right on. Well,
Where are you?
There's only
I'm
one
in,
way to find out, and that's to get the match
Blizzard
started.
headquarters right
We're
now.
ready. The teams are ready. So let's send it over to Moxie and Dustin for
I'm in a
all the
basement.
action.
Hope.
Hello, welcome everybody back.
Oh,
from
we
Desk.
have
Obviously,
Dogman
today
chat.
we
I
have an
love
exciting matchup,
Dogman.
Like the desk obviously previewed us.
Dogman
for,
is
I
such
guess,
a great guy. I love him.
Kind of.
And I get to
going
meet
into
him,
today,
I
it's
think,
gonna
for
be
the first
exciting,
time.
Moxie. I mean, what do you think leading into this matchup between Spain and Thailand?
I mean, I'm really excited. Like the desk talked about,
Is Megan
no
coming
one
on stream
really
again? Why does no one
expected
care
Spain
about
to make it
me?
through the qualifiers,
No one
and
cares
they
that
were
I'm
able to make
here.
it second in Group A because they were able to take a win against Team France. So they're going to be feeling pretty happy. Thailand, however, are not, because we have Emily here with us to be able to give us a little bit more info on why exactly Thailand are feeling a little bit of trepidation going up against Team Spain. These two have history in the World Cup, right, Emily?
Yes.
What?
Prior to this morning's match, we got to speak to Thailand a little bit, and they said that
She looks
they
nice.
face
She always
Spain
wears good
every year in
clothes.
the Overwatch
I wish
World
I had
Cup,
good clothes.
And Spain has always been their toughest enemy. So they do hope to keep their momentum going like yesterday. Yesterday was a great match for Thailand. Everyone showed their best performance, and aside from Titawat and Opuja, who have had LAN experience, the other three never had it before, so they were a little bit nervous. But everyone just, put their A game, put their best foot forward, and I think that's how they were able to get their win yesterday.
You want me to redo
Now,
predictions?
Speaking of
I don't think I
Spain,
can redo
however,
predictions.
kind of like Reinforce mentioned earlier, they also did see themselves as the underdogs coming in from qualifiers. But overall, Spain's mindset is really positive, and they have really young players in the roster, especially their backline. So they want all of us to keep an eye out for the best backline in Europe. And finally, I think I want to throw this over to Dustin. Spain mentioned that they have to keep their strats a secret, right? But the one thing they did tell us is that they're going to play their Spanish-style tiki taka, like the Spanish
would
national
imagine
football
Jay3
team.
could
So
have
what do you
some
think
good
that
grip
means?
for
How does
BlizzCon,
that
though.
cross over to Overwatch?
I actually brought some crazy
they're,
clothes for
gonna
BlizzCon.
do a hurricane pass. I don't
I
watch
brought
soccer.
my
Emily. What the heck?
United States Speedo to cheer on.
Do you mean football?
I do not know soccer. Okay, it's soccer, first of all. I mean, we are in the European matchup right now, so I mean, we'll see if they actually do manage to pull at that secret strategy, like Emily mentioned. Meanwhile, Moxie, obviously, we're going to Ilios. First on Ruins in particular, I mean, kind of interesting compositions already decided by both Thailand and Spain.
Yeah, it's really
you wanna say
interesting
hi?
that
Okay,
Spain
chat.
did say that they were feeling that confident about their backline coming from the European
This is the
contenders.
other
We are very
Meg.
familiar with
This
both
is
Canel and
Megatron.
Gala, and Canel is one of those standout players who rose to prominence
You
in
can put on the headset if you
2022.
want. I
With
don't know. You
Munich,
have work,
Hell,
don't you?
however, has been around the scene a lot longer, and he's back on the Orisa. Oh,
God.
this
You're
makes my
gonna go
Clockwork Vendetta
Huh?
nostalgia
You're gonna go
goggles
deaf.
incredibly
That's
happy.
not wine. You want me
Crack
to try
on
it down?
Oh,
with
yes.
Punk also getting over towards that bastion.
There you go.
Thailand obviously playing a very aggressive.
Who do you think's gonna win,
composition
Thailand
with
or Spain?
that Doomfist. Ready to go for a dive.
Looking up.
Realistically, whenever
I don't know.
mean,
How did
Spain
Thailand do
is taking
yesterday?
full
I didn't
advantage
watch.
Really
of this
good.
point.
Yeah?
Ace over the
I
top
think
does
Thailand-
have that
What do you
full
mean,
charge,
how did he
but
do
only
yesterday? Were you
sees
not watching my
Orisa.
stream?
Meanwhile,
I was
the
driving.
Red
I was
Go
driving.
back.
I was picking up
Immortality
salt.
Field was used to save the
Let him
back and
walk.
He makes it back to his team in time. Kind of
Oh my God,
thwarting
is that
Thailand's
DPS
push for
stacked
now.
there?
Also pushing Titawat back towards that point. However, Thailand still are the ones to capture it first. Cover Punk across the map. What a nade on the Pale Pali. And also Gala finding Titawat an amazing second pick to find. However, Ace does trade back to Nail.
Ace
and then
is
also
such a
finds Punk
good
with some help from
player.
the Tracer of Thailand. However,
low-key
two are immediately
disgusting
traded
at
back for
DPS.
Spain. And then
This
they
is
clean
actually a
up
really
on-
great match,
on High
though.
Visions as well to reclaim the point.
Yeah, I actually.
Yeah, but Helva's just a monster of
Meg
sustain.
didn't
It
meow,
should be
so
noted,
it's not
however,
fair
that
when-
because
oh,
Talent were
God,
able to
yeah.
take that first cap, they
Don't
were
you have,
able
like,
to
business?
solo it out for
Well, I've been in public for a
17%.
couple days,
And
so
he's
I'm
coming in of those
not
kills
used
does
to
mean
it.
he's pretty close to overclock.
I don't
but
meow
Gala's
that
gonna
much
kick
in public.
things off, not allowing Thailand any opportunity to try and
Is this
engage
the first map?
cleanly for
Yes.
a fast
Okay.
flip, going for that captive son, just forcing that dive further back so that Crazy Dragon can look to invade this back line. Doesn't manage to find a pulse bomb kill.
Oh,
but
nice
still keeps
J3
the
pulse
break
right
away.
there.
Oh, yeah, nice pulse from High Visions, but immediately countered by the Immortality Field.
But Immortality.
Spain going for that early engage might cost them here.
Good.
Health goes so low. With the
I'm surprised
healing
they're
from
playing
Canal,
ER.
he lives, but eventually Ace will kill him.
I'm
with
surprised
that
they're playing
overclock.
ER in
Gala
Spain.
does trade back a put
Sorry.
on Punk
Yeah.
with the 3K
Playing
so
ER.
far in this fight.
Yeah.
Almost a 4 as Spain holds.
I think
after some early
Spain
ult
picked up
usage.
2 new DPS players,
Oh,
they said, right,
gorgeous
chat? Punk
amplification
is
matrix
actually doing really
coupled up
good.
with Punk
Yeah.
on that bastion, and
It's their
Thailand,
DPS Punk,
they have a
right?
Doomfist as a
No.
tank that's
Apparently
not a whole
the
lot
Overwatch
of
League
absorption
Punk is Australian.
coming out from
Yeah,
this
that's what I'm
composition,
saying.
something that
Oh.
immediately
Yeah, the
Spain
Overwatch
have
League
been
Punk
able to
is
take
Australian
full
and a tank
advantage of.
player.
High Vision is going to go actually
Oh, he's
onto
a tank
that
player?
Genji
I don't know anything about
to be
Overwatch.
able
I know
to
you don't.
better infiltrate
So I'm
into this
here.
back line, try and bully a little bit more of those abilities coming through from Baptiste, namely that immortality field, so you can properly jump on the bastion without having to worry about the threat of that transformation.
Jay, can you just let Meg take over? How about you?
Why did I expect Meg to be a blonde? I'm not blonde. And I've streamed before.
An audio issue on one of the team sides.
So you're just plugging your stream on my
Spain.
I don't stream.
Get out of here, bro! You're plugging on my stream live,
Never.
and you did that when I'm streaming. No, ain't no way, bro.
I don't. Sub to Jay3.
Spain has hold on to.
Wait a minute. Why is my glitch not even working?
But I mean, they've kind of had some close calls.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, they're running a Bastion with this Orisa, so it's going to be really dicey for this dice to try and
Al-Hosel? Is that how you say it? With the massive 50 gifted subs, though. Absolutely insane. It's taking over first place of the week. I appreciate it.
That 45% damage reduction to wait for a regroup from the rest of your team.
Pillar strike from Punk. Meanwhile, Tito actually cancels it. It only got one off. Nice punch from him. But then goes aggressive with his ultimate. Helb with the Terror Surge able to find Rivages, who was looking to make a push here. Helb
that part of their
is sitting in the middle of Thailand as they're trying to do something here. Rallying
like
against
that part of their
Orisa will eventually be able to kill him. But, I mean, with that too much resources invested in just taking out Helb, we'll see Punk's on the point, eventually be taken out by T2. Crazy Dragon trades back. Pally.
Oh, he couldn't even hit them.
Have enough damage with the rest of his team here. Down really low HP, and in fact, Gala will find him. Spain boasted about their incredibly strong support lineup with Gala, and it's actually coming to fruition.
Oh my god.
Gala. Oh my god, Captive Son.
Healer, by the way. Oh, Spain is looking strong.
Give it up for a second.
I actually
back under their control.
I was actually thinking Thailand was going to win this. I mean, it's still the first map. Anything can happen still, but Spain did not come. This is their first game, Spain.
Yeah.
They came here to try.
Control is more deathmatchy,
right? Because they have been able to find the flip off of the kills.
Whoever wins Control doesn't necessarily
Gala
win.
immediately shuts them down and secures Team Spain the win of the fight. And now we're in last fight
who did you
territory.
predict?
High Vision so close to that
picked
plane.
Thailand.
You didn't pick
Might be too
Thailand?
far, Dustin, because he has to jump the Alari, and Gala's not
I think I would pick Thailand, but I don't. It's only because I don't know enough about them. But I do recognize the players, and I know they played well.
They're gonna win this first round.
I watched a little bit.
See all the Twitch chat comments. Alari, by the way, support, by the way.
So you don't watch my streams, and the only times you do watch my streams.
I watched your stream. I watched your stream. I was being a good friend. I was with Deku, and then we were waiting for Salt plane to land, and then I went back.
Deku W.
Oh yeah. Deku W, Salt W, Meg W.
Megan W.
Megan is a W.
Not Meg W.
Megan W.
She just did the K-pop. I don't even know how to do it. Things like power
Am I
block, it
stupid?
just
How do
gets
you do the
disrupted
thing?
entirely by the
this?
javelin throw. You can't go for the back
it's the
line
bottom of the
because
heart.
the Alari's just going to be able to either 1v1 whoever you send.
I know it, I just don't know how to do it.
Or the Baptiste's going
You
to
can-
throw
you don't
even know how to
mortality,
play
or at least
Overwatch,
if you go
so.
for the Bap, you
That's true,
faded
that's
out
true.
the ability. But unfortunately,
Is that
because
Megatron? Yes.
everyone
Oh,
in
Meg
Spain
throwing
is so
games.
good in terms of sustain
Who's
on
the
their
guest
own,
today? The
fading
guest
out
today is the
immortality
most
field
avoided
is
player
not
in
the
NA.
fight winning
Alright,
condition
I don't
that
like
it is
this
for some of these
anymore.
other compositions.
Spain now rocking that same composition, except with Canale onto that Ana. Meanwhile, Thailand, they have that Diva out there with
no,
the
they're not
Echo
running.
this time and a Tracer to
running
follow
Ash.
through. Moxie, they actually
I don't think
rotate
Ash
Just
all
expected
the way.
it though. They've got hit scam.
I'm really excited to see the Ash. I love seeing Ash in
Kind
public.
of the
I know, you
target
get
here
excited.
again, but
Oh my
Polly, I mean,
god.
kind of goes down for it. Did have some help from the Tracer. Eventually, they take out Helb, but I mean, it might be, you know, it takes a resource just to kill Helb, where 3 members are already gone for Thailand before they kill him. Now Spain just has to rotate over to this point. T2 gets staggered into the pit, and they capture that point first.
Tyler's always had this game plan whenever they've played Control Point of just trying to bully the other team out of space so they can pick up that first point. And it forces the other team into throwing in ultimates.
It's
Even
crazy
if you
watching
lose
how
the
fast
fight,
they
you're
react
still
to stuff.
stacking up point percentage.
mean?
But Spain
What,
just
like
does
the
not
casters or
allow
the
that
players?
to happen. Again,
Probably
that
the
sustain is
players.
absolutely
Chat,
insane.
you guys watch
Even
me
if
every
you
day.
target the Orisa, Crazy Dragon and Punk just have so much better
I think
ability.
if chat watched you play when you weren't reading chat and you
you
like weren't, you know what I mean, like you weren't so
Mercy
distracted.
pocket. So
You'd be like
crossing
that,
into a position
maybe.
for the Echo to get close
With
enough
some
to use that
practice,
focusing
some
beam
scrims.
is so hard
I
to
did
do.
well.
Gala kind of playing that modern day flex
And
support,
stuff.
just always on
And
that
stuff.
rotate.
Yeah, like 8
Gets
years ago,
eventually
what?
back towards his
Right?
team on the cage side as they
When you were,
rotate
like,
all the way around.
young.
Now halfway to capturing
I'm
that
still
point,
young.
but
I'm
Spain
19.
eventually comes
You're
on the
not
objective to
19.
contest,
I'm
make
19.
sure it stays in their favor for now.
Nice
Full
full
Crazy
spawn. See,
Dragon
that's my full
connects
spawn right
onto a
there.
Pudo, who was in the immortality field and bashed out of it.
Is
So
Meg
no,
taller
that's
than Jay? I am
terrible
not.
for Thailand. And now
He is
in the
taller.
main side,
Nice,
it's just on
Jackie.
Polly to live, and you can't
Nice.
say
Not by a
nothing.
lot.
Crazy Dragon, who just killed 3
Oh,
people in this fight.
ace.
So, after getting his own pulse bomb, came back to counter out Crazy Dragon. And Thailand get the flip, but they lose their Diva mech off.
Oh!
They have enough help.
Okay.
Point. Pump goes the
This guy's disgusting.
So even though they gave up the point for a
As an
second,
anadiff.
Spain get it back.
Yeah, that's not even really a wasted nano. You're able to find the flip, you're able to shut out Thailand before they can try and use the high mobility of things like the Diva and the Echo to be able to stagger.
I just want to let you guys know, I'm not trying to take credit or anything, but Punk watched me play Ash
to be
before,
able
and
to
this is where,
disrupt any spatial zoning that Thailand want to set up with this amplification matrix and parlay.
I want to have some
First time chat, love you, Meg. I love seeing that.
Again, High Vision trades back, Punk goes down. So at least time when they're getting trades in this fight. Becoming ultimate from Gala. Didn't really find a ton of value directly. High Vision wants to take out Canale, does so. Also gets the copy Terror Surge. So that's going to be a lot of
my. They don't have point.
High Vision is actually playing a lot better than what he did yesterday, in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah, he was dying a lot at first.
He's a name I recognize from, like,
they recognized
I don't
when
know
those
if it's
kills came
contenders or
through
just, like,
that they were going to lose
ranked,
that fight.
but I do recognize
and
that.
they held on to a
Tito
lot of
Watt.
ultimates. Off of purely the
I don't know
captive
their
sun
backline.
coming through from
Yeah, I
Gala.
don't remember anyone.
Yeah, and an ace could be, I don't know, there's so many aces that
3 ultimates.
I don't know
Now
if
they've
that's
only
like
got amplification
an ace.
matrix,
I
and
didn't
they're
see where
hoping
what.
that Ace is going to be able to buy themselves the
I know
time
health.
to be able to build up his pulse bomb as Spain try and push through, but they're the ones that lose a player first.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps happening. Thailand, they keep losing one member first. Bob
Yeah, that
also
was, see, High Vision did it again. That's what he was doing a lot yesterday. He kept dying first in a lot of team fights, and then putting his team back. I mean, they still won, but...
Yeah, it's like a timing issue, I think. Like, because you can't, as Echo, you have to engage when your team engages, or...
Even though they lost that first member of their team, they're looking strong.
Man, I love watching.
Yeah, but look at what Spain is going to be approaching. Help's going onto the Winston so that Canale has a better nano-boosted target for this dive engagement. Gala's going to be able to have a captive sun. Ace does have the Pulse Bomb, and because they don't have that Baptiste, it does mean no immortality field. This Pulse Bomb has to be on point.
Ace sitting on this right side. Goes for the pulls. Punk's low enough anyways, though, so they do kill him. Then eventually Hell falls back to the main side.
Actually zoning pulse. You know when you say zoning pulse, but it's not a zoning pulse, that was actually
High Vision, but dies late. Now Spain in a weird position. Punk's gonna swap over to Sombra. Ace, does he want to go for more? Knows he can come back. So it's gonna give Spain another chance at this point.
I had a feeling
this Sombra is a really good swap. You can either try and bully the Baptiste and throwing out the immortality field early, or you can melt the Diva next so Tito Watt can't use the self-destruct to be able to stall out in this last fight.
Captive Sun also available for Gala. Now goes though. Will die on the engage. And it doesn't look like they have to pull through. Crazy Dragon gets the pulse. Gala's still here as well. Comes back to the peel. But he's still down a person on the team. Tito Watt eventually will find Gala. Coming down from the sky. And Canale in Thailand.
What a comeback, bro. That was nice.
To round number 3.
Really good swaps coming through from Team Thailand. Love the Diva. Love the fact as well that they gave up on the Echo. They were seeing that it wasn't getting value. They were taking so much damage just on entry to all of those fights, not just from the hit scan of the Ashe, but also from Gala on that Illari. They knew that they needed to find some distraction to allow Ace to start actually popping off and worming their way into the backline, and that Diva and the Genji allowed them to do exactly that, and it meant that Spain weren't able to put their game plan into motion. We saw Health swap onto the Winston to enable that nano boost, and every single time Spain wanted to have the opportunity to use it, they were disrupted. They were having to turn around to all of the backline threats that Team Thailand were providing.
Like the Hawaii
the disruption, as you described it, I mean, Thailand really good at just coming back constantly. Running a very similar composition they did in the previous one as well. Meanwhile, Spain locking to that Winston this time. Full through, but health, I mean, takes a ton of poke already, very low, 20% health remaining on him. Will get healed up, but that's a lot of space gone for the likes of Spain. Pylon also goes down from High Vision, as Gala obviously went for a bit of a flank angle on the top side. Nice anti-grenade connects onto Thailand, but it's Tito Watt.
If Thailand doesn't kill Anna,
they come together though.
Spain just wins the fight.
Also, Tito Watt will lose that mech and then Baby Diva for him. So Spain,
I don't know, Punk is kind of popping off on that Ashe.
Yeah, gorgeous Anthony, like you said, coming through from Canale. Immortality field had already been invested earlier before the anti actually hit. So the second that is gone, Spain just pull the trigger and really initiate in with that dive composition.
Oh my, wait, Anna with the pylon is kind of broken now.
Back onto the Genji. Yeah, there it is. They tried the Echo. They wanted to try and control all of the lanes of high ground that Punk wasn't getting. Just a shooting gallery to pick apart these players on rotation, but it's just not working out. because Spain were able to take that first
Thailand probably
cap.
just has to try to take
Over
point.
the top, it needs to be contested, and he goes down low without having a support there. So excellent dive from Thailand. Canale pops and
If they play Thailand plays objective, I think they can win this.
Down a member of their team.
Because Spain has to really like commit
Canale's able to
to
find
the
Paul.
point.
Meanwhile, High Vision trades back help, so it
Hold
is
it.
now actually in favor of Thailand. They come back through.
They can't just let them
after the nano
jump at
boost
them.
was used on Spain's side.
You know
as
what's crazy?
Thailand hold
Him jumping off the
point for a
map,
little bit
you're
longer.
gonna see all the plat
Yeah,
chat be like,
Taylor
"Oh my
taking a
God,
little bit
you
of
know
a
what's
dive to be able
throwing?
to
He's
get
jumping off
that
the
net
map."
back
The
with
chat,
the
he
boosters.
lost
He
his
will be
mech,
back in
bro.
the fight before Spain are
Maybe
ready
Dino's
to
useless.
regroup,
It's worse.
especially since
It's better to be
Ace
dead.
is just waiting for everyone to
But
move
that
past
team,
him
the
so
other
he
team
can
came
jump
back
on this
quick.
backline.
Tito
I
Bot's
think
still
he's been
late,
spotted
but
out. However,
he's gonna be
Helv and
he's gonna
Punk will
be there.
collaborate to push the Tracer away and keep Canale safe.
At least the dive isn't necessarily in the backline. Just have Pulse Bomb committed, but Apudo blocks it with the shield. Immortality Gold still
Right.
used, however, to negate the damage potential. Gala still finds Ace on their dive as well, so a lot of resources being used from Thailand to live here. Apudo and
That is
Polly
just painful
come
to watch
together
as a Tracer
find
play.
Crazy Dragon, and also drop that window too. So they want to win this fight, even though they're missing one of the members of their team. Ollie will go down to Helb as well, prop the Primal Rage. Understanding he kind of needed to, because so many ults are being popped for Thailand too. Commit the Demon
Thailand
Bomb,
has-
and they still
is just
lose
getting
Tito
fun.
Watt towards the point. Perfect shield usage from Gala.
Frank,
And the
what are you
rest of
saying,
Spain
bro?
trying to
I
move from this point.
appreciate
There's
the
no
donut.
tank
What
here,
does that
so
even mean? I'm not even
a
gonna
lot
read
of
that.
point presence necessarily for Thailand. They're just going to run in and stagger.
But it's still
Frank, what
Yeah,
are
they
you
do get
saying,
stalled
bro?
down up to 70%, so you're
YouTube
right.
chat,
I mean, they
I'm
get
gonna be honest with
some
you.
sort of advantage
YouTube
there.
chat only took a week to become my
it's
Twitch
still,
chat.
So like you said, Team Talent have
What
been
are
able to
you
put
guys
themselves
saying,
up
bro?
to 70%. High Vision is coming in with a blade.
Hey,
They're
the
not
money,
running the
though.
Ana, so they're not going to be able to enable it with a nano
I
boost.
think.
But it does mean that Punk is going to be forced to try and hold on to this EMP to shove
Nice
the down
pulse
as
bomb by
quickly
Ace.
as
I
possible,
like
but he goes
Ace
back
is
to the
becoming one of my
boosters.
favorite players.
That's the worst possible start to the fight because now High Vision has a free blade.
I was so
Nice.
scared for him.
Yeah, it's tough.
Oh, he
in
did that.
situations
High
like
Vision
that.
is
Gala
like
does trade
me
back,
in ranked.
but yeah, it
He
might
just
be
goes for the most
a bit too
aggressive
late.
plays, but he always
Is
dies.
Thailand get that point
Yeah.
flip as
I
well.
can relate
I mean, they
to
do
High Vision.
have to wait for High Vision
Yeah.
to come back and spawn, but Spain.
You
you know,
have
did
the,
they come
the
back with
highest
that
deaths of
EMP,
any
nearly
like high rank
80%
player
on
I've
the
ever
board,
seen.
But
and
I
no
have the most
ultimates
damage
either,
and
Mox.
kills.
You have a lot of damage and a lot of
Capital for
balloons.
negate. Your
to
health
life.
is so
I'm an
low.
But
aggressive
you have
player.
like
On the
9
back
deaths
does
per
get
10 on
killed out
all
by
of
Canale,
yours.
and
At least
also
at one
gets the
point you did.
damage
I don't think
re-engaged
anymore.
while Punk
Listen,
over
when
the
I
top
see you
does
play
have
DPS, I
the
see you
available.
like
My DPS.
0 and 9, so you have
Doesn't
no
actually
room
want
to
to use
talk.
it. In fact,
You
goes
don't
down
like-
with
You
it.
pull Waleed's
Ace
stats
and
Not
the rest of the
aggressive.
team come through
Nah,
to find
no,
Punk. So
no
that's
flame
the big
Waleed.
ultimate for Spain gone now.
Waleed
As
is
Thailand
very
understanding
good.
that maybe they just want to win right here now. Help gets the Primal Rage though.
Wait,
Very
they
low
forced Primal.
HP,
That's
will
so
pop it.
bad
Eventually, the rally
for.
comes through from Apudo as well. So
Spain.
Thailand's still healthy here.
But I guess
on
they
the
have to. They
objective.
don't have a choice.
Spain
Oh
Ace
my
is popping
god.
back. Now he drops
No, that
the
was
EMP,
big,
but
though.
that
Rally-
Helb is
Rally
gone.
stunned 2
Deep
people,
bomb is open
and
to
Ace
Watt
got the
to
pulse.
zone of the point. Crazy Dragon's only able to find one. Canale
Oh my
will
god.
find High Visions at the very least. Apudo's so low too. No more supports for Thailand. At least Spain have Canale. It's
Oh, Ace!
Oh,
on
no,
that
no.
point, trying to find the support of Spain, but he cannot. And the rest of Spain on the
Oh,
outside
no.
do claim the objective and
He's
are
just
looking for
probably gonna
staggers.
jump
Oh,
on
this
that.
is actually might be really bad.
Both of those teams were desperate to
For
win
who?
out that sustained
For
fight.
Thailand.
You
They
actually
have
saw
nothing.
how
They have
try to
no
go onto the
ults,
Doom
maybe
Fist to be
pulse.
able to tap back
But
in.
they have a
time.
nano coming up. They have
As well
Rally.
went to the
And it's
Lucio
last
to
fight.
try to
So
regroup
this is
fast
very
enough to
bad.
be able to just wash over
I
Team
believe.
Spain with
I believe in
numbers
Ace.
advantage.
Come on,
Doesn't
Thailand.
happen,
I really want
but they
Thailand to
have
win.
been able to burn
Okay, that's
away
good. That was a
J3
J3
pulse bomb.
pulse.
Let's get it. I mean, that's not a
from
J3 pulse
Spain.
bomb.
And Crazy Dragon's pulse bomb didn't find anything. Now it's just going to be Spain trying to buy themselves the time to build up these support ultimates so they can sustain on that point and take it to last fight.
Yeah, Helb
I
chased
really
again,
actually
but it's
enjoy the
Punk
meta
to
right
come out
now.
on top,
It's
taking out
It's
Thailand's
very,
support. Meanwhile, also
diverse.
all of them are just
Wow.
kind of wiping
I can't
slowly
believe-
at the moment. I mean, the rally here on the
It's fine.
Nobody's
This,
able to
see,
touch
this
in
is what I
time
was
either,
talking
and it was
about
close,
yesterday, chat.
but Spain
This
are gonna be
game
the ones
was
to
really
really-
close, and
Yeah, it's really unfortunate
That
for
was
Team
nice.
Thailand.
I like
They
that.
do things
J3
like
curse.
swap onto the Echo
No,
to
Thailand
try
can
and
come
have
back.
that
What? It's not a
dive,
J3
that
curse.
jump onto
Yeah, but
the
it is,
Winston.
though.
this was a
Be as
very
punishing
close
as
game. They
possible.
lost
They
by
know
one
that the
team
Ashe
fight,
from at the
which
very
they they had no ults and
removed, swapped out for that new rework.
Why is someone called J3 Spilled Sprite?
You have the strangest fans
it doesn't happen.
in your chat. Like the people that make names out after your name are not okay. J3's bald forehead and like.
Didn't you make an account called?
The tank.
I have to go back to work.
That damage and translates it into ultimate charge.
I'll be back.
That's all it took. Thank you, chat. Now you guys are all mine. Now the stream became better.
The sustain tools that they needed to be able to keep that point anchored.
I mean, so smart from the likes of Spain. Let's take a look at the highlights of the match. Map number 1 in this first.
That was a great game,
obviously,
that was a great game.
Captive Sun from Gala yeeting it across the map into Ace. I mean, that's just the solo kill
Jay,
for
did
this
you get a
thing.
haircut? It looks nice. Yeah, see, I like YouTube chat. YouTube chat's kind of nice. I got a haircut before I came to BlizzCon.
Mid-air, because it's not just that captive sun damage
Please
that
don't
you have
let
to
her
worry
back.
about, right? It is the bird's eye view that Alari is given as the ult continues.
See some fire there, by the way, Moxie, in the cameras. Obviously, from the likes of Spain. I mean, it's a hype match.
I did not bring my water bottle with me.
Obviously,
I think if I brought my water bottle with me on the plane or anything, they'd probably consider that as a weapon.
Jump up out of your seats. I love that. That's some good energy out of both teams.
That was a great first game of the day so far. Not first, yeah. That was. I mean, still first match, but great first game of the day.
Both these teams, at least on the next map.
There's a lot of energy for all of these players. As you can see, oh my goodness, I love these player reactions so much. They are so happy to be here.
I love seeing players happy while they're playing, chat. It brings me back to like
not expected to be
OG
able to make
Overwatch.
it as far as they did, and now that they're
going to
they're
Rialto.
out to prove not just to everyone watching, but to themselves
okay, chat, I gotta
as
go
well,
to the bathroom
their
though, so give me 1
regions
second.
who are cheering them on behind the scenes. That this is why Overwatch is such a beloved esports all across the world.
Rialto will be our next map as chosen by Thailand. But before we go to Rialto, we have to go to a short break. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Alright, I'm already annoyed at what things I've already read. Oh, this isn't that loud.
Okay, so it is now a Megan and Meg stream. So yeah. Bliss Megs. Duo Megs.
Yeah.
Jay, this is no longer a Jay stream.
Oh my god. His chair is really low.
I know, it is. He was like having to put it down when he first like got on. It was like his head was like right here.
Yeah.
On the.
Yeah. It's like lounging. What is this?
Just like relaxing back, chilling all.
This is no way. This is his job, right? Like, what is this?
I know, right? Please, we need more of this. Yes. Well, just we can just like go lock the door, not let him back in. Just wanders around Blizzard campus.
What is Oh, it's usually France. I thought it was Saudi Arabia today.
Oh, I thought the U.S. was playing Saudi Arabia as well.
That's what I thought.
Maybe I thought that because of you.
I do definitely did.
We were talking about this.
I do think they do play that.
Yeah, because they're both in the same group.
You can go over there.
Yeah, we're good. We got this. It's all fine.
But I was saying it's not U.S. Saudi Arabia. It's U.S. France today. Yeah. That'll be a very good game. Yeah, they kind of are. They're kind of. Yeah. China is supposed to be like a sleeper. You do? Really? I didn't watch them yesterday. That's why.
I like our name is Meg 2 instead of J3.
J3 Meg 2.
It's Meg 2.
Yeah, we have a streamer name here. Get out.
I think they like you guys more than me anyways. What do you mean no? What do you mean scattered? Chat, it's my stream. You guys are here. Do you guys not like me? This is high school all over again. Oh, it's getting hot. Wow. Nice, nice, nice. What are you doing on Meg's stream, sir? Yeah, that's a lie. That is a lie.
Welcome back, everybody. What a series. What a game. What a way to start off World Cup. Yesterday was awesome. Today, seemingly, is going to be even better. Moxie, obviously, between these two teams, they're going to have a little bit of changes, as well as, I mean, we saw the player cams earlier with all of the energy and all of the screaming from both teams. I mean, it's awesome to have a lane
Dunkster
back.
Core,
We're
appreciate
gonna
it,
have
I get this
Bones
up, my
come
friend.
in
And everyone
for
that
Crazy
subbed, resubbed, and
Dragons
primed, I
inside
appreciate it,
Spain.
guys.
A bit of a
And everyone on
change up for
YouTube,
them.
appreciate it.
Yeah, and we're changing up
reading
the
both
map
of you guys
as
today.
well. Team
Jay, did you get
Thailand
your
having
rubber ducky?
lost
I don't
that
have my
first
ducky
control
chat.
map
I don't
are
have
going
my
to be taking
water bottle
us
here. I don't have
to
anything.
their hand-picked choice of Rialto. So this is going to be extremely fun to see both interactions between these two teams because there are so many different compositions
Any primers?
that you can prioritize
Why
when
not?
you run into Rialto. If you want to try and keep running that dive composition, you absolutely can. We have seen such a rise in Tracer value on the attacking side
I'm
as they
loving
just
the Tracer
push
picks,
up
chat.
all around that side area where the health pack is in gardens, up into the high ground on the bridge where Annas like to be able to sit back feeling a little bit safer. But now that the Tracers have found the flanks, not so safe anymore.
No. I mean, it's horrific. It's hard to deal with a lot of those flanks. I mean, but
Stream
with the
just
likes
gets
of
worse and worse.
Spain,
No
I mean,
duck,
they
no
talked about it.
megs.
Emily
Yikes.
mentioned it. How the team of Spain mentioned how
You know
they
what's
have
actually
a
really crazy?
talented backline, and they do.
Actually, I
Obviously,
brought
with
one
both
thing.
Gala and Canale kind of boasting some of the best. Backlines in the entirety of World Cup, and they kind of proved it on that last map. So, Moxie, if you're that flanking Tracer, would you think you'd be a little scared of the likes of Spain in their support duo?
Absolutely. I mean, if Gala is on that Illari, we've already seen he does not miss those shots. You have to be on absolute fire if you want to be able to catch that backline when they're a little bit vulnerable. And it's something that Team Spain have been able to do to such a devastating
Jay, do you love your
impact,
chat?
because
Of
what
course
they
I love my
basically
chat.
do is
Hello?
they know that the Illari can keep herself safe. So it
my
allows
dad
Help to
saying?
be a lot
What?
more aggressive in terms of how long he's staying in those forward positions, baiting out a lot of that focus fire coming through from Team Thailand, which gives the DPS from Team Spain such a huge advantage in the amount of attention that isn't directed towards them. And a DPS that isn't being looked at is a DPS that's going to be coming up in the right side of the kill feed.
Oh yeah, I mean, and there was a lot of that in the last one as well. Punk. And,
I'm very
and Crazy Dragon
happy
as well,
with
but
how
now
my chat
Bones
comes
coming
out.
in
We could have
for
friendly
a bit of
banter.
a change-up. This is the first time we're
I
seeing.
feel like if you
a
can't
bit
mess
of
around with
Rhino
your
or
chat,
Junker Queen
then
Moxie
it's kind of
potentially
boring.
for them. I mean,
Please, Team Thailand, no!
what was he doing?
D. LaJoy Boy,
was
appreciate massive
keeping
donut.
the
Bay
light
3, I'm watching you
Oh,
instead of
jeez.
working. Content
Okay. Well, the
King.
character's
Hey,
good, right?
now's
You
the
have to
time
kinda
to
sustain,
watch,
but
man. This is the
not
World
enough
Cup,
funds
bro.
available.
No,
This
the
is like
Weaver-
my
the Weaver has
favorite
left the building.
content.
It has been
I
replaced
love
by a
watching
Brigida.
teams
No
represent their
surprises,
countries
the
and playing
composition that
against
Team
each other and
Thailand
having
have
fun.
decided to
It's
field
really
by
awesome to
taking
watch.
us to Rialto, they do set into
And I'm really
motion
excited that
all
this is
of
the
these
first year
really
they're actually
long
allowing
angles,
co-streaming for the
nice,
World Cup.
clear
So
line
this is
of
actually
sight
really
for
cool.
Something like a Widowmaker to try and win those
So it's a
1v1s.
great
We
opportunity.
set up
Yeah,
the
first
crossfire
time in
as
like
well. The high vision to be
Blizzard
able to play around
headquarters
with
too is
is,
pretty
are you
cool.
gonna go for a grapple shot? Do you really want to reveal your hand that quickly? Yep, he's going for it, but doesn't see anyone.
Yeah, a bit too late. Gala looking to take that duel actually with him. Sure if that, we'll be able to one-shot that from.
Okay, chat, let's see this.
Hell, meanwhile, just getting some free push as Thailand allowing them to take this first amount of space. But at this first corner, I mean, obviously they're going to leave Titawat towards the objective to stop it. Look at Gala, though, on the far flank, acting like a DPS. Ace as well, sitting at the back of the map, kind of just poking down the front line. High Vision's able to find Gala on the outside. He went off screen for a bit of a flank by himself, and that results in his death. So now Spain, they're 4 versus 5.
See, that's something I
Thailand,
don't like
have
to
the
see
advantage.
from supports. Going on the flank by yourself, like, yes, you are playing the most broken role. But, you know,
onto that high ground to try
it's
and
good to see him
contest
get
Titawat,
punished.
and it left them exposed. And now that crossfire that we were talking about came fully into motion. Look at what Pale is playing as well. He is absolutely untouchable given the fact that Spain, by running both the Mei and the Bastion, the Mei to be able to just block and set the Arista up to try and find an isolation, and the Bastion to chunk through
A
as
lot of
much
shots and a
damage
lot
as
of
possible.
damage coming out
They
from
don't
him, but
actually
he's
have any
not
flank
getting a lot of
potential
kills.
other than Gala on the Illari.
Amplification Matrix used, but eventually given up on Titawat. Will go down so fast. Well, High Vision's in the copy, able to melt Punk, so finds his copied counterpart, and also onto Gala. Apudo also came through with the nano boost, is able to find a lot of damage. And Spain gets team wiped. Thailand will hold again.
Yeah,
Good
there is
job,
absolutely
Thailand.
nothing
That's
that
what I like
Spain
to
can
see,
do
bro.
To be able to take space if Thailand are able to just kite out all of the threat potentials that Spain have. And one huge thing that they had to worry about was the Bastion set behind that amplification matrix. It has now been removed, and we go back yet again to the crossfire setup.
Oh, if that was old Widowmaker, Kaneo would have been dead there. So now Thailand obviously sitting back. Ace kind of playing supportive fire for his team will also give them that infrared sights. Also a nade connected onto Spain. Rally from Apudo. They want to go aggressive with it, but
this is
they're
a very
rolled
interesting.
off for now. Kaneo also used their mortality field. Punk now actually commits an artillery strike defensively, but I mean, he's already lost Kaneo. Held comes through with a Terror Surge over the top. Diva Bomb to zone him out for now, but Health will get that mega health pack. Stay relatively healthy. The card
I love
not
defense
pushing,
matrix.
by the way, so while
Eat
Spain is
anything
looking
you
for
want
this
in the game.
off-angle fight,
Very
the
fun.
objective isn't even moving an inch forward. Tinawa also finds Gala, who went aggressive. I mean, it seems like this has been a constant for Spain. Gala getting picked out in that fight in particular.
That was
as well will
crazy.
find Punk, and I mean, Spain, they're just going to slowly get whittled down.
Like the reaction,
at the moment.
like it was.
Come back for this May. Helm just getting staggered.
Oh, High Vision is popping. Okay.
There, at least he'll live.
Okay.
No, High Vision even eventually finds him. Gauntlet trades back Ace.
Oh.
Able to find him. So, okay, DPS supports at the moment for Spain. They found 2.
Yeah, High Vision getting a little bit too over-eager to try and jump into that backline and find more stagger picks to fade out as much time bank from Team Spain as possible. Now means that Team Talent do not have the DPS to pick apart Spain on entrance to these fights. And this is when Team Spain decides to try and make their presence known. Out comes Amplification Matrix, Immortality Field to make sure you can actually set up behind it. But it's immediately burnt out by both the Diva and the Brigitte.
Dude, Ace and High Vision. I love Team Thailand. That's a really great team. I'm kind of rooting for them right now because I want them to win so we can go to a map 3. I like every time I see teams play, I just want to go to a map 3 because map 3s are like.
Here at all. Kaneo's going to swap over to that Ana because of it.
I like the competition, bro. I don't know. Like I think 2-0s are boring.
Too much to deal with. Now we're going to overtime. T to want touches that objective to make sure it's not moving any further into the sky. High Vision goes, gets that Brigitte health pack as well, stays alive. Ace over the top side with the pulse bomb, forces out the deflect. Now tries to find Bones. Also,
wow, he almost
but can't connect with the pulse.
Oh, both pulses missed.
Left on the outside after
2 J3 pulse bombs back to back.
Gala Primal Rage from Hell. Surely will be able to find
Health is disgusting, dude.
He does so, but Tidawat also has found Kaneo, so it's back and forth, 1-1. High Vision's out of the copy as well.
Health is a disgusting tank.
Mech, but drops the Diva Bomb. It's just Punk now because Ace has been doing so much on Tracer, though Punk able to find him in this last fight. High Vision's able to connect onto Bones as well, and nobody else can touch. Too many members gone for the likes of Spain, and Thailand looked amazing on that defensive hold.
Yeah, unfortunately for Team Spain, there were just no ultimates. They're able to use Help's Bubble to block out the threat of the self-destruct, but because your Genji is just continuing.
That was
to be kept
insane.
at
That was
bay
a
by
very
Team
good
Thailand, doing
hold.
such a good job of occupying Bones' attention, so the blade
And
is
it was
not
Thailand's map pick
built
too.
up.
That was actually a really
the
good
Genji
one.
does not have the ultimate ready, and Team Spain, even though they try and stagger onto that point, they have absolutely no ultimate to be able to anchor their presence and force Team Thailand into a full regroup.
I mean, you would think maybe for Spain, you go back to the drawing boards a bit. It could be also, you know, Thailand, this is their map pick, right, Moxie? I mean, they've obviously practiced that strategy of just Apudo go play aggressive Brigitte. I mean, Apudo was like a former DPS player, right? So, I mean, he's got that capability just to go ham on the Brigitte, right?
Yeah, it wasn't just that. It was also taking full advantage of this really open courtyard that we talked about, right? Spain, they ran a composition that relies on everyone sort of rolling as one ball all
Your
together.
room looks
There's
strange.
No one who's
This is
really
not my streaming
available
room.
to go look for
I'm
those
at BlizzCon
flanks,
right now.
which means that the crossfire is never being pressured
Well, BlizzCon's this
the
weekend,
way that you want to do
but
with
I'm
the
at
crossfire.
Blizzard right now,
You
co-streaming
always
the
have
games.
to try and keep attention on
So-
the 2 players involved in the crossfire rather than focusing your attention solely on the 1, because it means that the other DPS is then getting that free field that we talked about at the opening of this map.
I'm in
Spain,
Blizzard's
however,
basement
deciding to
right
stick
now.
with the exact same composition. It is definitely better on the defense, I would say, given the fact that Orisa is such a good anchor to be able to hold this position for as long as possible. Where it's going to get a little bit dicey is if they lose control of the first corner, because the map widens out and the May will lose so much value as a result.
This is actually a very aggressive hold so far for Spain over the top, but Thailand are avoiding it at the moment. They're getting cart pushed, though. Because they're ignoring them, Polly will go down. It looked like their backman actually ran up behind the side of Spain, resulting in that Ana going down early. So not a lot of heals now for Thailand. Thailand actually swap over to the Baptiste. Titawat will also lose that mech right after his support respawn. Poodle also
there you go. You got it before me. Good job.
Would jump into the water too. So far Spain have got a minute off the clock.
Yeah, but Team Thailand doing a very good job of forcing Spain into going for that drop down, contesting the point, and that payload is a lot closer to the full part of Courtyard where the Mabel is going to lose the value because it's not immediately going to section off the entirety of Alley.
Yeah, it looks like they're a bit split at the moment. Helv over the top, looking for that pressure. I mean, he can constantly do it here because even if he gets shot up, eventually he'll be able to drop down like he is at the moment.
Jeez, you could like
2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Vision going for a bit of a flank, was walled off temporarily. Punk goes so low, has the double pocket. Immortality will burn too by Vision. Amazing placement of the grenades, and then Ace is there with that shot with the railgun charge. Baptiste window by Canales.
This is like watching at a movie theater,
but no kills just yet. Thailand avoiding that window for now. They actually just take a very passive engagement here. Kali comes back with his own window. Vision goes through it, throws the grenades onto Bones, and he will go down.
I think this is game right here. Or not game, but this is going to be one of the Thailand's. Really? Never mind. Brig just got 2. Oh, and Rally. But they're still going to get cart push.
Too much health. Ace trying to go for him, but it might cost him his life. Eventually, does have some help.
Dude, there's only 2 supports. Why don't they?
Thailand drop towards that payload. Don't want to push it. They're just going to go for
it's a 3v2. Never mind.
Supports who have kind of just anchored over the top.
My dad's in chat too. What's up, Dad?
Trying to buy Spain the time to be able to regroup around this high ground with that artillery strike coming through from the Bastion, and it's going to be able to do exactly that. The supports with Gala's rally have been able to live through the threat, but Helm does not.
Oh, that's a big nail. I'm surprised I didn't get eaten. Wow.
Blizzard will be able to freeze up
big goal from Bones.
Means that Titawat's immediately going to be able to get back into that mech, and Team Thailand have a tank. Spain don't. They have to give up the space and play for a regroup.
That was a nice Blizzard to get it through the defensive matrix. At least Titawat doesn't have the dimension mods, but Spain waiting for Punk to come back from spawn. He will swap over to Soldier 76.
He didn't get anyone in that ult.
Anybody even caught it? It doesn't look like it, so he's just going to cancel it. Also, Baptiste window used by Canale, so 2 huge ultimates. And they get the kill.
Oh, both supports got cut out by Thailand. That's tough, bro. It's going to be last fight, chat. Don't tell me this is going to be a 2-0.
Seconds left in the clock.
Spain only looks like they're going to have, what, Visor and Rally coming up here, though? Thailand looks like they're going to have Sojourn and Window and almost Copy.
And this is great for Spain, because with the Soldier's better mobility, you can get back into the fight super quickly, but you now have a hit scan to keep the Echo in check.
Ace is going to have to pop off here, and Palais.
Such a stalwart flanker to stop.
And there's only 15 seconds, so they're going to have to go touch card too.
You can see Titawat's boosters immediately just shoved away by the
10 seconds, 10 seconds. Who's going to touch? It's probably going to be the tank now.
Gala uses the rally aggressively to push them out of the area of it.
Yeah, that's horrific. I mean,
oh no, this is F. This is F. Spain, bro. Spain. Spain's looking like a really great team right now. That's crazy, bro. That was a good game.
And in fact, get the 2-0 victory over Thailand.
Yeah,
that is crazy, bro. This was Spain's first map. I mean, first game. They showed up today, dude. There's no way I voted for Thailand to win, and 73% of chat also voted for Thailand to win, and they just lost $5.1 million. Crazy, bro. Spain just got a 1-to-4 return ratio on their bet. That is crazy, bro.
That the Bastion and Orisa would find a lot more value when they're anchoring space as opposed to trying to monopolize it away from a team already in control.
I don't like this guy. Who is this guy, chat? Gala? He's always smiling. He's too happy playing Overwatch. I don't like it.
They were just able to hold on to that ground, forcing Team Thailand.
Have you guys ever seen someone that was like too happy and then you get mad because you've never been that happy? That's how I am right now. He can't be happy. Why is he happy playing Overwatch? I just don't understand.
Immediately went up in smoke. Really smart stuff coming through from Team Spain. This is why they're one of these teams that you do not want to sleep on.
No, I mean, they look so good, as you mentioned. Now, obviously looking forward into this group, we'll have to see if they have a chance at some of the other opponents. But in that matchup with Thailand, I mean, it was super close, Monks. You can't really call it Thailand either, but we'll have to wrap it up, or we'll have to see what the desk has to say about it in just a second. Desk, what do you think about that game, Spain versus Thailand?
Thank you so much. We're back here to break down all the action we just got to witness between Spain and Thailand. It was a close match. It was an explosive performance and a great.
That was a very good matchup, though. I'm not sad about that.
Danny and Johnny.
That was a really good match.
No.
I thought Thailand was for sure going to bring that the map score 1-1, and we were going to go to map 3.
I mean, also, we were just having fun with it. Like, we were predicting with our hearts for this one.
Yeah, we're having fun with this one, right? It's not serious.
Yeah,
you know.
Of course.
Why do you sound so
kidding
upset
around. Kidding around. Hey, you know, you win some. I got Japan yesterday. I took an L today with Thailand. You know, I'll let you have this one.
Well, you know who took the W? Spain did. And in what wonderful fashion. There are so many players to highlight here, so many things to point out. So let's dive straight into the highlights and talk about how
both
Spain
teams played really well, though.
I mean,
Ace played well, High Vision did well.
Crucial win now for Spain. Like I mentioned, going
Thailand's
into the
tank
match,
and
of course,
supports did well. Spain actually surprised me today. Especially the two new DPS players on their team. Gala legit popped off. Hell did well.
I think that Crazy Dragon
Punk
had
and
some
Crazy
really good
Dragon
performances here on the Tracer, you know, getting to the back line. It was something we talked about while we were watching the game. Just like, wow, Pali is struggling, you know, a bit for the Thailand here, and Oputo on the Briggy as well. Not really making sure that his flex support stays alive, right? So a bit of a struggle, but it really felt like the dive and the early picks in these fights came through from Spain, so that's a great first showing.
But Spain went hard meta, you have to admit it. I mean, it doesn't matter if they go hard meta or not. Like, listen, you're playing in a tournament, bro.
You know,
you gotta win.
Sometimes throughout the series.
Yeah,
the objective is the win.
We were highlighting Helv because he's a big name, and it really showed. Like
if you don't win here, you're not gonna move on to the top 8, and you're not gonna play on stage at BlizzCon.
Team Spain, and I think it was very impressive, and I just loved these guys just taunting Thailand, like even the bad
Dang,
too,
bro. At least Thailand is still top 2.
It was so good. It was so fun to watch.
You know, have fun with this. Both teams obviously were having a great old time on the servers. Spain took the W. Thailand, unfortunately, today.
Everyone that's prime subbing, appreciate it. And resubbing.
As they did have
a lot of prime subs.
A great first match yesterday.
That means there's a lot of unused primes out there. Chat, you guys know what to do. Any primers?
Not all hope is lost, and it was.
Did you guys know when Amazon Prime you can sub to your favorite streamer for free every 30 days? Did you guys know
really good there on
save 30% on
Unfortunately, they got fuller held, so that's unlucky. I think they have a lot of footage though to review and a lot of takeaways from this particular match against Spain. So I am looking forward to seeing them coming out strong in their next match. We of course will be getting ready for our second match of the day. That one
nice. I could watch Jay's streams so I could get the drops that don't have ads.
And Japan. So
on YouTube you don't get the drops, my friend. I'm sorry. It's only a Twitch drop thing.
Nice.
Notice, listen to the comms, chat. Everyone is saying A. Oh, they're taunting! They're taunting! You see the tank player stand up and taunt him in the back? Because they're playing in the same room but across from each other. You saw him screaming, bro. But notice, what's up, Nick? How you doing, my dude? Noticed how when they were playing and calming, they're like, hey, Brig, everyone's saying Brig, kill the Brig, the focus fire, the team synergy. Oh, I love it. I love watching teams play. It's not like your normal ranked games chat where you say, hey guys, can we kill the Brig, and then you have someone on your team leave voice chat, and then when you lose the match, the guy rejoins voice chat to tell you how shit you were. It's a whole different, it's a whole different vibe. Oh, what's next? Oh, Japan against Saudi Arabia, bro. That's gonna be a great game. Have fun, Sabina. Have fun, King. Who do you have to win the whole thing? I actually have no idea who's gonna win the whole thing, chat. I wish I could tell you guys that. I can tell you who I think is strong. I think the top 3 teams are gonna be South Korea, Team USA. I don't know who's gonna be the third, actually. I haven't seen most of the teams play. I want to see China play, because apparently, you know, China was invited. They didn't have to go through all the group stages and whatnot, so it's gonna be very interesting to see them play. Very excited. I think they play Hong Kong today too, and 2 p.m. Oh, it says the match resumes. I didn't even notice that. 30 seconds. Japan against KSA. This is going to be very fun.
This is day 2 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023. 1 match down and 5 more to go. We are ready for an explosive day once again. Day 1 absolutely delivered, and we're here.
Zoe?
No,
we lost her!
F, chat. Can I get an F spam?
Is she back?
Okay.
Well, I mean,
damn, that sucks, bro.
We're gonna talk about
yeah, talk about pricing, Johnny.
Talk about the bundle. Talk about the bundle, Daddy. You need to get the soda. So I'm just hearing no from Zoe. I don't know if everyone else can hear it. But yeah, make sure you get the World Cup bundle, of course, here for the 2023 World Cup. And by getting the World Cup bundle, you support the prize pool. You support the prize pool, Danny. You support the players and the staff members, of course, are participating in this year's World Cup.
Hello.
Yep.
Hello.
So
hello.
Participate, grow the World Cup prize pool, everybody, and also you get the chance to.
She's saying hello. I hear
the
it.
nice looking skins of Sojourn and Lucio as well.
Yeah.
That's true. And also,
welcome back,
you know, just testing everyone, keeping you all on your toes. The panic, the absolute panic. I heard every second of it, so I don't know what actually happened, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. Speaking of explosive situations, here are our current groups and the standings after all the games we already got to play. And quite frankly, I mean, we had, I would say, pretty clear favorites for most of the groups, as in which top 2 teams advance. Johnny, has anything changed for you after 1 day of matches?
Yeah, I mean...
Was it Japan
against... I'd say top 1? Like, I'm convinced about top 1. Then as I say that, I think about Group B and how I thought Canada would get through us first. But, I mean, yeah, you'd probably have South Korea, USA, and the team from China as your favorites. But apart from that, like, really, it's wide open. I don't know who's going to get second in all of these groups and who's going to make it to the playoffs. So, a really fun...
Okay, chat, I started predictions.
We have in front of us these next 3 days with lots of matches that could go either way.
True.
Who's the most unlikely yet the one you want to advance the most, Danny?
Unlikely?
The most unlikely, but like with your heart, like you need them to win.
Listen, no, I think I'm gonna say
Pick
Mexico. I don't think they're unlikely. I think they have a chance, but I mean they did get the loss yesterday. But I am rooting for Mexico. You know, Viva la Mexico, vamos Mexico. I'm still rooting for you guys.
That's right. Never give up.
Can I say Group B, Brazil. If Brazil makes it through over Canada and like Australia,
I don't think Canada's looking really strong right now. I hate to say, because I think they were going to be one of the strongest teams. They don't look strong after yesterday.
I love
Their
that
performance
there are so many
was,
teams which
I'm gonna call it a
previously
fluke.
in Overwatch World Cups, they have not actually ever been able to get past qualifiers, past preliminaries. So for some of them, like anything, like coming out of the group stage would already be the best result they could have possibly had. And that makes it all the more exciting. You can't help but root for all of those teams. Now, let's talk about two more teams we get to see today. Japan, we've already seen, but their opponents today, this is going to be our first look. But first, let's chat about Team Japan. Lots of standout performances
Kyuki,
across
Nico,
the board
KSG,
from this
Cloud,
team.
Min.
We
This
expect the
team is
cohesion, and they
strong,
showed up.
dude.
Yeah,
they
that
played well
cohesion,
yesterday.
Their team synergy really came in clutch for them, and you know,
Especially
not a lot of
against
people
France, too.
expected them to beat France, but I mean, they did it. You know, there was 2-0 for Japan yesterday.
Nico is
against
disgusting,
France, and they got. You know, I think there were a lot of.
And this
players
punch
that
out of the
surprised
flux
a lot
was
of us, like people
insane
like KSG
yesterday,
on
bro.
that Doomfist. Nico as well was.
Wait,
was a
chat, I
standout
just
player
remembered. You guys
yesterday.
aren't spamming
And of
O,
course,
bro. You guys
I'm
gotta
gonna
get your
keep doing it.
O's
Cue up,
going.
baby.
Come
I'm
on,
loud
man.
for Cloud.
Oh!
I'm loud for Cloud.
I'm loud for Cloud, baby. You know, and so you know they got a lot of things going for them, and on top of that, you know, you can see that they're really hungry for this, and they're eager to win.
Yeah, but so is their opponent.
This is a very
team.
strong
I mean, we know most
team,
of these
bro.
players from Twisted Minds. And
Sir
joining them is none other than
Majid,
Sir
look at him. He
Majid,
looking
who has
cute,
had
bro.
A very successful year on Toronto Defined in the Overwatch League. Johnny, what do you expect to see from this team?
Well,
I say
judging
everyone's
from
name
the
wrong.
starting lineup and the
I
fact
love
that we
it.
don't see Labda in the starting lineup, who
Sir
you know,
Majid?
usually specializes and plays.
Nah, I
some
like
of the
saying everyone's name
kinda
wrong.
Like flying heroes.
It makes
I
people
guess
mad.
you can classify them as in this game.
And I like
But
baiting
I
reactions.
think instead it's going to be about Quartz, right? Like we're seeing right now on the Widowmaker and some of these hit scan heroes. That is like really the
Everything is
pivotal
what about my
player
company?
for this team. Obviously,
Everything,
Sir
yeah.
Majid, as you said, probably the
Just
most
a bot.
successful player on this team. But that being said, I mean, this team is essentially Twisted Minds from Contenders Europe. And they've been the best team in European Contenders all year, right? So this is actually quite a powerhouse with really skilled players. And I'm expecting a pretty good performance.
This is going to be a really
coming in
great
here in
game,
the first
chat.
match,
Really great
out of
match.
So many rest of this group stage.
I'm really excited for this. And what's the predictions looking like? Predictions are looking like 69% of chat with 5.5 million for Japan. Saudi Arabia has 2.6 million with 200
while there is a
people
lot of
voting for
tape on the team from Saudi Arabia, or
33%
rather
against
on
67%.
the
Most of the
Twisted
chat
Minds
thinks
roster,
Japan's going
they've
to win.
not had the first-hand experience of actually going up against them. Would make it very, very interesting. Now, we do have Emily once more for an inside scoop. Emily, what you got for us?
Let's see. Emily
Yes,
W.
That's right, Zoe. They hadn't had a chance to scrim with any of the EU teams. And believe it or not, Team Japan has actually been nerfed by traveling. Coming in from their win against France, they're hoping to keep up their momentum and confidence. And when I asked them if they felt like there were any challenges against KSA or USA, they said no challenges per se, but we believe we can win, as we always do. But the environment in the US is very different from Japan, so they're still acclimating to travel. And finally, I asked, what do you think is Team Japan's greatest strength? And they said, our strength is that we have many fans in Japan. Even with the time difference between the US and Japan, we get a lot of support from our fans, and their support is our strength. That's all I have for you
Wow,
guys.
that guy's playing with
Back to
his
the
mouse,
desk.
almost off his mouse pad. Okay, there you go, you fixed it. I
Love
was
the
about to say,
wholesome
that's
answers.
crazy.
They're great insight once again. It's fantastic to have Emily getting us that inside scoop on Team Japan. And this is something we've
Another
discussed
Emily
yesterday,
W.
guys, right? Like, it's a big difference to play on LAN. You're in a different environment. The setup is different. The food is different. You're not sleeping in your own bed. You know, there's a lot of things which actually can affect your performance. Thus far, it did not look like anything affected Japan. However, maybe day two, it's gonna look different. If we're looking at predictions for this one, I still have Japan winning this one. I hope for a close match. I'm very excited to see Team Saudi Arabia taking the stage for the first time, but I do think the W will go Japan's way. What about you, Danny?
Yeah, I think they had a very convincing victory yesterday. I also went with Japan. I'm getting the victory today, but I do think it's gonna be a close match.
I can't believe I'm also predicting
Team,
Japan.
they all think Team Japan.
I think like this is silly because Saudi Arabia should be the favorites. Like they're a really good
You
team.
just kill the vibe, bro.
Japan
Recency
is so
bias.
much fun. Recency bias. Japan to win. It's so much fun.
That's what this is all about. It's about.
You can take
fun.
that off
is
when
a
it's done,
competition, of
Sabina.
course,
I just
but
think
we're
it's gonna
have
be
so much fun along the way. So we are getting ready for this next match. First, we're heading into a very quick break, and then afterwards.
Actually, I don't
Moxie
think
and
you
Dustin
need
will
that. I
bring you
think
all the
I think
action.
it's just gonna be because there's other ways that you. That's fine. Whatever. Ooh, look at that. See, I think West Coast is really nice, and I love the beaches on the West Coast. But the water is just too cold. Like the water it's too cold, bro. You can't enjoy it. But the beaches with the rocks and the different elevations, I think that's actually kind of nice. Let's just do this.
Oh my god.
The things people are typing are insane. They're insane. It's so funny. Yes, I'm Megatron. What's up, chat? It's my stream now.
Clearly, you've never been to New England. No, I am in my room 24/7 streaming. And you know what's actually really funny? I didn't stream Friday or Saturday because I was traveling here, and obviously I'm coming to BlizzCon and whatnot. And then you know how many DMs I got on like Instagram or Twitter or whatever and Discord from people saying, "Hey, bro, I know you have no fucking life. Get back on stream, bro. Where are you?" And I'm just like, thanks, man. Cool.
They want Meg. I'm right here. Or am I? I don't know if I am.
5 feet away from me, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Or my security is gonna come.
I'm all the way back here now. Here we go. I like these.
Why did someone say, "Who's the guy next to Meg"? Ain't no way, bro. Ain't nor way.
I'm not a guy.
No, who's the guy next to Meg?
Oh! I'm
there
so
you go.
tired. Shut up. That's true. This is my stream.
This is not your stream. If this became your stream, I would become a dead streamer.
Probably would, because I don't stream. I just hang out here. And now I'm hanging here like IRL.
YouTube said, "Wow, Meg is really old." Jay was right.
1 year younger!
I am 18.
You're nuts! You're 1
Like-
year younger!
I'm 18. You're like 49.
You turned.
How was the Great Depression?
Shut the fuck up.
How was it?
You turned.
You were in like middle school, high school during that time, right?
You're so stupid. You're so stupid. You turned 29 in 8 days.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I turned 17 in 8 days. Wait,
I
9
hope
days.
not.
9 days. No, 10 days.
No.
It's 10 days.
Is after that?
Yes. That's just automatic.
I see.
Oh, by the, no, I already read that. Never mind.
That sheet is like 50 years old. Yeah. Oh, 5 years old? I thought they said 50.
Bro's pushing 30? Yeah, I am pushing 30. And you can't even make it past gold. How does that feel, huh? How are you going to let a 30-year-old be higher SR than you? Yeah, how does it feel? Huh? Huh, chat?
Where's Blizz Megan?
It's crazy, bro.
She's got
You guys are in your prime. You guys are like 18, 19, 20, 21 in your prime for gaming, and you guys can't even get out of gold. How does that feel? You guys want to roast me?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup 2023.
Meg, why
My
did you
name is
bring your
Dustin,
child to
joined
work?
back by Moxie,
Poor
and we're
boy
here
doesn't
today
look like he's
for
having
the
fun.
second game of the day with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia versus the Kingdom, or not Kingdom of Japan, just Japan, playing in this incredibly
Anyways,
close match
everyone that
according
subbed,
to our
resubbed, give the
desk,
subs,
where
appreciate
they
it, guys.
all
Everyone that followed,
predicted
appreciate it.
For Japan, when Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have been a team for like who knows how long and have been so good. I mean, what do you think, Moxie, coming into this game? Run me down between
I love
these two
Dogman.
teams.
Dogman's casting.
What's gonna
like,
happen?
I didn't.
I mean, it is very
He
much
did
a
good. I'm glad he
contenders
went to
playoff,
casting.
isn't
Yeah,
it? We
he's
have
got the
the
voice for
Kingdom
it.
of Saudi Arabia, who, as the desk have rightfully pointed
This is gonna
out,
be a fun match.
it's essentially Twisted
Also,
Minds. And
I
the
can't
last
play
time that you and I were watching
With
Twisted
a
Minds,
watch?
I
we
can't
were
play with a
casting the
watch
Saudi
or a
Yeah.
bracelet
contenders
on.
in
I don't know.
European
Chat, do you guys also
finals,
do that?
where
Like,
it
if
was,
I have a
think,
watch or a bracelet on, I
3
can't
hours,
game.
like 2 hours and
I feel like it just.
59 minutes of a match, a 7-map series, but Twisted Minds were able to defend their title and retain
Juggernaut,
the
championship
of European contenders. Team Japan have also been playing in their region of contenders. Not as much success. They came second in both the summer and fall Asia Pacific split in 2023, but this is a team
I also
that have
think
been
it goes
together for a
support,
very,
tank,
very
DPS,
long
DPS,
time
the
under the
lineups.
umbrella of Varel, where a lot of their
And we're going to
players joined in
Busan.
2021, with the exception of Danny's absolute
no lie.
favorite, Cloud, as he calls it, Cloud, who joined
Busan.
in 2022 April.
Huh?
Busan.
You
Yeah,
mentioned, I mean,
Busan.
Japan's such a history
Busan.
lineup.
Yeah, I
Same
said
with
that.
the King
Busan.
of Saudi Arabia, as you said, Moxie. I mean, so with this matchup in particular,
You're
compared
not
to maybe
support.
other World Cup games, I would say
Slipping.
there is a little bit more history
healing.
here, at least
I love
in their
this
own
map.
specific regions. And that's why,
The
I mean, we
new
talked about
mode
this
is
on
on
broadcast,
this map,
Moxie. I mean,
right?
it's just
Yes.
awesome to have World Cup back, to be back in a LAN again where everybody's here. You saw the energy in the last game with Thailand. Both players kind of just shouting at each other, getting excited. So it's great to have these two teams playing today
Okay, chat.
that are storied.
Who are you
Players,
guys rooting for?
together, they've
Actually, you guys did
continued to play on
prediction.
other teams
So,
together, but also
63%
the
on
fact that they're at LAN and
Japan,
have that energy together is exciting.
37.
Yeah, very
Saudi
interesting
Arabia.
actually that Saudi Arabia have decided to.
It's going to be a good game,
take
chat. This is
out
going to be one of the
Latvia.
most
So this control
anticipated
map,
games
it
probably
is
today,
Busan,
or maybe
and
France
Busan does
against
have
USA.
two outside maps,
Is that what you think too? You think
Downtown
Japan?
and Sanctuary, where things like
Huh?
the far
You think
and the
Japan?
end
I think
find a
Japan's
lot of
gonna win.
value.
They looked
but
really
it looks
strong
like
yesterday.
they want to field both Yubi and
Nico is
Ports, and
disgusting.
we know
Yeah.
from first-hand experience
I
how
watched this- I watched
devastating
Japan
Yubi's
yesterday. I
may
watched
can be
that
and
game.
Ports' hit scan. Japan is going to have a real tough task ahead of them, trying to shut KSA.
Sparty, appreciate the massive gift,
Yeah,
my dude.
Nico was phenomenal yesterday. Not to confuse him with Nico on France. So, you know, it's pretty interesting that they played both Nicos yesterday. Nico will come through.
Oh,
with that
wow.
exclamation
That's not
over.
looking good for
KSA will
for
shut him
Japan
down.
already.
An
Oh.
aggressive push from Saudi Arabia, just allowing
Saudi
KSA to
Arabia
get those
came
3
out
Ks.
swinging,
Wow.
bro.
I mean, obviously,
KSA.
a Sigma
KSA.
main himself, just showing off as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia claimed the objective first.
Yeah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have the Lucio. Haku
It's not the
does have
J3.
that
There's no
speed
such thing as a
boost
J3
advantage
curse,
for the
chat.
second
Shut
that
up.
Team Japan had actually
That was only the
invested in
first
the
fight.
battlefield.
Japan
Saudi
still got
Arabia
this.
gets go so much aggressively forward
I don't know,
and
why are they
really
playing the
put into
break?
motion Yubi doing so much damage with the Indifferent Blaster and the buff of 100. Now we're going to see
I
a
don't
attack
know,
from the
break does a
Echo
whole
come
lot.
through. Cookie has been able to infiltrate into the back line, but there it is again.
They're
Yubi's
just
primary
they're just gonna
absolutely
run at them with
shut
the
down.
May
Obviously,
Lucio. I don't
the
know.
Saudi Arabian team is
if
coming
you can
back
beat that.
for that peel. Yubi goes aggressive with the rest of his team, but I mean Japan shut out. Yuki had that flank, like you said, Moxie, but it was snuffed out.
And Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are literally just going to do the same thing again and again and again. They have a chokehold, they have the Lucio, they can speed boost Yubi in 90% of the way to a Blizzard. Team Japan are yet to come up to a single ultimate. Granted, when they come into something like Amplification Matrix, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are going to be kited into trying to disengage it, but with the Lucio, that's going to be so much more easier in comparison to Team Japan.
Artillery strike from Quartz. Japan runs and hides from it for now, but they could potentially lose.
Wow, I'm
somebody.
actually really surprised I didn't get a
Use
kill.
at the very least.
Yeah.
That looked
That's
really
a
good.
cooldown out. KSA building that gravitic flux, wants to get it before immortality cooldown is available and could very well do so. But they're just going to back up for now, actually. They know the rotate's coming out from Japan potentially, but Japan fakes it out. They come back through.
Oh,
with the
big
animation.
mail.
Wow.
Big.
Mortality build to save them, and
It's
everybody in
so
Japan
strong
is going to
on
head
this
right
map.
back to the spawn door.
That was a
Wasted
big
rally
setup,
in
too,
this
from
fight in
them.
particular.
Ooh.
Yeah, they use
Nico
both sports.
just
Oh,
stagger
it's
killed in basically
Jover.
last fight now for Japan.
Oh, it's
Yubi is just
Jover,
an
man.
absolute standout. He reads that Team Japan are faking out so that they can come back in with the Amplification Matrix and catch on to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia if they're going to try and punch hold that other choke. He blizzards and then walls the Amplification Matrix, so anyone from Team Japan who'd managed to disengage the blizzard doesn't get to use the Amplification Matrix. Now we're in final fight territory. Team Japan have to try and use this Bastion Artillery Strike to be able to clear the space, but if the Bastion's in ultimate form, he's not pressuring Kingdom of
such a
Saudi
good player.
Arabia on catwalk with the high ground
Yeah.
hold.
Oh,
Sir.
no kill.
Oh,
actually,
and a
they appreciate it.
G9,
Ooh, nobody
Chad, a
touches on
G9.
Oh, geez, Saudi Arabia.
G9.
100-0 over Japan on round number
100 to 0, dude.
It's so unfortunate. Like I said, when the Bastion
that
is in
that
the
map
ult,
is very
you don't get to
comp
move.
specific.
So as a result, the
that
Bastion's not
comp
going to be
definitely
able
rolls.
to put
It could-
out that
itself.
insane amount of
Japan could still
pressure
come back.
that's keeping Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in check. The second that Yubi hears that ult line, he knows that he has an absolute free field to be able to farm. As we head into Sanctuary, however, the map does open up significantly more, so the Mei is going to lose a lot of that value.
Please stop
being
voting
able
for
to
my
isolate some
teams.
of
It's
those
really, you're
chunks.
making this
But
really
it
hard.
looks like
Bro, I'm
Japan
just
are
rooting for the
going
teams
to
that I
stick
think is
with
gonna win.
Yakko. They've
Chat, it's
decided
been only
that they're
one
going to
fucking
try
map,
and
bro.
with a slight
They can still
caveat,
come back.
Cloud coming out on that Ilari to try to out-damage Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's backline.
See what works out for them. Obviously, Saudi Arabia looking really good thus far, at least on Mega Base. Could be different in this map in particular. They actually go all the way around. Understand they have that speed advantage. We'll see if they want to take advantage of it. Japan, meanwhile, have Cloud on the flank. We've seen this out of pretty much every Ilari player so far. Always taking that off angle, dropping their pylon where it could heal everybody, constantly making sure backline is harassed. Quartz goes down early to Hughley, but also KSA is able to find PSG.
Is popping.
Again, also the Mei
Two
player
headshots on Mei.
Oh,
3 kills.
Will find
Mei
counterpart. KSA comes through, tries to find him with the rock, but is
Oh, 4! Can you get the 5th? Can you get the 5th?
Yuki's
Fifth.
team.
Come on!
Japan,
Oh!
first fight for them. They're gonna get that point first.
Wow.
KSG, by the way, is coming back on the Doomfist. This is something that we
Where
saw
was the Mei
yesterday
last round?
against Team France. Team
Guess
Japan
they
have
didn't
used the
run it.
Doomfist to
Pretty sure
absolutely
they have like different comps and
disrupt
whatnot.
Of course,
these Sigma
of course.
compositions, which requires so much
Oh,
order
they
and
send the
coordination.
Sojourn and
Everyone
the Ilari
playing
on the
behind
flank.
the
That's
Sigma,
that's
So that
strong.
you're safe behind the shield, behind that grass, and you have accretion to be able to stop any potential dives coming through. And Team Japan now have this disruption to make sure that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia don't get to set the main place.
And what a fast blizzard there from
Oh
Japan too. Able to get
That didn't
Quartz
freeze anyone
with the
besides
damage
one person?
of it and the follow-up.
No.
Although it does cost Yuki his life.
They got Quartz. Quartz is a really
Saudi
good
Arabia
player.
regrouping on the inside angle, just looking to sustain, maybe force Japan to make a mistake here. PSG understanding that he's a bit caught out, will back up for now. Now Saudi trying to move towards that point. Building towards their own ultimates, will drop a blizzard. Will it hit anybody? Cloud probably stuck in it, but he goes into the sky with a captive sun. Yubi shoots him out the air, but
Oh
it's after
my.
Cloud already
And they didn't
shot
flip
his
the
shot.
point. That's actually
Yubi
really good.
did trade back to Cloud, but the rest of Japan are still here on the objective,
Nice
and the Saudis
heals.
are wiped yet again as Japan crosses the 50% margin.
It did cost both support ultimates, but like you said, Team Japan were able to retain
Yeah, but I think KSA
control
wins
of
the next
this
map.
point, and
I mean,
yet
next
again,
round.
they're going to try
Next
and
fight, whatever.
disrupt
4 ults
Kingdom of
against
Saudi
Japan's
Arabia's
2.
approach. Nico just looking to try to charge up that ult fire on the railgun, on that Sojourn, as well as build up into that overclock.
If this ends
to be
100
able
to
match
0,
with
that's gonna be
Quartz,
crazy.
but Haku has the sound barrier. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia
KSA
can
wins
literally
100
just
to
get
0
as
first
aggressive
map.
as they
Japan
want.
wins 100 to 0
KSA
second map.
goes
Third
solo
map.
on the point. Overclock over the backside. Beat drop just in the nick of time from Haku. And eventually Nico melts down through Yubi, but is traded back from Quartz. Sojourn still up for the likes of Saudi Arabia. KSG goes solo on the backside, able to get his ultimate off just before he dies. Also waiting to land on the back piece.
KSG has a great Doomfist.
Quartz comes back with the overclock. That's 2 for him. Can he find any more? Mei out of ice block. Does have 1 shot left. It's only a body shot into the regenerative burst as well. Japan still have that
There's
point.
still-
Overtime
there's still a
ticking
point.
down.
That's
He's a
crazy.
Sigma on the
Dogman
point.
knows
His
all
name
the
is
abilities, the
KSA. It's
regenerative
gonna be hard to take him out
burst or
without
whatever.
their own
I
tank
would not
player
remember that.
on
Yeah, we
Japan's
know that.
side.
I just say, oh my god, Bab used his shift.
Saudi Arabians capture
Remember
back.
the trivia?
Yeah, it was just
You
too many
did not
off
do
angles
well.
for Team Japan to be able to try
I
and
just-
hold
I
on
just
to,
mu-
but the
it's
fact
muscle
that
memory at
they're
this point.
able
I
to
pick a
force
character, I
Quartz
use
into
shift
going in the
E.
overclock is
That's true, that's
absolutely
true.
huge because Team Japan are in final fight territory. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have absolutely no ultimates to last them through this next fight. If they get caught out by the blizzard that Kyuki is trying to set up on the flank around Drum, this round is done and we go to downtown.
You get that interesting swap to Soldier. He the pans out without the Mei. It is a more open map, I suppose. And
They have to
Mantra's
kill their
committed by
Sim.
mid.
Oh,
KSG
that's
goes
really
down
bad.
through it, in fact, Captive Sun. Now by Kulak
Oh.
trying to equalize it. They're able to get Quartz with some nice Mei.
Oh, support, by the way. That is a support, by the way, chat. That is not a healer. That is a support.
Back, and with this final kill on the Surmajed, they bring
Do you
us
not
to
have
round
Sim
number
TV?
3.
No,
Or-
no,
or-
no, this
Yeah, the
computer.
soldier
Just download it.
pick wasn't really voluntary. Unfortunately,
Wow.
like you're not
Okay.
doing it to try and counter something
not my
specifically.
computer.
You pick the soldier because he has the
I'm not trying to
passive
get in
where
trouble.
you know you
You're not
can.
gonna get in
That was
trouble.
a good one though.
regroup
Third
faster.
map.
That is the reason why we saw.
Was it fast to
Yubi
download?
off of the Mei onto the soldier. It was purely for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia
I just
to
did
be
it on
able
my
to
laptop.
as quickly as possible.
Listen,
because they knew they didn't have ultimates. They knew that Team
look
Japan
up, like,
had a lead in terms of that point percentage as well. They needed to be able to regroup and pick apart the player from Team Japan on the approach so they can not just keep themselves ahead in terms of that point percentage, but also buy themselves the time to be able to build up those ultimates. That did not happen. Now, yet again, we are going to see Yubi on that Mei Quartz on the Bastion. KSG decides to go out on Sigma. Cookie, however, hanging back, wanting to get a read on the composition they're running into. Opts for the Echo to try and dive into the backline, but there's nothing really to buy himself the distraction to be able to find that attention, especially since your Sigma's walled off, and that's Lampite already.
But Nico gets Quartz. Mux, you talked about it with me here. They just use their Sigma as a bait there, KSG. They eventually have Nico on the flank, just getting all of those kills because so much the eyes of Saudi Arabia just looking away from him. Surmajet does find QT, but can they find anything more? Yubi on the inside, eventually be tracked down by Nico, who's been phenomenal. Quartz in the main side does kill him, but Japan already have that point.
Yeah, this, like you said, it's exactly the thing that Team Japan did against Team France yesterday on Samoa at Downtown. Funnily enough, we're also on Downtown of Busan, and they're using the exact same strategy. They leave their Sigma out, they know that he's going to be safe within Mortality Field, even if he gets walled away, and it provides both the Echo and the Bastion control of the high ground to jump on to a player of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia unnoticed. Now, however, the gig is up. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia know to expect the bait, they don't fall for it, they wait for Team Japan's DPS players to try to pressure, and that's when they pounce.
Every Bastion player just cracked now. They come back, capture that point 33%, and now Saudi Arabians are the ones that have to hold.
Team Japan coming in pretty close to some of those ultimates. Quartz also going to have that artillery strike, but it's the blizzard that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are going to be so happy to have because it monopolizes so much of that space.
Wall off the main side where KSG was coming through, gets bashed. Well, as he falls low. Towards the stun, I guess with the rock that hit him. Meanwhile, Immortality Field used from Japan, so that cooldown no longer available. Artillery strike after that runs out, is trying to find some kills, but only finds a little bit of damage. Japan walks in with the Ant Matrix. Chuki melts KSA with the help of the rest of his team. No longer does Saudi Arabia have a tank here. Surmajet able to find one. The rally on the point. Yubi did drop that Blizzard. However, doesn't look like they're finding enough kills. The sustain is far too much for Japan here as well.
This is actually a really great third match. It's not 100 to 0, 100 to 0. So kind of even.
To rally as well towards the tail end of that fight, and now they're not going to have any support ultimates. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they've got the flux to drop the health bars low enough, but they have the sound barrier to be able to capitalize on that momentum and push forward aggressively. That all goes out the window, however, if you don't have control of the high ground. Cookie's able to find
spam calls by some guy trying to buy houses.
With this flux waiting
I don't know. I blocked them all.
Until KSG pops his own, but they're not going to be able to need to be dropped because KSG just went down. After Saudi Arabia just walked in, no more tank for Japan now. I mean, they're just going to slowly whittle away towards the point. Just look to stagger, maybe find a kill.
My feet.
Cheeky kill on the outside, looking for Quartz, maybe. No, he goes down. But so does Nico and the rest of Japan. Back to the spawn they go at 74%.
This is so close.
Haku knew that he did not need to beat because Mint had used the rally in the last fight. There is no way for Team Japan's health bars to rise, and as a result, he gets to hold on to it to be able to counter the flux coming through from KSG in the entrance of this next fight. Mint's even going to go onto the Mercy now to try and pocket Cookie on the Echo so that they can find a pick without just ignoring any of the ultimate deficit between the two teams.
Chat, I don't have a curse, bro. This is still, it's still first map and it's still even.
Rabbinic flux by KSG. B dropped the counter from Haku. They also have an Ant Matrix to support them. Do they have the damage to find anybody? Japan actually get us hide around this. This is amazing team play for them to avoid both support ultimates. Quartz also still has that artillery strike available, but Japan will have the ultimate advantage in just a second. 88% on the board. Boop off the top from Haku. Artillery strike now comes back through. Quartz maybe thought they would have stuck back on the high ground. Is going to slowly work those strikes into the back of a Japan. Copy comes through from Q.
I have no idea what's happening.
But he lives on the inside angle.
It looks like KSA is going to take the first map.
He had 5 HP, I think.
So Nico's able to trade one, but
they're not going to be able to touch that.
Dang,
that was a good first map, though.
Saudi Arabia will take map.
The curse is real.
Yeah, Team Japan tried the exact
That was a
same
good
strategy,
first map.
right? The
Everyone has the
Sigma
same water
drops down
bottle. I
first,
want a water bottle.
forces out that immortality field from
Go
your
get
side,
one.
yes, but he's also been
Oh, I think I
isolated
have
by
that
the
one.
Mei wall.
I
The thing
do,
is, for
actually.
Team
I got
Saudi
it for
Arabia, they can
my job.
afford
Yeah, keep
to
bragging.
actually
Okay.
try to go for
But that's
the
a nice
Sigma,
keyboard. I like that
knowing that
keyboard.
it's a bait play because they
The
have the Blizzard.
rainbow
So even
one?
if they're going to
Or
start
not?
Yeah, the one
losing
that's,
some of their
support
players,
places.
Yeah.
they're still going to be able to drop the Blizzard and cut Team Japan off from rotating.
Chat,
into
I
point.
did not
And even
curse
if they
Team
win the fight,
Japan,
if
bro.
can't
They
tap
still
that
got
point
it.
and keep
Did
it
Thailand win?
contested, the map
Huh?
Did
ends
Thailand win?
regardless.
It's
I was
great
lagging.
work from Saudi Arabia. But the
Jay3
desk was probably right when this was
Jay3
going to be a close game. We'll go back and look. And everything that happened in this map
Yes,
in
now we
particular.
can
I mean, it was such
see
a
your
back
face.
and forth brawl. Besides Mecha Base, where obviously,
I'm gonna try to
you know, Team
change this,
Saudi
though. I don't
Arabia
wanna
had a
see
really good
this.
game plan.
Oh, that's oh yeah.
I mean,
Is
they
it
had a
chat
really good
settings? It's like the
composition to be able to hold
mod
onto those chokes.
Yeah.
settings. I see what you
Like
mean.
that May just
Go to
does
chat.
so
There should be,
much
like,
work. This captive
something with
side here is
moderation.
absolutely
Mod sidebar.
devastating.
Slider, mod
Catching onto
slider.
both of those players,
Then you turn it
pushing them
off.
to hide behind
There you
the
go.
pillars. They overlap as well in terms of those hitboxes, so the captive son then
I think
passes
that's the only,
onto another player and
difference.
then detonates once an additional damage has been dealt. Like Alari is so strong at being able to box those players into spaces they really don't want to be in.
Somebody
And
tell
meanwhile,
Blizzard to
Quartz
get
had
this
some
guy out of here.
fantastic
He's
tracking
cursing
there on
teams.
Bastion
Bro,
in the third
I'm
round.
not cursing
And also
teams,
the Saudi
chat.
Arabian team put themselves in a
Oh, they're
great
gonna root.
position. Team Japan, however, on the other side, gonna
I'm
pick
just
Route
rooting for
66,
teams
maybe
that I think is
thinking
going to
that
win. I'm
Team
not
Saudi
cursed.
Arabia
I'm not
will be a little
bad.
bit
I'm not
lackluster
evil
on
or
this
anything.
map. But we'll have to see after a short break.
I didn't even
For
look
this
at the
map,
walls
you
in
guys
here.
don't go anywhere. We got a barn burner on our
They're
hands.
sick.
Your curse has costed me thousands today. You know, that's actually so sad. Chat, can we get 5 gifted?
Oh, I wanna. I'm itching to time people out. I'm itching to time people out.
Stop!
Well, no, he's. Never mind.
Well, it's the 3 minutes. So 3 minutes, 3 minutes.
I know. It only makes sense. Music's good.
Jay cursed USA and yeah, there's no way, bro. Chat, I don't have a curse. I guess some other team yesterday was gonna win and they won. I think it was Thailand actually.
It's Thailand, Hong Kong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Your whole life is cursed. What do you mean you don't have one? Wake up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Yo, YouTube is actually kind of popping off. Jay3
Yeah.
is a witch. Oh, what the heck? Thanks, bro. Jay, you are picking France to win, right? What, France against USA? I don't know. I think Team USA is probably going to win against France today. I think they're going to come out swinging. No, don't. GG's USA. Yo, bro, what are you guys talking about?
If USA loses, that's not on Jay. Trust me.
I like how people come to my chat to like let's say people are rooting for like someone was rooting for what's the match today, chat? Colombia against Mexico. So there's a Mexico Team Mexico fan in my chat telling me to actually cheer for Colombia, not their team. Like usually you would want people to cheer for your team, but you have me cheering for the opposite team so they can like get cursed. It's that's not how it works. You know what? I'm Team Mexico today. I think Team Mexico is gonna win against Colombia.
I actually do think I want Team Mexico to win. Than other players. So long, Mexico.
Ooh, wait a minute. Ooh.
This is a gem.
Ooh. Ooh. Wait a minute. Oh, chat, by the way, I downloaded 7TV on this computer, so now I can see your emotes.
Oh, the Nessie. Isn't the Nessie one, right? I love that one.
Eventually, teams will just kick Jay out of kick Jay. Wait, kick Jay out of Jay, right? Wait, you're gonna kick Jay out of Jay. You're gonna kick me out of me? I don't get it. Oh wait, so you can see Jay3 twerks on stream.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a close series between Team Japan.
Okay,
Team
chat, we're
Saudi
back.
Arabia,
Let's get it.
in which Saudi Arabia obviously just won map number 1. You know, in a pretty decisive fashion on mecha base, but the other 2 rounds definitely were not that close.
I gotta get
Desk was right to believe in Japan, but obviously, you know, Team Saudi Arabia.
Oh no, you have to go do things. Don't leave. Oh
And,
no,
you know,
what are we gonna
obviously
do?
both
Chat,
teams
can we get a W, chat?
great
Can we get a
players
W this round? Thank you.
Swapping in and out. We've got some subs kind of coming through for both teams, in fact, for the next map, Route 66.
Bunny, appreciate the massive
Team
dono.
Saudi
If
Arabia
France
first,
wins, I will
obviously,
donate
are gonna
50
sub
gifted
out
when I get
Haku,
paid.
of all people,
Damn.
for Which is surprising considering Lapda's a fantastic Pharah player. Maybe not known for his support as much, but maybe today will whip out something.
Wait, is
neat.
LBBD7 new?
I don't know, Vox. What do you think
Chat?
about the Lapdog support pick?
I mean,
He didn't play last game.
The Baptiste for W Maymoon. We've seen the
France
burn
ain't
back
winning
for
shit.
Anna.
Waleed,
What
why
are
don't
we
you
gonna
play for them?
call
You're from
Lap?
France.
I mean, we have to wait and see what support hero he's going to be playing, but Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are not the only team with
appreciate
a
the massive
couple
dono.
of swaps coming through. Team Japan is
Has
also
Vinny-
mixing
can't sleep
up
until you
their
say his name.
roster.
Let him.
Mihawk has been
Just
woken
sleep.
from his nap.
Sleep.
He is now coming in to the lineup.
Technically, if you want me to say your name, if you just sub, I'll be saying, yo, thank you for the sub. Technically, if you want me to say your name, just sub.
This is sure to be a really good showdown.
Speaking
as
about
we've also
subbing,
got
everyone on
Plankton
Twitch
coming
subbing,
in
appreciate it,
to tank
guys.
lineup
And
as
following.
we head over to our next map. And since Team Japan had lost that control map, they get the advantage of taking us to this map that we go to next. Surely they've got.
Oh,
a
hey,
specific
Beth!
game plan
Beth is in the
mind.
chat. How you
Do know
doing, Beth?
what? They might be a little
Oh,
bit
speaking
thrown,
about
a
that.
little bit flustered by the swap coming through, because when we normally see Lambda, he's like, okay, they're gonna be playing Pharah or Echo, so we're gonna put our off tank in to be able to play something like the Diva. We're going to have our hits can pick up something like a Cassidy or an Ashe, or maybe even try and match projectiles with an Echo or Pharah of your own. What do you do when Lambda's in the support role?
I don't know. Like, maybe just win because he's not good at support? I'm just kidding. We don't know. We don't know. Maybe he is good at support.
Dustin, I'm pretty sure that when we've actually seen DPS players flex onto support roles in the World Cup so far,
sounds good. Thank
they
you.
have a 100% win rate.
Okay, that's because they got carried by their
Backbone
team.
won his map. W Maymoon won his map as well.
I don't have a
Backbone is,
dent,
actually
chat,
a good
bro. I
support
don't
player,
have a
though. That's
headset,
that's
man. What are you
different.
talking
All right,
about?
he's a support player first, isn't he? Like, he's good. He's a good support. I don't know. He's like a top 10 support in the world, maybe.
Nah, you guys are assholes, bro.
Am I wrong? Wrong in saying that, Mox?
I don't have a
Oh,
dent.
he's good, but listen, Lambda. This is it's more
Do I have a
crazy
dent?
Lambda switching over to support, though. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Because,
I
like
have
we
a
said,
dent?
Lambda is normally an Echo and a Pharah, and that means projectiles. That doesn't really cross over easily to something like an Ana or a Baptiste, but we'll have to see. As it does look like we're probably going to get to see a couple of highlights coming through from the matches that have been played.
I
so
do not
far,
have a
because,
dent in my
Dustin,
head, chat.
We've seen a whole lot of really good plays coming through from both of these teams. Quartz picking up that Bastion, absolutely melting through with the help of that amplification matrix, and you can see as well KSA in the front line doing his job, creating so much distraction that no one keeps an eye on the Bastion, and as a result, everyone falls down.
You got a
Quartz is
pothole, I see it.
absolutely one of the
Yeah,
best
this
players,
isn't.
one of the best hit scan players
This
in the world.
isn't,
and, you know, obviously proving it on
Come
the
back,
world
man.
stage today. And you know that's why I mean they're
Pothole
doing some
central,
interesting
dude.
subs on both sides as well. With Plankton coming through on the tank, Moxie. I mean, what do you think the strategy is coming to Route 66? Because obviously it's going to play quite differently than the likes of Busan.
Yeah, normally
J3
from Team
only shows
Japan,
his
we've
pothole
seen
on his
KSG,
OnlyFans. I'm
he's
not
been
even- I'm
very
just not
much
gonna read chat
their
anymore.
forward tank player, right? He's been
Yo, look
playing
at this guy,
Doom
he's
Fist to a
juggling.
really crazy degree.
Oh,
as
this is
well
our first
at
time
6
seeing
months.
Route
So
66.
I'm very excited to see what
I'm
exactly
excited.
Team Japan are going to be fielding. Maybe this is when we're going to see them actually push towards something like a dive composition coming through. Something
excited.
Like a Winston or a Diva. If you think about how Route 66 is, there's a lot of high ground. You also have to remember as well, we are playing on reworked Route 66.
Reworked
which I am
Route 66,
incredibly
chat.
happy about, because that means that the doors
Bang.
immediately close shot when I'm trying to line of sight all of my wonderful teammates in front of me as Anna.
We'll see what happens on this map in particular. Obviously, Japan, you know, maybe going to play a bit of a different play style, considering the fact that they have Plankton in as well. And You know, I don't know. Am I rocking this storyline a bit too much, Moxie, with the fact that Labda on support is insane? Like, Japan surely are going to take advantage of that, right? I mean, that's unless there's a set strategy for Saudi Arabia. I've never seen this guy play support.
Yeah, it's definitely a curveball for sure, and that is going to be something that is probably going
This
to...
guy's having way too much fun juggling, bro. I love it.
I mean, these teams, these coaches, these analysts, everyone behind
I juggled on my stream before. Chat, you guys know I could juggle, right? 3. I could juggle 3 balls.
Watching through all of these VODs,
sometimes
like
even
the
4.
Talked about, because Team Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is essentially Twisted Minds. There is a lot of tape on this team, on all of these different strategies that they use, and that is a huge advantage for these teams when they're coming into the World Cup looking to prepare, looking to try and figure out how exactly they're going to try and take this team down. And the one thing that you can do that immediately swerves all of that preparation is by throwing in such a curveball as having your Echo and Pharah star player coming out on a support role.
Okay, let's see this.
How he does. And, you know, on top of things, Moxie,
let's see this.
Both of these teams obviously are preparing a lot for this tournament, doing a lot of scrimmages and practices against each other, right? I mean, a lot of the viewers of the stream maybe
oh, what's up, Oracle? How you doing? I want to see the juggle. Hey, Oracle, you're here. Oh, shit. Now I feel bad.
To win the World Cup.
I saw your name earlier today, but I guess it was like a replay.
All of these teams competing really want that baby in their pocket, not in their pocket. It's a big thing, huh? I mean, they'll probably have it on their shelf.
Are those hand warmers? Those things that they have in their hands? Yes, those are little hand warmers.
Trophy case.
You think Super does that?
You buy a trophy case. If you pick up that trophy, you buy a trophy case dedicated to it, and you put it at like the front door. Like the second that you open the front door and walk into the hallway, you want that to immediately be on display for everyone who walks into your house.
Hopefully, it won't be like the early days of r/double lift trophy case, but you know, maybe it is. Maybe for both of these teams, obviously neither have won World Cup just yet, so kind of looking like DL's trophy case. Route 66, the second map we're going to.
Okay, chat, you guys ready? Route 66. Let's see it.
And Mihawk in the same frame, huh?
I mean, that boat already has a hole.
Oh.
I don't know. That's one that Mihawk's already prepared earlier.
All right. Yeah, maybe. Defensive side, Japan we're just rolling out with this composition with the Sigma for Plankton instead. Interesting enough, you know, having that sub come through. Also, Mihawk on the Ana. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia obviously have a bit of time to decide what composition they want.
Nice.
Until we get to see the run it back of KSA on the Roadhog. The last time we got to see this guy on the Roadhog, we were literally moving into Overwatch 2 off of the back of Overwatch 1. And at the very beginning of Junker Queen on release, no, there it is. There we go. I was going to say, he ran the Roadhog to be able to counter the Junker Queen, given the fact that she has no way of being able to block that hook. Unfortunately, Sigma does have a shield that he's able to put out in front of him, so KSA will mirror Plankton on that matchup.
Saudi Arabian team moving towards that payload. Labda over the top on Baptiste. Actually, I think I have seen him on Baptiste before. He's a pretty good Baptiste in his own right. A lot of these DPS players are, like you mentioned, Moxie. Saudi Arabian team actually moving forward underneath the bridge, given some space here. Meanwhile, UB sticking towards that Symmetra of all picks under the gas station already, just constantly spamming those right clicks, which were, I believe, just recently buffed.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. How do you guys feel about that sim buff? The sim buff going to 100 damage for right click? I hate it. I think it's dumb. I think it needs to be nerfed.
Saudi Arabian team get wiped by Japan for the high ground angles.
What an insane hold so far.
Against the Sigma, punishing again, just like Diva. The fact that that ship does not.
I wonder if they're gonna keep the sim though. I don't like the sim on this map.
As a result, there's just so much pressure on KSA's shoulders from the Echo, especially given the fact that UB, like you said, sticking on that Symmetra, trying to just cross out the mega health pack for Team Japan to try and take advantage of if they do get pressured by some of this poke coming through from Quartz.
Teleporter onto the inside. Oh, aggressive flank from Surmajet. Nade, no! It's a bit too thick.
That nade, dude. He almost has Nano, though.
Nano boost also still being built. KSA does have control of that objective. Japan realizing the situation there, want to go forward. Nico finds Lapta again early. 2 times in a row now. The DPS player turned support has been picked. Now,
the prediction sleep.
The sleep dart from Mihawk, thinking somebody's going to take that teleport. Quartz, though, does trade back Nico. who found his teammate earlier. The cart's still being pushed, by the way. Mihawk drops the anti grenade.
He has to use that nano, dude. He's gonna have to use that nano.
Mihawk has the nano boost.
There you go.
Huge kill to find Surmajet, able to find Mihawk, but it's after he got the nano boost. Captive Sun by Surmajet. Does it find the value on the low ground? Doesn't look like
Two
it just
Sigmas,
yet.
dude. Two Sigmas from Japan.
KSA catches Q-Loud in the sky as well, but eventually in the sky, Q-Loud finds Quartz.
Oh, does he get his? Does he get? Oh, that's a big copy flux.
Japan catches.
Oh,
the side of Saudi Arabia.
Yuki, bro, that was disgusting. I don't think they should be playing Sim, bro. The Sim, I don't think is a great pick. Besides the wall, but he almost has wall. But it took him almost what 2.5 minutes to get that wall. He's gonna use the wall once, and then probably if they don't win the team fight, he's gonna have to switch, and then there's gonna be like 30, 45 seconds left. That's actually really bad.
Online. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia coming in with an overclock. We'll have the Symmetra wall to be able to block out some of this poke from both the Echo and the Sojourn on the other side, and they drop it immediately on the engagement.
There's that wall. Blanken waiting to use that riveted clutch.
Oh, he has to hit those right clicks, bro. You have to hit those right clicks.
Stun can come through. Quartz able to find Mihawk, though. Yubi goes solo, does have the double pocket on the backside as well. With a minute left remaining, Yubi goes to make a health back.
You guys hear anything?
Realizing it's gone, but Quartz over the top, been able to do so much. Yuki's able to find one, but I mean, he can't do much there. When Quartz is hitting the shots, he is. Saudi Arabia will capture point A and look for stagger kills on Japan.
Oh, yep, that's gonna be a stagger onto your Alari. That's really unfortunate. Team Japan now going to be lacking that ultimate that they wanted to be able to force Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to playing a little bit more defensively. As you can see, they know that the Alari's not in position. They're immediately going to teleport onto the high ground. So now Quartz gets to be the one that fires first every single time these engagements occur.
Right, I mean, just setting up Quartz, making sure he is in position to succeed. Plankton walks out. Takes a little of that pressure. Nico goes forward. Nice captive Sun from Q-Loud just to shut down Quartz. Also, Sherman gets hit. Has the immortality code, so even if that blows up, he surely will stay alive. KS stays. Mihawk too, so Saudi Arabia actually dealing with the ultimates of Japan relatively well. Oh my god, overclock by Nico. Can he even find the kill on the low ground? He is. Eventually, Labda will go down. Overclock is too much to deal for that Baptiste player, but Nico going aggressive into UB's beam. Are they able to trade it back though? Yuki able to get one also onto KSA though. Quartz with the overclock of his own over the top. Gets the damage into Plankton. Also has Sir Majed there, and we're getting a pause mid-team fight too. As it looks like Saudi Arabia are winning that team fight and Japan kind of going for a soft reset.
Yeah, so that was a very aggressive play, yes, from Team Japan with that Sojourn power slide, but it's actually incredibly similar to what they did with that Sigma, both yesterday against France and also in the first map, when we were seeing them use that Sigma to just bait out a lot of the aggression and forward positions coming through from Team Saudi Arabia, because what it basically does is, it dangles the Sojourn on a string saying, okay, you can get this player, but the Sojourn before you go down actually does enough damage to push their health bars below 50%. And that then gives the go sign for your Echo to come in with the focusing beam, because remember, Echo is absolutely terrifying any time that your health is below 50%, because it means that that focusing beam does 175 damage per second instead of 50.
Going back in now, and you see Japan, at least for Japan's side, they need to really get a hold here. Look at Kuki.
Did I know Kuki's there?
Yeah, he's hiding. He's hiding. He's stopping the cart, actually, so they should know he's there. Now he has to back up because he's checked. With the likes of Saudi Arabia, Quartz over the high ground as well, just checking on the inside. Plankton has to come back all the way from spawn still. Allowing Saudi Arabia to kind of get this more momentum. Nades committed onto Sir Majed. Can't get the kill on him either. Has the heals over the top, though, so he's not punished. Perfect positioning from the likes of Kyuki. Also very close to an ultimate. Nano boost available for Japan. Goes for it on the Echo. Plankton goes so low, and he falls. But Kyuki will trade back. Sir Majed, also an amazing sleep dart from Mihawk. Kyuki's there with the follow-up in the Nano boost. Court still able to get one. Does he have enough team help here? He's got Labda on the Baptiste pocket, but there's too many shields in his face at the moment. Labda actually pops the ultimate. Kyuki gets taken out of the copy, and Quartz gets the shot, and KSA is putting this cart into the objective. Now they have 2 minutes and 45 seconds in the last phase, and the stagger kills on top of it.
There's that star power that we know and love from EMEA contenders. Court's on absolute fire at the moment with the Sojourn. Lambda coming in absolutely clutch as well with the amplification matrix as KSA is able to pick up that point and take us to point C. Yubi again has that symmetrical wall to make this engagement a little bit safer from all of the poke contests coming through from Team Japan as Cloud, unfortunately, not going to be able to save Kuki from the Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about before, Quartz. Nice shot from him. Now the cart's still pushing forward, entering last fight territory for like Saudi Arabia. Overclock also available, and the shield as Captive Sun's got to be huge for Q Loud if Japan wants a chance. They drop the shield first, though. Saudi Arabia into the Overclock. Captive Sun to the sky. Actually looks for the Sojourn. Quartz gets hit. Looks like comes on the outside as well. Still healthy. It takes down Kuki in the sky. That was the carry of Japan. Plankton. Gravitic flux from him. It's the damage through. Nico's able to take out Yubi, but Surmajet's found Cloud, and Saudi Arabia still have that person advantage in this fight as well. Nanabu's still available from Japan. They're healthy on the outside, taking it slow, but they lose Nico. Oh no, that's a horrific pick for Japan. Nanabu's still available. They use it on Kuki. Goes into the sky. Needs to find a kill. Quartz is able to get one on the Plankton. Immortality field here. An anti-hits, but the peel is far too much. Surmajet with his own Captive Suns find Q-Loud. Quartz finds Mihawk. Nigo comes in to do nothing at this point. And Saudi Arabia capture out with a minute and 11 seconds.
Yeah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia just forcing Team Japan into trying to contest with that nano boosted echo.
Chat, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Oh,
there we go. Okay, cool.
Unfortunately, it's only
All we had to do
respawning
was just do
members
that.
who are going to be able
Can you guys hear me?
to actually make it onto the payload and try and stop it from picking up that
Welcome
finish
back,
line,
chat.
and that just does not happen. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be able to full push with time still left in their bank as well.
Can you guys hear me?
Team Japan,
You guys can hear me. Where's the sound at,
slow
though?
them down a lot of the way through, a lot of it coming down to them being able to control all of those lanes towards A and B. So it was a lot of a faster push. Now Team Japan have to be able to set a blistering pace themselves, because if they get slowed down at any point in this map, Dustin, it's not going to be a fun time for any involved.
Yeah. I mean, you called it. It's exactly what I think is that, by the way, as we look back at the highlights, Quartz was doing so much work. But you can have as good of a point and hold on A, you know, as any team. Like
my stream has sound, but I don't have
2
sound.
minutes on first point. But if you can't even get a single team fight win on streets or last, like, it's just not going to go well for you. And it's obviously not going to go well for you against the likes of Quartz doing what he did on Soj.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it as well was down to Yubi just coming in with those symmetrical walls at the very, very start, right? Because it means that you don't get those poke kills coming through. You don't have to worry about, okay, maybe we're going to get picked off by the Echo on engagement. Maybe we're going to get picked off by an Alari on engagement, or Sojourn with that alt fire, where you're constantly having to not just alt track, but also alt gun fire track as well. And whenever I talk to support players who are traditionally the players who are supposed to try and alt track and alt fire track, the thing that they say is the most annoying about running into a Sojourn is having to double up on those counts. It depends how you want to play your defense.
I have sound.
Right? If you're worried about that poke phase coming through, then you can use the Symmetra teleport to just sidestep a lot of it, right? The way that we were seeing Yubi on point A, the time that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia took to actually try and put those pushes together was because they were waiting for things like the cooldowns, and also for Yubi to be able to teleport into a position that he can try and distract Team Japan, allowing and buying the rest of the team a little bit more freedom of movement. And it looks like Kingdom of Saudi Arabia want that freedom of movement. They don't have the Lucio if they want to be able to out-rotate this Echo and the potential flanks coming through from Cloud on the Alari and Nico on the Sojourn. They need the teleport to be able to get themselves safely and quickly around the map.
Pan setting Plankton up towards the upper cave side. Oh my god, Nico gets chunked as soon as peeking the corner.
I missed so much. I'm so sorry. I missed so much of this. Okay, so Team KSA capped with 1 minute and 11 seconds left. Okay, cool. Now it's Japan fighting for attack.
Thermojet and Quartz on the left flank. Just against Q-Loud, Kuki comes through to try to help his support player, but a lot of that health pool is lost. Nico, though, comes through from the main side. Thermojet gets poked down, but showing that professional support prowess is almost able to keep Quartz alive, but Kuki eventually will find
Yuki
him,
is popping
and
off.
On to Surmajet as well, so nice 2K from Kuki. Now it's just stagger cleanup here. I mean, they've already gotten the cart push. Kuki finds 3.
Oh, Chad, did they stay on Symmetra for the whole game? I wasn't paying attention.
He does. That's 4.
Is the Symmetra working? They have 80% in like a minute and 20, so
Yeah,
it's
and
actually really good.
fast as well. That's huge because both
stayed
of
on
these
Sim the whole
compositions are
time?
trying to
Really?
poke each other to find those
Jesus
first picks.
Christ, okay.
Whoever loses the fight, especially the attacking team, is going to be so much out of time in comparison. And because they're able to find those picks and the staggers off of the back of it, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have to give up point A, and they're still getting staggered.
Oh, nice shots by Cloud, dude. To trigger the captive sun. That's crazy.
Yeah, solo ulted Surmajet there. Labda is able to take down Kuki, but it's after the point was captured. 4 minutes and 40 seconds left here. Team Saudi Arabia got some ultimates for this one, Mox.
They've got high ground as well. We saw how important having that high ground can be for the Sojourn to be able to control the tempo of the defending team's engagements. And because Kingdom of Saudi Arabia have been able to claim it, they are trying now to keep Nico in check.
Oh, TP!
Oh,
right
that
Kuki after he went for that kill. Grenades connect onto Yubi, so
they traded.
1 for 1. Kuki on the outside as well. Does have the copy, so if he does go low, can immediately do it. Card has not been stopped yet. Now goes for the copy. And Zalori hit by the Captive Sun as well, but does have a lot of healing on the inside. In fact, Surmajet goes low, but oh my god.
Surmajet, by the way, chat, that is a healer, by the way. That is classified as a healer. Just want to let you guys know. It's crazy.
That kill. Labda's wall onto Nico, and yeah, this is going to be a wipe now for the likes of Japan. Saudi Arabia have a good hold here.
Why is everyone typing support? Yes, I know you, chat. You guys are watching me and supporting me. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate it, but that thing right there was a healer.
Still, so he doesn't get staggered out from the rest of his team. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with this high ground control, they've also got the Symmetra turrets set up as well. If Team Japan try and dive onto that high ground to take it away from Quartz, this is going to be really tough for Team Japan to break without using an ultimate. They don't have the nano boost. They do have the Captive Sun. They've also got Plankton with the signal flux, but Quartz is looking for that off angle.
Yeah.
Are you live on Twitch? I'm on both YouTube and Twitch.
An absolute thorn in the side of Team Japan because there's so much time that they're spending having to make sure he doesn't pick someone off an approach.
Japan going for the good flux above the building, connects onto everybody, but they have double lamp here. Or they have a lamp and a pylon, rather. KSA able to find Nico 2. Surmajet over the top, able to get 2
KSA
with the overclock from Quartz. A lot of, or at least the overclock committed in the Symmetra wall with their Gravitic Lux for Team Saudi Arabia, giving them this fight win and a nice 4K for Surmajet.
Really smart stuff coming through from Yubi, using that Symmetra wall to keep everyone safe when the Signal Flux comes through. It also means as well that Surmajet's pylon is not immediately chunked down by Kuki on the Echo, who's been trying to send as many stickies as possible to take that pylon onto cooldown as much as he possibly can. Because look, Quartz gets to play super aggressively because the pylon is out of line of sight. If he takes any dent in his health bar, the pylon immediately heals him back up.
Come on, Nico. Nico's been dying first for the past few times.
He just ran onto Nico on the inside there too. Labda does get his lamp off to avoid the follow-through damage of the Captive Sun, negating Japan's engagement.
Okay, let's see what Sir can do here.
At the moment, this could be rough. Mihawk does find Labda at the very least. But there's far too much healing here. Far too many people for Team Saudi Arabia. Kuki's able to get one, gets the copy too, so he's going a little bit crazy at the moment. Does get taken out of the copy by Quartz and killed, so Kuki is able to find Quartz finally.
You know what's really crazy? That they're putting their Alari and their
Team Saudi Arabia still have a solid defensive hold here.
Like their Alari and their Echo are probably like together a lot, and that's a lot of healing and damage right there.
They do have the nano boost to give on to Kuki so that the Echo can try and jump
I'm
onto
still Team
someone,
Japan all the way. I believe in them.
Incredibly low. Kuki has to be able to pull this flank off, and he's not able to bait out Immortality Field.
Oh my god, with the overclock, Nico's able to find one. Surmajet with the Captive Sun does get Mihawk, and also UB finds QK. Bart is being pushed, but a minute left so far. Quartz gets the high ground too, has that pocket. Plankton goes low, needs that support, so that's going to leave Nico exposed towards the Mega Health Pack. I mean, he's going to have to run with some cooldowns in a second. He does so, but look who's coming up with the Gravitic Flux. It's KSA, and Labda finds Kuki for free. Now they just run on the inside. 47 seconds left. Gravitic Flux available, and they're up a member. Saudi Arabia looking to go on the inside. Make a health pack. Cloud actually finds Labda. So that's one. Nico also gets a connection onto Lambda or onto Soma
Did he
Jet.
hit anyone with that?
Maybe this Captain Sun Clown goes, but Quartz
Simwall
finds
is really
in the
strong,
sky,
man.
even without using his overclock, but he's the last one here for Team Saudi
Simwall
Arabia.
is really strong,
He tries to live on the outside. Eventually, QQ will find him. Do they recontest here, Moxie, with ults?
If they try and go through these alleys, they play into Plankton with the hyperspheres. He's going to be able to
KSA
use
should
that
be able to
build
contest. They have the
into that
ults to
prophetic
do
clutch
this.
to stop them
Japan
from
doesn't have
trying to
anything
stab them.
besides
Teleport.
maybe Flux if he gets it.
Can fake out this position and jump onto the backline.
Yeah, they
They're
actually
even,
use it
4-4.
to connect onto Nico. So Nico goes down, but Kuki does find one. Overclock for the top.
Oh, what a shot.
Kuki dead.
Yeah, that's nuts.
On to the rest of Team Japan.
Damn, bro. KSA showed up today.
No anime powers today.
I knew KSA was going to win today. I voted for KSA.
Victory over Japan.
Yeah,
Man, my prediction skill is like always on top, man. I don't think I've ever missed a prediction.
Even when you're using something like an ultimate where you think, okay, we're immediately going to have an advantage, you gave Quartz a bird's eye view on that Sojourn.
Oh, so yeah, you can't see the other table over there, so they are playing in front of John. I love that, dude. That's cool.
Not the Baptiste, so they don't even have an immortality field to be able to put down for themselves the second that the Sigma ult goes out, and Quartz just starts shooting and doesn't stop until the map is done.
Yeah, and Moxie, I want to see if you agree with me here. I mean, it feels like both of these teams, obviously Team Saudi Arabia got the 2-0 win, but they have a very similar play style, right? It's like that awkward DPS carry kind of thing. And it's happening with both teams, obviously. Saudi Arabia have a very good team, but they both have kind of awkward play styles, right? It's going to be a hard matchup.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this is a team that very much know how to play around their DPS hyper carries. You look at Twisted Minds, the way that they give so many different leg ups to either
I gotta give you guys your predictions.
I mean, you were seeing it. Quartz was getting so many abilities.
Saudi Arabia just run a lot of channel points, bro.
For that high ground on point B, that was just allowing Quartz to go as aggressive as he wanted because of the absolute insane.
That's crazy, bro. That is crazy.
That has all the way across the map.
That's
and
crazy.
It's always out of line of sight. The only way that unfortunately Team Japan were able to try and contest it was if they sacrificed the Echo shift.
Who's next? Team USA plays, right?
To try and remove it with a high vantage point of their own.
Team USA
I know the desk all predicted for Japan, but we still had a close, good series, although it was a 2-0
Mexico against
for Team
Colombia
Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
Desk, what do you have to say about that series? It was a fun one at the very least.
It sure was, Dustin and Moxie. Thank you guys so much for calling all the action. Great first look for Team
Well, that was
Saudi
2 matches,
Arabia,
by the way, chat. I think we
and
changed
that should
casters.
make
I
everyone
love
who's
Dogman's
cheering him
casting.
on very excited for the matches
Used to be my.
moving
I used to play against him.
What?
Competitively.
What
So glad
explosive
to,
DPS
I'm glad to see where all the
team.
players are.
Quartz guys
Like
way
ending up.
left and right and front and center. Let's take a look at the highlights to see how Kingdom Saudi Arabia got the victory here, Johnny.
I mean, this is kind of what we expected. There was a little bit of hope here on the desk.
Oh,
100%.
I'm fueled. I'm like amped up on hopium. My body's like 10% water, 90% hopium.
Yeah, there's a fragrance of hopium in the air, at least in my room where I'm sitting over here. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, quite a bit of hopium for Japan. They were a lot of fun yesterday, but I mean, Saudi Arabia were the favorites going into this.
J3 mod me and I'm ready for you.
They've dominated in
I'm not ready
European
for you,
contenders
man.
all year, and they kind of keep that up in this matchup right there as well. Quartz on the Sojourn looking really good. They didn't even care that they didn't get to play some of these very strong Pharah maps, which is their kind of go-to style, right? Like they can get it done in this kind of.
When does the World Cup finish? World Cup finishes at BlizzCon.
So
BlizzCon is Friday, Saturday, so the World Cup finishes on Saturday. I'm gonna be streaming all the games and whatnot, so. And I'm pretty sure, chat, I'm gonna try to wake up early on Friday and then try to get in so I can stream the opening ceremony and everything.
You know,
so we
Japan
have
tried. I love how
so we
Dustin
can all
at
watch
the
it
end said
together.
the power of anime wasn't enough. But hey, we're still rooting for Japan. You know, they're a fun team.
It's enough to get us on board. You know,
Thank you for having a viewing party. It's great to watch it with you all. I love doing co-streams. I hope later on. I don't know what's going on with the league and everything, but I hope
now, of course,
they do
Kingdom
stuff
Saudi
like
Arabia and Japan.
I don't know, like other like Valorant
W,
and other
Japan
things
taking
do.
their
I want
first
to see
L,
more.
and,
I want to
that
do more
means we
co-streams. I think it's
only
really fun
are
with chat.
left
And
having to take a look at
Canadian, I
USA
appreciate the
from that
massive
group,
50
so that is
gifted
going to
subs.
happen. We're very
Absolutely
excited
insane.
That.
I appreciate it.
However,
and everyone
for our
that's
next
new
match,
subs,
we're
new
heading
following,
back to
new
Group
primes. Appreciate it, guys.
A, so that is going to come up. And also, once again, I want to remind everyone to get involved. You know, join in on the conversation. Let us know who you're cheering for. Who's your favorite
Post
player?
with
What team
hashtag
are you
Overwatch
rooting
World
for
Cup
in this
2023
year's
chat. So you guys
Overwatch
can
World
say,
Cup. Make sure to include the hashtag.
you guys should do the hashtag, hey, Jay3, stop cheering for my team. You're cursed. Hashtag
Overwatch from you. Now coming up next, Team Mexico and Team Colombia are both trying to get the first W after a rough first day in their group stages. We're going to break down the action after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Okay, chat. Mexico against Colombia. I'll start the prediction in a little bit. Are the finals in the arena? Yes, I think so. I don't know, bro. I'm just here co-streaming. I don't know what's going on. I'm just a streamer, bro. I don't know anything. Does it look like I have answers to anything, chat? I could give you guys, the only answers that I know are my hot fucking food takes that you guys are all watching me for. My food takes are probably top notch. Like I have the best taste in the world. Wait, what do you mean sure? Wait, what? Crayons are not food. If you actually had to eat a crayon, which one would you eat? I think I'd eat orange. I think orange would be delicious, right? Red? Why red? Red for like cherry? Cherry is disgusting. Jay3 curse is real. He cursed his own hairline, his own height, and now all the teams. How about... Oh, if that's the first time message, by the way, well, you can just, like, you know, send it to the actual shout around. Oh, no, do it. Ah, there you go, Sabina did it. Okay, chat, I have 40 seconds. I'm gonna be right back. I'm going to the bathroom.
What's up, friends? We are getting ready for match number 3 of day 2 in the Overwatch World Cup 2023 group stages.
What do you think told me?
They are being played in a round-robin format. So
Chat, Meg went on my computer and typed meow, right? Nah, that's crazy, bro.
Have already had their first games in day number 1. Unfortunately, both of them had to take an L there. So it will remain exciting to see which one gets the first W. And here is what they're playing for. We have, of course, a crowd-funded prize pool on the line this time around, which means up until the very end, we do not know how much money is on the line, which is very, very exciting. Yeah. You too can contribute and support your players by purchasing this wonderful bundle, which includes the 2 skins you see featured here. Weapon charms, that's
fun fact.
That's Johnny's favorite, as I just learned.
The name cards are cool too.
I love doing that to people, and people can't see the map the same anymore.
Enthusiasts in chat, let us know. I'm just excited to rock those skins. I'm a skin kind of person, you know.
Same.
But I'm excited. I'm excited for everything. I'm just an excited person, I guess. Like that's just it. I'm also excited for groups. That's right.
J3 should be in the World Cup since he's the #1 tracer. I tried to play in the World Cup, but they said that I'm too tall and jacked, so I can't play in it.
Is the team from China and of course Team USA.
They have a height. They have
Everyone
a height
else has already played their first matches, and those 2 teams I've just mentioned will be having a go at it today as well. Now, heading into our next match.
I gotta do predictions. I gotta do predictions.
Mexico and Colombia, both of them took a L yesterday, but arguably against the 2 teams in their group, which we all expect to come out on top. So I very much hope that this is going to be a more even playing field for both of them. Let's take a look at the starting lineup, starting with Team Mexico. Johnny, what have we learned from their match yesterday?
Well, I was gonna come out there and just be like, this is what they want to play. This is what they can play.
Okay,
this
chat,
is what they
I started the predictions. Who do you guys think is going to win? Team Mexico against Team Colombia.
So, we don't know quite
This is going to be a great match. I think,
for example, here, we're seeing them play this slower Orisa.
I'm going to be honest with you, I'm rooting for, I think,
specific round here on Busan.
Something is telling me to go for Colombia. I mean, not Mexico, but I think I'm going to go for Team Colombia here. I think Colombia is probably... They were looking a little stronger yesterday.
I don't think they got to really play their game yesterday because Finland is such a tough opponent. And obviously, we talked about Finland, how strong they are, slowing things down with Vestola, playing some of these off-tank heroes and their May play as well in particular. So, haven't seen the best shade from Mexico yet, but maybe.
By the way, and Canadian, pretty that's a good sub. I see you taking first place.
Colombia. And I mean, speaking of not being able to put your best foot forward, Colombia, they were thrown a wrench into the wheels because they had to replace their star player EQO heading into the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, EQO unfortunately couldn't join the team, so
Super Gomez is a really great tank player.
Cersei had to fill in.
I don't know, man.
We're going to see
I think this
Cersei
is going to be. I think what's going to happen here is that it's going to be the tank matchup. Oh my god, look at that body.
Having to play a tough opponent, South Korea. You know, I think they had some bright moments. They had, you know, they were trying different stuff.
I think it's going to be a tank matchup.
Looks.
Super Gomez.
You know, but this one, it's against Mexico. It's more evenly matched. And one big thing that Colombia has, they got the vibes, bro. You know, if you guys remember yesterday, they were losing, but they were having fun. They were happy to be there. You know,
I think that that's true. Colombia played against.
Yeah.
Didn't Colombia play against?
We talked about it yesterday. I mean, obviously going up against
South Korea. That was not
they
did.
They knew that. They still had fun with it. They still. I mean, it's not like they just threw the towel in and like didn't try, but. They had fun, and you can clearly see that in the player cams afterwards. They were shaking hands, they were laughing, they were discussing it in between rounds as well. So definitely they came with the PMA. This one should be more evenly matched. I'm very excited to see that team play again. And you know what? I'm all for the vibes. That's why I went with Colombia for this one. I liked the attitude, okay? I want them to win. I want them to succeed. I want them to keep those smiles on the faces. So I gave them a 2-1.
Yeah. I'm big for positive energy as well, but I'm on the other side. I went with Team Mexico. I was rooting for them yesterday. Unfortunately,
who do you guys think? Team Mexico or Team Colombia?
What do you guys pick here? Even matchup. So
chat, you guys 70% of chat
I was in Mexico too in this one.
Let's go!
I really do think that, you know, it was not their best showing yesterday against Finland. But I think today it's a new day. The sun is shining here in California. What's new? Like it always does. But it's a good day. It's a good day. And so I really do think that today is different for Mexico. And they're going to come out there and get their win here in the World Cup. So
you really like hit me with the Michael Bublé New Day Saturday New Dawn kind of energy there.
Exactly.
So, you know, why not?
I know Colombia played South Korea, but still applicable. It's a new day for both teams.
True. That's a fact. It's a new day.
That is factual. So let's see who can make it their own. For all the action, we're going to send it over to Mitch and Matt.
I mean, there's really nothing more profound than pointing out the obvious passage of time. Yeah, did you know you get a day older every time the sun comes up, Matt? I want to leave that with you as well. I want you to ruminate on that.
Yeah, I judge how long time is moving by just the way that you look. If I judged it by Custa, I wouldn't know. Custa, the guy hasn't aged at all.
I aged about 40 years when I had my second kid, so I don't know if that's an accurate way to do it. You're better off following the Mayan calendar, Matt. Welcome back, everybody, of course. With a lot of action going on here now in this clash for Central America, these two teams, Colombia and Mexico respectively, weren't put in the same groups. All right, there was Group A actually had 3 teams advanced. Group B had 2. Mexico had to go up against the United States and Canada. That was a really brutal group to try and play through. They managed to get through in that 3rd place. Whereas Colombia, as we know, actually had a pretty comfortable run through that America's Group B. Showed us, obviously, a lot of talent. Yes, slightly different lineup there with EQO. Not so much a factor here. But for these two teams, Matt, they're looking at the rest of their group here thinking, wow, it's South Korea, it's Finland. How do we get amongst this mix of teams now? How do we give ourselves a shot at qualifying to the main event?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough. You just see, obviously both teams on your screen here. You may notice on the left for Mexico, Noe, former professional player, really early on, right?
Oh yeah, Jai, who do you guys think is gonna win?
Inaugural season, is the head coach now.
Yeah, which is fantastic. Naomi obviously has remained very much involved.
Oh, that's a cool keyboard. It looks like it has what's it called on the spacebar? It looks like it's
always from a host.
Cherry Blossoms.
Again, great guy to have.
I like that keyboard
Here, and obviously the mentorship is very important.
the bow in the hair.
A lot of these teams which are showing up with some fairly young, talented players. Having the guidance of Naomi there is pretty important.
Ilios.
Let's jump into the series here. Obviously, both these teams yet to find wins.
Oh, did you guys see? Oh, I have to show
you
guys this thing, but I'm not on my computer right now. It's my computer at home. There's an actual.
The first map actually will be Samoa, so
there's an actual keyboard that has ducks.
We got a wave
and when
going
you
on
push
here. All right,
on
here
the
we
keys,
go.
they quack.
I
need it.
Early on. I feel like
I need it.
No, you only see the wave at like baseball games now. I feel like it's kind of dated.
I'm at home, and I don't
like
think
this. Everybody's
Mexico
happy.
are refusing to be baited into these hijinks at the start of the game. They look a little bit more focused. I think Angel Levado there's just.
So the team loses is going home? I don't think so. It's the best 2 teams in the bracket.
Thinking this was
Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D.
Stage of Samoa, where we will be starting
the last games for this bracket are Wednesday.
Pause, of course.
Yeah, we'll get this one. Sort of looks like maybe.
Look at this guy play right here. Look at the keyboard slant, bro.
Players on Colombia like, bro, I'm ready to play. They've got all their dancing out. I mean, there's nothing else to do here. We saw Samoa yesterday. We ended up, casting it, and really like how the map plays. Like way different in terms of each stage. So curious to see it played with 2
Matt,
different
Mr.
teams.
X and Uber
Types of comps we see.
Yeah,
I especially think
love
how
Matt,
it sort
Mr.
of
X
changed some of the composition requirements.
I love all the casters.
Team Japan, for example, they started off with a Sigma on sort of on downtown, and then we saw things change up a lot when we got to beach, which is obviously a much more like close quarters point with less of that verticality, but still longer sight lines. And then Volcano very different because we have a point that is mostly covered by those barriers here. So again, you really want to try and bully your way in. We saw the Doomfist used to great effect there, and a lot of pressure being put on Poco.
Is it uncommon to see people slant their keyboards in a tournament? No.
There's plenty of options here, and we again have our eyes
especially
set
with
on some
nowadays.
of these
I think it's getting
signature
less and less
styles
because
from
you have
both of these
60%
rosters, and see if
keyboards,
they
you have
can
10
make them
keyless
work
keyboards, or the keyboards are much
Yeah,
smaller.
we've
Back in the
obviously
day,
seen a
you used to
ton of,
slant your
bashing,
keyboards because when you used to play at
across the
LAN, there
board,
wasn't so
here's
much
the,
space on the
map
desk,
set where it
so people
stands
would
now.
slant their
We don't have a
keyboards
loop,
just so they
we
could
don't
have
have a
more
map
room
too.
for their mouse and
Samoa will be on
whatnot,
map
more room
number
on their
1,
desk.
We've seen a ton of
Mangachu, I don't know if you guys remember
Bastion,
Mangachu
early
back in the
on
day.
here.
He was my teammate
At
on
Overwatch World
Kingdom
Cup, to be
Esports,
expected.
not Kingdom
Bastion in a
Esports.
really strong
Renegades.
state. I was
He
curious,
used to play with
if
his
you're gonna
mouse,
see Sombra, like,
his
with the
keyboard
rework,
on
it
his
seems
lap.
like
Like
she's
he would
actually
actually
kind of,
take his keyboard off the desk, put it in his lap, and play like that. And his mouse would be on the desk.
Made her really strong and viable.
Well, so ubiquitous anyway. She definitely still has obviously a lot of strength with what she can achieve with her virus and her focus on individual targets, but perhaps that sort of you know,
I just play with a
overall
10 keyless
teamfight
keyboard.
impact,
I think 10 keyless
limited
keyboards are the best. I don't
to
like
some degree here,
60%.
Matt. So we do see like a brawling
Because
setup,
I like
which
the
we kind
arrow
of
keys
expect,
at least. The 10
on
keyless,
Volcano
the
here,
best
Castle
keyboard.
Already hovering that Orisa. So this is a pretty straightforward composition for Mexico. I like that look here. Colombia,
What's your
do wanna
prediction? You guys want my
poke a little bit,
prediction?
guess,
I
with this
think.
Sigma setup.
I think this is going to be an insane tank matchup. Super Gomez is a really great tank player, and so is Castle.
Mirror
I think
matchups across the board outside of that. For me,
I think Mexico's going to win.
I think Sigma's stronger.
To be honest,
right
I think actually
Team
Mexico's
if you were
going to
to
win.
like say like who is the strongest tank in the game, like overall, I think Sigma right now takes the cake. But I'm curious your POV.
Yeah, look, I think he does well with a lot of pressure being put on him here. You see this first thrust from Mexico? Castle's so durable, and still Colombia able to repel them. I think Immortality Field...
So like I said, I think Colombia's going to win. Like,
the amount of time that you can buy yourself for that incremental damage, and also the crowd control via accretion is really important. Colombia here, send drummer forward, and Paulette, they cannot handle the heat there. It will be a good start.
I just should stop talking,
for me, if you have a like Immortality Field in the mix, right, and then Sigma rotates their cooldowns like properly. I mean, he doesn't even need to do that properly, right? I mean, with like a kinetic grasp with some bastion damage, other stuff, like he can just live. It feels like forever. Where the Orisa like spear spin fortify, and then like you're in a lot of trouble.
And Matrix is up for both our Baptiste players here, and look at how aggressively Colombia are pushing Mexico away from that Immortality Field. But Mexico try and flip the fight with an air matrix of their own. Paulette, they're going to be caught inside the Gravitic Flux, and Super Gomez very comfortable there. What a nice little three-piece.
Colombia is coming off their South Korea loss, and they are looking strong, bro.
To allow him to have great
That's why I rooted for them to win this match.
They sped in with this Sigma setup behind the window.
Yeah, typically like a Sigma, you wouldn't really kind of have like a Lucio with like a speed boost in, right? But start to cut down so much damage as we got a artillery early here.
He went for the Orisa on artillery.
Don't protect you from that cannon barrage. They just send you up into the path of those mortar shells. But
Mexico's gonna have beat here, so should have an advantage.
Double May wall here thrown out. Neither team really having their advance prevented, and the sound barrier now going to come out from Soap. But this is
I think this is probably going to be one of the best games here today, though.
For Colombia's already out of the picture now. The Blizzard also thrown down. Mexico investing
there you
very
go. There you go.
in this fight. They'll get what they came for sure, but sound barrier and Blizzard get expended.
See, told you guys, Team Mexico's going to win.
Connects with everybody on the team. The Blizzard thrown in after that. Colombia, I feel like it's going to be okay with this, though, right? I mean, you give up the point, you get 80%. You come back, you're going to be able to build up like Blizzard Amp Matrix beat of your own. You think you don't need to use all of those to flip the point back, and then they're in a spot to win it. But look at this. It looks like Mexico getting a little bit sneaky.
I like this. Trying to catch Colombia coming out of spawn. This is how you buy some time and bring that clock down. Drummer taken down. Angel Volado able to connect there, and he
nice from Mexico.
Can't even stand within an
wait! Why is Colombia using their Mayolds? Wait, there's no way they actually bring it back. I thought he wasted that.
Colombia have a chance to get back towards the point here. They
no, that was a wasted ult, I think.
And yeah, they'll have a player advantage on point.
Yeah, that's interesting. That you catch a few players off guard. This will be Angel Volado with an artillery here. Sound barrier comes in for Colombia. Connects with 3.
Bixby almost overextending there, able to get back just in time. The ice block absolutely crucial for Chobolux there to stay in the fight.
They almost flipped it. They almost flipped it. They didn't flip it yet, though.
Want to get a piece of this point. They still
That's a huge flux from Super Gomez. Oh my.
And as they come down, Cersei and Mixby able to finish the job. Another huge Sigma play from Super Gomez.
Oh my, that was a big. I told you guys, my team Colombia is going to win.
Keep you alive, right? But it doesn't keep everybody topped up in terms of health. People still drop down to the ground after that flux basically dead. Looks like Soba trying to get on here to contest. Maywall comes in. Oh, comes from underground. Just gets beaten up.
Well, what goes up must come down, Matt. 99% here for Colombia and Mexico. Only have 3 players to work with. Castle under a lot of pressure now, trying to find at least something on Drummer. Hug also staying alive and gets a regenerative burst just in time. Meanwhile, Super Gomez, more solo kills for him. And a great start here for Colombia, working this Sigma composition and great defensive utility to give them enough time.
Who's this guy right here?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? The Orisa, I don't feel like has the sturdiness to kind of like battle the Sigma comp. Quite frankly, I think like the one tank that you kind of...
Okay, he looks very happy playing.
Like Doom, right? If you want to play aggressive, like circumvent the Sigma, like go around, right? You think that could be the answer, but
Are they all
you want to play
in separate
Bastion
rooms,
May?
though, or are they
I think
together?
you gotta play
They're all
Sigma
in the
with that,
same.
and it looks like Mexico to make the change.
They're all in the same room. So they have a desk here and a desk
little bit
here.
harder to brawl
They're
on a
basically
map
looking
like
at
this,
each other
right? The
while
point is not
playing. It's
enclosed
like a LAN.
like
They're
it is
playing
on
basically on a
Volcano,
LAN,
so
but not on the
closing
stage.
from long range, and I want to keep
That
an eye
stage
on,
is the top 8
Angel Vallado
teams.
here
This is
because
the
we
top
saw
16.
the Sojourn matchup be really, really important between France and Japan on this stage, especially with these Sigma
No, in all
setups, you can have a
seriousness,
lot
no,
of space,
I
a lot of
think
room to
Mexico's gonna
breathe
bring this
here.
back.
So
Yeah, both
you
teams are
really
really
need to
strong,
be
though. I
delivering
like
on this
both
Sojourn if
teams'
you're going to be
players.
facilitated to that degree.
The damage output though is so strong though from Colombia, right? With Drummer on the Bastion, like the amount of shield pressure and just overall, it's gonna really test Mexico's healing resources. Right there, Drummer gonna get that first pick.
Yeah, you mentioned that damage output, and yeah, tactical grenade, pretty nasty. Again, Angel Vallado playing this off angle for most of that fight, but the sideline isn't perfect, and there's no ability to really manufacture those insta-kills via railguns. Colombia, for the most part, ignoring the Sojourn outside of sending Mixfy back to check, which is pretty frustrating, and you need your key DPS player from Mexico to have big impact here, even early in the fight. Super Gomez, maybe slight overextension there into Mexico's immortality field. Castle able to deal with Cersei, and Mixfy is on the run.
Wow, great.
Colombia, but
Good stuff. Good
Mexico
stuff.
bite them in.
One of my biggest
some really nice
things that I like
there,
about
able to
this
keep castled
in
up.
this
And
series
I
right
don't know
now
if
is
you
both
caught it,
teams
where
are going
Castle
back and
does that,
forth,
like,
bro.
a
One
little
team
bit
wins
less
one
than
team fight, the other
a
team
half
wins the next
HP
team
start
fight.
to Kinetic
I like
Grasp,
this.
and, like,
It's
his
basically
health
like
bar
a
just jumped up. I mean, just ate up a
like a
ton
tug-of-war
of damage
stalemate.
there. Mexico gets a flip, and they'll have an Ant Matrix here to work with.
Decent spot for her as well. Palet throws it down here, ideally to boost that healing as fighting comes to a head. Drummer comes out of that assault configuration now, looks to head to the lower ground, but sees a Sigma in the way. They're just
oh, that's huge.
Nothing you can do about that one, and a beautiful gravitic flux from Castle to seal the deal. That's 2 consecutive fight wins for Mexico.
Yeah, it looks like Mixfy and Cersei
Wait,
were
did they
actually
use
stuck
Window that
in the
fight?
blizzard
Did they
in the
use Window
flux.
Flux
Like,
and
their
Mail?
bodies didn't really go up that much,
they
but
did?
still took the damage
That's-
from that flux, and the blizzard was coming in.
I think
so
that's too
Mexico,
much.
2 quick fights in a row, and they all jump up to 50%.
Did USA play already now?
Sound
That's
barriers here
next
for
game.
both sides. But Ant Matrix really paying off by Palet. They threw that down on the top of the point here, and it was really important to deal with that alpha strike damage that came through from Colombia as they aggressively postured.
Oh, that's a nice ult.
Angle here with that overclock.
The
Maywall
off
comes
angle,
out
yeah.
though, Angel Vallado now, and he has the one target to go for, and that's probably not the one you want to face down at that range. Drummer looking imperious as the sound barrier came down. Sopa, not sure what happened there. Not ideal here for Mexico. Super Gomez looks to try and pressure that point in. Chobo
Nice
from behind.
rock.
It's an accretion coming his way. Sigmas now want to face off here. Bear in mind, Mexico still have control of the point after those key couple of fights. Colombia need to try and close this out.
They're actually
But Angel
bringing it
Vallado
back.
still
That's crazy.
uncontested,
Colombia
playing
has
for
the
that
ult
high ground.
advantage.
They'll get another one.
Yeah, he can't take the fight against like Drummer and the Bastion, right? But like in those off angles, like he's able to put down significant amounts of damage as Mexico looking to tie it up.
The low ground and Cersei coming forward. No blizzard available here.
Did he Ajax?
The strike from Drummer doesn't find any purchase, and Cersei had to go and stall. That was the only option that Colombia had. It's such a long walk back. That accretion is perfect.
This is a
Mixed
great
never had a chance
matchup.
to alight on the point. And Mexico, after a slower start, looking much more comfortable here now in the Sigma mirror.
Yeah, no, Colombia did a really good job pushing the pace early on, and then once Mexico got control of the point, that was it. They were never able to get in position as the Drummer at the start was able to get control of that like top bridge area, I would say, and put down some damage. But after that, we're not able to get that Bastion back in position. So see if there's any comp change. Looks like Colombia, they are fully committed. Mexico,
I told you guys, I'm staying by my. I was doing it for the memes, but I'm Team Mexico.
Okay.
I think Mexico is probably
We've seen this before.
like a little stronger. I think it
Obviously
does
from
come
Team
up
Japan,
to
some
the tank
teams just
matchup,
don't like
Castle
opting
against
into the
Super
Sigma
Gomez
mirror.
stuff.
It's probably very positional. It really
Even the
requires you to
DPS.
control that high ground, and if you don't have a Lucio, you just don't have the chance to really fight for it.
I think the
Not
DPS
nearly as
and the
quickly.
tank matchups.
Here come Mexico.
The
So I like
supports are
this here.
both
The
really
Echo
good on
Trace, we've
each
seen this
team.
a bunch from some teams. Very different comps now.
And I think if you're going to play Echo Tracer, the tank to play with it is the Doom. Specifically against these types of comps, Doom has superior mobility, really to even like a Winston and Ball at this point. Even Diva, right? Being able to use the Seismic Slam or the Punch to get out of harm's way.
Angel Vallado's made his way around the backside here on that Tracer.
Nice sleep.
Sleep on Drummer. Looked like that was inside assault configuration as well, so really limiting the DPS output of Colombia in that moment. Cersei is able to poke freely, but maybe doesn't realize the pressure is coming towards him over on the point. And Choblox is able to get in there and extract Hug. with that focusing beam and Drummer's so low, just a strong wind would blow
I told
over.
you. See, the difference between this chat is that you guys have to know, Koth maps are not really like
they're kind of just playing
a lot of
pretty
strat.
much
It's just
together
basically
around
team
the corner.
deathmatch.
Mexico's totally okay with them
match is
playing
what's
that type
going
of
to be
style
really
because they want
interesting
to
to
like poke
watch.
from every direction, right? They want to have Angel Volato on one side, they want to have the Echo on the other, like Castle, you know, just jumping in, putting down some damage, maybe getting a stun off. Now it'll be Colombia with a, now we're going to get like a full-on mirror matchup.
Pulse bomb here for the Brig. Easy decision to make, but it comes up short and Hug's having a shield. It doesn't matter though, because Angel Volato wraps around the back and gets it done the old-fashioned way.
Oh, I love the Tracer matchups.
Hug ain't going nowhere right now. 28% and counting here for Mexico, and good old-fashioned Tracer flank pays off.
Look at it. This man is focused. He's not talking. He's not calming. He's focused, bro. Look at this guy.
A little shot, maybe a little bio grenade there.
That's how I play DPS in tournaments
going
and whatnot. I don't talk. I listen to the comms.
Absolutely elsewhere at that moment. So I'm definitely left on an island there. Make no mistake.
Because he's probably like, look, if I help you, there's a chance I die. So you figure that out.
All right, Drummer now making the switch over towards the Tracer. Fight or so ago. The Duke Brig. This is a pretty scary prospect.
Wow, look at Mexico is running away with this.
Getting up after that one. That's going to hurt in the morning.
The meteor strike was massive. Not even going to be able to build up towards the rally because there's just nobody to attack as everybody falls for Colombia as Mexico's really put it on with this dive count.
I mean, you are reeling after that play. You're on one end, it's a duplicated Brig who has absolutely no reason to worry about self-preservation, and then from above, the meteor strike. That is disgusting. Drummer here in a Tracer duel against Angel Volato. Super Gomez, pretty good purchase there with that seismic slam, rather.
The healing is crazy.
Good fighting grenade, but will that be enough? The rally's ticking. Castle, though, is durable enough not to worry about the anti-heal. And now a nano being handed over to the Brig. That's a scary prospect indeed. Sopa wants to surge ahead here, but realizes that duration is ticking down and wants to stay in a position to benefit the rest of the team. 99 plays 0, and there's a rally up for Colombia. They're going to pop it straight away, and you need to be
There's
looking
no
out for
way.
the tactical
Okay, I was about to say, there's no way that Honor lives, right?
May not need it, though.
That's a good one. Colombia needed to win that team fight.
Tremendous job from the support.
They needed to win that team fight badly.
Mixie and Hug, they keep Super Gomez alive. You even saw in his player cam, he was like shocked he was alive. He was like, wait, what? So he ends up on the ground. He's bioed for a little bit. He power blocks, like gets the nano. I mean, just tremendous stuff, able to keep him up. He falls there. I mean, that is map in favor of Mexico's Colombia now with some signs of life. You have the Sacrificer here up on the high ground.
They only need to win one team fight. Colombia only has Visor.
Getting Troblux out of the fight would be crucial. But look at the pressure on the soldier. They go for the ultimate anyway. They're going to find the kill. Violet Grenade came in towards the back line of Colombia, but Cersei unperturbed. And that'll be enough. The one kill, it's going to have to be enough for now. Cersei still has a lot of room to breathe.
It still doesn't matter, I think. They're going to have wide chat.
So you've lost Mixby here for Colombia, so that's like your largest source of healing out of the way. If you're Colombia, you gotta just sustain on through this for the next little bit. Yeah, this is really aggressive. Wait, where did Drummer go?
Oh,
I was able to turn the shield just in time, Drummer. I don't know. I don't know what happened to the Tracer. That's not ideal. Colombia are gonna have to work.
Wait, they flipped the point. They flipped the point. Colombia has to touch.
A lot of pressure here. The Vita Grenade came in, but they're able to get to safety just in time. Castle now needs to respect it. Good recall timing there from Drummer. That would have been another early elimination as the focusing beam just came in from Chobolux. Super Gomez, mutual knockdown here. Another one.
Oh.
Pressure is pretty scary, but oh my goodness, I don't think Super Gomez intended to fight Angel Volato with that. They just walked into a random seismic slam.
That is, that was, I don't play Doomfist, so that was actually pretty cool. Going up in the air like that to hit back out. That's
will end up staying in the fight. They're going to flip this. But Mexico did end up flipping the point back towards themselves. So like all of this, which could have been like percentage and whatnot for Colombia, could have got them probably up close to winning the game.
Colombia C9ing there.
No, not
worked out
anything,
in the end, but they didn't get any
flipped the points. So Mexico
that could have been probably last fight.
Fortunate there for that to be able to happen. They have a rally and a nano coming in.
I don't know. Mexico. Oh, both teams have ults coming up, but Team Mexico, bro, 5 ults almost.
Both sides. Angel Volato deploys his. No good again. An easy Brig kill would have been great, but shield too strong. Castle in deep trouble. Great Vita Grenade response there from Mixby and the rally with that extra durability. Sopa pops theirs as well, but this is dangerous territory for Mexico to be in. Power that is brought down.
Ults, bro.
Colombia might be able to make a big old comeback here after being at 0% for so much of the round. Trobolux out of dupe. Cersei able to survive the sticky bombs and drop into the bionic
5
field.
ults.
That is going to hurt in the morning. We had a pause called in the final second. That can't be real.
There was a pause at the last fight. What?
Certain that we had a resolution of the round.
Wait, what?
And a pause is still called, I think, by somebody. Oh, World Cup never changed.
Somebody on Colombia, I think, it's maybe an audio issue or something. We'll see what's going on here.
Why would they pause? The only person alive was the Tracer.
And the kicker here?
They had Visor.
I don't know. I would be absolutely I'd be thinking about that if I was going to lose a round and I had to stare at the 100 to 99 indicator on my screen for any length of time.
Yeah, you're like Mexico, you're coming off the respawn range, just sitting there and staring at it. 99, like as they're about to just win. Like, so we'll figure out what's going on.
Well, I think obviously like that. I'm not 100% sure about this, but our game admins have to actually action the pause.
And we had a quick alt tab there real quick.
Alt tab? Okay. Yeah.
They're queuing up the victory tunes on YouTube or something.
Oh yeah, they just had to turn up the volume on the
Not gonna lie, I
lo-fi.
like this keyboard and mouse. Which one? The pink one? The pink one looks clean.
This will be one of the more interesting. Say, hey, we're coming back from a pause. All right, it's over.
It's like you're about to land a knockout punch and you just stop with your fist in front of them. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what happens here. I mean,
if it was boxing, they rigged the scores coming back in, right? I mean, that's
so glad this is happening.
99 to 98% pause. That threw off the whole game, probably.
Love to see that. Tactical visor here from Cersei, though. Definitely wants to try and end this now, but there are no targets.
Oh, nice Helix.
Anything but a target-rich environment, but look at that Helix rocket at the feet of Angel Volado.
If I was Angel Volado, I'd be pissed right now that we had a pause.
No support ultimates to work with. Trobolux coming to the point and the soul to just
for Team Mexico.
For the mobility, if anything else. And it's it's a tough one.
Cersei.
You're walking up to the gallows if you're Mexico after that pause because you know exactly
what
the writing on the wall says. Big comeback for Colombia there on downtown, even though they teased us with it a little bit.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, it felt like we already got the celebration before it actually ended. So now they're not even that happy. But no, really strong performance. I mean, that last round, right? Colombia.
Yeah, look at Team Mexico's vibe right now, bro.
Spot.
That's tough.
You know, Mexico put together a really good lead. It looked like they were doing fantastic with that like dive Mexico. And then Colombia just kind of switched to it and figured it out themselves. So really good.
I wonder what map we're going to next.
Yeah, being able to do that on the fly, I think is a really big deal. The Samoa games that we've seen so far have
I don't know what that pause was. I wonder what happened. Probably someone's mouse or someone's sound, they said. I think it was someone said it was their sound.
Colombia on a dime, make the switch, and come in and play that composition so effectively. It's a big deal.
I don't know. I think that's a weird. In my opinion, they could probably just finish the team fight, then pause. But I guess it was overtime, and they needed it was a very crucial fight.
Yeah, and I think you see even, you know, Arisa's still a really strong tank. I think you just see the power that Sigma brings, right? I mean, just overall can do so many different things. Mexico goes to it in round number 2, and they come out on top.
Yeah, again, we see the great setups on the high ground palette. They get a big amplification matrix there that really just helps that healing through. But this will happen to Drummer, by the way.
No way, he blinked off the map. That is the worst thing to do on like a stream.
It even happened to
everyone sees it.
It happened to anybody.
Okay, if it happened to Daniel Lim, I wouldn't feel bad about it at all. But this was the game state midway through the round. This is after Colombia make that switch up there, and they're able to come back to take Samoa away 2-1 in round score. Very competitive match so
It's fine,
far.
chat. That was a really great end to the first one, though. It was 1-2. It was like 99-99. It was the last fight, bro. I actually can't believe Team Mexico lost with 5 ults.
Coming out on top of their own and ends up like winning it at the end.
5.
They're probably looking at their success in map number 2, right, in that Sigma v Sigma matchup, and then saying, hey, let's take that as opposed to trying to go to another dive map, pick and circuit.
Yeah, more poke comps coming up in Circuit Royale. It's map number 2 in this matchup in Group A between Mexico and Colombia. Don't go too far.
I like the pauses right here, and they're like going through the team fights. It's pretty cool. It's fine, chat. Mexico can bring it back. This is, look, I'm calling it right now. Clip it so you guys know this for future references. Look, Colombia might have won first map. Mexico's map choice, they're going to Circuit Royale. They're going to win Circle Royale. It's going to be 1-1, and then it's going to be the game decider. Mexico's going to win, and they're going to reverse sweep Colombia, and they're going to win. Watch. Clip it. I'm telling the truth. I'm not a curse. I'm literally reading the script right now. I'm reading the script. That's exactly how it's going to play out. Oh, wait a minute. This is some good music. I like this. The curse just activated. I don't have a curse. How many predictions have I got right so far, chat, in the World Cup? Like, not just today and yesterday, like, in all, and like in general. Wait, why are you guys saying like 0 or like 1? I predicted more than that, I think, right? Everyone that's resubbing and prime subbing and gifting subs, appreciate it, guys. It doesn't go unnoticed. I just don't have notifications turned on. You got Japan right yesterday. Yes, I got Japan right yesterday. That's true. I did get 1. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're fine. Oh, ho, 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 ho. J3's prediction is on point as his ranked guesses. My ranked guesses are not that bad. Oh, we got food, chat. That was not me. That was not me. Oh. Ooh. Let your dad predict the next game. I don't think my dad's in chat. I think the last thing I'd said to my dad was like, hey, Dad, I'm predicting the Overwatch World Cup games. And he's like, you're a loser and you'll always be a loser. So you're going to predict all the losing teams.
From top to bottom, like, this Group A has looked like it's been delivering so far. Colombia and Mexico feature in this particular matchup. Two teams naturally struggling against Finland and South Korea respectively. But when it comes to this rivalry here in Central America, they are leaving it all out there. And Samoa was a great demonstration of this. It was a little bit of a slow start, I think, at times for Mexico, but Colombia, I want to put pressure on them here heading into the second map. That's when things really got opened up in a Sigma mirror. Let's talk subs here. Mattis, Hysteria, and Momo come in for Mexico.
Yeah, so 2 subs coming in for Mexico here on Circuit Royal. So should tell you potentially maybe you know they want to have Hysteria and maybe feel like he's the stronger Sigma of the two. Maybe that's also why we saw Castle come out on the Orisa at the start. Then Moen, maybe you don't feel like you need to play Lucio here. You can play a little bit more of a flex support based support line.
Samoa definitely got to show us at least what these two teams were capable of when it came to the Sigma play, and I guess Mexico probably maybe feeling a little bit forced into that position. There didn't seem to be any debate about it when we headed over to beach, although of course Volcano gave you an option to brawl. It's got to be frustrating that Orisa composition doesn't work out. Now in the past on Circuit Royal, we've definitely seen a lot of teams flirt with brawl compositions against the Sigma setup. More than happy to play like Junker Queen or even Orisa at times to try and get up in the enemy's face and deny a lot of that space. Again, in the Australia versus Brazil matchup, we saw them play Reinhardt into the Sigma. And Brazil gave Australia so much room. Australia really got to push the battle lines up sort of essentially for free here. But in a matchup between two compositions that want to poke, we're going to be looking at the DPS. We're going to be looking at a long-range hit scan if Mexico come out of the gates with it.
I do think the comp with the Reinhardt and the Sim like Lucio is really interesting against like the Sigma-based comps.
Please say yes.
I think it's just way harder to execute. That's why like you don't see like anybody really do it at like a. You see a few teams obviously go to it, but it's not like something that everybody can replicate, right? You think back to previous metas like you know, goats. A lot of teams could throw together goats, but like to play it at a really high level, like pretty difficult, right? I think it's the same thing with the Reinhardt base comp with the Symmetra. It's like, yeah, like in theory, like, yeah, we can probably do it, but you know, you have to execute it really perfectly to be able to beat some of these comps where Mexico will come out with double sniper here, so this will be
is what I think
interesting
every team
look.
should be playing, double sniper,
Double
but Colombia's
sniper
running the
feels like a kind of
the
comp
brawl
that's
comp
been
in
like
that room.
gone for a while. I just don't think it has like damage output to be able to burst some of these targets down.
And that might be the issue here as well. We see the switch over towards the Sojourn here. Angel Volado and Chobolux is actually managed to find his way to the back line. This is extremely risky. But again, being able to outposition a Sigma, a poke composition is a huge part of the win condition when trying to, you know, break the powerful poke elements of it up into more manageable pieces. But I mean, you have a Lucio here for the defenders.
Yeah, but look, their Hanzo is all the way at point 2. I mean, if you're Colombia, just leave him there and go. Yeah, like make them just look back and check and just push and just bully them.
How did he get there?
And that's how much flexibility this Lucio setup gives you. It's actually going to be a trade though. Hysteria goes down, so Sigma out of the picture now for the attackers means that Super Gomez can sort of lean into this a little bit more. Chobolux does nothing for the last 20 seconds and then gets kinetic grasp. Much of that damage is being shut down. There's an accretion here, and eventually Colombia come home to roost and deal with the problem of the Hanzo. They made the right choice, but they have a Lucio in this setup, right? So you can be flexible in that regard.
You have somebody turn, kind of mark that Hanzo, push him away, right? You know, Mixby gets right up in his face, pushes him really far out. Then just speed around the corner and take a 5v4.
Here comes a Gravitic Flux here from Mexico. Great wall there. Really makes it impossible to follow up on the players that are held aloft, and the Immortality field is very straightforward for Colombia. So they shrug off that ultimate. Yes, they give up a little bit of ground here, but Mexico's next power play involves this amplification matrix.
Oh, it's a nice May wall there, though, from Cersei, and that's going to be a sound barrier as Colombia wants to go.
That's 2 fantastic May walls that shut down big ultimates on
Bro,
the side
that May.
of Mexico. It doesn't look like much, right?
Colombia is rolling
blow your
right
socks
now,
off
dude.
in terms of its impact in the fight. But first, Cersei shuts down the follow-up on players held aloft inside the Gravitic Flux, and then, of course, it blocks off that Amp Matrix. Great play from the May.
Gotta go get Drummer back in the fight. Squirt the Presidente back in. So Bastion will have the artillery here for this next fight.
Is that the Cersei that's always
dude,
like
you're
in
a great
range
spot for
playing
Colombia, right? You're gonna have everything outside of beat here. I feel like you're in complete control, able to, you know, dominate this corner. What do you got? Transcendence here, probably for Flux coming up.
He's so annoying
I mean, yeah, you want to be inside the Flux. If you're not in it, things can get a little awkward. All right, here comes the Bastion ult from Drummer. Into the Gravitic Flux, excuse me, there from Super Gomez. Got that caught there by the Bastion ult, so perhaps they were just held in place. Angel Volado finally, though, turning up here. It's going to be an overclock that yields 2 kills. Blizzard was committed to the fight as well by Mexico, and they come out second best after spending so much. You can't be feeling good with less than a minute on the clock.
I'm actually really excited.
I like, you know, I love how we have the player cams and everybody on LED. You get to see some stuff where, you know, we're on with Drummer for a little bit, and he's, you know, looking over at Super Gomez's screen where he's gonna flux and know exactly where to drop that artillery right on top.
That is the one cool thing.
Now you have Paul gonna go over and play the Lucio here. Get back in the fight. You already end up using that Transcendence, so maybe a little bit more speed in the mix.
You got one more fight. That's it. Immortality field already down. Hysteria is going to be hit by the accretion. They do get Drummer at the very least here. Can you keep Super Gomez healed up enough before he drops down? The answer is yes, but you don't have an Immortality field from Colombia. You take a ton of damage. Your Baptiste is desperately trying to work to keep you alive.
Mexico.
But
Cap
eventually,
first point, man. Cap first point. Yes.
It's going to give Mexico a window into the rest of this map.
Yeah, it looks like a plot. They had a really nice boop there on the Super Gomez.
I would have felt
him
so
back
bad if
towards
Mexico got full health.
Team Mexico. They're able to finish him off as Mexico barely gets over the line. Though pretty good defense there from Colombia on point A.
Yeah, I mean, it just falls apart. Maybe like, I think it was an early Immortality field from Hug because there was a fair bit of brawling going on in the front line. Maybe like they aren't tracking a Sigma ultimate from Hysteria there. I mean, you really want to have that available. I think Hug does a great job at actually direct hitting Super Gomez when he's in the Flux to keep him above 50%, but just too much damage coming in after the fact here. So Colombia now set their feet behind this Amp Matrix, Matt.
And I was going to say, you knew you could go with Amp Matrix there because you got the May walls out, right? both teams end up using the Mei wall. It's actually really nice use of the kinetic rest there from Hysteria. Actually, like used it like over towards the side, ends up keeping the Mei alive.
You got to back away from that air matrix here if you're Colombia. Yours doesn't quite pay off. Both teams able to avoid them here, but ultimately it's Mexico gaining ground. Cersei, after such a fantastic start, gets called
They
there
do
by
have the mail,
Overwatch.
and
Now
Cersei's
Colombia
actually
have to try
down.
and make this
This
defense
could be a
happen with
really, this is a
four.
good
They
choke
do
to use the
have
mail too. That's
some
big.
ultimate
That's
first down
big.
barrier is going to be there.
That is
It's also available now with the Blizzard also thrown at the
That
start
is
of the fight.
huge.
No chance for Super
Hey,
Gomez to par with
after
that ultimate.
Mexico almost got full health, they're doing
preemption
really
there from
well.
Chovilax to set things
And
up
they
for
still
a
almost got
last
3 ults,
push of
but
the
they gotta
map.
watch out for Colombia. Colombia has
Mexico
4.
finding some signs of life here. And really, it's
I think
once
they're
they
gonna
went
have to
over
try
and
fight.
brought the Lucio back in,
They've
right?
been winning so many team fights, they
Have
should
that
just bait out
speed,
some ults.
close the gap. Really, if you survive. So the thing is like Colombia has an advantage in terms of like a highest potential damage output, right? You would say with the Bastion inside of Wheels mode. If Bastion is out of that, right, then the damage output actually probably sways over more towards Mexico to about even. Where if you can survive this, right, like this is great, right, for Mexico. Drummer uses that early, and then now maybe you can engage.
Down barrier here for Mexico. Colombia holding on to theirs maybe until a more opportune moment, and this is it. Hundo doesn't benefit from it still. Able to stay alive with that immortality field, but Angel Volado has a shooting range at their disposal. Only the 1 kill though for Mexico, and again this aggressive wraparound by DPS is going to fizzle. Angel Volado might not want to hang around, and they choose not to.
I feel like Mexico should have been winning dry fight, but I mean at least they got 4 outside of Colombia.
Off the side, yeah, extremely dramatic. No fall damage, so you think you would live that, but you know,
crazy. Like,
got to be lore reasons.
I mean, trying to record those voice lines must be really tiring. That just occurred to me. You know?
All right, we need you to scream like you're falling from a 100-foot building again.
We've had enough of that from me over the last 6 years.
Oh, I mean, that's every other fight. They got a lot of footage on you.
And Matrix, the receipts have been kept. And Matrix here up and available for Momo. The substitution coming in for Mexico. Paulette, they have been moved on to Lucio. So there's a question maybe of Mexico thinking they didn't need Lucio, or we didn't
huge
worry
impact
too
on
much
Lucio
about it.
as well.
Yep. Drummer here from the high ground, that'll pressure that Sigma barrier way further, slowing up Mexico. We're again under 1 minute. Colombia have done a really good job in these last couple of fights, being able to stave off the attackers, but they don't have any ultimates to work with right now. I know Cersei's desperately trying to accrue another blizzard, but there may not be enough time here. Look at the damage on Super Gomez, and well, Drummer couldn't get inside the immortality field at all. Super Gomez, though, good kinetic grasp that's going to be able to keep them up a little bit longer. It's enough time for Cersei to try and deploy the blizzard. They fall after the fact, though.
That's a huge mail. Oh my god.
Caught in the blizzard, and then the gravitic flux comes down. Hysteria takes an absolute battering.
Oh,
2 versus 3. Will it be enough? Drummer's going to be burned down, and Hugnet comes to the point on the Kiriko. 1 versus 2 won't get it done, and Mexico looking to squeak in. Cersei's back on the point on the Reaper guy, but
there's
no chance to touch there as the Bastion ultimate came through. Very close conclusion to that push, but Mexico get home.
Yeah, I actually thought, Mexico, I mean, they come up super clutch,
I thought
right?
Colombia was going to win,
does a
but they
great
had
job
4
on that
people in the mail, and they
first point.
fluxed it.
And then they really just kind of, once they're able to get that, they do a nice job completing the rest of the map.
J3's
So
predictions actually
now
coming
ball
right.
in Colombia's court here to try and answer. Typically we do see teams get stalled out there at the end of this map. So
and it's crazy. Mexico
can be a
got full
pretty
health,
dangerous
and they just did
situation
all
here
that.
for Colombia.
They're having time to spare after that push. Pretty impressive stuff there from Mexico. Again, like a 2 versus 3. Blizzard in a gravitic flux any other day would be absolutely devastating. We got to hand it to Angel Volado being there on the Bastion to seal the deal. Love that. Really been a competitive series so far.
Oh yeah.
But now Mexico have to convert on a really nice attack here to push us to a 3rd.
I mean, this is what World Cup's about, right? You get all these awesome, like, close matchups. Take a look at this here at the end.
This was actually disgusting tracking. That was
when you
nasty.
say
Look at this guy.
Bastion is strong, this is why.
Remember when we were doing a
here comes the Reaper guy towards the end. It already used the Wraith form to get out of the spawn. Nothing you can do there.
It's like impossible for Drummer to stall. I think they have to use all 3 blinks to get to the point. So Angel
Wait, what
Volado
happened?
just goes
Jay just started touching his
blows
settings
them
and
up
messed it all up.
instantly.
What did I mess up? You guys.
All right.
I just have
Well,
my
could've
mic
gone
not
either
as
way, that
close
one,
to
I'll be
me
honest
because
with
I'm
you.
eating.
Colombia now must finish the map as well and take us to some extra innings. Composition rise. We actually have a mirror now. Bastions from both teams. Maywall thrown up here to try and cut Angel Volado's potential DPS output. And it does put Colombia in an advantage here. They get rid of that immortality field, and Overwatch has fallen. Angel Volado not in a position to put any pressure back.
You know, Angel Volado did a really nice job. We call it in that replay there towards the end with the Bastion grenade. Not to just kind of like get it eaten by that kinetic grasp of Super Gomez, just kind of throws it to the side and kills him with the splash damage. That time you saw it from Mexico's POV, the splash damage that comes in from Jarmer's grenade. I mean, just send like a few of them underneath the bridge up into the sky and chunks their HP, and they all crumble after that.
All right. Good stuff from Colombia there. The main wall pretty devastating for Angel Volado, but this time they just go straight on through it. Immortality field to keep the Bastion standing. Nicely done by Momo. There are a lot of healing to be done in those last couple of moments, and Cersei just gets caught. We might just see Colombia, completely reset here after losing the main.
Yeah, you don't have that May wall to block some of that damage. Almost like there's a second shield. Yeah, this is it's a death reset here. Everybody.
Well, it feels like this is why Lucio is important, even though you are playing a poke composition. You maybe don't think about mobility so much when you're defending with a Sigma setup, but being able to chase like that, get that extra ult charge, and also get some stagger is pretty crucial.
Well, if you have no shield, you have no May wall, right? No kinetic grasp. Like, you need something to, kite some of the damage, right? Especially if they're kind of engaging with a speed boost. Yeah.
Hysteria really reluctant to get this high ground up, and this is why. Gravitic Flux comes in. Oh, this is going to be a killer mix for you. They couldn't do much about that one. They would have dropped and died either way. Hysteria now surrounded, though. The Blizzard may be unexpected. Cersei deploys it, but Hysteria is still able to find a kill on the make here. This is going horribly wrong.
Wait, the bad
Colombia
was floating for so
much
long.
in that
Did
fight,
you guys
and
see
again
that?
get repelled.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge sound barrier there that comes in there.
Putting them back in their spawn.
Got a really nice map there on the Lucio. Landing that sound barrier, pushing on up is, yeah, I mean, this is not going well for Colombia, right? And now you come back, what? You have a flux, but you have the immortality field to kind of like live through that.
That's a big nail. That is a big nail.
Wall thrown up. I see the idea behind this. Nothing. I mean, again, when Colombia spends good money after bad by throwing that Blizzard into what ended up being a lost fight, you just have the advantage.
If Colombia did not go in that room, it would have been a little better if they just checked it. But
and I like, even if Mexico loses this, they're in a great spot, right? In terms of like this next fight. So, you lose. Oh, that's pretty rough. Because you can, in theory, right, if you were evenly matched, you can play close up and force some of these ultimates out. Now, look at Colombia. I mean, they know they have a player advantage. They're going to try and push that pace where you can't play as close as spawn to or force these ultimates out. That's a huge pick.
Not just player advantage here. They have that sound barrier edge over Mexico coming into this next fight. And if Super Gomez can land a big flux, it's going to be all over. That's a devastating pick off there. Mixby just firing into the void and finding a key elimination. Here comes the flux. Super Gomez playing safe because they know there's an M-Matrix in play. Kinetic Grass comes up and have a look at the overshield that they got. A lot of damage mitigated there. We still need to convert. The plane needs to be landed here. Troblux comes out of Ice Block and takes damage from both the Sigma and the May simultaneously. Super Gomez wants to try and limit the effectiveness of the Bastion on the high ground. Angel Volado's getting so much done. Eventually they have to try and drop. Get closer. They give up the point.
Oh, and it looks like actually got stunned out of the flux there potentially as Hysteria went for that. So it looks like Super Gomez actually nailed him with the
good hold, though.
That was a good hold. I think if you actually land that flux, you probably consider using sound barrier there and fighting that. That would have been a large chunk of damage. Maybe you get a kill or two off of that. Really nice play there by Super Gomez.
Wait, what is this guy doing? What is he doing?
Colombia, they're finding opening. With that kill from Mixby, had that not happened, there's still a distinct ultimate advantage, but things don't always follow that kind of rhyme or reason in this game. Ooh, like a big chunk of damage there on Cersei. I think that was the tactical grenade coming in. I like this. Okay, Super Gomez trying to get an accretion hit to lock people inside the effective radius of a Bastion ultimate. The Blizzard, though, is more than enough. Hysteria was well extended onto the cart here. Colombia paving the way to be really competitive here on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, even with the sound barrier there, you're not able to keep
they have another recontest.
Hysteria up. As
now
hard to get out, though. Colombia pushing forward. Now they have Angel Volado here potentially able to finish off this kill. Smart though by Super Gomez. Doesn't want to get like baited in, right? Go a little bit farther forward and then get taken out. Is it's going to be the second checkpoint. You have a few players trying to get there towards the contest, and now you're going to have some staggers.
The only ultimate you had at the time was Ant Matrix. Hunt pops that as soon as they build it up.
Oh, he's staggering.
Instantly, Angel Volado gets blown to smithereens. There's no time for Mexico to respond to that because they're already throwing themselves bodily at the card. 2 minutes 44 to work with. Now, how good are Colombia? How good are they, rather, at taking that high ground position with the window right here? If they can maintain this control and also get good
Mexico
push,
know?
they're in great shape.
I mean, look at where Angel Volado and Hysteria are. You think they know? I mean, it does not look like it.
Do we get two? Does Troblox get caught in that? Unclear. Momo, though, gonna have to go for a immortality fill, but still gonna get taken down. They went for an Ant Matrix as well.
They're trading backlines.
Hysteria at the very least, though, trying to find 2 quick kills, and the Blizzard thrown to the point might not be worthwhile here.
Went in there to
really
protect
just
his
stalling.
teammate.
Super Gomez has to wait for the grasp to expire. Eventually, so will Hysteria. You've bought some time, but you spent huge ultimates. Momo, you're partying with that
bought 20 seconds. I mean, it's not like you bought like, you know, it's not like you bought like a minute there. I mean, 20 seconds.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't know
that's
about
not a huge amount of time. Hysteria and Angel Blood, I don't think had any idea that they had wrapped all the way up to that window already. I think they had no clue because they turn the corner and they go to challenge the car and there's like nobody there.
Troblox here, having switched to the Genji, hoping to put some more pressure on Drummer, who's starting to become a real issue. Sound Murray coming out in response there. A lot of respect for the ultimate from Angel Volado, but meanwhile, Cersei trying to walk it in. Hysteria is so low, but caught Super Gomez inside the Gravitic Flux. Ice Block won't be enough for Cersei. Buys a little bit of time, but still Colombia will be repelled with 1:20 left to play.
Yeah, you just jump off the side here near Colombia. You come back.
But Colombia has 3 ults.
Here
Mexico
potentially, you know, artillery strike. You could kind of combo those. You can maybe even
get his blade.
Use an Ant Matrix there to get some extra passion damage, like force players around the corner. You just need to get this fight over with fast. You can't allow, you know, too much time here to let the payload creep backwards. You can actually get it in a position where if you take this fight fast and, you know, win it, you can actually probably, you know, score and win the game off of this.
Can Cersei guarantee a powerful Blizzard?
Oh, they have blade. They have blade, chat. They don't have
have a slim lead either way. Troblox here. Not
they
really
need transcendence, but they don't have transcendence, bro.
From Cersei, but Hysteria fell in that fight. Able to break
no way, no way.
Momo, by the way,
they used 3 ults, bro. That's bad.
Set themselves up to win the map outright.
And now they're gonna have transcendence for the last fight.
Transcendence here coming up, and there's
probably
nothing on the other side. So you're gonna be really healthy if you're Mexico with an opportunity. Send it to a final map.
Oh, you're good.
Pretty key Dragon Blade there. Momo, though, now showing us why they were subbed in. Huge moment from them. Mixie's out of the picture. Your Lucio was gone, and your ability to swarm over the card has now been diminished significantly.
Is that Meg? That is Megatron. Yes, yep, there you go. Basically, and they didn't even get to use their flux.
Mexico even up the series,
crazy.
making this interesting.
That's the volume.
Just as we were hinted at after seeing the gameplay in map 1.
Yeah, and I thought map 1 was really close. Map 1 went down to the wire.
I told you guys. Hey, wait. Did I not call it? Mexico was going to win the next map. Did I not call it? And we were going to go to a map 3, and then map 3, who's going to win? Team Mexico's going to win. I called it.
Against Colombia now.
I read the script.
Ball in Colombia's court, right? Of what they decide to do here with this final map.
Given the balance of power in this Group A, this is likely the best opportunity for either of these teams to show what they're made of. And they've given us an incredibly competitive series so far. Circuit Royal could absolutely have gone either way. Gotta say, the Momo substitution, even the Palette, they're sort of forced to move over towards the Lucio to facilitate for this. You can see why it makes sense.
Can someone ban chocolate?
Speaking here, of course, this is that sound barrier for Colombia in that sort of first half. They really started to put pressure on Mexico. And we thought Colombia looking really good here until they get blown out further down the map.
I thought even the potential for you know, a hold there is that's nice for me. See, that's what
Mexico should have not won that team fight when they mailed 4 people and fluxed up. That they threw there. I don't know how Colombia threw there, but they threw there.
A lot of damage. And then, yeah, as soon as you get hit with just an elbow drop there from the top row with the artillery.
I like this play as well. Trobalax has to be super aware of that kinetic grasp.
Not even giving
making sure the Blizzard doesn't get gobbled up.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what we thought it was all happening for the defenders. We thought the game would be over there. The next fight, though, that's where Colombia show us a little bit of backbone here. Here's that sound barrier to really respect the ult from Angel Velado, but Hysteria able to rotate down after the Gravitic Flux kill on their opposite number Sigma. It is real nice. What is the pick going to be here for Colombia? We saw what they had for us on Samoa. We saw the flexibility in terms of tank picks. Circuit Royal doesn't really allow for that. You're very much
the best matchup
priced
today,
in
though.
to playing Sigma mirrors, at least at this level. So how do you emancipate yourself from restricting your tank player? That's what I want to see from Colombia.
Yeah, I mean, the next map selection, I think, is definitely going to tell you how they feel in terms of where the strength is and how they feel like they can end up beating Mexico. I think it's been really close in those Sigma matchups where Mexico's gotten like the edge, right? You know, you would say, where Colombia looked pretty good, you know, using some of those Doomfist-based combos.
Right, that's what something I look forward to seeing a little bit more of, because it really showed us their ability to actually fight on multiple fronts, right? We got to see like the Trace Echo, the Doomfist look
no,
from them.
you did say it right. It's soccer.
That to me was quite exciting.
It's not called football, Chad. It's soccer.
Can you get a map pick, I guess, in map 3 that really allows you to go for that? Yes, you can. New Queen Street is the pick here. We've seen teams play the Rush styles, but also plenty of Doomfist play, even some Wrecking Ball over the time, obviously, at the top level of Overwatch. I'm really excited to see what these teams formulate.
Be honest with you guys.
Position on New Queen Street. We're going to have to wait, though.
New Queen Street?
Until after the break. Here it is. Mexico
This is
and
our
Colombia
first
going
push
all the
that
way
we
to
got
match
to
point.
see, right? I don't think we saw a push yet.
Caliente. Let's get another one.
Actually, before I started streaming, did you see the Dev Hour?
No, I didn't. What?
I'm not.
What?
You didn't get to see the Dev Hour?
No.
Devour these nuts.
I hate you so much. Oh my god. I hate you so much.
I'm sorry. I gave you a second chance.
You did. Oh my god, you're so stupid.
I got hit by that by Coach Kobe and I died.
Oh my god. Because there was like an announcement for the skin, so I thought there might have been an actual Dev Hour.
A Dev Hour?
Shut up.
You mean,
that's what they call it.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Can you fall for it? Shut up, chat. Oh my god.
Man, I'm funny. Right, chat? Do you like Brussels sprouts?
I do.
Brussels sprouts.
That's what I got. I went to dinner with my mom the other night and we got sweet sriracha.
I didn't ask about all that.
See, this is why no one talks to you.
Keep going, keep going.
We got like sweet sriracha Brussels sprouts and they're delicious. So good.
That sounds good. I think the best ones I've had are like, it's like balsamic vinegar Brussels sprouts that are
Yeah.
like charred, and then they have like this like maple bacon on it. It's delicious.
Oh god. Brussels D's nuts in my lives.
Chat. Leave the jokes to me, please. You guys are not funny.
You're not funny.
There's a reason why I'm the funniest person alive.
No, you're funny too. We're not laughing with you. You know that, right? We're laughing at you.
That's not true. Chat, are you guys laughing at me or with me? Wait, why is everyone saying Nah, you guys are all fake, bro. Also, what are you eating? Dude, I'm having turkey, and the turkey is delicious. I love turkey.
Yeah, it smells good.
You didn't get anything?
I'm just not hungry. Whenever I travel, I'm just not hungry. I'm also, I don't know. We should go out somewhere with Deku and Salt. We're asking what we're doing later. So I'm gonna look
busy.
for restaurants. Fine, then you're not invited.
Oh, okay. Oh, what are you doing?
Ooh, that sounds good. Cause I don't know.
Whenever I join Jay3 stream, he's always eating. Someone needs, bro.
I don't think you didn't eat yesterday.
I didn't eat yesterday at all until like 8 o'clock at night, and then today I'm having lunch. I'm sorry, it's a lunchtime.
My bad. And to leave it all out there as we go all the way to our third map in this series. The pick for Colombia was New Queen Street.
Yeah, and we've seen Doomfist be pretty strong.
I think this is the first map 3 that we saw, right, chat? This is the first map 3, right?
And I think Nomi has to be telling Mexico to be prepared for Colombia to come out with maybe something a little bit different, a little bit more aggressive, a dive-oriented comp.
Oh, wow.
Again, the push maps in the past, we've seen teams try both approaches. We've seen plenty of rush compositions come out, obviously, involving your longer range hit scan pieces.
It felt like there were map 3s yesterday because they were close.
I kept complaining that was always 2-0s.
I see a lot less of that going forward here.
The controls
is definitely still a viable option.
The controls were close.
Some players may be considering Sombra to be less of a sure thing. She was often brought in to really try and limit Doomfist's effectiveness, shut down their power block, and always disrupt him in general.
We love Canada.
Why we started to see it on Samoa, maybe why we might expect to see it here
New York.
on beautiful New Queen Street.
New York is.
And this is a match
I do
that
like
basically
New York
decides,
is great.
you know, which
I
of
do love
Colombia
New
and
York.
Mexico keep themselves off the
Lived there
bottom
for a
of
long
this group. They're
time.
both 0-1, having lost in 0-2s. So a win here would be great, but map differential, tough to claw back after, you know, facing a 0-2 here. You'd definitely love to get 2 maps in the win column.
Yes, see potentially what these teams decide to do here early on is...
Oh, are they running the La Seraphim comp? Hey, Mexico, they're doing it.
Wait,
no,
that's
it's not,
funny.
It's not bad. I think they're just...
They were doing it, but they changed it.
Yeah.
It's, I think Sombra's like kind of fallen out of favor as Winston has, just because of the damage output of
I'm so excited for
Bastion.
those skins.
It's not as easy to escape as Sombra anymore. As both teams come out with that mirror matchup. So we're gonna see this Sigma Bastion
The one
battle
thing I
yet
really
again.
don't like are mirror matchups, but
As
we
we've
don't
discussed,
see a lot of them right
we
now,
talked
so
about
I'm
it on
actually
Samoa.
kind of fine
Sigma
with it.
definitely the safest pick, one of the most robust
Plus, Cersei's a really good
picks in the
man.
tank role you can make
He's
right
so
now.
annoying to play against.
Cersei maybe not ready for all the damage coming in from
a
Anchor
lot of these
very
players
early
we see in
ice block
ranked.
force, but mixed with a crucial environmental kill.
right? So
Unfortunately, it's going to take a lot more than that. Turbolax is able to find 2 quick kills, make it 3. And Mexico picking up where they left off. Super Gomez denied a kill on
I told you guys, Mexico's coming back.
I mean, it
They
seemed
might
like
have lost
Colombia,
the call, but they're coming back. Wait, what is he doing?
Aggressive, I would say, and pushed right on in. And Mexico is more than keen for the battle as the few big kills early on. The kill on the Cersei's huge, right? Getting the Mei out of the equation. Mei just so much survivability for herself and the rest of the team. And they'll get that bot moving. Is gonna get, you know, these fights
a little bit true.
It kind of depends, right? Like, look at this wrapping all the way around. Like, this fight goes pretty fast. Mexico has a chance of taking checkpoint.
Wait, no, you didn't.
I don't have from Colombia responding very quickly with that main wall of their own as both teams actually pulled back after expending their immortality
That's a
fields.
fast win, though.
Are you ready
Oh my
for this,
God,
though?
Mama, that was a fast win, though. And they also have a fast beat.
And they do just in time. Enough time for Mixed Feed to get a sound barrier in play. Palette, they're a little further behind in terms of that old charge here, but this sound barrier might go for nothing. If Colombia can't pick themselves up off the floor in this small room,
that's
a big
huge.
gravitic flux potentially there from Hysteria.
Wow.
Dropped Cersei was below half when they hit the ground, and that immortality field was tantalizingly out of reach. Drama able to find 2, that's important. Hug now on the back foot though, and that Maywall makes it so hard to help out with Super Gomez. They're still able to hang on though and get rid of Mei. Now backed up by Hug, Super Gomez should be able to hold their ground.
You know, Hysteria's still here, still holding on. As they find one. If this could say, if you could have kept Hysteria alive, you had some players coming off the respawn, maybe you consider beating there. You're able to make that a little bit more interesting, but a decent first push of the barricade there for Mexico, 27 meters.
Might be a little bit of a rivalry brewing here between Palette and Mixfeet. Both Lucio players have been gunning for each other in those previous fights after Palette is sent careening off the map on that environmental kill in that first fight. Crucially, Palette, they had the sound barrier in play. Here's a gravitic flux from Super Gomez. You pop inside the small room. Okay, you've got the sound barrier comes out here. Great response. Palette holding it just in time. Caught inside. Bastion ultimate. A cannon barrage knocks you down. And Colombia now starting to get out in front.
I mean, that is huge there for Colombia as they're going to take the lead. And not only are they going to take the lead, a few staggers here, stagger on the Momo there towards the end. You're going to get this first checkpoint potentially. That is huge there for Colombia. Big gravitic flux from Super Gomez.
That combo is out of control because the gravitic flux comes in. Palette just sound barriers it. Drummer goes, okay, I'm going to send 3 mortars into the same spot inside this flux. Your sound barrier isn't going to matter.
Oh, wait, what?
With miscommunication there, perhaps. Looks like Immortality Field deployed for Drummer. They were full
what?
HP
What
at
was
the
that
time.
Immortality?
Colombian are going to back away with an air matrix now in play. Drummer still has a cheeky little flank angle, and Mixley has a sound barrier, so you can recover from this, especially if you get rid of Chobolux, and so they do. Mixley just Mixley rather just drops straight back down. I don't think the May is ready for that at all. And a slight blooper, but Colombia's still in a power position.
Yeah, a little bit of a Custa there with the Immortality Field. Look like, you know, just kind of.
It could be worse. It could have been an ultimate.
Like, yeah,
could have been an ultimate.
Immortality Field basically is.
Wow.
But does not matter. It does not impact the fight whatsoever as Colombia gets rolling. Blizzard here coming up. Nothing on the other side. I mean, Colombia's in a spot where they could finish the map.
Blizzard here. Do you bait them into the small room and go for a Blizzard? Yes, you do. Cersei, you're going to drop it down now. It's not
That's
even
big.
up by Hysteria at all.
That is
There's going to be
big.
so many players caught in this. There's no way Hysteria can back away from that. There was a kinetic grasp, but Cersei
I need to
cleverly
know who's
makes
like
sure the
calming
Blizzard is
their
past the
ultimate. Because
Sigma's
if you call
model
they have May ult
and
and
away
you're
from
running
that
into that.
hitbox.
And now you have that massive combo
Colombia.
yet again, right? You have that
That's fine. I'm
flux
still rooting for Mexico.
plus
Mexico's
the
gonna win.
artillery
They
strike
can bring it back. They can bring it. It's
coming
push.
up here in a situation where Mexico may just need to like run on to the
It's
barrier,
not a
right?
curse, guys.
Just
Stop
any
saying
type
curse.
of
I'm not
stall.
cursed.
This has not been close so far. Speculative use here of
nice,
the
nice
flash of
dodge.
Super Gomez. Oh, there it is again.
Oh, so
Tally
you're
for
just
saying because
actually
it is
cursed.
contacted
I'm
by
not.
the
They
mortar
can
strike
still win this.
first.
It's push.
It gets blown up, and then the players trying to shelter under it are
Bro.
removed. The wombo combo pays off, and now
How do you
Mixley walks into the
consistently
next
root
fight
for the
with a sound
losers?
barrier
It's
available.
just in my blood.
So they're getting ready for Modern Warfare 3. Artillery strikes coming down. It's Mixley is
They
sound
almost have
barrier
beat.
here.
Maybe losers.
Politics,
just
a nice
no
job. They're
losers.
staying alive on the outside, trying to build that beat.
Here's that beat coming up now. Air Matrix available for Hug. This is still very scary.
Someone
Look
needs to
how
get on
close the
points.
body is
Go,
in the
go,
wall.
go,
Getting
go.
forced into the back corner.
Oh my
Angel
god.
Valada going for a defensive mortar strike, if I'm not mistaken, and that is a stunning accretion. Catching
Wow.
Hysteria in midair. Hug in position to keep the rest of Colombia topped up now. Drummer might be out of the picture, but Super Gomez is still looking fine.
That's fine. Mexico's gonna win this fight.
Wait.
Paulette.
Yeah.
Hug
Momo's
gets run
got two.
down there. Momo able to find the kill in the end.
Yes.
And finally
They
Colombia
can do this.
slowed up.
They can win.
You can't
They
get
can
any
win.
closer to the end of the map though,
Imagine
but it
if
is
they
a
win
long...
this.
This would be the
one for the
run
history
back
books.
of all run backs. Is 126 meters
Was
for
it?
Colombia, but you still got 4 minutes, so still a ton of time available.
They win this.
For Mexico as they go. This is interesting because Mexico goes to a comp. I mean,
I'll
I
tell you
didn't
guys
think like
what.
Genji Tracer,
I'm
right? But
so
they go to a comp that I thought maybe
positive that
Colombia would try
Mexico's
and
gonna
do
win.
something a little
If
bit
they win,
more,
chat, I'll
you know,
give the 100
fast
subs.
pace with the Doom in the mix.
Oh.
But you guys owe me if
Mexico
Colombia
setting up in tube
wins.
here. Tracer Genji play with the
You're a
Doom Fist now.
scammer.
Mexico realizing they cannot hang in a Sigma mirror on this map.
How? I know Mexico's gonna win.
Theory does at least have
I read
that
the
meteor
script.
strike available, but another Cersei Blizzard could really throw a wrinkle in this. Here comes the blade from Chobolux. Can you get purchased? No,
Oh.
the Immortality Field is enough now. But Hysteria drops on in, gets rid of Drummer. Will be the last one standing now as Colombia once more taken out.
Yeah, and Colombia ends up using their Blizzard there, right? So end up throwing the Blizzard in. Didn't get anything for it. You'll have to have Paulette. They'll go back and bring Chobolux back
Is
into
that
the
sound
fight.
the bot passing the check mark?
Ant Matrix here
Never
doesn't
even
really
knew that.
do
Really?
much for
Never knew that.
Mexico in the sense
Is
that
it
like
because
nobody
I
else
have
is
my
really kind
music,
of like
turned off?
firing through it. You know, besides probably Mo, a little bit of you know, boost and healing resources, but you know, win here and you get this checkpoint. You know, you're kind of
The
back in
forward
it.
spawns, right?
Angel Velado lurking. The pulse bomb here.
I've never actually
Dude, there's
heard
no
it.
way Colombia can
It's
lose
low.
this. I
It's
mean,
down.
Yeah, they get rid of
There's
the
no
Immortality
way.
Field already. The Tracer does have to be respected, but it's a
Nice,
Davidic
pulse
flux here.
bomb.
Sick, over the wall. All right,
Oh,
no
nice
connect
speed.
there. Sound barrier was in play for Mixfit. Great response to what could have been a frustrating Tracer ult. Colombia now back in the hot seat.
and here's the brutal part with push in that like
Not a
when
bad.
Colombia wins that one fight,
It's
it basically
just
erases those like 2-3 fights in a row that Mexico had won. Like they're basically starting at scratch, right? It's just extremely punishing, especially now, you know, right, 2 minutes off the clock from the last time Colombia had control of the bot. As you know, Mexico, you're gonna need to win 3-4 fights in a row to get back to, you know, in a spot where you can seriously, you know, get that bot over the line.
No flux to guarantee connection with their Bastion ultimate, so Drummer just throws it out. Super Gomez under extreme pressure now, and Hysteria looking extremely healthy. Sound barrier from Paulette. an attempt there, and here is the power of Genji up against the Bastion. Great deflect there. Chobolux just removing Drama from the equation, and they'll be switching over towards the Tracer now. Going for something a little bit different. Maybe Colombia hybriding up their composition to try and deal with this dive.
Supports out of the fight,
So Mexico will end up winning. So let's try and plot a course for Mexico to come back, right? Okay. You're going to get the bot all the way back here. You don't have that first checkpoint here. You're looking at potentially winning a fight off of Nanoblade, right? You know, potentially, no, ideally you win it with just the blade, right? You can kind of like save that Nano. Nanoblade potential here. Okay, get this one out. Get a kill here. This is huge.
Getting Super Gomez first is massive. Extra kills all really just a garnish there for Chobolux. So there's the, now we're plotting, I guess, our course here. That's a big fight win for Mexico. They're only
now they're going to have 8 seconds of just fast respawn.
Yeah, and they end up using the Meteor Strike. It's not like a Meteor Strike with like a Pulse Bomb. Maybe slow some players down.
Okay, they can still do this. They have Pulse Bomb. Angel has to hit this.
But really,
okay, Angel, you have to hit this Pulse Bomb, man. Hey, Angel, can we get a Pulse Bomb going? Hey, can we get a Pulse Bomb going?
On that overhead map for just a brief second, it said stunned. So looks like he actually got hit with the accretion. I mean, that is brutal because the win condition there is to actually have him get a kill with a pulse bomb. Like anybody is good enough. So to not get anything and then have the bot now head back into the other side of the map, that is brutal. Like worst case scenario.
I mean, Colombia has 5 ults, chat.
Flux, post support
20
ultimates,
seconds.
and a Blizzard to play with. 20 seconds. A very unlikely scenario for Mexico, but this is where the climb begins if they want to stay alive in this series. Good accretion connection on Chobolux, but instantly healed up. Here comes the Gravitic Flux, and Momo was the only target for that ability. Ana wiped off the face of the earth. Chobolux here, still no blade to work with. Paulette able to definitely avoid the accretion, but you don't have the staying power left if you are this Team Mexico squad. And it's just Paulette attempting to try and stall things out. Some presence maintained over the bot, but not nearly enough. Angel Velado forced to blink away there. No recall available. Hysteria coming in to try and give it a tickle. Cersei wants to move up. Power block here for the Doomfist to buy a bit of extra time. Overtime still being held onto, but Angel Velado's out of blinks. They can't get away. Dryest Eyes out there for the Tracer.
Come on, Chobolux.
Hysteria again. Wants the stall.
Come on. Bring it back.
Hysteria at least is able to find the kill on the May, but it's not enough. Here comes Lucio once more. Paulette throws himself at the objective.
That was a good game,
but it will be Colombia prevailing and moving on to take a win here in this matchup of Central American teams.
Oh man, as this goes right down to
the wire. Colombia was gonna win though.
No, Colombia obviously an extremely impressive, like long distance push.
I just knew they were gonna win the whole time.
I feel like Mexico had a chance.
I never thought for a second.
Angel, although he doesn't get hit with that accretion and ends up dying there. I mean, you're a pulse bomb away.
I have to give you guys
from
your
being like a junk fight at the end.
I just lost so many points. I forgot I predicted.
In the result going the other direction. So
although
Colombia wins, it feels like these two teams so evenly matched.
It's so interesting as well. We thought that Colombia might actually stray away from a map that necessitated a certain comp.
Oh wait,
you can play different things on New Queen Street, but right now on this particular patch, that seemed to be the way to go.
Hong Kong against China right now, Mexico, and then France and United States.
Struggled in the mirror, who ended up switching off, trying to go for the Doomfist approach.
Hong Kong against China, I think China's going to win.
Tough loss, especially for Mexico, I think.
Because they were invited, they were like, what, top 3?
The next opponent is going to be South Korea. Very hard.
Yeah, I think they were second place. I think last it was USA, China, and then South Korea in 2019, the last Overwatch World Cup. So I think China's going to be a really strong team
against Colombia. Although off to a really rough start there on New Queen Street, giving up 127 meters, I think, or 126. Like still, it had an opportunity to potentially get this one really close towards the end. It's just push. Like if you give up that much push of the barrier early on, you need to win like 4 fights in a row to get that back, and they just couldn't do it.
And the road ahead for Colombia includes a matchup against Finland. That might be one to decide second place. Colombia will have to step it up in a big way, though, if they want to have any chance of qualifying for BlizzCon. We can head over to our desk to break this one down. A fantastic competitive matchup between Mexico and Colombia sees an exciting conclusion.
Uh-oh.
All right, welcome back, everybody.
I think Zoe's frozen again.
Zoe's frozen again, so it's going to be me and Johnny.
All
right. That feels bad, man.
Let's break it down.
We got this. I mean, this was
reading something.
Of course, Colombia getting the win, but I mean, it was. I would say it was a very close match. I think Mexico put up a very good fight, but at the end, it just wasn't enough for them to get the win, right?
I mean, look, this was the first 3-map series we've had so far in the World Cup group stages, right?
That's
so
true.
it was really entertaining. It was kind of what we wanted to see, right? We wanted to see a back and forth.
That was the
matchup
first
and
map
both
3,
teams
though. I'm really
battling it
excited.
out.
Match actually
And
went to
it was
map
a really
3.
entertaining match. I mean, they were really evenly matched. You know, starting off on Samoa. Okay, well, I can't see Zoe, so she's just talking into my head. But look, coming out here, I do think that it was a really good showing from Colombia playing the Sigma composition. I think that
I'm
Super
actually
Gomez
really
has some
happy that
great
Colombia won,
fluxes,
though.
you know,
After
here
blowing
and then
against
later
South Korea.
on pushed as well. Combining with Drummer on the Bastion.
I feel like that they
you
played
know,
South
that's
Korea
a
yesterday.
Very
They got
powerful
their,
combination.
you know,
Combine the
they got
flux with
rolled,
Bastion,
and then they
just
played today, and they got rolled
ensures
again.
getting
That would have
some
been like
kills, right? So
demoralizing.
I think it was a good showing from Colombia. And there was no player that really stood out by themselves. It was a team effort. It was a team coming together, playing a May composition with the Sigma and getting the job done. So a great showing from the entire team, to be honest.
Yeah, also, from what I saw, I think Colombia just came out with force. Like, they weren't scared, you know, they wanted to keep the pace moving, and like they were like really committed to every fight. And I think that really made a difference for throughout the whole series as well. And of course, the very last map, this map, New Queen Street, you know, they made it all the way to the end. I don't know how far they got. Was it? They're like literally at the very end.
That was almost
when
an insane
Mexico
map.
somehow,
There was a few meters.
yeah, somehow stopped them. But then after that, they had to win so many more team fights, but they just couldn't close it out. So it was Colombia getting the win at the end.
What a
Yeah,
beat.
that was a
Oh
good
my
team effort.
god. That
Colombia
pole
just-
spawn was
the
right
team in
there.
general, it was a team effort, Johnny, like you said.
That pole spawn would have been insane.
Definitely.
Great showing overall. Zoe.
Great job to Colombia. Mexico, unfortunately, you know, 2 losses right now. Yeah, Zoe,
I don't think
Zoe,
Mexico
are
is
you
gonna make it
back?
out of the bracket.
We're hearing
I
you.
was back through the entire thing.
needed
Just
a
didn't
win
wanna, you know,
against
throw anyone
Colombia,
off
Finland.
by surprise.
You can
and
speak now.
I mean, if they win the next 2
speak,
matches-
and so I shall. No, but honestly,
And
one
by,
thing
like,
I
2-0s
just
maybe?
keep
I don't
on
know.
wanting to hammer
It's-
home
it's by,
about
match score
this
as well at the
Colombian team is just imagine
Oh,
you're
yeah, that's true.
playing throughout the qualifier with EQO, you have that star power on your roster, and then your head coach has to sub in last
true.
minute to actually, you know, take that space. And yet that team still looks like such a well-oiled machine. They are on the same page. They've been performing so very well. Once again, of course, shout out to Mexico. Love what we saw from them on New Queen Street. That would have been the run back of all run backs if they would have done that one. So very exciting until the very end, but it just could not get done in the very end. So yeah, tough loss for Mexico, but a great performance and another great showing from Team Colombia. They're passing the vibe check. They are getting the victory today as well, which is just so exciting. And now our next match will feature the team from China and Hong Kong, and we will break it all down for you after this break.
First doom is one. I need heals.
Hey, look at the Lucio players arm, bro. He's going crazy.
You can always tell.
I like how excited they are, man. That brings back memories. That was a good pulse. Look at that.
was-
Almost a C9. Almost a... Ooh.
It was so perfectly timed.
Almost an Ajax. Literally like a millisecond.
Yeah. If it wasn't on land.
I think, chat. Yeah, if that was not on land, I think they would have lost that. Okay, just making sure. Okay, we have Hong Kong against China, France, USA, and then Canada, Australia. All left, chat. Only 3 more games. Can they not hear the other team if they're too close? No, you cannot legit hear anyone. Chat, they have like special headsets and mics and all this stuff. It's like insane.
It's like airplane.
Yeah, it's like aviation headset. Like when I played on the stage of the grand finals, you could not hear the crowd, even if they all cheered. You could not hear the crowd. Like, and then like you can't even hear the crowd in the mic. Because no one was cheering for you? Nice, man. You hurt me. Anyways.
Oh, yeah, I was looking at
I wish I could just like.
So close.
So close. I'm doing it a lot more today because they don't deserve it. Some of the things I'm just like. Wow.
Yeah.
Can you and Meg play Outlast Trials during these breaks in games?
Breaks are not long.
The breaks are literally 3 minutes, guys.
Yeah.
It goes by so quick.
Finally not a 2
3 minutes. 3 minutes is actually a long time, though.
No. No, it's not. That's so nice.
3 minutes of my life I can't get back. What the heck, bro? You're spending time with me. Spending time with me is like amazing.
Hello, beautiful people. This is day 2 of our round-robin group stage, and we are getting ready for our 4th game of the day. Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, as well as Danny and Johnny, and we are embarking on the journey during this group stage to find out which 8 team will make it to BlizzCon Forward at the playoffs. Not only are they fighting for the honor and glory, no, we are also looking at a prize pool which is crowd-funded. So up until the final day, we do not know what size this bag is going to take on and what the winner will be taking home. But one thing we know is that every single player participating in the Overwatch World Cup, that means every single player out of those 43 teams will get a share of it, which is just so exciting. Let's take a look at our standings so we can get a better picture of what happened thus far. It's only been 1 day of play, yes, but each day is stacked. We had 6 matches yesterday. This is the 4th for today. And the only teams we have yet to see is a team from China and Team USA. And you know what? We're in for a treat because the team from China will be playing next as they are going up against the team from Hong Kong. This is going to be very exciting because both of these teams are featuring veteran players we all know and love. So let's dive in. Let's take a look at those starting rosters, starting with Hong Kong. They unfortunately took a loss in their first match yesterday.
Okay, yeah, we saw this team yesterday, chat.
Yeah, it was a tough matchup yesterday for them against
Thailand.
I do think that they played a bit too passively and they couldn't really get going. They had some individual great moments on Samoa, for example, but they're obviously changing things up here a little bit.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
We were expecting them to play Kurumi here on the Sojourn, like we're seeing in these highlights right here.
Over there, right?
But instead, they're going to sub in Despair. Let's see what they got cooking in that regard.
That's cool. I like that.
If they come out, you look at these highlights. It's like Xiaolian and Kurumi having some pretty good moments. I do think that if they play a bit more aggressively and they take some space and free up their damage players, they could put out a pretty good performance today.
And Danny, they will be playing against a team from China. We have been very excited to get a first look at this team.
Oh, this is our first time looking at China. Leave, Shy.
Oh, I mean, team from China has always been a powerhouse in the Overwatch World Cup, right? I think, and they're filled with so many great players. If I had to choose one, I don't know, this is hard. Chai, Leave, Gushui, Monk, Link, so they're all great. I'm gonna have to say Gushui. I'm a big Gushui fan. He made a name for himself with his Winston and his Primal Blade, right? In Overwatch World Cup, so I'm looking out for Gushui.
I think you're not alone on this. As you said, historically, the team from China has been placing in that top echelon in the Overwatch World Cup. They came second 2 years in a row. So obviously they're going to be so very eager to take the trophy home this time around. Let's see if they can get it done. First things first, though, let's look at our predictions for this one. I had to go with the team from China.
I think everyone's going to go with Team China.
I do think
Watch
I know
this, chat.
exactly
My prediction's going to be right. I'm going to go for Team China.
They've all had an incredible year in their professional careers, and I think they're going to round it out with that Overwatch World Cup placement, maybe #1 this year.
I'm on the same page as Zoe with team from China. You know, they got big names. It's a lot of players that we've seen.
Refund, please. Wait, what team did you pick?
I think it's going to be China.
Well, lead.
Team from China.
Yeah, I agree with you guys.
Oh,
I
'cause
mean,
I
they
said
are one
China?
of the favorites to win the entire tournament we're playing this week. So I do think that in this matchup they have to be favored.
Absolutely. Let us know what you think, of course, on socials. Hashtag OWWC2023. We're now heading into a quick break as we are getting ready for this next game. Stick around.
IRP is in Hong Kong to. Wait, is IRP? Was he in there?
Yeah, he's in. He's there. He's there. So
Well,
good.
I didn't see this picture though.
You did. They showed it.
Yeah, my memory doesn't go that far back.
It was not that long ago.
That was
It was like 30 seconds ago.
That's a long time.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Blind? I'm not blind.
No, it's not. It's not about eyesight. It's about brain.
Okay. Jay3, if you say Hong Kong is gonna win, I'll donate 50 subs too. I just literally said it though. I think you're a liar. It's fine. I'm used to being blinded.
Who is the woman? Sweden is not in. Sweden didn't make top 16. I think there wasn't. I think Finland was an upset Sweden.
No, Finland won.
No, yeah, I'm talking about before this. In the qualifiers, because Sweden isn't playing in the top 16.
Do you get rewards for watching? Yes, but on Twitch. It's Twitch drops, not YouTube. YouTube doesn't have any drops. No. If you do that on my stream, I will slash unmod you.
No, look. Every time. It's so fun.
No, you're not baiting reactions.
That's all you do. I get to
I
do
do
it
not
too.
bait reactions.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, I do not.
Listen, there's 3 minutes. What else are you gonna do besides meow?
I can show you what you could do. Damn it!
You were close.
During this time, this is my chance to talk with chat. How you guys doing today? You guys excited? World Cup, BlizzCon coming up. I'm out of the house. I'm excited. You guys are very excited, right? Hey, can I get a smile? Is that loud?
It gets louder, but it's not that loud.
Why was I scream?
Don't scream. Don't do that.
Yes.
Talk about your new job.
I'm
work
exhausted.
here.
Are people here coming to BlizzCon? Chat, who's here from chat coming to BlizzCon? Me, Beth, yeah.
Well,
Is it?
She's
Hey, Megan. I don't have a dent, chat. Do I have a dent? What? No, I don't.
From this angle. Okay, it's just the hair. It's just the hair.
Do I have a dent? Be honest. You wouldn't lie to me. Do I have a dent?
A little bit. From this angle, it just looks so funny.
Chat, do I have a dent? Be honest. I don't have a dent, do I? No, I don't, bro. No, I don't. You guys are lying, bro.
Oh no.
You guys are lying. I don't have a dent, man.
Everyone's saying yes.
Nah, I do not have a dent.
Yes, but it's not from the headset. Called you dead.
Wait, what did Flare just type?
I don't think you can say that. Xenomorph skull.
Oh, let me look at the prediction. So you guys are saying China is at 88%. 500 people voted for China with 10.6 million. Hong Kong has 162 people with 1.4 million. Chat, how do we have over 5K viewers and you guys only, there's not even like 1,000 people voting? I'm gonna need you guys to start voting, bro. Start gambling.
I gambled everything on Mexico.
If you guys listened to my predictions and gambled, you guys would probably be like billionaires by now.
I don't think so.
Oh, look at that one. That one's gonna get.
Whoa.
Sabina's gonna get that one. How did I know? Sabina,
I love Sabina.
W. Sabina W. Chat, can I get a W for Sabina? She is fucking popping lately. The past 2 days.
She's keeping chat clean. W.
Thank you. I appreciate it, chat. I see when you guys actually do listen, it's like amazing. You are banned from big. Actually, I don't gamble. I probably would have the worst luck gambling. I don't gamble.
I played slots like once, and I lost $20 very, very quickly, and I was like, this isn't fun, and that was it.
Yeah, Please open the poll. I already started the voting. If you missed the voting, it's literally a 5-minute vote, so if you missed the voting, that's on you. Should have been here earlier, should have been paying attention. Unfortunate, I guess. Oh, you didn't? I can open it if you need.
If Megan needs it.
If Megan needs it, we'll open the vote.
Probably.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2023 Overwatch World Cup. Group C here. It's starting to take shape. We've already seen plenty from Thailand now after their couple of games. But as a team in this group that we've yet to see take the field, the map might be the most known quantity for us here in the World Cup, based on previous performance.
Yeah, it's the team from China, right? I mean, they have some tremendous players who have really, made their name in just the history of Overwatch.
Does my camera at home look good?
Outside of Overwatch World Cup,
that's
the pro level, so
like an
excited to see them play.
Yeah, those always
look pointed out on the desk. We have
and a lot of techs are good.
When I look at it on my computer, it does not
look
good.
The team from China, they've been so close each and every time. We expect to see this.
Okay, chat.
Ilios,
this is China's first time playing. I'm rooting for China.
2019 at the hands of the United
I think they're going to be strong. I mean, they look like
incredible atmosphere. The crowd was really behind that game, and of course, if they make it there this year, expect it to be no different. I cannot open the
poll, chat. Once the poll closes,
on the other side of things didn't show us a whole lot from Thailand, right? A very one-sided game in which, as it was also noted on the desk, they were pretty passive, pretty reluctant to take the initiative. Up against a team like this team from China, you had better be ready to take some control over the game, or it will be over before you can blink.
Yeah, and Hong Kong with IRP in the starting lineup right now. They also have Mango
Hey,
on the team, which a lot of
IRP. Of
from
course he's on
World Cups
Moira. Come on, man.
World Cup. It's gotta be like one of the most represented players out of all of the Overwatch World Cups we've had.
When I see him,
be on the team
a big hug and a kiss.
Times is a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of the team from China, Shai, Leave, and Gushwei are attending their third
You're gonna call me by my old name.
World Cup.
Again,
this team is
but
very well
that's
proven
how
at the top levels of Overwatch. So expect to see them come out strong here. Seeing Shai on Hitscan makes me happy. The Widowmaker,
I can't. I don't want to say it.
It's not the riskiest pick. We've seen quite a few teams go for this here, and Hong Kong had better have a way to put pressure on this position.
Yeah, and Gushwei is known really for like his Winston play, right? Pretty good Reinhardt as well. If they want to play aggressive, Winston's not really the meta right now with a lot of the high, damage heroes in the meta. So we'll see how he goes on Doom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Here with this Junker Queen base composition, one of the few teams looking to leverage
that makes
here.
a lot of sense. Thank you, Waleed.
Now we'll be accosted briefly, but also Leave has already dealt with Despair, so it's just the Tracer up for Hong Kong. IRP there having to try and fade away, copying a lot of pressure as Gooseray comes in with that Doomfist, and yeah, it is pretty one-sided to start off this map. First team to control Ruins will be the team from China.
Yeah, and the pressure's really difficult to deal with, right? Because
I mean, I'm just really excited to watch them finally play because we have not seen them play at all.
Backline on Tracer, one of the best players in the
on the
world.
Overwatch
Where
it's the same player.
I don't watch
can't really focus.
Is this actually like the full team?
Yeah.
Makes it pretty difficult.
Really?
We're gonna have a Genji
That's
swap.
disgusting.
I'd like this to get a little bit more verticality and
Yeah.
challenge that Widowmaker.
It's just an L team.
Nice
shot.
What a biotic grenade there from Monk.
I like that name.
With some of the most filthy plays
Shy, yeah.
we've seen this year on that particular hero. Nothing really that Hong Kong can do to answer that here. Pretty tough for the Junker Queen, who just gets surrounded. And Shy has layers upon layers upon layers of abstraction and protection here. They can just take their time and find shots like that. That's a headshot on enemy Genji, by the way. Team from China are having a comfortable start.
Oh! In the combo, I mean, really nice shot there. He's got the emphasize. The combo here from...
I want to see IRP on the... I want to see him on like the player cam.
Right? And it's very
one of my favorite things about watching these
to
tournaments and whatnot is they have the player cams.
It's like just like
see the
really
reaction.
close corridors, and that allows Gooseray to get big value out of Seismic Slam, get those big empowered punches. Makes it difficult for them to even come out. The last time they tried to make a push, and we actually saw like a real fight, it looked like Gooseray had gotten like 2 or 3 players in the stun.
Finally, someone here from Hong Kong, and yeah, Shy gets caught out by a biotic orb, but Lee was waiting in the wings with a pulse bomb the whole time and never really had to make use of it.
This is why I think this is the first time.
Into a position.
See, chat, even they miss pulse bombs. You guys need to stop making fun of me, bro.
Coordination. Gooseray finishes after a K off here. And Hong Kong again evicted. They're going to have one more chance to have a crack at this. They never could flip.
This is, I think, IRP is the first
Shy
player that
goes
we've
over
seen
to
in
the 76 to get back in a little bit faster, but also he can feel a lot of that pressure that's coming on in. Where now you have Tracer, Genji, and Doom all making a play.
There's IRP.
Okay, big solo coalescence play
He's having
IRP
fun.
here. Looking at pressure back towards the point. Bit of extra healing for right 3K after the Doom fist switch here. Shy looks completely unbothered by the Doom right in front of them. Can be a meteor strike up to the high ground for Gooseray, and Shaliana's been taken down. IRP trying to keep some capture pressure on the point, but eventually has to get involved where the healing's needed most.
Come on, IRP. Come on, man.
Available for IRP whatsoever, and the team from China with a very strong way to open this series, 100-0.
Hong Kong tries to make some adjustments there, comp-wise, to make a play for Shy. And really, gets they weren't able to really access him in the back line anyway. Even when he switched from the Widow, right? Maybe got him a little bit scared, got him going over to the 76, and once he was on Soldier, there was nothing they could really do to really access him. Right? Has that sprint, the ability to just get out of harm's way.
I did like there was a moment there from Hong Kong where they were able to commanding shout, push in. I don't know how Shy falls foul of a biotic orb. Sometimes that happens. You know what I mean?
Production quality of the ELO Hell series has really improved.
But essentially, the team from China are able to leave so entrenched.
That's crazy, bro.
Hong Kong
We're trying to spot the Smurf here, chat. Who's the Smurf on the other team?
At all there. He's just
What do
able
you
to
think it
focus
is?
individual players down as they sort of trickle out. Hong Kong really have to play as a unit here. They're going to stay with the Junker Queen setup.
Yeah, it'll be Echo for both sides, which Echo obviously a pretty strong hero.
IRP is
we
the
see a lot
Smurf.
here
Come
on
on.
Well. As Leave, nice
wait, I
focusing
didn't make
beam
sure
is
your
the one hero that's usually obviously really had to be really strong against the Echo is Tracer. You see both teams also bringing in that Tracer, try and pester these Echoes out of the sky. But
I just realized that
the team from China taking the point first.
I mean, it's important, right, for Leave to try and zero in on Shalian's position pretty early on.
No, you don't. Streamers don't get the drops.
Offload those cooldowns, get the burst damage out. And this is getting rough here for Hong Kong, trying to make their way out of spawn. But the team from China take a really far forward position and are able to leverage like a piotic grenade thrown into Hong Kong spawn. It's tough to play out from.
Yeah, and I wonder if you maybe have to switch off the Queen here to try and
Speaking
get out,
about,
right? Because
what do you call it, chat? When I was asking who was coming to the
to be able to kind of like speed yourself up, give yourself
we're doing a meet and greet if you guys want to
do anything for the rest of the team.
actually
so
see how tall I am.
To make a change here in terms of tank.
That's how I bait people to actually
constantly harrying here. And Crazy tries to go for
you
a
guys
bit of
can
a
actually
back
see how really tall I am.
Not too bothered by it. Plenty of healing coming in. So again, Monk has a really safe perch. Carnage attempt there. I think legs are not feeling the bite of that axe, though. R3K is forced back once more. Tries a pulse bomb here.
Oh, missed the pulse bomb, but he was knocked down.
Looks like Gushue actually, you know, and M Crazy actually like collided into each other there, and then the pulse bomb actually just lands and M Crazy on the ground.
Yeah, being knocked down, there wasn't much that could be done, because from Shy's perspective, I'm not even sure where he's trying to stick that pulse bomb. Perhaps on the Brigitte side. I think Shy probably gets what he wanted anyway. I mean, Nana boost here for Monk. That's going over towards Gushue. Some serious aggression now, and again, trying to make it harder.
No way! No way, bro!
Was it the knife that threw him off course?
Oh, and Despair went off the map too! Or he died. I don't know. Maybe Pulse Bomb. No, he didn't have Pulse Bomb. No way!
What? Rampage coming in here from Leaf. Z Connect. Yeah, with R3K. I mean, that is huge, right? You're going to have the break here with Rally. Not going to be able to kind of fight, you know, the remaining players. You know, Lynx are keeping everybody topped up.
Yeah, this is probably how we drew it up a little bit, Matt. The team from China are seasoned veterans at the highest levels of Overwatch that you can find. And we knew that it would be tough for Hong Kong to put a scratch on them here. A couple of interesting moments over the course of these 2 rounds.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think IRP needs to change off
the team
Moira.
from China. Jalian again feeling the rough end of that focusing beam, and will be in overtime here. There won't be much more to be said about Ilios as the team from China starts with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult because you want to match the speed of that type of composition,
now I understand
right? Especially
why
like Doomfist,
they were just like
Echo,
automatically
Tracer,
in the top 16.
But if you
I understand
really
why
can't kind
now.
of play at that speed, it becomes very difficult to contend with that, especially when you're not running something like that's a little bit more dive oriented of their own. So Gushue and Shy go crazy there in that first map.
Yeah, let's look back over it briefly. Not a whole lot to see.
I think South Korea against China would be a great matchup.
How do you sort of beat this? You know what I mean? Where do you even start? Because it's not just like, you know, great coordination, great individual, you know, prowess, great cooling, great awareness, great, you know, I mean.
So you either need to match the pace of play, which would be like a Doomfist-based composition, or really slow it down and play like some like Sigma, you know, maybe you do like Sigma Baptiste with the Lucio in the mix, right? You know, give yourself a little bit of mobility there, but I feel like kind of like ending somewhere in the middle where like I feel like Queen sits, where Queen wants to like brawl out a little bit more, right? Can't really poke, can't really dive. I feel like that's where you'll see pretty poor results.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe that sort of rush composition finds itself in the mid-range between the Sigma setups and the dive compositions with Doomfist, and you're not doing either of those things nearly as well as what the team from China can do. I like that. Maybe focus on one sort of end of the spectrum or the other if you're Hong Kong. I mean, they have a chance to pick a map that might lend and might give us a bit of insight into what their strategy will be. Again, it's their last map pick, so they're gonna have to make it work.
They're probably gonna go to Circuit Royale.
Fundamental level.
I think I'm gonna be honest with you, Champ. I think they're gonna go Circuit Royale. Yep, that I know, and they're also gonna take out IRP. I think they're gonna put in the early support.
Slow the game down here, you know, with some Sigma-based compositions.
I don't think Moira is gonna work against
challenge
China.
That dive that's going to come out.
Honestly speaking,
yeah, I like that Circuit Royale being chosen here by Hong Kong after a slow start in this series. Perhaps they'll find a way to put some pressure on their opponents as the team from China look to be pretty strong out of the gates.
That is cool. The slow motion and everything. Does the team have sub players? Does the team have substitution players? I'm pretty sure every team does, maybe. I'm pretty sure you can have like up to like, I don't know, maybe 6, 7, or 8 players on a team. Maybe 6. I have no, I don't know. I'm not playing for them, chat. I'm not in the World Cup. I'm just co-streamer. They probably have like 2 or 3 what do you call it? Substitution players. Max is 7. There you go. Do you think this will get more people into watching the Overwatch League if it continues? If they allow co-streaming, I don't see why not. I think co-streaming is like the biggest thing, because I mean, to be honest with you, I think in 2019 I obviously knew about the World Cup, but I didn't watch the World Cup because I wasn't able to stream it. But allowing your streamers to stream the game or whatever allows, like, you know, it bridges the gap between casual play and pro play. And like, yeah, that's what I think. I think Call of Duty does it in their scene. I'm pretty sure Valorant also does it in their scene. I like them utilizing their streamers, and I think it's a good thing. Would you stream Overwatch League games if they let you? Yeah, I would. I think it would be fun. I want to do more co-streams. I think co-streaming is awesome. I like watching it with chat and just messing around.
It's the raw pace of play from the team from China that really stuns Hong Kong. As we see a very
I would watch
quick
more. Yeah,
first
I think
map
you can
of
only
Ilios.
co-stream
Gushue
back then,
the
but it
Doomfist.
was on YouTube
And
because
again, we
they had a
had both Leave and Shy take turns at Tracer. On every level, it looked like the team from China was just a little bit stronger.
Yes, they play at a really fast pace, you know, with that
Super
Doomfist
playing for Team USA
composition.
next match.
We do have some subs here, so
Sure.
Mango Jai, like I was talking about
Yeah,
earlier.
I'm the coach
right?
for Team
You know,
USA.
Fantastic
I
players
know everything.
playing a bunch of the Overwatch World Cups and Korea come in for Hong Kong.
All right, Mango Jai looking to lend that veterancy here to a team that's definitely found themselves in hot water pretty early on. We haven't
Wait,
seen
did they
anything from the team
substitute-
from China so
did
far
they
in this
substitute
group, but
IRP? I just
knew
missed it.
Their players so well, having seen them play at the top level
See,
already.
you guys-
But we
I got
discussed
distracted,
about how
man.
you play against this, right? We saw a rush-style composition from Hong Kong on Ilios. You know, a comp that's, you know, neither very, very slow, neither super fast, a la Dive. Circuit Royal might see Hong Kong go for something a little bit more on the slower side of the spectrum and maybe give them an opportunity to find some advantages here. But they're
Everyone
gonna
that's
be attacking first.
new
I think,
Prime
the team
subs
from
and
China are elected
resubbing and
to
all
defend,
the gift
so
subs, appreciate
we're
you
gonna
guys.
have to see some real
I
prowess
don't have
from Hong
notifications
Kong
turned on,
to
but
see
I'm
them
saying
move out of the
appreciate
gates.
you guys.
So it looks like we got a little bit of a pause here, potentially. You know, Mango Jai just
Any primers?
getting the VC working here. But the thing that'll be interesting is like typically he's like a you know, very good flex support player where. You look like, are you going to play Baptiste? Like, we've seen teams play Zen here, where I think the Zen gives like a pretty static dive target there for, you know, Gushue, Shy, and Leave to really go after, which like might be a bit dangerous. So I'm curious to see what they have Mango Jai pilot.
Would you like to see that? Would you like to see the team from China play Dive on a map like this? I mean, they already look like they're, you know, pound for pound a much stronger roster. Maybe they can ignore the sort of normal conventions when it comes to comparing compositions on a map like Circuit Royal, which we know is more commonly lends itself to those poke comps.
Well, what I mean, we've seen you know, from them in the past, where even when Dive is not the best, and even when Winston's not the best, right? They kind of have Gushue, you know, pilot that hero. So, like, would it surprise me to see them, you know, play like Doom and whatnot? Probably not.
Okay.
Looks like, though, at least here at the start, coming out with Gushue on Sigma. So Gushue historically is like a main tank player, right? You know, not somebody who kind of like pilots a lot of those like.
Wish we could get a reward from watching on YouTube. Just if you have something else, just go to Twitch and just put it on mute and just go back to YouTube if you really want to.
On like
but
a
there's
double,
only drops on
you know,
Twitch right now.
long range hit scan damage should be quite effective though.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, I mean, the finals this year, Shy on the Sojourn was just absolutely cracked. It was incredible. The Widowmaker, we already saw a little bit of that from Shy on Ilios. It was
Please do not
frightening.
put on mute.
So Hong Kong Team might look to, again, try and sort of match this going with,
not the
you know,
stream
double
itself.
sniper here, hitting a lot of these players in individual 1 versus 1s.
Yeah, and Really tough task, right? Coming off the bench, playing the Widowmaker here, going up against Shy, one of the
I like how
best
his
hit scan
face cam is just
players
his hair
ever seen
and his
in
forehead.
Overwatch, right? As,
I love
tries
it.
to get a jump shot there. Tries to put some damage on
Oh, the Widow against Widow. I like
very
this matchup.
careful about this angle, not really swinging this widely at all. Just grappling up here. Charlion's been allowed to make some decent progress here and is able to play from the bridge for the time being. As long as he respects the DPS from the team from China, he's in a good spot to allow this card to move up.
Can put a lot of shield pressure down with that Hanzo, right? Force Gushue back, and maybe just create some space where you can get top bridge control, which it looks like they've done.
Who won first map?
Charlion's still playing for that bridge here.
If you
Shy
look top right,
and
it
Lee,
says
both looking at that
China
same angle
1,
here, and Gush was taking
Hong
a ton
Kong
of damage
0
in the front
top
line. The Discord Orb, though, something to bear in mind. Obviously, both tanks wearing it for the time being. Charlion takes a glancing blow, but it's going to be Kurumi getting the better of the Shy. Okay, now we have a 5 versus 4. Kurumi's starting to get a little bit more confident moving up. It's only Leave on a Sojourn here. Monk may have to leverage some of that damage to even the score.
Yeah, well, he knows that.
Nice shot.
Unless, unless he kind of closes the gap, right? That
Hong
is a
Kong's
large
doing
distance
really
advantage
fucking
that
strong
the
right now.
Widowmaker has over the Sojourn.
Nice shot.
I mean, some really big shots here. It's going to be a few that
No way he
should
hits
give
this.
them first point.
Yeah, starting to build some confidence here. Hong Kong winning in some of those 1v1s we're dealing with.
They have to kill the
Shy
tank.
and
They
Lee,
have
by
to
the
kill
way.
the tank,
So
man.
celebrated DPS
I'm surprised they
players.
haven't capped
Fluxy
yet.
from
They-
Deuceway. Kurumi gets caught
If they
in
killed
that
the
one,
tank, they
but
would've
there's actually
won.
a chance for China to move up. I guess
wow.
Team Hong Kong are not able to really apply enough pressure off the back of all those picks from Kurumi. That's hard to watch.
Yeah, I mean, really nice stuff from Kurumi, able to find a lot of those picks, but just not enough to get that first checkpoint. It's going to be Crazy using the Amp Matrix here, just trying to back them up a little bit. Maybe they thought they could catch a few players, getting quite aggressive around the corner, but they don't end up getting anybody there. So that's huge for the team from China. They're going to have double support all now.
Down to 1:40. Kurumi again takes to the skies.
Oh, the headshot on him before he landed with the immortality. Crazy shot.
Here for both Widowmakers.
Yeah, no, Mango Jai ended up having the transcendence.
Oh, they're
there, which
staring
would've
at
been
each other.
Huge, right? As they end up getting.
Oh, he's
Lysa
going
with
aggressive.
that Rabbinic Flux, they take him out.
Oh, Shy's so aggressive. Kurumi in deep trouble. Leave ends up catching him with a headshot. Absolute filth here.
Leave
From
is
Leave, the
popping
Sojourn
this
now
game.
starting to leave more than just a mark. And Hong Kong are down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. Double Infrasight out from those Widows here. At least there's a Transcendence to work with for Mango Dry, but that doesn't do squat if Shy is going to be hitting those heads. Same for Leave.
Yeah, they just gotta. I think that'll be the hardest part, right? Is getting him near the fight without him taking significant damage and potentially either forcing out the Transcendence or taking him out, right? Zen's such a glass cannon of a hero.
Charlion again wants to quickly reassume that bridge position. I'm quite sure he feels the pressure now as the clock is ticking. Down to 40 seconds. A Dragon Strike here. This is going to provoke
Oh,
some
what a
movement.
nice
Africa
rocket
trying
to the
win
Dragon,
position.
too.
Goose right inside
Kept
of
him
it.
in the
Looked
Dragon
like
for
it
that
worked.
damage. That was
There's the
nice.
Sigma down.
They should have
Charlion
capped
now
this
can
point a
take
long
this
time
off.
ago
Angle
when
still needs to respect
Kurumi
Leave.
was
It's gonna be
popping off.
Monk, though, striking again. Charlion is down, but Monk is punished for playing such an advanced position. Shido may be in a spot here to slow things down for Hong Kong. They realize
Kurumi's
this
getting
is their
the kills there.
best
I think
chance to get this
Hong
first
Kong's gonna cap
checkpoint.
here.
And Shai getting 0 targets being served up to him. Kurumi's able just to grappel.
They just need to kill the BAP.
To the
Kill the
high
BAP.
ground. We're a
Kill the
meter
BAP. Now they're
and change away.
they're not
And Gushue
finishing.
back.
Yeah, Gushue makes it back into the fight and has that
Wait, they
Rabbinic
get C9
Flux.
probably. C9,
Flux
C9,
in play
C9.
here.
Oh
Dangerous
my
for
god.
Lisa.
Point
Able to use
16.
those extra boots to stay
They
alive
have
at
to
the
kill.
time.
Wait, he's
Gushue
running for the
takes
C9.
Charlion down, and here's a flux from Gushue.
He's C9. He's C9. He flew too high.
Shades of San Francisco versus Atlanta, Matt. They give up the checkpoint as Hong Kong get an extension.
Yeah, as Gushue goes for the Flux there, and
No
sometimes the Sigma,
way,
right, when you use that
dude.
Gravitic Flux, obviously you want to go up in the sky, you get a little bit out of the skybox there of the payload contest, and it just probably happens in a
It was
game
a
of inches
counter with
there.
Sig 9, bro.
That'll
He
be
tried to
first
ult to
point
get thumb
taken.
off, and then he's C9.
Okay, 2 minutes to work with here. Hong Kong, though, not a lot else outside of that time bank to give them confidence.
Nice
Close to
shot.
Transcendence. Oh, there it is, Mango Jai. Turned into scrap. Shy as well. Might be just holding on to this infrasight here, waiting for Kurumi to build it up. It's going to be a little while, though. Monk taken down, but Charlion picked off. There is a flank happening here for Hong Kong. We'll see if it pays off because the rest of them are struggling in the main fight.
He hears the footsteps.
As Shalian goes over to the Genji here.
Nice shot, dude. I love watching Widow duels.
So good.
It reminds me of playing against Wally. Oh my god!
Nice deflect there. It
reminds me of when I used to snipe against Wally, and it's just free.
You got to give a hero that can challenge that, where the Genji fits right in.
All right. Once into that scary minute mark, Shalian hoping to build a blade in the next few moments. Has to respect, though, the potential for Shy and Lee to immediately take him out of the fight. He has to be careful while also taking the opportunity to get this long-range shuriken damage. Monk with a Transcendence. That would be bad news for a Dragon Blade, that's for sure. This is going to be a very explosive fight with a lot of ultimates leveraged.
Yes, it looks like, both
nice.
teams trying to build
that was a nice combo, rock rail.
How fast they're able to capitalize that, right? It's a really nice accretion there from Gushwei, and then Lee finishes off.
Yeah, I would never.
Nice
that's the reason I can't be a caster, chat. They like name all the abilities perfect, like accretion. That was a nice shot when he was sliding, like accretion and everything. I would just say rock.
There's still the issue of the gravitic flux to deal with, though.
Like I don't know like the names of abilities. I just know them by like
gravitic flux that comes out from
playing.
R3K, and Hong Kong have a real crack at this.
Yes, Kurumi has hit some really
Kurumi has been popping off.
Maker, especially coming
Xylan is going to need an insane blade here.
The team from China,
they don't have a defensive
no
ult
subs
too.
Coming into this one, keep everybody in. Shy, one of the best Widows in the world, and Kurumi's put on a really nice performance.
An unanswered infra site here. All the info in the hands of the team from China.
Oh, he had dash. He could have got that kill.
Blade accretion sends him off course.
He could have gotten
there with the overclock. The Transcendence is fine, but it's not going to stop the burst damage and Shy.
No way. That's a hold right there.
From China. Use the information behind infra site and the overclock.
He had dash. He should have went to go kill the Sojourn.
Really a nice play there from Hong Kong, even to get it that close, right? Towards that second checkpoint where the team from China, they had built up a ton of ultimates, and Kurumi hit some nice shots, start to get the payload moving, they get that Dragon Blade, but China able to just cycle through all their cooldowns, do a nice job of holding on there at the end.
I like how you pointed out just how quickly Leave is able to follow up on this accretion that hits Shalian.
Yeah, it was
in
so
midair,
fast.
He's lying prone, right? So he's stunned in midair, and Leave just instantly flicks over and finishes the Genji off with
Jay
a
getting the
railgun.
backseat gaming
really
experience.
hard to play under those circumstances because
I'm
it's not
not
just
backseating like you guys do.
That particular combo that's hostile to you is playing Genji.
See, the difference between you guys backseating and me backseating
Transcendence that
is that you guys are like bronze trying to backseat like better players. I'm on equal footing with these guys.
If this is the comp we get from the team,
rank 1 NA.
I mean, this would be interesting, right? Ilari with a Junker Queen and Kiriko. That's a
hey. I peaked rank 3. That's all I gotta say.
Interesting setup potentially. Leave on the Genji's like pretty strong. So
it's like a look very.
Nice shot.
Kurumi.
And then this was a nice shot. This shot right here was actually disgusting. Look at this.
Lost mid for a little
when he was sliding.
Have the same thing that does. So he's
oh my.
Oh, you're back.
I am back, yeah.
Man, why'd they bring you back?
I mean, I would have been happy for you.
I was having fun all alone, and then they took all the fun away. I mean, come on, man.
Come on, bro. I need this, man. Come on, bro, please. My Masters promo game, just one more. Team from China.
Imagine saying that you're washed up and you're still top 500. Oh man, you got me, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Man, you hurt me. I'm washed up, but I'm still top 500. Ooh.
Who's able to get a little bit of durability off of that kinetic grasp, but the pressure is immense. The team from China making great strides with this rush comp.
Yeah, they want to play aggressive. They want to play fast, right? Having the Kiriko in the mix with a Lucio as well as the Junker Queen. If you can get past that Sigma shield, right? Start, hitting those big axe swings with the Carnage. Really start to just ramp up those heals. As I know Legs are doing a nice job there, getting the payload moving.
Yeah, this is a real wins moment here for Lengsa. Riding it straight on in. And it's going to be very, very hard for Hong Kong to unseat this position from Gushwei. Are you kidding me? The kunai across the map. Shalian out and injured by the Kiriko. And that immortality field, might prolong things for R3K. But he can't really afford
they are pushing really far. That's crazy.
The rest of his team. Gushwei shows Mango Joe what a real knife is. And Kurumi can't do much from here. Monk playing super aggressive. definitely brimming with confidence.
They're all the way at second
Yeah,
point.
and once you get this Kitsune rush, right?
They're
Kitsune
rolling.
rush plus a lot of the other heroes that they have, just in the lineup, right? Like the Queen, where you start to get a lot of those axes and whatnot. Everything just becomes even stronger, just amplified as R3K now will go over and play a Queen of their own and try and match here.
Okay.
The issue is with the switches, though, Mitch, is that you've already given, the team from China a huge lead in terms of like ultimate economy, right? So like you may now have a good comp to kind of match them. It's just you're so far behind.
Monk wants to push them ahead here with that Kitsune rush.
That's a big ult. That's a big ult. 3 people.
3 players hit with that one.
No Suzu either.
Keeping R3K alive, apparently. The Suzu just
China
not an
is
option here.
rolling
And
right
Hong Kong
now.
here again crumble under this immense pressure. And remember,
Look at the
the team
Lucio.
from
He's
China
probably
just really
putting
have
out
to
a
get to
tweet
the
right
end
now.
of this phase of the map. That means that Hong Kong have one more fight.
Yes, it's going to be an overclock here from Shy as they push
Nah,
up. They don't
they're
even
just
want to let them get
disrespecting
out
him,
and try
pushing
and
him back
contest
into
the
the
card
spawn.
here. So, Karumi tries to make it out with a nice dash. Karumi's had a pretty good map just coming on in, but still, I mean,
This
the
guy
amount
still
of
is at
pressure,
50%
right? The
yeah,
aggression
just
that the
pushing
team
the
from
card. Look
China
at him.
plays with this
Look at
dive
him. He's
comp
just
gets
been
right in
watching
your
his team
face, gets
through.
really aggressive.
He's just
a rush
watching
style
his
of play.
team through the wall,
they'll
just
end up
have
taking it
fun, and
serious.
he's just
Now,
chilling.
we said we hadn't yet seen what the team from China have been working on coming into this World Cup match, but we knew they'd be confident. We knew the rest of the group would have a reason to fear them. And
I
just,
gotta give you
again,
guys your channel
the
points. Hold up.
explosiveness that we saw the team from China come
Hong
out
Kong,
with there
alright, I'm gonna give
on
you
that
guys the
attacking
channel
side,
point.
playing the Junker Queen comp, but also what they're able to get done with the double hit scan in that Sigma mirror. You've got to hand it to Hong Kong. Really tough battle from the outset. Karumi got to show us some incredible individual moments there. That's definitely something they can take away from this game.
Yeah, and it was great to
That-
see
that
Mango Jack
Lucio
come
on
in
point
there
was
for
probably
that,
watching the
second
YouTube
map,
stream,
play
just
some
pushing the cart.
Zenyatta, play some of the flex reports. So really
Okay,
interesting
chat.
stuff
Next game
on
is the
both
game,
sides,
bro.
but man,
France
the team from China
against
just looked
Team
really
USA,
good in
bro.
terms of, like, their
France against
prediction,
Team
the dive,
USA.
like, how fast they play. They're going to be difficult for just about any team.
Everyone priming, I appreciate it, by the way.
Moving
All the
forward,
follows as well.
Spain and
Thank you.
Thailand both stand in the way of
I'm sorry.
the team from China.
I'm not at my normal
It's
stream
very
setup, so.
hard for me to see the game's going any differently than what
Also,
we
I
just
could set up
saw.
the notifications,
This is a
but I
team
don't
that's
want to,
achieved
because I
second
think
place
it's
silver
just, I
medal
think it would just be
finishes
annoying
in
seeing the
2018
new
and
sub, and
2019
like
respectively. And this
the
year,
stuff.
they're going for gold.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have the
Not
roster
lazy, I just
to
don't
do
want
it.
them to
They
see
have the
new
roster
sub
to
news.
go
I think it
all
takes
the
away
way.
from the game.
And a few more performances
that
like that, they very
distraction.
well do it.
All right, much to talk about after that game. Even though it was quite short,
Wait,
a lot of individuals putting themselves
what was that?
back
That was
on the
1,
map. We'll
2,
put him on there for
3,
the
4.
first
Now
time.
we're having
Let's
two
head to our desk to
newcasters.
break down the action between Hong Kong and the team from China.
Okay, chat. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Matt, yeah, this
Enjoy
is
having Meg all to you guys
the
selves.
kind of convincing performance that
And I bet
we
you I'm gonna lose like
expected to
80% of my
see
viewers.
from the team from China. So let's
So
break
true.
it down. What are your main thoughts after this match concluded?
For me, I think this was a great showing from Team from China. They are definitely one of the favorites to win it all in the Overwatch World Cup 2023, along with South Korea and USA. And this was sort of a proof for them, right? I mean, it was not only the coordination, but every single player on Team from China team, you know, they really showed an outstanding performance. I quickly want to shout out Monk as well, the support player. He had a fantastic performance today. So I think, you know, I think I'm even more excited to see more from Team from China.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, they remain one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, right? And they look really strong in this game, as we watched it right here.
Hey, Grandma,
they did
that's not very
lose that
nice.
first point here on Circuit Real, but I think that was more of a mistake of stepping off the objective, right? More so than,
Kitty, I can't wait for next
you know, and misplaying by any means. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. The team from China is still one of the favorites in this tournament. When it comes to Hong Kong for the remainder of the tournament, they are playing Spain in our fourth day here in the group stages. So if you can potentially
Which
win
Meg
that
is
match in a
which?
two-ball
We're both
fashion,
Meg.
maybe you can hope for some
Which
kind
Liz
of
Meg
three-way
is-
tie to make it out
We're
of
both
groups.
Liz.
Obviously,
We're
they
both
haven't
Liz
really
Meg.
been that
No, I
strong
made,
so far in this
I
group
had to
stage.
make, like,
But I
another
don't
account for
necessarily want to
something,
count them
'cause
out because it's been
there's,
two pretty tough matches
some,
for
like,
them so
in
far
company
against
Overwatch thing,
both the team from
and I
China
made it Liz
that of
Meg.
course have a lot of synergy and play with each
Liz
other.
Megan?
And that goes for the
I
same
know,
from
I know.
Thailand,
I
right?
know.
Who also have a lot of
So I
experience
thought
playing
that
with
was
each other
funny.
in Asia Pacific
Meg
region,
sucks
right? So
Yeah.
Hong Kong, one more opportunity here against Spain
It's a
in
good
day
name.
4. That's going to be Wednesday.
It's a great name.
Yeah, and we're
We
looking
are
forward to
the
that
Meg
very
Cinematic
much so.
Universe.
Let's once more
Yeah.
take a look at our updated group
No, it's,
standings. Oh, actually, we just did that. Never mind. I just can't
that
get
guy
enough
who
of groups.
wouldn't leave your stream.
We love
for
you
us.
love groups.
I love
You love standings.
graphics, I love standings,
Sure.
I love promos.
Because it's
And you know
only a
what?
name.
That's how we get them again. Here they are. So with
Can't make
this
the scores of rank 1 now.
match concluded, that
can
means
do
there's
anything
only
Overwatch
one
related.
singular
I don't
team
like
that we
it,
have
Overwatch.
not seen thus far, and that is Team USA. And this will come up right
I'm
after
so
this break,
excited
so
for Team
don't go
USA.
anywhere.
I am so hyped. I do not have like meetings for this hour.
Ooh,
And
so you get to watch?
I do not know how that happened, but I'm leaning into it.
Oh, it's gonna be very hype.
Knowing my life like a last minute, like, hey, do you want to sync? And I'll be like, yeah, I want to watch this game.
You know, my team pretty much just like canceled all our weekly meetings because everyone is just either here or they're like, you know, they're gonna be at the event, or like, you know, just kind of, it's a weird week, you know. There's like, you know, BlizzCon, all BlizzCon. I mean, so
All BlizzCon all the time.
Yes, I remember you, Bunny. Hi, Bunny.
I feel like asking who do you think is going to win this next game is kind of redundant.
I mean, it's our home team.
Yeah, because I feel like we're both just going to be like, okay, US team.
Yeah, of course. USA.
Yeah. Even
I
if-
want USA to win it all.
Oh yeah. I would
Like,
love that.
I think if at least they'll put up a very good fight. It's gonna be all the maps are gonna be really good. Very hard to watch. It's Meg 3. No, Meg. We're Meg 2. Meg
Right, so
squared.
we don't have a third Megan. We don't have a third Liz.
I'm sure there is another Megan, but
Oh, I have no doubt. It's like, we're all at that we're at that age that like everybody was named Megan.
yeah.
Oh, can we do a poll that basically the poll that says Meg stream only or Jay come back?
He's gonna get mad.
Let's do it.
Is a poll a prediction?
It's a
Probably a poll. How do you even? What is it? How does he see his things?
managed poll. New poll.
More and then what? New poll. What are we saying?
Is it
Meg.
Meg 2 Scream or
Which is better?
there we go.
Meg 2.
Jay3.
Just 1 minute. Very quick,
Yes.
guys.
Very quick poll. Let's go.
If I view results, it doesn't end the poll, right?
I don't think so.
Ah.
Here we go. 80% currently. Oh, let's see. It's 79-21. Jay's making a slight comeback here.
Don't fall for Jace. You're rather simping. I want to be able to like see it here. Yeah. There we go.
There we go. Perfect.
Come on, guys. That's what I like to say.
There we go. Okay. still Megs with a solid lead.
I can see always for the win.
I also appreciate that the American slogan or cheer is just what the fuck is a kilometer.
It's such a good. I love Twitch chat.
And it's just us being confused about the standard of distance
Our
in
next
every
match
other
is
country.
going to feature
Yeah.
Team USA and Team France.
Nice, we
This
won
is gonna be a
35%.
first for Team USA.
Let's go.
Yes,
Oh, we
this is
should
an
just leave that
opportunity
there.
for Team
I am-
France to
I am gonna leave it
redeem
there.
themselves. It was a
I
surprise
am gonna
loss.
leave it.
I think most people expected France
At
to
the
come
end
out
of the
on
poll,
top
we know
in
which
their
stream is
matchup
better.
against Team Japan,
Expert team.
which looked so very crisp and
sure
clean.
Jay will
So
love seeing
France back to the drawing board, trying to figure out how they can take down the rest of their
Oh my
group.
god.
This is their chance, but they are
Thank you for the
going
next
up
game.
against one of the favorites to win it
I'll
all.
wait
But
until
let's
Jay
chat
comes
about this very lineup.
prediction.
Guys, what
We
did
have
we
time, I
learn from
think.
their match yesterday? Where do we see room for improvement?
I mean, they are, I think, making some adjustments. We were seeing Bembes coming into the lineup. Yesterday we saw Poco play get more playtime against Japan. So you know, like you said, I think they went to the drawing board, see what they needed to fix, and I think one of the things was trying best, right, as a main tank. I think. You know, I think all of us were surprised when they lost to Japan, but I mean, the talent is there, right, guys? France has a lot of great players, so I think, you know, for right now, France, you know, they just have to not think about their loss yesterday. Focus on this match because this is a big one. If they lose this, they're gonna be 0-2 and things are gonna look a lot more difficult for Team France.
Yeah, maybe they overdid it. Maybe they overcooked. You know, with 11 people on there, you have 6 assistant coaches, one head coach. That's a lot of voices to be heard.
Maybe they needed a little bit more.
Exactly, or maybe they need more. Who knows? Either way, they'll need a lot of things to go up against this USA roster. A mixture of old
has
and
been
new.
around for
a
so
lot of star
long,
power in this very lineup.
Because he's been
yeah,
pretty
I
much
think
at
some
a pro
people
play
were
like,
expecting
level
Super
since
to
he
come
was
out as a
13.
tank player for this team, but
Unfortunately,
if
he
we're
couldn't
being
play,
realistic,
but
I
he
mean,
probably could have
Kalush,
been,
he has played at the
like,
highest
out
level of
so
Overwatch
long
like
ago.
recently, right? And his Sigma has been phenomenal. So if we're truly in a Sigma meta, then Kalush is going to be the tank player you're going to see for most of this tournament. So they did a little bit of trolling, as we'll see throughout these highlights. You know, Ultraviolet playing Ramatra, for example, Kalush and the Moira. This was how Team USA advanced through the
it's
qualifiers.
funny, but Kilometer
this one, they're
France
actually
still
playing
uses
seriously on
Kilometer,
this
so
one.
it's
This
still
is what we
relevant.
want to see more about, right?
fuck is up again?
Maybe not more
Also,
licensing here in the background. These highlights are thrilling. They're really entertaining. But it is going to be interesting to see what Team USA brings out here, because it has been some months since the qualification stage, so the meta is
the last
obviously
match for
shifted.
today? No, there is
and obviously we
a
didn't see a
sixth
ton of
match,
matches
and
when they
it
actually
is,
played their real
Canada
matchup, the
and
real
Australia.
players on the appropriate
That'll
roles,
also be a
right?
good one.
So this is going to be the first time
Yeah, they're
we're actually
playing from
seeing
11 to
USA
4,
in action
like,
here
on
in the
the
group
hour
stage.
before.
And so I'm curious to see
would say
we'll
for
see
the
when it
next
comes to their
couple days,
compositions
tomorrow
or what they
being
have
the last
planned
one.
later down the tournament. Because quite frankly,
I think
while we
Wednesday
talk
too,
about
no?
South Korea,
Maybe I'm
the
correct.
team from
No.
China and
Maybe
USA
Wednesday.
being the 3 favorites
Go
to
by
win
what
the
it is on
entire
the
thing.
website.
We
Yeah,
didn't really
I'm
get
gonna check,
a
'cause
great
I was
look of
looking
any of the
at it.
teams, except for maybe the team from China, of course,
Megan giving
going into the tournament. So this is the first time we get to really see, okay, USA,
I can't remember
can you
everything.
stack up against Korea and the team from China?
I have it open.
and we're
so.
about to find out. So let's take a look at our predictions
Yeah,
to
there
see
are-
where
there are
we're
games on
going with
Wednesday
this
as
one.
well,
I had
so.
to give
And
the
then
dub
Thursday there's
to
no
Team
break.
USA. I'm just very excited for this lineup.
Cool. Yeah, so-
They're not just the reigning champion, and of course,
that's
a lot of those players. This is their first Overwatch World
I
Cup
thought this one
showing,
was
right?
today.
So it's not the same
Yeah,
roster we
that's the
saw
one I
winning
would
it
say
all
as
in
well.
2019. But there's so much talent. There's so much talent.
Yeah.
Each of those players has shown us so much great stuff in the Overwatch League this very past season, or this year rather. So I have a lot of faith in that roster. What about you, Danny?
Same, and with USA, I mean, Team France does have the
Just
talent,
like
but I
Twitch
mean,
chat is
USA,
just
I think,
a
has more
wall.
talent.
Oh yeah,
Simple
but
as that.
bad
I think
guts
I'm going
and
with the
Kilometer.
USA
Break it down.
2-0.
Chat, don't forget to predict.
Yeah,
Don't forget to
I went
predict.
with the US as well.
Give me, like,
I mean,
2.5 minutes.
France didn't have the best
Predict,
showing
predict.
yesterday against Japan, so
Predict.
that's already something that doesn't make me super confident in the gameplay going into this one. But given that they changed 2 players in their starting lineup, you know, could be map dependent, or it could be France saying, hey,
I should
we're doing some
predict
last minute
that
changes.
should
We're
predict
just
this. I
gonna
have it
throw
up
stuff
on
at the
my
wall
computer,
and see what
so
sticks. This could be a different French team we're seeing.
I mean, all those players in Team France, they know what's up. You know, like they know how to recover from a loss like that. So
professionals.
Yeah.
exactly, they're professionals. They've been around the
She's
block.
like Jay in the
So-
closet.
No, it's good.
No,
Yeah, we
a lot
did.
of coaches.
Yes, we did.
No
Hi.
reason to despair
hi.
just yet, but
Yeah, you
it
did.
is going to be an uphill
I saw your
battle
prediction
going
for you.
up against the team
ran
from
a
the
poll as
USA.
well.
Yeah.
We did a
However,
lot
Oh,
we
wait,
got some
the poll
inside
went
scoop,
away,
so
didn't
maybe
it?
we're gonna regret our predictions.
No, this
here.
is the
Emily,
prediction.
let's talk to both of those
poll.
teams.
I
What
don't
you
know
got
how to
for
see the
us?
poll. Whatever. 75%
Yeah, I mean, speaking
of
of
your
coaches,
chat
I
liked.
was able to talk to
we
both the
made a
coaches
poll,
from
and it
Team
was which
France
stream is better.
and Team USA. And
Yes.
Fake from
Yes.
Team France said, we
Look at the
need to
poll.
go back to
Your results.
fundamentals and focus on our own game in order to take on Team USA. Your opponent is full of
75% of your
high-profile
chat
players,
thought
so
we're
is there
better than you.
anyone
That's fine. They can
from
take
the
I already
USA
did. I already
that you're
did.
especially concerned about?
It just finished. Don't worry.
They said you don't
guys said
focus
she
on
ran
one
3
player
minutes on you guys,
especially.
and you guys
Yeah.
And it is indeed a very high
Wait, they want to see who's taller.
team, but
Look, I'll give you-
we just need to play our A game today. And Super's Genji is pretty scary though. As for Team USA, Coach Gator said, you know, the first impression
You guys are saying Meg's better than me, but she just ran 3 minutes on you guys.
Very surprising. He
That's
expected
crazy.
stronger
I'm
performances from
snitching.
the European teams. And then I asked,
So I'll go
well,
straight.
is there a dark horse theme, either from your group
I was
or
gonna
other
say
groups?
if you're
And
if
he
you're
said,
you're working the con, right?
Dark horse
I was
team
gonna say
for
if you're not
me
working,
would
you
be
can come in and say
Japan
hi to
from
them.
yesterday's performance. I think our toughest opponent would be Team
Okay, chat.
Saudi
Team
Arabia.
USA against
But our
France. This is gonna be a
team
great
has
game.
spent a lot
How you
of
doing,
time
Kitty?
together out of the game, as well as being friends for many years, and we have a very open communication
I can't believe
and
you guys
comfort
think
level
Meg 2
that
is better
few
than
teams can ever achieve.
J3.
So,
Nah, that's
yeah,
crazy.
there's some great
I'm
players,
sad.
but
Can we get
our
550?
toughest opponents in our group is ourselves.
Who's this random?
That's right. Thank you so much, Emily. There you have it. Back to the drawing board for France and general impressions there from Team USA.
Okay,
I
this
think
is
we're
gonna be a
very much
lot of
aligned
fun.
with their impressions. There were some surprises they won, but you know that was just one day.
Okay,
We
chat.
have a
I don't
lot
know if
more
you guys can
games
see
to
the prediction,
play.
but
So any of these teams can come
92%
out
of
and
chat thinks
redeem
Team USA is
themselves
going to
with
win
some
at
standout
16 million
performances
channel
in their
points and at
upcoming
8%
matches.
on
I am
France
super excited for
with
this
only
one.
1.3 million channel points.
Let's get a second look at Team
621
France
people
and a
think
first
USA
look
is
at
going to win.
Team
150 are
USA.
going to
But
say
first,
France
we're
is
going to
going
head
to
into
win.
a quick break, and after that, we're back with all the action.
Jeez. That is crazy. What WTF is a baguette? You know what, chat? I'm just gonna say it. I'm Team USA. I'm Team USA, chat.
I would hope so.
I mean, you gotta vote for your, like, you know, home country.
Yeah. That's what me and Megan were saying. You're like, of course, asking us. who
I
we're
just
voting
want to say, Florida Mayhem won Overwatch League, and I'm from Florida. And now Team USA is playing, and I'm from USA. So I mean,
None of those things are
like
really
1 + 1 is like 2, but like you know, I'm not just. I don't lose.
But what about all your other predictions? Where you lost?
That's just for content.
Oh, okay, okay. What a good excuse. The fuck is real?
I like that one. The F is 8 coaches. What the F is 8 coaches? J3's ancestors are from France. No. I don't have. I think I'm like Polish, Danish, Irish. No, Polish, Danish.
You're not Russian?
A little Russian, I think, and Canadian.
Ew.
Eh.
Ew.
My grandfather was from
Welcome
Canada.
back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup. We hop over to Group D to get our first look at USA, and we get to see also if France have a comeback in them after yesterday.
Full America.
Yeah, obviously, taking that initial loss to Japan was not how they wanted this group
Kiwi
stage
and
to
Kusta,
start.
I love it.
It was a very
Kusta.
close
I used to
game,
call him
back
Kusta.
and forth.
Why?
Japan
Because
threw
I
this
say
very
everyone in
strange
the- It's
strategy,
not my
playing a lot
fault.
of Doom
Yeah,
Fist,
it
and I
is.
think it caught
they
Team
got
fans off guard. So I'm curious to see, going up against USA, especially with Collusion in the lineup, we might see more of a Sigma mirror that Team France might feel a little bit more comfortable with.
Yeah, it's interesting that France may be feeling like they have to change their composition
Okay,
up,
chat.
but at
Team
least
USA
the players
against
around
France.
Nico
This is Team
will be
USA's
starting it.
first
It's
time
Pac,
playing
who,
the
very new
brackets.
player to the scene.
They're playing on
has experience in
Busan.
Contenders Europe. Wondering what
Busan.
his hero
No.
pool is going to
Busan.
be. I was very much expecting Nico today, but
No
a lot
way.
of World Cup experience across the board. Besides, a few new players like Avo and Pac and Natlox.
And they're going to need as much experience as they can get because they're going up against Team USA, which has a very experienced roster. As much as in 2019, it was a
Sugar-free,
completely
Hydron,
different
Kalush,
set of players
Ultraviolet,
other than
and
Super, who came
Apollo.
out of retirement for this
That's a
one.
good
Everyone in the
FD
lineup that you see
FD
right
God,
here is a
Nat
first
Lox,
time
Ben Best. I like
in
Ben
the
Best.
Overwatch
Pac,
World Cup, but they are no
Avo,
slouches. They are
I
great
don't know.
players within
Avo,
the Overwatch
chat,
League.
is it Avo
And
or
that's why
Avo?
everyone is saying Team France, they have their work cut out for them against this squad because USA, they have a lot of depth and they have a lot of skill.
Where's Poco? I
Yeah,
think
USA
Poco
are
and Ben
one
Best
of the
switch
big
out. It depends on the
favorites
map.
along with South Korea, but USA they had public tryouts which were so
Ava?
incredibly competitive. Like they have
It was.
three tank players, quote unquote. If you
Okay,
count
chat,
that
this
Dante
is like
could
the
come in
best
with
match
Doomfist
happening
maybe,
today.
but
We gotta see
we
it.
start on Busan downtown
Busan.
with some Junker Queen out of Ben Best. We don't get to see that too often. Usually back on his Washington Justice days, it was a lot of Reinhardt.
Yeah, so Benbes is in that lineup. I must have missed that one. So that means they're playing completely differently to what we saw from them yesterday. They're going to want to play fast with this Junker Queen. Speed boost in with the shout. There they go.
There they go, but Avo.
Ooh,
probably why you sub him in. That hit scan, although maybe he wasn't in the Overwatch League, is such an important hero to play on downtown. If you can dominate the top of that building, you got sightlines on around the map. It's difficult to maneuver. Seems like USA haven't been affected too much. The first cap goes to France, and using that speed, they dash on right to Hydron, forcing out his jump. USA don't have a lot of, well, space until Kalush decides to go to the point by himself. Now has reinforcements,
this
but
is,
is below
I'm surprised
50%
France got the point
doesn't
first.
have a lot of armor. But with that immortality, RuPaul wasn't sure how Kalush was going to do either, and France now rotating behind.
And they're jostling for position. Both teams neither wanting to make a move, but
So,
once again
what's
with the
actually
first pick
really
on the
funny
RuPaul, that's a
is
lot of
that,
healing out for USA.
You know, some of the people on Team USA, like I know and whatnot, I talked to some of them, and they said they were doing really well in scrim. So
USA, I mean, they just kind of played this cat and mouse running around the staircase, and I don't think
what is
Pac is gonna
carrying
get out. But good retake by USA.
So you see,
It's just Sugar Free's head.
But they didn't need it.
Some people, I like seeing how people play the game. Some people are really far, some people are relaxed, some people are like really close to the
Doesn't
camera.
want to play the Junker Queen into the
By the way,
Arisa.
Paimon, I appreciate the massive
matchup, so they go
Tier
back to
1
their Sigma
sub on
style that they were known for. You know,
Paimon.
just recently, yesterday, and then Avo also over
First
to
new
the
sub on
Soji.
YouTube today.
Yeah, let's go.
USA now have the Ant Matrix, so France gotta hope that they can cross quickly to that Mega Pack side, and half of them managed to do so, but France are all split up, and USA converge on the ones that made it through. Now the Sound Bear from FD God does rally the troops, and France hope to maybe use this Dragon Blade, but Pac is hesitating, and France are losing bodies. USA haven't really had to use their DPS ultimates, but let's see what Kalush can do. Good Terra Surge really splits up
nice
France
flip.
even more. Fantastic spear. And USA
I'm actually really surprised Pac didn't use his blade. They used
and USA just used
so
all
early
their
and it was wearing
ultimates
off. He
slower.
could have bladed
Their
it,
sound
probably
barrier
won
went out
that.
from FD God. Ultraviolet, not known for his Lucio, uses that bit a little bit later, and that gives USA the advantage. They have control of the room. There's nothing France can really do, but now there's a window here for Team France. Pac, he has that Genji blade, no sound barriers on either side, but Sugar Free can
be a
match
bigger
with
blade,
his
chat?
blade of
Sugar
his
Free or
own,
Pac?
and we know how good Sugar Free is on the Genji.
France unsure if they wanted to take that coast side, but decided to speed on through. Pac with the Dragon Blade dashes in, didn't get the reset. Maybe worried about Hydron, who has got the overclock, plenty of space to work with. Even has the speed of Ultraviolet. Jumps back on top, tries to dodge the accretion of the Sigma. Here's Sugar Free shining bright.
Sugar Free
and that's
too.
more than enough work for USA.
They're really
now
cool.
within one flight territory of winning
I
the
play
first
against.
round.
I mean, they're
yeah, and at 85% encounter,
It's
USA,
cool
they're going to
being
try and
pro
punish
players, and
Benbes.
that's
They're trying to get him early. If they can get this pick, Team France might not even get another opportunity. Oh no, how are they going to get to the point now? Avo switches over to the Tracer to touch, but it's going to be a difficult route to get.
FD God is not thinking about touching at least. Okay, last minute there from Avo. FD God next. Pac on top.
Didn't want to touch.
And France behind after what you thought was
a nice
an
right click.
early
He's
good
gonna get that
take,
kill.
and they had the rotations. They had USA fleeing the fight at all times.
Nice,
But as
Team
soon as
USA.
retook, it was just a
Lenny
wall that France couldn't break through.
Team USA.
Yeah, and USA just using their ultimates better and better and better than Team France. It just felt like they had a little bit more synergy and coordination. And, you know, we just heard from Emily talking about Team USA. They have a lot of experience playing together. A lot of them are friends. So there is that synergy that they have from just playing the Overwatch League, but also just understanding and being able to be honest with each other to be able to play as a whole unit.
As a caster?
Now we're going to see switches coming out from France, and we're going to see Benbes go over to what I would consider his signature hero over to the Reinhardt.
Yeah, that's what I remember him being subbed in for, but there's so many good options. I mean, Arisa, I think, is more flexible when you can have the range
he's gonna think
damage,
better of it.
more sustain.
They're staying
Yeah,
on
that's
the
what
Arisa.
Kalush has been
They're
known to
also
play
mirroring
too. It's a good matchup, but with the Mei, I wonder how well this can enable Benbes.
And
I
Pac on the
always
Mei
love
should
playing with
give
Benbes on the
France an
ladder. I
advantage
love
because
his
Genji is
comms.
nowhere near as good.
Even when no
Yes,
one's
you can
talking,
play to
he's
a
always
high
there
level
talking.
if you can get those
I
dash
can't talk
resets,
for
but
like
Mei
10 hours
with the
like
wall
that.
you can isolate your plays just like Kalush here.
Oh, Hydron letting loose. Immortality is keeping
Hydron dashed
France
through
up,
once
and
and got
Hydron
30%
will not
charge.
be stopped, and not a lot
Oh
of attention
my
is being
goodness.
given over to him. Really, just
I gotta
France
beat
is
Sugar.
overwhelmed by
Oh,
Team
sorry,
USA.
Sugar, yeah.
And with Mecha Base being such a defendable map, or I should say round, this is going to be troublesome for France to attack it again.
Yeah, because it
Yeah,
gets
we definitely
difficult
don't get the
here
same best
for the team
content.
trying to reclaim the point because there's two
I
very small
think
chokes
your
that you're
favorite
coming out
tank
of, and
well
they
lead
can
is the
see
other
you
guy.
coming. You can see USA waiting at the top of the stairs, waiting for Team France. They're going to have to use so many
you guys live
resources
close
just
to
to
each
get out
other,
the door.
too.
They
You guys
use the
should, like,
wall to
meet
cut
up.
off the sidelines. That's a great play from France.
Ant Matrix, I wonder how much space is going to be created, but this neutral fight is also decided by the Bastions. You can punish these rotations. As someone out in the open, it was sugar-free. FD got able to chase it down. Ant Matrix here from the high ground of France. Spraying and praying as USA caught in the open here.
France cleaned
hoping
up
to
that
keep
fight.
keep defending
See,
this
I'm not gonna
point,
try to
but
be
they
like,
decide
you
to
know,
retreat.
Team
France
USA all the way. I
That's
like
a
good
great
games.
play.
Even
Drops
though
that
I'm
wall
rooting
that
for
just
Team
sort of
USA.
scatters
I want a good
USA.
game. I can't
Kalush
be-
went forward, but the
I
rest
can't
of
be
the
like
team
the whole
wasn't there.
stream. Yo, Team
from their
USA,
fast.
and then
Finding
never
their
mentioned
advantages,
France.
find the initial pick, get Sugar-Free down. But now ultimates are starting to come online. RuPaul has the amplification matrix. USA are going to rotate to the right side, drop that one early to give them some space.
Hey, Ant Matrix, this scares the heck out of France.
Team USA has a lot of ults, though. I mean, France is coming up with a lot of ults.
I just realized Yuki is on
maybe even
Lucio.
getting them low here with the artillery strike.
And he's black support.
And he's popped up too. USA
Ultraviolet.
taking fight after
I just
fight,
realized he's
committing
on
more
Lucio.
ults. Here's the Dragon Blade, but caught the Terra Surge, not
Like,
ideal, but
Yuki's known for like
at
his
least wanted to go for the
Annas
trade,
and
but didn't
Val.
channel it long enough to
But,
get
yeah.
sugar-free.
Nice.
It will be USA capping the point yet again and taking the lead.
Just perfect position of the artillery strike by Hydron. FD God does pop the sound barrier, but it's just a second too late. Then Benbest, also using the Terror Surge incredibly late. So now they don't have big ultimates to get back into this fight. It's going to have to be on pack with this Blizzard to try and isolate some of the players from Team USA.
Yeah, USA came in with a plan. Ant Matrix, artillery, and France. What do they have cooked up? At least getting out of the doors
That's
is
a
good,
big
but
ult.
the Surge has
Immortality.
everyone low. France still live, and they place the Blizzard at their
Great.
feet. This does
Both teams are
solidify
alive,
USA a
though.
little bit, but with the sound barrier of Ultraviolet, USA march on.
Wait,
Here's the
did they just
artillery
try to,
strike
like-
from France. Maybe finish off some of
Did they
those
just try to use
targets.
the Bastion
USA
on
are down
Lucio?
by 2. And France with the 5 versus 3 just have to
Benbest.
finish off
Benbest is
what
poppin'.
they started. And Benbest gets to just gallop towards
locked
USA
in.
to look for those staggers to buy time that they desperately need.
Just a great play once again by France. You can see they understand how they want to get into these retakes, and USA, because they aren't running the May of their own, they don't have ways to limit France's ability to step into them. So once again, USA, they're actually going to fake it to the right. They've actually caught France. France give them the opening. They jump through with the amplification matrix again.
Yeah, you also got to keep Sugar-Free in check. He's looking for flanks. Here's the artillery strike from Hydron. There's a lot of targets in these close quarters, and at least they're making them dance
come on,
around.
Hydron.
Maybe expose themselves out in the open. USA have them trapped in this small room.
Oh,
USA
Kalush,
trying to
Kalush.
flip the point, but
And they
somehow
flipped the
Kalush
point.
was
That's
doing
actually
that.
really
He's
bad for
removed.
Team
It's
USA.
really
And
bad,
France
and
don't
then
have a
they're-
tank standing in their way.
And they got
They
beat for last. They had
reused
three,
it.
4
Leave
ults
the
for last
room,
team fight.
see if they can
I
match
think
USA on the
France
high
might win
ground.
this and come
Yeah.
back.
France have all the advantages right now. They have 3 ultimates on line pack coming up to the Blizzard. They should be able to deal
gotta be
with
a
the
big
Sugar-Free blade and take this round.
And Matrix ready, see Natlox placing it down. USA want to
Oh.
break through with the Dragon Blade to scare
What
them
is-
away from
oh,
it, but the sound barrier is
boy.
used and the
Come on,
Terror Surge.
USA.
That is a lot invested there by France, but
Nah, I
only a
think
few
France
more
takes
seconds
this.
left
Yeah,
for them
I
to
think they
defend.
take this.
And USA race to touch. It's up to Kalush, but he's only one man. And France seconds away from taking round 2 and forcing the decider.
I think
And
May
you can
is
see
so
France
strong
feeling a
on
lot
this
more
map
comfortable
in
on this
particular.
composition.
It's
They
really
understand
hard
how to play around each other. Blizzard down late. They need to keep
play
Benbest
a
alive
play
because
without your own
spawners are
May.
going to come in from Team USA. Sugar-Free falls.
That's
Benbest
crazy.
does,
I-
but they
well, at
do
least it
get
goes to a map
Hydron
3.
and close out the second round. And we have a match going on right now, Lemon.
Yeah, I was wondering how France were just gonna get through these
J3
chokes
curse is
using
real.
speed.
The J3
I think
curses.
the
I'm not
Blizzard was
chat.
something they were
USA
able
is
to
gonna
defend
win,
themselves
bro.
well with.
There's no curse.
There's good coordination and also
Curse
just
this.
the Bastions being able to kick off these fights. It was, I would honestly say that was a close round between the two.
Yeah, and now we're going to see potentially Team USA switching over. They are playing double flex supports with Ultraviolet and RuPaul in this lineup. Very mechanical players, and if they go over to this Sigma with the high damage output of the supports, they're going to try and spread themselves out and make it impossible for France to move around the map.
J3, can you
Seems like
curse
France
my
have a very
ex?
similar idea of how they
What are
want
you
to play this
saying?
round as well. This time though, FD got on the Ana and Avo on the Soldier of all picks as well. Hydron actually mirroring.
Important how those first picks go for Pack. A lot of pressure on this new player's shoulders up against Hydron. Already on the Pack side, taking initial damage, may give up this position. Now the Sigmas will have to duel for this drum position for the point. where you can defend this for a long time. Pack gets that headshot that we were talking about against Hydron on that left side. That was an important duel. This is a power
NA
position
top 500
that looks
equals
over the
EU
point.
plat.
USA
Okay,
can
you know
also
what?
counter-rotate
Now I
to
want
the
USA
opposite
to
side
just
where the
win.
Mega Pack
Just so I
is,
can,
but they seem
just so
to
I can
still
see
want to
that
push
guy
Pack away.
just never talk in my chat
Now,
again.
got his flex supports by his side and the shield of Ben Best, and USA want
You
to
know
get
what?
around them.
NA might
First
be
flip over to
EU
Team
plat.
France, and now because they have the numbers advantage, they're
I
trying
was
to
gonna
push
say,
away Team USA, but
that's not-
Avo's the one who gets
USA,
punished.
Never mind.
Ben Best rocked.
I was like Hanzo.
But back on his feet, but very low. FD got
I
two,
actually
is
don't think
wanting to
Hanzo's
stay
good on this
involved,
lane.
but he was 1 HP, and Hydron takes him
Oh
down.
my.
I think
USA
the
just
soldier
held
and
this
Sojourn
position.
combo
They were
is
stubborn, and
so
it paid
strong.
off, even
It
despite
is
losing
very
Hydron
okay.
early.
Like
You
two
only give up
soldiers just shooting at
22%.
you. It's so
That's
and
winnable
Felix
for
Rocket
USA.
and Rail.
Absolutely.
And they
Hydron
have,
comes back on the
I mean,
off angle, just
Alari,
able
like,
to pick
it's-
at
it's so
Team
much
France,
poke.
and they just couldn't hold up to the
Yeah, I
amount of
don't
damage
think-
that was coming
Oh,
through.
and Alari, so that's 3 DPS.
It's a very greedy
Oh,
pick
and Pack.
of the
That's 4
Hanzo from
DPS,
back
1
here,
tank.
because Hanzo's
Yeah.
inconsistent damage, and you'll really
if
live
their
and
Hanzo doesn't
die
get a
by
pick,
the
I
value
don't
you
think,
get from the Hanzo Ares. Obviously got a very important
course,
opening pick,
you know,
but because of the
like
Hanzo,
Wall
they
lead on
also
Team
weren't
France, just
able to
going
close out
Hanzo,
the
it's one
fight
of the
against Team
characters
USA.
he
Oh,
knows.
and that's a
What?
great
The
pick
Wall
from
lead
Hydron on
slander
FD
is
God. Just 1-2 punch with the left click and the
not
rocket.
nice.
And that's that niche that
Well,
Soldier
he wants
has.
my
How
characters
quickly
on
you
my
can
maps.
rotate around.
You guys have
but
the
that is
same
a three-man
characters.
flux.
One of you needs to learn
Nalox down, and
like a,
so is
like
the
a flex
rest
to
of
get.
Notice how
France
we
caught
win
off
more when
guard.
I'm
But
playing the
USA
characters on
taking
my
these
maps.
early
And he's like
positions.
second picking.
Yeah, and
So
USA
what
you're saying
really
is
starting to get in their
Throws.
groove now.
You're
This
one
is where
trick.
they should
You're
feel
a sniper one
most
trick,
comfortable
and
on these
you can't
heroes.
play other
Kaluj
things,
is a
so
self
I'm
playing
only
the
10.
best Sigma
You're
in the
GM5.
world. We're starting to
not
see
GM5.
glimpses of that right
I'm
now
not
in this
GM5.
round.
Look how forward Hydron
I don't know.
is.
I don't remember where I am.
And there's not
Look.
really,
You're
really any
masters.
punishing that.
No, I
You don't know where you.
I think it's
When you
GM4.
play Overwatch, that's exactly what your
USA,
description.
especially
You don't know
FD
where
has
you
to
are
be
when you're
careful
playing.
and mark these locations. Now,
Listen, this
France
season
will
has been
head
tough for
to
everyone.
that left side drum.
I'm
It's
still
a lot
top
more
500.
protected, better walls,
Yeah, I am.
and
I think I was when I left. I don't know
anymore.
anymore.
These arrows, maybe you'll get a random pick, but he was lucky before. Uses the Dragon Strike to flush them out. Here's the Captive Sun from Ultraviolet up against
Wait, how did that guy
Kraken.
live?
I think Nalox.
Oh,
Immortality is only keeping them up for so long. Ultraviolet.
Oh,
versus
Ultraviolet!
He
Look,
doesn't
look.
care.
There's no
He's got
way
1v2.
a healer should be able to solo two characters.
Yeah, we'll give it to him.
I'm sorry, but hey, it was a good play. I'm not saying it was a bad play or anything, but there's just no way a healer. I almost slipped there. I almost said a bad word. Support. There's no way a healer should go on the flank and get 2 kills like that. Solo them.
is caught in no man's land. Doesn't have anywhere to go. Does
Sounds like
manage to take down
skill
Brute
issue.
Paul as well. So
just
some
kill
big
her. Look,
individual
just
plays
kill
coming
her.
from Team France. Are they going to be able to touch?
Has to be a heroic play from Avo. Takes down his counterpart of Hydron and at least scares USA away with just the presence
Yeah,
of the visor.
hey, that's exactly what I do when I see a little Ori. I run away.
He's confident in taking, especially with the mechanics that UV has.
Like
France
DPS
still
just
trying
can't
to
win.
rotate,
You
but
1v1 a tank, you lose. You 1v1 a healer, you lose.
Sugar free with the overclock, jumps into the heat
Let's
of the
go,
action. And France just can't
USA.
hold on for much longer.
USA,
Map
which is
number 1
apparently
goes to
EU plat, just won.
It's interesting to see Ben Best coming into this lineup, considering he played Sigma on 2 of the 3 rounds. That's something that you would imagine Poco coming in. Maybe his leadership and experience as of late. That's why they've decided to go with Ben Best.
Poco
but Team
over Ben
USA,
Best, though? I think
as
it's
much
because
as
they
it
probably
wasn't
scrimmed
that close on the
X
second
person on
round,
X map.
France really
Yeah,
started to
that's
show
what
some
I'll
life.
do.
USA showing the dominance that they have in this roster with just so many skilled players on every single role.
It's been cool to see just Ben Best versus Kaluj, and USA have a lot of options too if
I
they
love
want
the
to go
copy
towards
pastas
super.
chat like makes.
Maybe on another map. You thought maybe the Reinhardt would work there, but clearly Kaluj has proven to be just that flex god when having to be that solo tank for Toronto Defiant back in that day. But here are the highlights of map number 1. It went all the way to round 3.
Yeah, and it was very close. A lot of people had USA as pretty clear favorites heading into this one. But, you know, Team France really showing that they have what it takes. When you have FD
It
goal
was
on a
running
signature
out.
hero like Lucio, Bendis able to play those frontline tanks, and then, you know, Nico when they come in to play the Mei, there's obviously signs of life there, and France can field a strong team, but USA just a little bit too much. And I am going to say it, I do want to see Super come into the lineup. I want to see the Super Reinhardt. It almost
Genji.
needs to be done at some point.
That's what France worry about. The Super Genji, as Emily said, is very scary.
What's the map
But
for?
also Pac, I think, was
They
able
have
to
to pick
hold
a
his own
hybrid
against
or a
guys drawn with
escort.
Bronze over Soldier
Yeah, but there's
matchup. That
usually,
went
like,
pretty back and forth. We're
hybrid
waiting for
on
the
an
map
escort.
pick, by the way,
you
from
let me finish.
Team
Hybrid on an
France,
escort.
as USA are on
So
match
usually you can only
point.
pick certain maps.
And I
see?
wonder,
Hybrid.
depending on this
No, I'm
pick,
showing you.
Escort.
is Nico going to come back into the lineup? Are you confident in the Avo pack DPS line against Hydron and Sugar Free? We'll see. I think France did a good job at keeping also Sugar Free more in his place when he was on the Genji flanking.
Yeah, exactly, right? When Sugar Free wants to play on that
Look,
off
it's sim
angles,
for me,
the
I'm a
problem
gamer
that you
girl.
have
It's
if
the
you're France is
39-year-old
that there
dude.
aren't really any clear weaknesses of the way USA wants to play because they have such a deep roster. They can go to the Super Genji if they need to. They have Dante waiting in the wings to play Doomfist or Sombra or any of those heroes. USA really does have a wealth of opportunities to play anything at this point. Yesterday, we actually saw France go over to Circle Royale, I believe it was, and it was close. They very almost closed out that map, and they are going to go there again. Actually, I'm going to correct myself. They went to Blizzard World yesterday that they were very close. So actually going away from the map that they chose yesterday, maybe thinking they'll have a better chance on Circuit Royale.
And I wonder if that means Poco will come back into the lineup as their signature Sigma player, but we'll find out what those substitutes will be on the other side of this break.
Why is no one picking Kings Row? I think there's a map ruled up. They can either pick an escort or a hybrid, and for their second map, and I think it's what do you call it? You can only have like you have like 3 hybrids or 3 escorts to pick from. It's not the whole map pool.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Oh, by the way, everyone that's subbing, resubbing, gifting subs, appreciate it, guys. A lot of prime subs today. A lot of new tier 1 subs. Absolutely insane. Appreciate it. Canada against Australia. Who do you think wins that? I think Australia.
Really?
Canada's been looking weak.
Yeah, I want Canada to win, but you might be right.
I want Canada to win, but not after what we saw yesterday, man. I don't think it's looking good. What? I'd sub, but I'm broke. I can only support you with free tattoos if you want them. I want a tattoo on my forehead that says sub to J3.
That's a choice.
Right there on my forehead. Have you seen those people that tattoo their eyeballs?
I have not. Like their actual eyeballs?
Their actual eyeball. Like the white, I guess.
Oh, yeah. No, that's crazy. It's
Some people go blind.
It's perfect. Why would you do that? I know people have like you can have like lip tattoos or whatever, like on the inside.
Have you guys ever Have you guys ever heard the person that wanted to be like a lizard? Have you seen that? So
yes.
they tattooed their body like scales, and then they split their tongue in half.
Yes,
Ooh.
I have heard about that. That's like I forget what it's called, but it's like extreme body, like not dysmorphia, but like wanting to change
And
it.
then the guy that wanted to be like an alien, so that like had like implants, so he had like horns.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't know. To each their own, but not my choice for sure.
Yeah,
Body
that's
mod, yeah. People are into like extreme body modification.
Hey, Craig's in chat. Wait.
Where is he? He left. He left.
They always leave. People tattoo their hearts? What? Huh? Wait, oh, the desk over there? Ah, okay. That was nice
Can't
of
wait
you
to be in
to
person
come.
with everyone because I can already hear the
was nice of you to come over
USA
here.
chants going on.
And
They're
Beth
on
is still here. I
match
came out to my
point
work desk. Gotta go
against
get
Team
vlogs
France.
going. All good,
Don't
all
worry,
good.
if you're a French fan,
They always
even if
leave
they
and
go
they never
0-2,
come back.
there's still a chance to
I'm
qualify.
still.
It just means the journey gets rougher
10
from
months.
here on out.
11.
There's always a chance, and you can see the handsome man taking his
one
spot
day
in the middle of the
you'll-
team. Poco
I don't know.
has come
I'm
in
not
to
gonna
play
say
the
that.
Sigma on Circle Royale. This is what we expected to see, but that's the only sub
Oh,
we're going to
Poco's
see
back
coming
in.
out from Team France, and
If they don't
must
come
be
back,
confident
you were
in
just
taking
never
this Sigma
good
mirror.
enough.
They're going
That's
to
your
take them to
friend.
Circle Royale.
Yeah, because we only saw Nico play
Man, now
May,
I just want to go to
I know
New
that's
York
his best
just to
hero,
get my
but
mind
maybe they
off
feel like they
things.
have more
I love New York.
flexibility and would rather take
Chad,
the
you guys
risk
like New
on
York?
Pac and Avo.
I like New York.
And yesterday
I like
we got
New
to
York.
see
New York is
Avo
very
play
fun.
a pretty good Sojourn, pretty good Bash, and even today too.
Like,
so
even
I
the
wonder
people
how
are really
Pac
nice
is
in
gonna
New
fit
York.
in
Yeah,
this
yeah.
when you have
Very
probably gonna
good
play
people
two hit scans
live in New
here on
York or
Circuit
from New York.
Royale. Who's gonna take that Widow? Was it Avo, I believe, on downtown? Either way, but going up against Hydron, who when I started casting him in contenders, he
Long
was
Island represent.
the
I'm from Long Island.
Widow back in the day.
Actually.
I'm pretty
I
sure
love New York
Hydron has
as
called
well.
himself
Yeah, too bad
Himdron
New York doesn't love you,
multiple
Wally.
times in post-match interviews. Like, he says sometimes he just sort of transcends himself and just like hits a different level,
You know what?
especially on the Widowmaker. He is
Just
a
wanted to see
terrifying
something.
hit scan to have to go up against. But this is the path that
I
the
will
Team France
say,
has
though,
chosen. So you have to believe
I like New
that
York's
there is a
food,
reason that
but
they
I think-
have confidence in themselves.
I
But
think LA's
another
food is
thing
a lot
that France
better.
is sort of playing into is once
I think-
again,
I
Team
think
USA
LA
playing the
clears.
double flex support. They can play the Alari and the Baptiste,
LA
and
has
both
good
players are
food.
very comfortable on those heroes. RuPaul was just recently an Overwatch League champion playing Baptiste, so that's a difficult thing that you're going to have to face.
And it's been cool to see RuPaul just grow as a player. In terms of skill-wise,
Chicago best
his
food?
whole
How can you say
career
Chicago
just
has the
so
best food when
fast.
Chicago
he has
pizza's
blown
an
up,
L?
along
New
with
York
Ultraviolet,
pizza
who has
clears
been
Chicago.
always just the most
Chicago
respected
pizza-
player. Like if you've
pizza
watched
is
contenders,
good-
if you
pizza.
support
I
tier
love
2, like
all
Ultraviolet
pizza.
Chicago
has
pizza's
been
an
the
L.
goat
But I do
for
prefer
so
New York
long.
style over
Then you got,
Chicago
you know,
deep
sugar-free.
dish, but it is good.
No, it's an
like
L.
this
Why is
roster
it an
is
L?
so
Because
stacked.
it's Chicago.
It's insane.
It's just an L.
France,
Chicago pizza's
gotta
an
hope
L.
that they can put a
Deep
good
dish
day. Now
pizza's
they got
not
that
good.
Vader
It's good.
Coco
No,
in
it's
the
not.
lineup.
Yes, it
to
is.
see on this map choice how it'll go.
It is good.
You liking
Oh,
it
that
just
was
proves
Oh,
to
okay.
me that like
To
New
the
York,
flock of players
New York
looking for
clears
something.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Doesn't end up
W
finding, but
pizza-
Pac is
New
actually
York pizza
leading
is
the
the only
spawn
pizza.
on the
That's- okay.
Symmetra, so there
I
seems
used
to
to
be
think
an
that, but
idea here
then
of
when
what
you're
they're
not
going
in
to
New
do.
York,
First
you
of all,
need
it's going to
pizza,
allow them
you know?
to TP onto this left side, and boom, there you go, instant value, sugar-free down.
Detroit is a real place, number one. Number two has pizza.
Detroit doesn't even have anything.
So USA, because they're playing the Sojourn and the Widow,
No,
they're
no.
looking
I heard
for
Detroit's
picks. They're not
water
looking
is
to
really-
go in. They're just looking for the DPS players to hit shots. While France, because
I
they're
lived
playing
in
the
Detroit,
Bash and the
actually, for
Symmetra,
Renegades.
they have
Did
to
you?
go in.
Yeah, it
They
was
have
not
to
fun. I
utilize
did
their
not like
speed,
it.
their movement
I've
to
only
get on
heard
top of
not
Team
great
USA, and
things.
there they go.
Little Caesar.
It's a little trickier for Sigma to take the
Oh
space.
my
You constantly have to
God.
readjust that shield. This France composition has become a brawl composition with the Lucio, the Symmetra that can move them around. That's how they caught USA off guard, knowing that maybe
Okay, Jet, let's
these
focus
double
on
hit
this game.
scan, especially that
France
Widow's gonna
actually
come
cat
out
first
not
really-
as mobile as the rest, and that's a
Really
wow.
fast.
Cap
They have
in France.
5.5
USA
minutes for
didn't even
second
wanna
phase.
contest.
That's crazy.
Phenomenal game
Yeah,
plan from
the
Team France. They
Sim
obviously
Bash
came in,
and cheese
knew what
might
they
be
wanted to do,
strong.
and they caught Team USA off guard. I don't even think many shots have even been taken from Team USA. Maybe one of the fastest first point captures I've seen on Circuit Royale in a very long time.
See how far this momentum can take them. Hydron on the flank, spots out the
Oh, come on, Hydron. You're better than
Needs
this.
to get a pick.
I had
Hydron
Hydron do a lot of content for 1v10s and 1v5 like Widowmaker
point
too.
B, and not much contest coming out of Kalush to maybe stall out, maybe around this corner, but they'll be down to this Amp Matrix from Natlox. He has it early. This is a long game that USA have to hide in. They'll take shelter on the left
I bet it's
side,
poppin'.
but they've lost Ultraviolet. They'll respond with their own Amp Matrix here from RuPaul, but
Wait,
that's
they got
an
a
easy
pick, but they're
game
playing
from
Saints.
France.
I don't get
Yeah,
it.
France are more than happy to
Oh, the
take that.
window.
They pushed the cart so far on this second point as well. Now they can set themselves up for a teleport play with Pac on the Symmetra. Pac's gonna go in alone, put some pressure onto the Widowmaker. We need to see some shots get hit from Hydron. He hasn't
Hydron
found
has
any
to hit
purchase so
something.
far in this map.
It's kind of looking like Jay out there.
From
My Widow's
Poco
disgusting.
and USA barely able to contest here at the end of the day. They are having to force their
Is this
way through
Hydron or
this
Widow or
photon
Jay?
barrier
My
placed
Widow
there
is
by
disgusting,
Pac, and
Chad.
USA haven't stood a chance so far, haven't had a
Oh,
stop. It's
USA
France
is.
have been
Come
controlling
on,
this
chat. I
entire
need
game.
more USA hype in the
Photon
chat,
barrier,
bro.
perfectly
Yeah, where did the
placed.
hype
I said
go?
Where's
Hydron
the,
needs
where's
to
the
hit a shot.
spam?
He
You
can't
guys
hit
are
a
supposed to be
shot. There's a
celebrating. You
wall
guys have
shield
what? 16
sitting in
million
front of his
channel
face,
points.
and right
600
now,
people voting for Team USA. You guys are not even the
absolutely run over with just this faster composition, and
No,
that's why you're going
USA
to see
won
the
the
switch
first
from
round.
Hydron goes over to the
They got
Bastion.
this. They're
Realizes
just,
I can't get anything done with how fast France is playing playing on
There's
the
a comp
Widowmaker,
diff.
I need to match the damage.
Even the
went
random
silly
bastion
Symmetra.
nades that stick to you have been just
It's not the
forcing
J3
Hydron
burst
to be
strat.
a lot more
Yeah.
careful.
Surely.
is a good swap. USA have the grab flux of their own, and France are all grouped up together.
Oh, France did put Poco
Maybe
in.
you could try and teleport out
Yeah,
of
but Poco and
USA.
Bembas are really good.
They are both very
Look at how
good.
much
I think it's just
space
that
the
the
USA are
Sigma.
giving up. They've
Sigma's a
given
really
up
great
the
thing.
first
Yeah,
corner and the
Sigma-
second
Oh.
corner right now. France, they're just going to teleport onto the high ground. All the flare was
get everyone
eaten
there.
by Poco, so there's nothing that Ultraviolet is going to get from that ultimate.
Yeah, France are just taking all the positions that they want. Now the Ant Matrix
That's a
is
huge
pulled,
flush.
and while they're all grouped up, Kalush slams them down with the grab flux.
Nice oh my shot.
USA get their first
Looking like
fight
me.
win.
Look at the
all
camera,
round.
it's so
Like you
funny.
said, they just
Looking like me.
gave
What
so
you know what's
much
actually
space
really
that it was
funny
one
that
fight
no one
for
actually
point
paid
B,
attention to?
one
When I went
quote,
to the
well,
when
not
I
even
was
a
on the
fight
grand
for
finals,
point A. Like,
the
this is
guy
going
that
by
was
very
like,
fast.
you know, the
Yeah,
tech
Team
guy had
USA,
to move
they
my
have to
camera
use
down.
a lot of ultimates
Yeah?
to sort
Yeah,
of
'cause I
slow
didn't,
that push
apparently,
just there as well.
you know,
The flux,
I
the
wasn't in view.
overclock,
All you could see
and
is
the
like
Alari ultimate.
my head,
Now
my
they
forehead.
have absolutely nothing. Only RuPaul with this amplification matrix. So France, how are they going to maneuver? They've been so smart with their TP so far. They're going to teleport underneath Team USA, take the positioning, and get control of the cart once again.
Oh,
Good
no,
turret
that's what
placement from the Symmetra there of Pack in case USA do decide to drop down. Now the sound barrier and the artillery.
I'm glad that Team USA is actually putting up a fight on third point top. They were getting rolled for the whole fight. Oh man.
Yeah, but this to hold to their position
actually,
and use the
what?
Matrix to fire back. It's just chaos, and USA just have better focus fire at the end. France were hiding and maybe weren't able to deliver as much damage. And either way, France will have to reset.
A much better response there from Team USA, realizing
Is it
that
me
France
or does
trying
Jay3
to
look like a damn
maneuver
MMA
around them,
fighter?
so they actually push into them. Don't give them the
He's
freedom of
reading the
just sitting in that
compliments?
room. And Pack actually
How do
got
I look
himself
like an MMA fighter?
split
I
off
don't
next
get
to
it.
the
It's
stairs.
they're
They
saying
just
that you
couldn't
look
keep
buff,
him alive.
I think.
So now all of a
Like
sudden,
strong.
the clock
No,
starts
hey,
to
what's up,
dwindle.
Coach
That's
Kobe?
2 minutes off the clock, but France still has 3 minutes remaining because of how quick their first 2 points were.
Now France can teleport, but they also have the photon barrier.
fake.
Oh, and they just decide to speed right into USA while Hydron is in take Forn.
Yeah, Hydron was out of position.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing.
He's so immobile in that state, and
I think
France knew, and they
I think they have an
pounced.
ego,
The 5v4
considering they think they're like the best team.
escape
Come on,
not having to
Hydron.
lose any more
Ego
bodies,
isn't
but
always
France are
so
teleporting
bad,
into them.
Ego's
Grab
good.
Flux
Yeah.
only focusing down Kalush,
I think, but-
and he's just getting pummeled to death.
Oh!
But somehow
on,
Kalush still
Jay3.
lives on. RuPaul and
Oh!
Ultraviolet,
Yeah,
great support.
healer, by the way.
Yeah.
Ultraviolet holds on to that window
So France
position,
gets a
and he
pick,
can
but
free
then the
fire
rest
on that
of
back line.
USA kind of
Great disengage out of USA.
capitalizes on
Ultraviolet.
Ultraviolet showing a little
Yeah.
bit of a flick
That's
there
why I was surprised
onto the
maybe on,
aggressive FD god Lucio. And now all of a sudden
Definitely
you're
gets
going
a
to
lot
see
more
a switch
value
over. Pack
on
goes over to the Genji,
the
Wait, does
DPS.
he play
Poco over to
Yeah.
the Diva. A
That
very
I
different
think
look.
RuPaul's
It's
probably
more
a
of a
little bit more
dive
comfortable on
style
back.
now. They're going
RuPaul,
to
yeah,
play as a
RuPaul,
unit and try
I
and get
think
on top of
has
Team
a
USA,
better back,
which is going to be
but
difficult
UV
with how
also
much
plays
damage is coming out. You see FD
all the others
almost falls just trying to cross that distance.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of poke coming out of Team USA, and look how forward Kalush is playing to stuff them all in a corner. That the artillery strike from Hydron can knock down.
I don't know. Every time I
And
see
the
a healer
poke's
just
so
like
strong
get a
too,
kill,
you
it
can't
just
even
pisses
discount what
me
the
off.
flex supports of
I don't
USA
know.
are doing.
It's just me.
And USA, they're just sitting on this high ground waiting for France to get in. And without the teleporters, how do they close that distance? They need to go together as a unit. Use the Genji deflex. Poco can sort of mitigate some of the damage on the Diva. But right now, it feels like they're just an uphill battle. Literally,
that's a
that they're
hard
never going to
pylon
be
to
able
kill.
to get close the distance unless they start getting some ultimates online.
At least France were able to start that snowball, which turned into an avalanche, but USA seems stabilized. Here is Hydron with the Matrix, plus spraying and praying as France burst into flames, and they'll be back into spawn yet again with only being able to get one kill and
I'm glad USA is showing up right now. They had 5.5 minutes, chat. 5.5 minutes
USA
for
is
second
cycling
and
their
third
ultimates
point.
very well. Ultraviolet
only a minute
now
now.
has the Alari ultimate, so if France group up, all of a sudden they could end up getting hit by that big AoE damage. So Poco's going to need to be focused on eating that one. But even if they get through that, Kalush is coming up to the Gravitic Flux. So many threats they have to deal with for Team France.
And it's tough to forward face. Wait, FD God, did he just Ajax?
Oh, no.
Wait, FD got Ajax? That's tough with 35
I said, with Poco
remaining.
only having just limited amounts of Matrix.
They still they got
France is
good ults
way
though. They
more
almost have
exposed
Nano
to damage than
Blade
previously
and
were.
they have Diva Bomb and Sojourn. They have 4 ults coming up.
Right there for FD.
USA
they
has
needed
what?
that extra
only
health,
2,
that overhealth.
almost
Silver
3 if
lining, they
RuPaul
do
can
have
hit it.
3 ultimates on. They're going to need some individual brilliance from both of the DPS players. Pack with the Genji Blade, Avo with the Overclock. They need to find some picks.
All right, the last fight.
That was a
after
big
several minutes,
nade.
They're gonna just go on the other side and force, just try to get as much meterage as possible while Poco takes the attention and Pac pressures them back. USA are on the coast side
Playing
and
with a
France
hat on?
now have the card contested.
Has anyone ever played
It's
Overwatch
up to
with a hat in
Pac
chat?
to really pull through for France
Oh.
once and for all.
Nice
So many
play.
ultimates that they can maybe even make the
Nerf
full
Genji.
push with.
True.
They have to use 2 of their DPS ultimates, but they are getting an advantage. Natlox cannot fall here. Needs to be very careful.
I played with over actually.
Takes
I
down
played with a
Hydron,
hat on
and the
before.
cart's moving in overtime. The spawns are going to be
Feels
so
weird, though.
long for Team
Yeah,
USA.
I
They
don't
might
like
close
with
this
the
out for
headset
Team
on.
France.
Headset on the hat.
Yeah, the Nano and Poco self-destruct just for that second life. The Nano's given over to Pac, and with FD God, they hope to close the doors for the spawn once and for all. But USA with the Ant Matrix couldn't support Kalush through the LOS. The artillery strike only weakens France.
I think it's even though.
USA
It's
seem
2-2.
to have
Yeah,
enough
but-
damage to maybe
but
get a few kills.
Poco's
But only
alive.
Sugar Free is there to
Oh,
contest
wait.
the card
No.
one last time.
They
and
have
Rupa
closer
will be there
spawns.
to
Chat, who do you
assist.
think's gonna win this?
With the soundberry that FD God was able
Come on,
to
Sugar
generate
Free
at the
stall.
last second.
Akluj is
We
back.
should have enough sustain. They just need to
Wait,
focus on these
no.
last 2 members here.
Get it, get it, get it, get it.
Wait.
Get a point, get a
Oh my
point, get a
God,
point.
oh
Oh
my
my
God,
god.
oh my God, oh my
Ultraviolet.
Finish the fight, and now USA are almost back at full force.
Oh, the spawn doors are just too
The
close
Diva
for Team
Bomb!
USA. France can't get the members down.
No
The Diva
way.
Bomb gets on
Oh
top.
my god, Hydron's showing up.
Come on, come on, come on.
Come on, Sugar Free.
No, Diva's so strong.
They're also with the swap of the Tracer of Avo and Poco that has
That was
Wow.
insane. Yeah, you gotta give it to
Needed.
France. That was
They
a
will
great
full
one.
cap
Good
after
job.
7 minutes,
Good job,
several
Poco.
attempts just to get through the initial
The
part of
Poco
point C.
bomb.
Turned into
And
a
his mustache
great
too. I love his
momentum push
mustache.
for them.
The most drawn-out overtime fight I've ever seen. Lots of firsts happening here on Circle Royale.
That was a good one. That was good by Team France.
Just able to cap all 3 points. And Circle Royale as a
Let's
whole
go
is
France
a very
with a
difficult
baguette.
map to full cap.
What is that?
There's a lot of
Wine,
issues you can have on the
cheese?
first, second, and the third
Oh,
point,
wine and cheese
as
is
you
so
just saw from Team France. So now Team USA, yes, they did
They
manage
had
to
5
get the
and a
time
half.
bank down.
They
but
finally
at
capped,
the end of
though.
the day,
Took them
they
5
have
and a
a
half.
monumental task to get all the way to the end, to even take it into an overtime.
It's difficult to cap this map. Now we get to talk about that more. What was it? Only once in Overwatch League history that we've had like a second round of attack, or sorry, a third round of attacks. But it is difficult to cap this map just with how that last point is just so good for the defense.
That mustache
and you
is
even
just
saw
so
the initial
good.
part of point C
I love
can
Poco's
be very
mustache.
defendable too. It's how really Team
I feel like-
USA can.
Chat, who
create
here
the
has like a
same snowball
mustache
that
or like a
France
beard?
did,
I don't
but
know.
that's
I'm not a
still
big facial
winnable
hair guy
push
because
for
I think it just gets too
Absolutely. And if
itchy.
you're
And
Team
I know there's like
USA
an
now,
itchy
you
phase, but I
have to
can't
be
get through that
thinking,
itchy phase.
What are Team France going to play? The Symmetra isn't going to work anywhere near as well on defense because it's hard to sort of push your objective. They could do it, but it would be a lot more difficult than it was on offense. And right now, I'm just going to say it, Hydron hasn't been hitting the shots he needs to hit on the Widowmaker. So do they make a change of their own and sort of move towards just playing the more traditional Bastion and Sigma and just playing the fundamentals better than Team
Even
France?
if it's a round, you can't
France
swap
had
them
an
out,
edge
like,
just based on
one
the surprise factor, right, of teleporting into them. You had the immediate
Well, that's
Bastion nade, which sticks to you. They couldn't get
someone
away.
gets
USA
sick and
couldn't
then
get
you'd be,
away
like,
in
subbed out,
time,
that's
and then
different,
they were
but
able
it
to
is not,
make
like,
that snowball push where Team USA were maybe still in a planning
You
phase,
can't do it
hesitating.
normally.
The fact that they didn't contest that point B highway at that halfway point to
Yeah.
create more fight opportunities, it came down to just France having more ultimates at point B, which created just this long push with, 4 minutes for point C. But once Team USA stabilized, when there was more of a neutral fight, Team USA were the better team.
I have a beard and a stash. And
Absolutely.
I
think you're
can't do
seeing
that. I like
bright
clean
spots
shave.
for both teams
I
so
don't know.
far in this series. I think a lot of people were worried for
Taste
Team
around.
France after their loss yesterday against Japan. Even though it was a close series, people, I guess, have high expectations for Team
There
France
you
because
go.
of the
I like
history
seeing you
that they've
guys,
had in Overwatch. But they're taking it to one of the
cheering on
teams
your
that we
team.
consider
Just make
to
sure
be
you
the
guys are not a
favorites
one-man
right now
spam.
in the
I'm just
Overwatch
warning you
World
guys
Cup
right
for
now. If
Team
you guys like
USA.
one-man
So
spam, you
bright
guys will
spots
probably
here for
get
Team
timed out.
France,
And I don't think
maybe
you guys want to get
if
timed
you're
out.
a USA fan, maybe a little bit of like, ooh, this is a little bit
Bunny,
closer for
appreciate the
comfort
Macedonia.
than
I have
would
a
like.
mustache and I'm proud of it. There's
It's cool
nothing
that
wrong with
France clearly came in
mustaches.
with different strategies. I've
I
seen
just-
like
I
some
can't
teams
grow
that
it.
basically run
I
the
don't
same
think I look good with
composition
facial hair.
where they don't have time to scrim, or this is what works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. France has shown different signs of creativity. Even when the Nico
Some
sub
people can
didn't
pull
work
it
out
off.
in the first match, they brought in Pac and Avo, who this is what World Cup is all about, to feature new players, to have that chance to travel to BlizzCon, to face Overwatch League caliber talent on the other side. Like, that is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
That's what
I like.
It's really
And,
cool
well,
seeing people
that
all
opportunity
over
is going to have
the
to wait a
world
little bit
come
longer.
to
We
one
have a
place and
technical
play against
pause
each other.
coming out
That's
of
what's
one of our
badass.
players, so we're going to take a break.
Gaming
we'll see
chat.
You on the other side.
Gaming did it. You want to do the honors?
Yeah, I got you.
Bang.
Dollar signs.
Yeah, basic.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing going on.
I know.
5-minute break.
What are they gonna do? One of their PCs must have. Who knows?
Even Molly knows.
Yeah, of course.
What's up, Jay? Love your vids. Appreciate it, my friend. I have a mustache at 14. Jesus Christ. That reminds me of one kid in my middle school. In middle school, when I was like 10, 11 years old, this guy in my middle school had a full-on beard. And he was, like, his voice, like, while everyone in middle school was like, hey, guys, how you doing? This guy was like, yeah, yo, how
You
you
didn't
guys
have to do a
doing?
voice for that.
Oh, that's cool. You know, your work is over there. If you wanna,
I know. Listen.
If you want to go
No,
work.
I'm good. I'm good.
No, like, that's badass. Yeah, so, and this guy was big, too. He was, like, walking down the hallway, and everyone would move, and I love standing behind him, because it just, like, cleared a path. Like, have you ever seen a shark, like, swim through, like, little, like, fish, and it just clears a path? That's what it was.
Now, some people go through puberty way earlier.
We call them Wolverine.
Oh, my God. I think in middle school or elementary school, I was the shortest kid in my grade. In elementary
I mean, you
school.
probably still are.
I mean, I guess.
There was a guy that was 6'7" at the concert I went to this weekend. It was wild. Oh, he's shorter than me. That's cute.
You are not 6'9".
Largest man I've ever seen. Wait until you see me. Like, I am.
Wait, you never met Sriracha song?
I've never met Sriracha.
Ah.
I met Millen for the first time. Chat, do you guys know that? I had dinner with Millen at a Japanese barbecue steakhouse. It was delicious. And now I met Coach Kobe. I'm going to meet Sriracha. I'm going to meet a lot of people. I don't know who here in chat's going to BlizzCon, like I said.
Oh,
but
what is a timer? What is a kilometer? I have so many questions.
Nobody knows.
This is my first time meeting Meg,
I'm
actually.
Brandon Search Engine
And
is free,
I've been
but
playing
I'm busy
with
casting
Emo
right
for
now
7
'cause,
years,
we're
and this is
gonna
going to be
getting
my
into
first
game
time
very
meeting
soon.
Emo.
Technical
Yeah, we
issues
usually go to a
all
lot of
resolved, and
stuff.
We'll be
Yeah,
France
he doesn't go.
defending up
Yeah.
next.
I mean, we're gamers. We just want to stay in our
Team
house.
USA have their backs
Yeah, I
against
think
the
a
wall
lot
right
of
now.
the Overwatch
Full
players have
capture,
really gone
3
through a lot
points
of
there
stuff.
from
I
Team
wish you were
France.
like that. I wish you
Playing a
didn't come.
very smart Symmetra
Listen,
style.
they
But now
liked
we
that- they
have
liked
to pose
me.
the question once again.
There was a poll.
How do things change
The
now
poll
that the
results
sides
don't
are
lie.
swapped? Could we see Sugar-Free
They
going
are
over
always
to the
going to vote
Genji?
against
We've seen
me.
players try
It
to
doesn't
do that.
matter.
In the
If
past,
it was like a
never
vote
mind.
against
We
me
are-
or
we
a
are
shoe, the
unfortunately
shoe will
paused
win.
again.
Because they
So,
just don't like me.
What is a pause? There's a lot of questions being posed right now.
When the game has halted.
I'm pretty sure they also didn't vote for Team Meg for you. They was for
That's
Kind of
true.
going back
That's
to our
true.
previous point,
She's the better
France,
Meg.
I think, had a lot of success because they were
Megan.
able to
Megan.
surprise.
We're both Megan. We're both the
USA.
same,
No,
the same
she's Megan, she's
spelling.
Meg.
I know,
And we were
but I'm just
thinking
saying.
during the break, like,
Officially.
what could France do on the defense to
According to the
surprise
government,
USA?
we're the same.
Like, there's playing in that corner room. We saw, well, I guess Ben Best was in playing Queen. Now it's Poco, which still they were playing that kind of speedy brawl, so the Lucio and the Sigma could still be in the cards, or they could just stick
Wait,
to
this
a
is
more
Miss
traditional
Megatron? This is
defense.
Miss Megatron,
As
Chad,
many
that I'm
fights as possible.
dueling with and whatnot. Yes.
Yeah,
You guys are now
impossible to
realizing
know,
that?
And honestly, one of the
I
things
guess
that I've
so.
really
Some people
liked
might
from
not have been
France,
here
they
until
said
now.
She's in our
in the
content
interview
while
with Emily
Leeds
saying,
here. I
we
think
just want to play
while
our
Leeds coming to
style. I think
BlizzCon.
yesterday they kind of got sucked
And,
into
he
everything
already
that
had a lot of
Japan
action
was
at
doing,
Grand
where they were
Finals,
playing
but he's coming
Doomfist,
back.
and they just didn't look as coordinated. In this match against Team USA, they say, we don't care what you're going to do. We're going to play our style and make you
You
play
can tell
our
us by the
game. And so
voice,
far,
yeah.
it's
It's-
working.
yeah, like,
if they
'cause-
can find a way to do
Yeah,
that
you guys always
once
hear me.
again, then all of a sudden, Team USA, they might not be able to close out this map.
I wasn't even sure if France could close out that last
Meg,
attack.
they carried, I don't care.
I don't know if we have. I heard that we had a replay of that. It was just all-out chaos. Oh, it looks like our teams are ready, so we don't have to banter over the replay. But yeah, it didn't even look like France had enough bodies. I think it was Poco and FD God, I think, the ones to hold it all down, and USA had respawns coming back. I'm surprised France capped it all.
Kalush lived for so long on
Okay,
that
chat,
Doomfist.
we're
I
back.
thought it was going to be enough
We're
time for the
Brock.
rest of his team
Can I
to
get a
consolidate,
Brock?
but but with how long the overtime
sugar-free
spawns
Junkrat.
are,
Oh god, I
just
hope
too
he
hard
stays
for the
on
rest of the
it.
players to get there. So great play from France, and now we're actually going to see it. France rolling out with Pac on that Symmetra once again. So we actually have seen a lot of different strategies from teams playing close, as we're actually going to get some replays of the last attack from Team France.
That was a good anti. And I
Yeah,
can't
this
believe
was
they
when
Mortality. Can't believe
right
they
before the
didn't,
FD God
capitalize on
eject.
that.
I'm not sure, but you see
Mortality
how
and the
Poco was not
pylon
able to
was
front
still
face a
up,
lot of
too.
that damage. He always has to go around, look for boops, and I think Kaluj was able to take a lot more pressure, and I think that's why USA were able to hold on for that long.
Yeah, an important flux, unfortunately, for Kaluj to miss in that moment. So now Team USA, they are going to move away from the
it's
snipers,
the
like
sim
I said.
pick.
They're
I don't
going
know,
over
chat.
to
I don't know
Hydron
about
on
the
the
sim
Bash
pick.
and
Every time I
Sugar-Free on
see
the main.
sim,
This
I
is a
feel like
very
that team's
traditional
gonna
way of
lose.
playing the Sigma composition.
think
You
it's
just
good
high damage
attack.
output. You can
But
wall
I
up
don't
behind
know
the
about
opposition Sigma to cut them off from the rest
Good
of the team,
rotations.
and hopefully
Yeah,
get the damage
they're
to take
gonna-
someone
they're
out.
gonna
But
play
France,
for
once again,
SCT,
still playing that
but,
Symmetra, so they have the advantage
oh,
of
they
the
went
teleport.
May. Sugar-free went
See France or maybe
They might be waiting for it.
hiding
I mean,
around
they're
this
just
corner
backing
to
up.
surprise
Like, I
them
don't
once
really know what
again.
they're
Are they going to want to
what value
teleport
they're
on
getting
top
out
of
of
this
it right now.
bridge? It is a bit of a scary situation. You don't want your Bastion to be in the middle of
There he
5
goes,
people.
okay.
But the teleport.
Oh, it
thing
worked.
Onto
was to-
RuPaul, takes him out.
Okay, I was like,
Wait.
where did they go? They kind of blended in with the white stairs there.
That's
for a
probably
second.
that's probably what they're going to be doing.
Yeah.
Teleporting to the
all
stairs.
split up, but managed to
And then
remove
pinching
RuPaul,
them.
as you said, and USA know that they can't take that fight without that support.
And that's what France need to keep doing. They have the Lucio, they have the teleporters. They need to be proactive and teleport onto the backline of USA, find some punishes. So that's a minute off the clock already for Team USA. It's about building up these ultimates and eventually finding picks for Team USA. So far this match, they haven't been able to do it much. Poco goes through the teleporter, uses the grasp, but this time Team USA saw it coming.
That's a
He's got
good
the speed
ball.
Yeah,
of
but
FD God. I
they-
like that FD God's also looming on that wall
Really
to try
good
and boot
hiding
people
away.
out of that shield. But France have lost that first corner.
They don't
now ready to
have
fire
ice
back
block
with the
anymore.
air matrix there from
Yeah.
that loss, but the timing was a bit off.
They're
USA
just
weren't
like,
even there.
I mean, but they still
Yeah,
have
I
control.
think they were hoping
of
to
the
catch
map.
someone who was wide peeking from Team USA, but great discipline from Team USA. See it coming, fall back, and now that's an ultimate advantage. Kaluj goes up in the air from the gravitic flux. Can they keep him alive? Looks like they
Bastion
can, and
nade
now
is
it's Team
so
France
strong,
who
and
are
it went
losing
through
members.
the
I think France are really
It's like
desperate
it one
to
shot.
confirm the kills that Poco set up off the flux,
think,
and
and
then
then
the
Ant
Matrix
Matrix
from
for
RuPaul was
130.
beautifully placed to
Yeah, it's
defend
one shot.
Kaluj in
Yeah,
that
that's
moment.
crazy.
Yeah.
And as
Good.
France got desperate, USA
Let's
took
go,
advantage, and that would be
USA.
the first cap, which
USA,
maybe slightly
bro.
slower than France, but
WTF
still,
is a
the card
baguette.
is rolling.
It didn't cost them very much. That's the important part. All of a sudden, they have
WTF
a gravitic flux
is a
advantage,
kilometer.
which is very valuable, especially when you're playing the Bastion. You can combo the gravitic flux.
I like
Everyone
that
goes
one.
up in the
Someone
air.
say
They have to
oil.
come back down, and the Bastion
Jesus
drop the
Christ.
artillery right where they're trying to land. So keep an eye out for that one right here.
It's Kaluj up too.
Did he just whiff that flux? Is that another whiff flux coming out of Kaluj? I believe it might have been.
Yeah, I didn't see that
Rooted.
hit anyone. The artillery strike from Avo right behind USA
I think
forced
it-
them
it
into
might
a
have forced,
fight.
like,
And now the
Torpedo
photon barrier is
and
placed.
other
France have
things
a lot
from
of
France,
protection,
but
including
you
the
really
sound
don't.
barrier.
Ooh,
to
big
secure
mail.
us.
Big
Oh
mail.
my
Nice,
God.
Hydron.
Plus the
Yeah.
artillery strike from Hydron. What a
Nice.
combo
Now they're
from
rolling.
Team
Now.
USA to make up for kind of the start of the fight that didn't work out.
Nice.
Now the cart
The
That was
UVLR
good.
is very
maybe
good.
a point beat cap in sight.
Yeah, I believe France should get another opportunity to capture us to defend this second point.
Sorry?
Sorry, they do have the amplification matrix once again. If they use this a little bit better, but RuPaul
That's
will also on the other side have the ability to
flipped
match
it.
it.
What did you
It can be very
do?
difficult to fight back into this if you are Team France because your entire team is stuck in this choke.
I was like, what's going on here?
Teleport over
How
to
did
the
I
left
flip
side.
it?
You're
Oh my
actually going to
God.
concede the positioning a little bit and just sort of
I'm so
step
bad
back,
with
but they're
tech.
coming back into the air matrix.
I like this
Megan like
animatrix
fixed
from RuPaul. You were
everything.
hoping
Oh, I
to catch
bet.
France crossing in front of the cart to help Poco out, who's kind of on his
Sometimes
own
you're
island
doing
there on the
things
left
with just,
side.
like,
Nat
you're
Locks
looking like
placing the
OBS,
ant
and I'm like,
matrix
how
to
have you
help
been training
France
for 7
fire
years
back
and you
against
just don't know
USA.
how to,
The
like,
shield
just quickly, like,
still alive
crop
and well.
something in
from
OBS?
Kaluj,
I was
but he needs
downloading
to defend
something so I could
Sugar-Free
do
while
the
he's
dual
in that
stream,
ice
and I didn't know how to
block
do it.
form.
And
He
she
can't
just like
reposition in
she
that
just
moment.
redid what I did, but it
USA
worked for
are
her.
still alive. Now they've
Oh, yeah.
separated France and Poco away from the rest of his team. That's a Maywall
Okay,
from
well.
Sugar-Free. Yeah, to blow
Nice,
off the healing
Maywall.
from that tank.
W.
And
Team
France will just have to
USA.
dump
Now they
bodies
have
to
4 minutes for
contest
third.
and reset as a team, but
May versus
USA
Simmons were
continue on.
And
Okay,
you
chat,
can
it
see
doesn't matter
why
if they
Team
cap
USA,
with
they're
time
wanting to
or
play the
not,
slower
because if they
composition.
cap,
You see,
it
if
doesn't
France
matter.
aren't able to get
France
into
is
the
gonna get a
fight and
minute.
sort of apply
Yeah,
pressure with
yeah.
the Lucio and the Symmetra, they will lose the long drawn out fight. they don't have as much healing. The Lucio doesn't do anywhere near as much healing as the Alari, and the Symmetra doesn't do any range damage. So it feels like right now, France need to go back to what was working for them. They need to get back to playing their own game. That's why they're trying to route around the left side right here.
And USA already have the high ground. France
Ultraviolet,
on the coast
I think
side,
if they group up, Ultraviolet's gonna get a fat ult here.
And fluxes are coming online for Poco and Kalush.
Oh, go under, go under, go under, and ult.
Fashion, the try break.
Massive!
Oh my goodness.
Insane with this captive sun.
Ultraviolet's insane. Oh my god.
USA take the fight. They still 3 minutes and half a point.
3 minutes, chat.
They still have one more fight.
They have
need to
4
win.
ult. France is coming up with 5 ults though. USA only has what, 3?
A lot of ultimates to combo. They have the Gravitic Flux and the Bastion Artillery Strike once again. And you're going to see Team USA, they're trying to play it slow, play around their own advantages.
Oh, not against that though. They're probably going to do a dry fight.
The ice block comes out and the artillery strike from Bravo just to send USA back a little bit. For now, USA just relying on this amp matrix, but France not inside of that. Three strikes from Hydron to maybe force some different positions out of France. Now they're on the left side.
They might be able to zone them
and just try and stop anyone.
Oh, my God, the TP! But he got frozen. That was nice.
God, that was really nice.
Sustained to push back USA in this fight.
Wow.
Such a smart play from Pac, realizing that
that was
they
insane from Pac. That was low key, like probably
to touch it, slow down the cut, and then teleports out right before they get frozen. So that's just great heads-up play, understanding how to play around the Symmetra and deal with that sugar-free C9 Blizzard that we just saw, and now it gets difficult for Team USA. We saw how difficult it was for France to close out this third point. USA's going to have the exact same issue.
They'll get.
They don't have any ultimates up Lemon either. It's only Kalush with the Flux who's been questionable at best so far with this ultimate.
USA wanted to take positions around pool side, and Poco has spotted it out. France are going to give it up. USA, are they going to want to drop the card? They're going to be forced to with this photon barrier up Pac. And even with the teleport, I don't even know where that went, but France are on the chase thanks to this Lucio event.
Wait, Lucio is still
France
alive.
Can force the fight even if USA aren't ready.
Oh, that was a big flux.
Now 1, 2, and 3 kills as France couldn't finish off the
wow.
targets.
There you go, Team USA.
It's USA that will be capping shortly.
Nice.
2 minutes to 1 minute.
That's
that
great
could
play
still
from
be
the USA supports. Ultraviolet RuPaul somehow keep Kalush alive.
USA.
He was getting chased by
doubting
the
Team
entire
USA.
I'm
Team
not
France.
doubting
Keep him
Team
alive
USA.
long enough,
I'm just
drops the
saying,
Gravitic Flux, and
they
then all
probably
of a
wanted
sudden
the 3
it
minute
was a
time
trap
bank
for Team
more.
France. It will go into overtime, and France will get another opportunity to attack because we are on escort. But Team USA, they're going to have
this
a
was
minute
hybrid
and
and
16
Team USA
second
cap,
advantage.
they could have probably
That's a
would have been a lot
difference
better.
of
But
a fight or two, and with how difficult it's been for both of these
what are you
teams
guys
to
saying?
get to
J3
point
curse.
C,
Team
you're
USA is
need
going to
all
win.
the
They're
time you can
winning.
get, but with 1 minute, France, I think my expectations is, can you at least get point A with that 1 minute? Yes, on their last attack, they made that very swift, but it was off of a teleport.
Why did
play
someone
that
on
maybe USA
YouTube
weren't
say, is
expecting.
that your ex-wife
So
who
now
took
that,
the
are you gonna
kids?
wanna
Bro,
rinse and repeat
what?
that strategy? France are going for yes, but how are USA going to adapt to that?
Yeah, the jig is probably up for Team France. I believe Team USA are going to
Twitch,
expect
don't
the Symmetra
laugh.
to come
Why
out
are you
and
guys
be
laughing?
prepared
Don't
for
laugh
these
at what YouTube
teleporters.
said.
So the
You guys are supposed to be
backliners can play a
against
little
each
bit
other.
smarter, and we can see
I don't
Kalush
have kids.
trying
I was
to
never
sort of handle this
married.
one. And this is how they get Kalush alive. Look at how far that lamp was from.
But I did lose everything.
Nowhere
To be
near
fair,
Kalush
what
where
you
they
say.
needed to be. But then Kalush just able to live long enough, just able to stay up with both supports. And then boom, Kalush lives long enough, drops the flux, and USA close it out.
And that's tough. I can't count the amount of times I've missed.
Really?
I've just
5
jumped
or
out of
6?
immortality.
We have another
Just,
game
there's so
after
many
this.
colors, so
I know.
many people.
I was just
I don't think
I
I
mean,
can.
you're
You're
right.
right.
Notice that barrier.
Yeah.
But
I'd
by the
probably
way,
do dinner a
France
lot later too.
Okay.
broken
Okay.
out
I
of their
don't know.
spawn
I
room
mean, I don't know.
doors.
They
USA
can.
keeping eyes on
Yeah.
them.
That's the steak place too.
Well, I
Yeah.
guess it's
I'd rather
not
go to
gonna be a
Ruth's Chris.
teleporter playing.
Yeah,
What?
Ruth's Chris
Just gonna
mixing
go
it up.
back.
They want to just play the Mei. I think realizing that the Symmetra's probably not going to work a second time around, just go to the Mei, give themselves a little bit more of an advantage. So the only difference right now is the Alari for Ultraviolet versus the Lucio of FD God. So how are France going to use this speed boost from FD God to give themselves an advantage?
Good Maywall too behind Kalush would be huge, and that kind of misses. Kalush
Mortons
manages
is
to
better?
escape in that left fashion show room. France gotta hope that they can build up this amp matrix, and for Natlox, it's been significantly
they're both
quicker than
very
RuPaul,
similar.
and this could be what
I've been to
decides
both.
this last
And I
fight.
think they're really similar.
Yeah, this
I
is
think
going to be
Chris is a
making
lot
a
better. I
break
don't
of
think I've
14
ever been
France. Sugar Free's getting very close to a Blizzard. They need to keep an eye on that one.
Lavo
Just
just
goes
has like
under
an
the cart,
inch.
so it's moving. Oh, and Hydron peaks too much. Sugar Free's in trouble as well. Oh, this might be falling apart for Team USA unless they can stabilize.
Come on, Team USA.
As you said, it's moving, so it manages to get around the corner, and Sugar Free was hoping to ice block on the cart to buy USA some time. And France, it was all up to Natlox in that Amp Matrix to win them the fight. And with that 1 minute, we were hoping that they got the point A cap, so they did. But now how far do you go from here in overtime?
And importantly,
What do I have?
RuPaul
Almost
trying to
single-
turn that fight
single-
around, use his
singles,
own amplification matrix so they don't have an
and
advantage in that respect. And we're in
whatever.
overtime. In
It's very
overtimes on escorts, if Team USA
I think-
loses
I think
one
they're just
fight,
gonna throw
they'll lose
Mail
the
at some
second
point.
point. And they'll likely
Yeah.
only get one,
They
maybe
need to
two
bait
fights on the
beat,
third point.
so
So
they can't use
every
everything at
ultimate
once.
matters. They need to stop this
But yeah,
push
no,
right
Mail
now.
is just-
Otherwise, their time advantage isn't going to matter.
Lavo is going to force USA back. This ultimate.
Okay, let's see the mail. This is
Seems
this,
like USA
he
want
has
to be
to
ready
use
to
his mail
engage
for the
off
other
with this
mail. Come
Blizzard.
on.
Sugar Free
But
can
the
even
other
go
team has
through this
beat.
right side if he wants to catch France off guard, but just decides to go through.
Oh my God! Use it! What?
He's not able to use the Blizzard. The
Use it!
With more than enough to stay.
This is
France
looking like one of those
has to
Elo
set the
helmets.
house. And USA are around the corner, hoping to play as conservatively as possible, so that they can contest again from the May wall.
I think that was a waste of an ult, but they're gonna cap. So
They
that's
want,
like-
they want,
the cap.
yeah, they wanted to cap.
More-
Captain USA
more
can't do anything
more
about it.
cart push.
That was so
Come on, Team USA,
smart
bro.
from Team France. They realize they have the
That's a
player
great
advantage.
main wall,
Just drop the
too.
Blizzard. Keep everything moving. They're trying to
I think-
find
I'm surprised he
another
didn't just
pick.
use that
Hydron
ult and
down,
keep
he
staggering
falls as
them.
well. It's getting from bad to worse, just cascading effect of just finding more and more advantage for Team France. And
It's not a
USA, they don't
J3
really have
curse, bro.
that many
Stop.
ultimates to handle this as well. They gave up their flux and they're moving in and they're going to have to deal with a Poco flux of their own. As long as they can stay on the cart versus this sugar-free Blizzard, they should be in a good spot.
Yeah, France's fight planning has been so good at removing Sugar Free earlier on. Artillery strike from Hydron right on top of Avo. He's in the immortality field.
Come on.
He jumps down into the Blizzard, or at least was going to be frozen either way.
They have to
Damage
win
went
this.
into
They have to
USA.
win
It's
this.
3 versus 3, and it's up to Poco. But with this May all up in his face,
No
it's so
way. Yeah, they
difficult
won
for
this. They won
France
this.
to
They won
live
this.
on
Nice.
the road, but still with
That's
the
a
1
great
minute that
push
they
from France,
had.
though.
This is a winnable push for France.
Can't be unhappy with that push. That was great play.
I'm scared.
About halfway through that third point just there.
I'm scared, chat.
Regardless of the 2 minutes and a quarter, the
It
Team
doesn't matter
USA,
if they have a lot of
they're going
time.
to
I'm
have
pretty
to
sure the
find
time
some similar
It's not going
type
to matter
of
for how
push
far
where
they pushed
they
right there.
find
But both
advantages and
teams
they're
had a
able to
great
snowball
push,
it.
but
Circa
France was a
Royale,
little faster the first time
positioning
around.
is king. So if they're able to just continue to hold that position and find their advantages, they can do the same thing, but it is difficult. If France stay composed,
I didn't
they should
curse
be able to
anyone.
close out this map and take us to map 3.
I like the switch up from France too. The fact that this May worked out, and when it's maybe Nico's gone as a coach, you know, it's just okay. This is how you play May, and I think just the fight planning we've highlighted from France, the May walls, the
Curse
win
3.
conditions, realizing what USA have with that sugar-free Blizzard. Which felt like
Nah,
USA
bro,
were
Sugar-Free-
hesitating on when
I
to
think
really throw
Sugar-Free
that
got
Blizzard. They
rocked
almost wanted
or
to
killed
react
off the
and
high
counter what
ground
France were doing.
and dropped
But the initiative
when
from
he had
France is what
mailed.
ended up winning them so many fights.
He
So
should have
wish that
mailed
Sugar-Free
it
Blizzard
and
came out a bit
cryoed,
earlier.
and then they would have
Well,
probably
I
won
have
that.
to give props to Poco.
They could have held it on
that
second point.
accretion rock onto Sugar-Free. He was trying to drop that Blizzard on the second point, and Poco actually rocks him off the side of the.
Oh, I think they're just talking about what I just
U-turn,
said.
And Sugar-Free falls, and from there, that big tool that they
Yeah,
needed to
that
close out the
was,
fight was no longer there. So Poco, we know him for the Poco
That was very
bombs,
bad.
but
They
we're
could've-
getting to
they
see some
probably
Poco
could've,
Sigma right now
that
making
fight.
big plays as well.
Alright, just a
France
1
was-
minute or so
Oh.
advantage from Team USA, but
Oh
here's that
boy.
corner
Wait,
play I was
this
talking
is-
about with France,
Oh.
with the teleporter, so they can jump to both sides of Team USA. And USA
How
are
is-
trying to
okay.
run as much as they can, and Pac is generating DPS, but so many targets of USA were low, but France could not coordinate to finish them off.
Oh my God, Kaluge!
As USA march on.
50%.
I like the idea there from France. They just weren't able to execute. That was a great rock from Kaluge. Instantly hits Pac on the way out of the door. But that's what France wanted. They wanted to take an early fight because they know they can take a better fight at the back end of this first point. The one thing that they are going to have to be worried about, because Kaluge got that 4K, he's already 60% to a Gravitic Flux. If he gets that one way earlier than France expect, it could close out this first point very quickly.
And because that fight wasn't extended, Amp Matrix of Natlox was a big win condition for France, and they're both around the same percentage. It'll be that grab flux coming up soon. Hydron's getting rocked from behind,
Nice
but this
Hydron. At least he got the
teleported
BAP. He got the
France
BAP.
behind USA.
Oh, yeah, okay,
But
okay.
USA decided to just focus on the frontline battle and then turned to deal with the low HP targets behind. USA are dealing with the chaos very, very well.
They need to
and
clean
with
up.
Avo
I like how he
gone,
doesn't go for
France
healing, he
don't
was just
have
going
the
for kills.
DPS to even make this
Healer, by the
winnable,
way.
so USA will be
when
capping
you
it.
heal as a Lari,
Because of that great
then it goes
sugar-free
on a
wall,
cooldown.
Natlox gets picked off.
Healer,
and
by the way.
From there, France just don't have the healing, and that should be a
Healer.
first-point
Sure.
capture.
He
And if you're
right-clicked,
Team
and when
France,
he
you
was
need to not
shooting,
panic,
his right click was already
You
coming
have
up all the way
time.
down.
You still only need
Oh,
to
there-
really win
oh,
one fight. Okay, never
point
mind. They're
10.
going for the last second contest. This is a dangerous play.
A captive son, but Natlox probably
He didn't
has
even use
immortality.
it.
Now that he's
That was
spotted,
scary. If
Yeah.
they turned around and killed him, that would have been
Oh my
scary.
god,
What a
that
drop.
was very scary.
France maybe weren't expecting
Okay,
it.
chat. Last fight.
France didn't know
Next
how to
fight
get
is
out
the
of that
last fight.
situation.
They're gonna have to
Keeping
win
Pac
20
and Avo
seconds.
safe, which
Next
are
fight.
the
They
most
have to win
vulnerable
3
members on
fights.
that team.
Well, I mean, if they
Yeah.
lose this next fight, they
Almost
lose.
Team
yeah,
France's idea
But they do
there
have
is
4 ults
to
against
rush into Team
5
USA and
ults.
hope they use a lot of ultimates because Team France
Nah,
didn't
come
commit
on, chat,
anything
this
to
is
that
the
fight.
time,
They
this
just
is
wanted
the
to fight
time.
early. So we are going with 10 seconds remaining into overtime. If France wins one more fight, they will win the map. And they have a lot of ultimates, but
That's the
so
icon
does
next
Team
to my
USA.
name. You're a sub to my YouTube,
All right, the
which is a
Grapplux
massive
from
W.
Kaluge, FD God, holding onto the sound barrier.
Oh,
and
I'm
he got
so
Natlox
scared of
just
the
by
C9.
himself
Okay,
using
there's-
the Ant Matrix.
they have
Maybe
no BAP.
Avo wanted a piece
France
of
have
it.
no BAP.
Repositions the Baywall still in his face, and France are still getting organized. And this captive son is just all over Avo,
Okay.
but France still did a good dent into
Oh,
USA.
no. Oh, my God.
Come on, UV, and Poco is the anchor for
Oh
France, but
my
no
god, that's a healer, by the way. He just 2-tapped the sim. I just want to let you guys know he 2-tapped the sim, by the way, as a healer.
That was absolute chaos, and USA
Nah.
used absolutely
Oh my
everything as
God.
well. FD gold with the sound barrier, packed with the photon barrier. You have to believe that Team France has a big advantage in this fight, especially because Team USA players are still trying to
They're gonna go
reinforce
in with
the point,
beat wall,
while Team France,
GGs.
they're all together.
Beat wall,
Here's the
GG's.
speed.
Wait, he didn't
Teleport
use his ult.
fake from
Needs to
Pac,
drop it.
photon barrier splits up. At
That's
least
a
keeping
GG's. This
their
is a GG's,
half of
chat.
the
We're gonna
court.
go to a map
Team
3.
USA can just hold their own.
That's a map 3.
Still
No,
may
it's a
have
map
the
3.
fight. FD
No.
got holding on to the
As
sound
soon
barrier.
as he
This will be
beats
the
it, they go
sustain
aggressive,
that
map
they
3.
need.
GG's.
And
GG,
there's
chat.
the engage. France running after
GG's.
USA.
I told you. It's almost like I'm
Search
reading
too.
what's going on.
It's almost like you
Continue
cursed
on the
USA.
fight plan.
I did not
Just
curse
too good out of
USA.
France, as they will even
That
up
was
the
a
series
great
1-1.
that was a great game.
It was
Team
really
France
good.
played very composed. They understood that they didn't need to just blow the sound barrier and the photon barrier off the bat. They both do the same thing. They keep them up, they keep them sustained, drop the wall on the cart, get Kaluge very low because he has to keep contesting the point, and then
That was a
after
great
Kaluge
game.
gets low, engage with the sound barrier. There's nothing Team USA can do. Great team play from Team France, taking it to
Oh,
Team
you know what's
USA.
really fun, chat?
An unlikely
You know
matchup.
what's really
People
fun?
didn't have Team France.
It's map 3.
pushing
You know what's
Team
gonna happen.
USA
We're gonna go
this
to
close
push.
to the edge.
Huge change-ups from France, going from losing 2-0 to Japan to now taking a map from
Do you guys like
everyone
push?
regarding
Be
Team
honest with
USA
me,
as
chat.
being one of the
Like, be
best
completely honest. Do
in
you guys like push?
all of World Cup. So huge turnarounds from France, and
Oh, yeah, I
we
wanna
talked
see
about
play
just
from
good
Poco's
leadership on this
POV.
team, and I wonder if that's the difference that Poco makes
Oh
too.
my.
Yeah, Poco, he's always been a cool, calm, and collected player. You know,
Oh, yeah, no,
all the way
Esperanza.
back from his
Esperanza is
days with the
actually very
Philadelphia
good, man.
Fusion. He was just known
Bring back
to
2CP.
always be a very, I don't want to say
2CP is better.
monotone, but just a very calm person in those comms.
I don't think you should say
and
them
you
too
can
loud
see
here.
that coming through on this team.
Please.
He has a lot of rookies to play with. Avo,
No,
Pac,
2CP.
Natlox, they're not
2CP is
as
like the best
experienced
game mode
players
that
on
was
the
ever, like,
international
introduced.
stage, yet they were
I
able to
don't-
keep their
I
cool
think-
against some of the best players in the world.
Like, I don't think you're remembering it correctly.
I
Sometimes it's not
remember it.
as much about the
2CP was fun.
mechanics,
I
but
love
more
playing
about
Junkrat on
the
top of
positions
Anubis.
you're
And
I hated you. I hated you.
because you guys are blind. You don't look down. You go into trap. Trap kill you. You stay there. I go. Pew pew. Mine.
It was always
Die.
so annoying. You were
followed up
such a
with,
rat
and
on
FD
that
got
map.
always these
Every
well-timed
time.
sound
And I would
barriers.
tell
You
him,
know,
I
the
would
one
tell my
Ajax
friend, be like,
is one
please do
thing,
not
but
go in the left room. Jay's in
90%
there
of
with
the
the trap.
time, these
And
sound
I'm mine,
barriers
and he's
have
going
made
to kill
a
you. My
huge
team
difference for the sustain of Team France to live on in these extended fights. Now we await the Team USA choice of map of either Flashpoint or Push. Wonder why that's gonna
You
go.
have to wonder where
Wake up.
USA is going to go, because obviously in the head-to-head matchup where they weren't playing the Sigmas, USA looked, they look like they have that flexibility to be
Jeez,
able
they'd
to
be a
do
junk
it.
player only
so
on
you
Temple
could
of
go to
Anubis.
Flashpoint.
I
It
was
plays
not a
very
junk
similarly
player.
to
I was a
Control.
junk player on Temple
Push
of
can
Anubis.
Oh, it's
sometimes
Temple of
be-
Anubis because that
I
first
don't want to say
point
coin
is
flip,
Very
but
strong.
anything
Everyone runs
can
in there
happen.
and
You
it's
win a
free.
couple of team fights, you snowball things, anything can happen, and you Queen Street is going to be the choice for Team USA.
Bang.
I feel like with push, a lot of teams like to play Lucio, and France already having kind of that Sigma Lucio brawl may bode well for them too. But USA have been one of the most confident teams probably in all of World Cup, but especially in their group. They think they're number one, and France want to prove them wrong, and we'll see who's right or wrong after this break.
Push is better than Flashpoint. That's not true. Flashpoint is really fun.
Flashpoint is very
I like
fun.
these pauses that they're doing with the characters. It's really cool to see. Every time you do that, I'm gonna put a new letter in slash on mod.
Don't do it.
My favorite thing is when someone just spams and like they just get ignored.
Yeah.
It's my favorite thing. But this song is kind of a banger though.
I know.
Flashpoint takes so long. No, it's not a long game.
Unmod her in person. What does that even mean?
Chat, I just want to say, if Team USA loses, I'm probably going to ban every single one of you in my chat for jinxing this game. That's all I got to say.
Chat, some of you are very dumb. Very dumb.
You guys are just going to take that?
They should.
That's crazy, bro. Ban yourself? What the? How about if I don't get 5 gifted right now, I just ban everyone in my chat? I put you guys in emote only mode for the rest of the day.
Ooh.
Someone just said ban me.
So many people do that.
You won't do it, Jay? Of course I'm not gonna. It's a ban me, but in parentheses, Meg. That's funny. Ban me, parentheses, G. Jay3 won't do shit? Okay, you know what? Since you guys say I won't do shit, you know what I'm gonna do tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm gonna turn on the option in my settings that have ads for subs. So it doesn't even matter if you're a sub, I can still run ads on you. Thoughts? You don't have to ban that! Stop banning people!
Alright.
You take everything too serious. You can time it out. Meg's banning people for the dumbest things, chat.
My bad.
Stop. If you ban someone, they're not going to be in chat anymore. You can't do that. You're literally ruining my business. And they're not even saying anything bad about Meg. They're saying stuff about me, and I don't care. But she's banning that. Like, don't do that.
It bothers me.
You know what? Go sit over there so I can run 3 minutes on you.
No.
Who invited you? Who invited you
No one,
here?
actually. I work here. I live here.
Can we, like, fire Meg for the weekend?
It's a close battle between France and USA, and what a turnaround for France. First look at Team USA.
So Flats is in agreement with chat.
Flats is saying it's my
the
fault?
big takeaway that I've had from this series. Like, we know that Team USA has strength, but the question...
I agree with Flats, sorry.
Not just
Flats
this
just
series
mad
in general,
because
but
I'm
is
taller
Team
than
USA
him?
going to be able to go the distance? Can they repeat what they did in 2019? Because they are
He's
the reigning
6'5".
champs.
I'm
We all saw
6'9".
the picture of Super sitting in the throne, aka gaming chair, in front of the trophy, and they're trying to defend their title. Yet still here, Super fans punching air because Super is not coming in for map 3 on New Queen Street, but there are some subs here for Team France as Nico comes in to replace Pat, which indicates to me, Lemon, that they're going to be playing more Mei, less Symmetra.
Yeah, I think the Symmetra had some cool ideas to get to certain positions on the map that are difficult to rotate to if you're exposed to a lot of poke, and maybe that surprise factor that France used to win a couple of fights against
You
US.
see that one?
Photon Barrier, very, very strong, but it's a difficult
They're so
brawl
funny.
character to play in the middle of all that chaos. She's very vulnerable, so I like that if you're May seems to be their plan B
Do you look at
option, and
YouTube
if
chat
Nico,
or
that is
Twitch
his bread
chat
and
more?
butter, then you go with someone who is more confident, more
both.
experienced, because May is very
I will say
cooldown
there's only
dependent.
been
If
one
you miss
sub on
that May
YouTube
wall,
today.
that is a big win
There's more
condition
subs
that
on
you're
Twitch.
creating, right?
Chat, did you
The
guys know with
ice
Amazon
block,
Prime
the
you can
ice
sub
block
to your
at the
favorite streamer for
wrong
free every
position,
30
that
days
can
on
just
Twitch?
kill the
Any
fight for
primers in
you
chat?
and really kill your May as well. So, I'd like to see Nico back in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I think there's so many intricacies that comes with May, and I think the best Mays in the world really show how it's done. And Nico, historically,
prime check?
when he played in the Overwatch,
Prime
he
check
was
in chat,
known for
please?
his May play. He played on the Paris Eternal. He came in to be sort of that May pinch hitter from time to time. Let's see if he can do that once again here for Team France. But on the other side, for Team USA, I think you are starting to see some of the weaknesses of having the ultraviolet
I like how
group
so
ball
many of
support
you are
set up
just
because
misspelling
they
prime
are
check to
trying their
emo.
best
It's just
to move
crazy
away
to
from
me. It
playing the
pains me.
Lucio.
Chat,
They didn't come
how
with
do you
three
guys
supports.
not know how to
They
do
decided
emotes
to not
correctly?
pick up a primarily Lucio player, and at some points it felt like they weren't able to keep up with the pace of Team France. I wonder if that will be a common thing as we go further in the tournament.
Yeah, OG did end up trying out, and I thought he did very well, but yeah, the lack of Lucio means the double flex that you thought was going to be meta with maybe Sigma coming in, and you have a lot of poke.
No
and that's
way
where RuPaul and Ultraviolet
Team
were
USA
best
loses
at.
this.
But with the speed that FD God brings,
If
and his
Team
experience
USA
on that
loses
character,
this,
France can
I will
dictate a
gift
lot of these
100
fights,
subs to
and
chat.
Sometimes just overwhelm.
That's
United
how
States
confident
just
I
in all
am
the chaos that is being surrounded
in Team
by
USA
a bunch
winning.
Of people. So Poco, I think, was a really good leader for France. I'm glad that he's staying in the lineup.
But
and he frontlines very well.
if Team USA
And he made some big plays.
wins,
not only
you guys
on this,
better
you
give
know,
subs.
Dia in this final push.
If they lose, I'll
Team
give the
France
100.
across the edge. But playing the Sigma, he took toe-to-toe with Kaluja, who's a great Sigma player, and he hit some important rocks, right? That big rock onto Sugar Free in the overtime push. And Kaluja, we also saw great plays from him on the Sigma, but also the Doomfist. Like, this very narrowly was enough to close it out, but he just had nowhere to go from here. Goes down to 11 health.
You did not.
Yes,
I did.
Sugar Royale was
You just
so,
don't read.
so close. And we go
No,
to
it's
our
'cause I don't
map
care.
beside of New
It's the
Queen Street,
internet.
which
You
is
can't control what
Team
the internet
USA's
says.
Choice.
That's true.
With a substitution from France, where I thought Pac and Avo were doing really well despite being sort of contenders level players, or at least they lack that Overwatch League experience.
So if they get, like,
going up against Hydra
they
and
can still
Sugar
type, but
Free,
no one sees
you
it?
thought that
I'm
this
pretty
was going to be the hugest DPS gap, but it was
Because
about
that's where
pipe planning when
Waleed
you have a
is-
leader that
is
can calm your
hidden.
new players down.
Did he get
Maybe this
unbanned?
is
No,
your
you
first
have to
time
do
at
it
the
yourself.
World
Like, we
Cup,
can't do
nerves are
it.
there,
How do I unban
and
Waleed?
you just
Waleed,
have
what's
a
your
stable
username?
team. It doesn't look
It's
like
me
a
too.
mixed,
I don't know if he's still here.
experienced team on the
Pretty sure
team.
he's lurking.
Yeah,
And that's
it's
something
just,
that
I don't know,
makes
somewhere in your
Overwatch
settings,
World
I don't
Cup
really
in
know.
general
Can't
special.
you just type slash
have
unban?
some of the teams
No,
are the
there's
best
no
players in the
slash.
world, and some players that would
You have to go into,
potentially
like, your
never get the
community settings,
opportunity
I
to
think,
play
but,
against
like, I
these
don't want- you
guys
don't have to do
are
that.
able to do it
It's
and show
Waleed.
what they have and what they can do, right? Not a lot of people had sort of slated Team France to be able to go and step up, but you said it, Avo and Pac have really stepped up in a big way and taken it to the likes of players like Sugar Free and Hydron, like you just said. And right now, I think they
you should
either
have,
are
like,
going
yeah.
even with them or potentially even getting
search?
slightly better edge of the stick, at least on Circuit Royale, because right now,
Waleed's
Sugar Free and
username?
Hydron,
It
they
was-
are
it was
this
pretty
DPS duo
early.
that's supposed to be
It
a
was just
powerhouse.
Waleed,
They
so,
haven't shown up that way so far in this
It
series.
should be s- it-
And if
it should
things
be
don't go
further
well
down.
for USA
It's
and
the-
they
your
drop
first stream.
0-1, it's just gonna make Group D even crazier. Like, everyone's been saying, Group D is feeling like the group of death with KSA, Japan, who have been sort of that dark horse, that underdog that everyone's been talking about after how well they
Jesus
performed against
Christ.
France.
Oh.
USA being,
really
that
can't
world
search? How insane
champion,
is that?
to France also having a good roster. Like, who knows who's gonna come
Oh,
out
no,
of Group
it's not-
D
it's not the
if
real one.
USA
Oh,
don't
okay.
pull
I
through
think
in
that was
game
me.
Absolutely. I
They're,
completely agree. I would say
impersonating.
France
Of course it would
is
be. You.
definitely
They're
a stepping stone for
impersonating.
Team USA. Tomorrow they go up against KSA, like you just said, and that's going to be an interesting match because KSA plays a very different style. They're more than willing to go to the Farah. But just today we saw KSA play and they played up against Japan. It was pretty close, but KSA definitely with a dominant performance. And if they can get
See, there's-
that
there's some things I think
win
UT needs
over
to-
some of these other
Oh, UT
teams,
needs a lot of
all
work.
of a sudden
Yeah.
it starts to be like, well,
Like-
can Team USA match Team KSA? And we'll have to
How
see.
is
So
this so hard?
everything on the line for Team USA. They need to close it out on their map pick of New Queen Street.
Well, at least Team USA don't have to worry about a random Symmetra teleporter and having to keep your eyes behind you too, because France were good at teleporting behind USA
in any
and
order?
creating these
Or they're
pinch
just
scenarios
private, like, I
that are
can't
often
tell.
successful for
I
France.
didn't see
Eventually,
them.
USA
I
were
didn't
able to
either.
crack crack that. And and hold their focus a bit better in those moments. But now that Nico is in, you're not going to see the Symmetra. You see FD got in the lineup. That's been mostly Lucio that we've seen out of France. So USA, as long as they respect that spacing, they know how to disengage, which they've been really good at.
Okay, chat, don't look at that.
I think USA can handle these fights a lot better.
Slash on ban does not work. Wow.
And the player that I want to keep my eye on this map is Hydron. So Hydron is going
Okay,
to
chat,
play
let's see
the
this. Map
flanking
3.
soldier. Hydron's going
Last
to play
map,
their
first to 2.
completely own game. They're just going to try and be a constant thorn in the side of Team France, trying to get these angles, put out damage, and try and find picks onto the backline, while the rest of Team USA is just going to try and hold their ground.
See Hydron too. It's at the bottom of that tunnel. France are a little bit split up. FD God is assisting Nico to rotate to mainly dual Ultraviolet, who's sitting at that top window. So there's sort of mini fights taking place at different areas. And France can do that because they're playing a Lucio. USA having Ultraviolet play at these off angles with the pylon is a good idea too. Hydron with the speed that Soldier provides, as you mentioned, can just keep rotating around USA, but look at his
It's really
aim.
funny listening to the gun sounds, because my gun sounds do not sound like that.
France's damage
Don't
gone.
know
They
why.
have to rely on Nico. Poco is stunned up.
I like mine.
Deluge is low.
Yeah.
And this is all about focus fire and USA just being better at
Nice.
Nice,
You can
Team
see
USA. I
why
told
Deluge
you
is
guys,
playing the
Team
Orisa.
USA's winning.
Deluge and Sugar Free lived for so long with the entirety of Team France running them down, and that just gives Hydron time to find those picks. Ultraviolet as well to
I like
find
how
those
they're
picks,
using
also
different heroes
playing the
instead of
off angle
mirroring.
with
That's
the Alarian.
exactly what I
You
said
can see
earlier.
these two
I'm
different
so
strategies.
glad, like,
they're going to be going back and forth. France once again need to be
there's
the
not like a
initiators.
hard meta.
USA,
Everyone's
are they
using
going
like
to be
different
able to
characters.
hold on, and is Hydron going to be able to find picks like that? That tracking was flawless from Hydron to take down Avo in that at the start of that fight. Oh,
Oh,
Ripple
and
down.
Matrix, and RuPaul just evaporates immediately. The rest of USA managed to run away, but Kalush is in no man's land. Sugar Free should just try to die on the bot too, and at least get a contest out of it. But Hydron, wherever he is getting random picks. He's over on the statue side, and Ultraviolet's
I
on
love
that
how
off angle, so
Hydron's just on
despite
the
USA
flank,
maybe not
just getting
winning this
random.
fight,
Look
he
at it.
slowed France down with
He's
these
being
picks,
so
and
annoying
it's
over
not
there.
bad for USA.
And it's so difficult for Team France to be able to punish either Ultraviolet or Hydron. They both have great tools of escaping with their heroes. So if you try and run them down, they're just going to run away, and then
They're just
all of a
holding all the
sudden threats
angles.
come from all over the place. So
They can't really,
USA really putting on a masterclass of how you play what has been dubbed shooter comps, where you just sort of spread around and just shoot the opposition and don't
Almost
give
got
them
the
any
man off the
options to
map.
run down.
Yeah, USA are forcing these isolated duels where maybe they believe in the more individual prowess of their players versus maybe the more team chemistry that I'm seeing out of France. For now, though, USA playing around the corner, but Hydron, he's going unseen. He has a tactical visor, but France are quite far away.
God,
The
he
ground
ran
flex
out
and
of the
Poco's
Sigma
used
flex.
to zone out.
Oh,
my
no, that's not
God.
good. That's not good for Team France.
No, that was really well played by USA.
They used 4 ults, but I mean, at least they
just
got
so many
the
ultimates
catch.
Team USA
Damn,
for
the other
France. They
team
tried
used
to
They used
engage
Flux and Beat.
with
Those
their
are really, really,
Flux, but
really
it
big
just
ults.
was not enough to hold up. Even FD
They
got
tried to
using the
solo
sound
flex,
barrier.
Hydron's
So now
visor,
Team
and he
France
just
is
ran
fighting.
out of
Because they
it.
don't have the same
That's funny.
Symmetra, they
Yeah.
can't do the TP plays like we saw them do on Circle Royale. So right now, it just feels like they're being
might have gotten
constantly
stuck on that little
surrounded and
pillar.
peppered with damage.
I don't
And so far, they're just
I
getting
ever played
picked
Signal
before the
where
fight even
you're
begins.
looking to flux something, and then it just kind of
pretty
like
forward
magnets
Blizzard
to
to
like a
at
wall.
least get a kill onto Poco, but this is a momentum
Team
push
USA
for
is
USA
just
to
rolling
at least
right now.
75
Yeah.
meters and
Don't take
more.
Team USA to
This
push.
is going to be tough for France to retake. Of course, there's plenty of time, but USA haven't been stopped
Hydron
yet. I'm
and
worried.
UV are doing
Yeah,
really,
it's
really
getting a
well.
little worried. The only
Hydron is the
time
Metro
things
of
halted
Team
for a
USA.
little bit was when Nico hit that
That's
great
funny.
right click through the
On the
amplification
fly.
matrix. But other than that, it feels like they've just been chasing ghosts, unable to find a single pick. You can see FD God and Avo running down the flank, trying to get a pick here onto, I believe that's Ultraviolet? Yeah, Ultraviolet and the others.
Oh!
But they weren't able to feign
Healer, by the way.
Ultraviolet's the one who gets the pick. How does that happen?
Healer, by the way. Healer, by the way. Healer, by the way, chat.
France are trying to do a
Ultraviolet
better job of
Alari.
The
marking
healer,
up the
by the way,
background
is
France have been
flanking
losing.
at their spawn.
They lost a grab flux just to scare Hydron. They didn't even hit him with it. And France are continuing to struggle.
Look at
because
the
they're
healer.
getting
He's just
surrounded
all the way
by
holding their
USA,
spawn.
And they're panicking.
Oh
so
no,
much
Team
confidence right now. You
France,
can
bro,
see
they're
playing
not having a
aggressive,
good time.
not
At least they
afraid
have
of anyone
Mail.
from Team France.
Yeah.
Nico was still holding on to this Blizzard, hasn't found a good opportunity.
I mean, they
Who
might
do
be
you
able to use
Blizzard on
it
the side of
and
Team USA. You
stop
can't just throw it at the
USA's
backline.
push.
It doesn't work on
I mean,
an
it's their
Orisa,
la-
it doesn't
oh
work on a
my
Mei, and FP
God.
goes dead before the fight's even begun.
Healer, by the way.
Oh
Mechanics
my
on
God.
display by Team USA. We had criticisms about the double flex support, but they're showing us why.
This was a stop.
Ultraviolet
5
is
minutes
simply the
remaining.
third DPS
5
as
minutes.
Team
Look at the Lucio. 5 minutes remaining, bro. Oh my. Hey, you guys owe me. You guys owe me. I said Team USA is winning.
Some of
You
those
guys owe me.
concerns
Start
that myself
gifting.
and maybe others were having
Start
about Team
gifting.
USA, they seem to get squashed.
Let's
a
go.
little bit
I
as
do
we
not.
went
I
on
do
to
not have a
UK3.
curse.
That
Say it. I
was
want to
just
see chat say it.
great
I
play
do
from
not
Team
have a
USA.
curse.
Individual mechanics and brilliance being
Just for you
shown
guys thinking
right
I have a
there
curse, I'm going to
from
give all the
every
channel
single
points to
player
Team
popping
France.
off in each moment, and
That would
Team
have been a
France,
1 to
with
12,
them
1 to
not
13
playing this
return
Symmetra anymore,
ratio.
it just didn't feel like they had an answer.
And that's that confidence showing through from Team
Yeah.
USA to have Ultraviolet and Hydron constantly on the flank. And with the aim too that
They
Hydron
they
had,
finished
the
it
kind
quick
of
for you.
low bursts of damage that Soldier, you know, why people don't like Soldier as much as other choices of hit scan.
Yeah,
Kind of
at
proves
least
that with
some
good enough
people
aim,
in
you can
chat
still
keep
get
their
picks
keep
with
their
it and
word.
just be such a
Vanished,
nuisance,
appreciate the massive
even
5
with
gifted.
Alari
Young
from
Ligma, appreciate the massive
Ultraviolet.
3 gifted as
The
well.
3K Captive Sun,
Other
easily my
Ninja
MVP
and
of the match
Cafe
has to be
Games,
UV.
appreciate the massive 20 gifted
Absolutely.
and
I
5
think there
gifted,
were
and all the new
individual
Prime
pop-up
subs as
plays
well.
from lots
Appreciate
of
it.
them, but UV really stepped up when it mattered most in certain situations, especially
Appreciate it. Nice
in that
count,
third
bro.
map.
Appreciate it. Get this
But
up.
also,
Jordy, appreciate
we
it.
see
Get this up.
USA go 1-0 in the Group of Death, Group D, but Team France goes 0-2.
What's-
They're not
what's the next
completely
one?
out,
Okay,
but it's
chat,
going to be a
two-
hard path forward if they're going to make it.
Next game is the last game.
Yeah, and France's
Australia
next opponent
against
is going to be KSA.
Canada.
So that is a
Xenons, appreciate
all
the
of
massive
group-
10
all of
gifted.
everybody in that group of Group B
Achilles,
is a team that
Sneaky,
are very
the real,
capable of qualifying.
and Germ,
can't believe
appreciate
we
the
had
massive subs
another
as well.
game 3 today. So excited to hear what the desk thinks. So over to Zoe.
Thank you guys.
Wait,
so
Xenons, that's the guy that
much.
kicked your
Yeah,
fucking
what
ass.
a
Yeah, yeah,
game.
yeah.
France
Wait.
got all
Yeah,
the
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Wait, he's number
Just to
1. You're number
crush
2.
on that first
Uh-huh,
map.
Yeah,
Amazing
Xenons.
showing from
First is the
Team
worst, second is
USA.
the best.
Let's
No,
discuss
it's
how they
not.
got it
Yeah, well,
done.
that's what some
because,
people say.
quite frankly,
Bunny, appreciate the massive dono.
initially,
Gotta sleep now.
France
Just a minute.
looked
YouTube
a
is
lot
Twitch.
better.
Nah, sorry.
I
Twitch
think
is.
they
Twitch is.
really made the right
Twitch is
changes
winning.
heading into day number 2. Let's
Why is this
discuss
guy
what changes
spamming,
those
bro?
were.
Like, why are some
I
people, like, so
Team USA
stupid,
still
man?
came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, look, for
challenge
France,
failed.
right? Swapping over to Poco, playing in this matchup, playing with the Sigma, it is one of the best compositions
Yeah,
in the
second
game
place is
currently
first
at the
place
pro
loser.
level, right? So,
Oh, okay.
Canadian,
it did,
appreciate the good stuff as well,
unlock
my friend.
things for them.
Canadian.
Playing this Lucio
We love
butt kicks with the
Canada.
Genji lineup early on, upping the pace. Being able to play the Lucio on this
You could
team
leave.
is
Good.
obviously something that's going to help them up
You
the
could
pace against a
leave.
team
I
like
know.
USA. This was a
Yeah,
great
I-
point that,
No.
you know, Costa made,
I think
of
that's
course,
fine.
as well. And that I know that Danny wanted to touch on as well, so I'm going to let you do that.
No, go ahead. No, talk about it. Do it.
Oh, wait, you can hear me, right?
Oh,
Oh.
that's a
Yes,
great
I
point
can,
raised by Costa,
actually.
that is, you know, a double flex support backline with Ultraviolet. and
Wild
Nepal for
Wolf!
USA.
Appreciate that, I get this up as
And
well.
so that kind of like
What was that
limits
word
the
you just
pace
said?
in which they can
Wild
play. You
Wolf?
know, you can't bring out that
Wolf?
Lucio as much because
Wild
you'd
Wolf.
probably
You
rather
gotta-
play
you
double
gotta-
flex
you gotta
support, right?
get
You'd
to- you're
rather
not used to
play
this, huh?
the Alari,
Wild
with
Wolf.
the Baptiste, for
Wolf.
example, maybe even
Wolf.
the
Ow.
Kiriko, right? Rather than try to
Wolf,
win
you
France,
say wolf like
when
you're
they're
barking.
playing
No.
the Symmetra and the Lucio. So that was, you know, a big kind of like scary circuit of
Katie,
reality
appreciate
for a
that,
Team
get this up as
USA fan. But then when Kalush swapped over to the Orisa and Costa, as he labeled it, the quote-unquote
We are at
shooter
8.7k
comp.
subs. We're at 300 subs away from 89k.
Holy.
Make it difficult for France to like
Chat,
really reach
we're
someone.
almost at 9K
Like, you can-
subs.
you can speed
Ah,
up all
and
you
next
want
week's
with
my
your big
birthday.
balls and your Sigma shield and
I'm
you can turn up the
turning
pace, but
29,
it's
chat.
spread out
At least
all
I
around you, and that's
want
what we saw from
29k
Hydron,
subs for my birthday.
in the Overwatch League, you know,
Yeah, okay.
games earlier this year. So there was really just a compositional difference there on the very final map. But a bit
Me and
scary
Valheim when I'm
still
getting chased by
for
a wolf.
USA.
Oh my
Like,
god,
not
Saracha-san, I've never
completely
seen someone
sold
more of a
after
bot
some
than when I'm
weaknesses
playing
being
video games
spotted
with
there in
you.
that
You
matchup,
die by
so-
water, you die by snow, you die by cold, you die by fire, you die by going AFK, you die by just playing the game as hard as you can. You are. It's not my birthday yet, chat. Next
It felt
Thursday.
A little bit, Danny, I think you said that. While
Next
we were watching
Thursday,
the match.
chat,
It felt a
turning
little bit,
29.
Like USA needs to warm up.
Yeah.
will know.
I mean,
when
they
it's
are
his
still.
So this is your first time. I'm bigger
a
in person,
strong
right?
team, right? But and also they did beat France.
Sure.
But judging by what we saw and also what Johnny and Costa was saying about their
Same
backline,
age
they
as
have
Meg?
2
No, I'm
support
30.
players and not
I'm
having
say that out
loud.
You know,
Why?
Maybe possibly be a problem for them in
Meg
the
can
future,
literally tell
right?
you about like the
And,
Great
so it's
Depression
sort of
and
a
I'm
World
1
War
year
One.
older than you. I'm 1 year older than
Bro,
you.
she was
One-
legit teaching history in that
one thing can
at
be
that
said
age,
about
bro.
this group,
1
though.
year older.
I do think it
Meg
may
was
very well now
Picasso's
be the most
teacher.
stacked
You're an
group,
idiot.
but France
Can you guys
turning
believe that?
it up today and
Bro, I
making,
thought you were
the
like
changes
38.
needed to be more competitive. With Team Japan surprising us all.
Okay, yeah, after
on
that
day
comment
one,
chat, I'm
coming
going to
out
the
on
bathroom.
top.
I'll be right back.
Of course, with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia
Fucking pieces
being
of shit.
exactly what we thought they would be, which is a cohesive, well-oiled machine who is looking very, very dominant in
wishes.
their match. Team USA got their work cut out for them. It's going to be so excited to see which 2 teams will advance out of that group. Now heading up into
So
a
what's
break,
wrong with
and
that?
after
What's wrong with that?
We will be talking about the last match of the day to fill our
Meg,
daily quota
also
of
known as
Commonwealth
Cleopatra,
battle.
be
We're gonna
nice.
have Canada facing off
Be
against
nice.
Australia. All this and more after this.
Yes. Skippy, what did you just call me? The comms.
Nice, push cut. Nice. Okay.
Holy
USA, baby! Yeah, baby!
USA, baby. Oh my god. Are you a cheat code? You win. This guy's mad. This guy's mad. France lost. Damn. They did make it close though. At least it was close. Oh, Meg was like 24. That's nice. I appreciate that. I was 24 when Overwatch came out, I think. Quick maths. Oh my god. Daddle. Hi, Daddle. This chair, man. W Ancient Rock Mag. Fuck you, Waleed. No, Jay was like, I was the Big Bang. Listen, Waleed, Jay was like, Meg, you have to babysit Waleed on Wednesday, so I'm your babysitter on Wednesday, so please be nice. Child. You take Jay's seat, you have better takes now. What? Waleed says what? Yeah, no. Jay has something to do, and he said that he was like, can you hang out with Waleed, please? So, you know, damn, Waleed's grounded already. And you lowered Jay's seat? It's already low. I think it's lower than mine. It is. I think. They wanted me to make it lower. I'm taller than both of you together. That's probably true. Tina's already taller than Jay. I'm not taller than Jay. He is taller.
You know what's really crazy? I don't think I've ever seen anyone so obsessed with height or age other than the internet.
Yeah. Well, because, like, you know, they're just easy things to pick on for people. I'll give you extra inches. Wait, what are you saying?
Man, Waleed, I'm gonna show you a fucking real baguette when you get here, bro. And trust me, it's gonna be fresh baked. No, you're unmodded.
No, please, no,
unmodded.
no, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not even doing anything. I'm not even modding. I'm just getting my drops. Hands off.
Did you wash your hands? Actually, the soap here smells so good.
It does.
I don't know if you went to the bathroom, but the soap is so good. I don't know. It's
Everything
weird.
here is very clean. I like it.
Yeah.
There's lots of cool stuff. I haven't been in the museum. I'm gonna go there I think tomorrow.
Wait, you're coming here tomorrow?
I think so. Why not? I don't want to. It's boring from the hotel. I don't have to be here. I am gonna go to the other building tomorrow for a little bit. But.
Yeah. Don't even.
Did you clap Waleed's cheeks yet?
You know what? Just after hearing that, it's gonna.
You can't.
God
There's no
damn
way.
it.
You just did it.
God damn it.
Oh god. Your friend.
We are getting ready for our last match of day number
Can you please
2
tell
in the
Meg not
Overwatch
to read
World Cup
everything out
2023
loud?
Group stages played
I
in a
never read that out
round-robin
loud.
format. We've had
I guess I
exciting,
can't-
explosive
can't
matches
stop.
thus far, and I'm sure this last one will not disappoint as Australia will face off against Canada. Two teams which a lot of people had highly rated. In fact, this is one of the groups where we all felt like it's going to be very difficult to predict the outcome. So maybe after this match, we're going to find some answers. Or not. We'll find out very soon as they will
Oh,
be playing
shit.
in just a few minutes. But now let's take a look at their rosters, starting
Okay,
with
chat.
Canada.
I'm starting the next
Canada,
one. What is it?
unfortunately,
Canada
they are
against
coming off of a loss from their first match yesterday, Danny.
Australia. Is that how you spell it?
Yeah, I mean, they did take the L against Great Britain yesterday, and Johnny and I, got our predictions wrong. But hey, I think they had some signs of life. I think it wasn't all doom and gloom for them, right? Because they had some great players, such as Seeker, that we're seeing right now.
Oh my God, look at that hair. It's
name
beautiful.
for himself in the pro scene. Great DPS player. He was popping off yesterday on that Bastion, as we're seeing
I think
right
I
now.
talked to them.
So
Secret
players like him,
Noxious,
Canada has a lot of those. So I think that's the starting point. We saw France, they take an L yesterday too, but they came back. Of course, they lost again to USA, but they made a lot of improvements. So I'm hoping that Canada sort of did the same thing.
The first thing, you know what Meg does the first time I see her chat? She starts bragging
against
about her
Australia.
98,000 square foot fucking
I
did
condo.
not.
How it has 10 floors, and she lives there with
about Team Australia
all her
for their match
cast.
yesterday?
Liar. It's just a
But
liar.
they play the fun heroes, all right? They played a round of solid, Tracer Echo, Winston. This is like a solid composition. Like, who doesn't like watching Tracer Echo? Always fun. Winston,
I think it's a
solid
drop.
gameplay.
Oh, yeah,
this
no,
is
it's a legendary
entertaining
skin.
World Cup. This is one of
Yeah.
the-
Pretty cool.
But this right here, coming out with the Reinhardt, hitting the big shatters, speed boosting with the Lucio, and teleporting with Nanda Symmetra, of course. This is what we really want to see here in the World Cup, right? Am I the only one? Am I the only one who really wants to see this? This is entertainment to me. So Australia, they just came out the gates and they were like, we're not gonna play Sigma. We're not gonna play Orisa, like slowing the thing. No, we're gonna go out with pace and we're gonna push the tempo, and that's what it's all about. Okay. Loving the Reinhardt action coming in from Australia. I hope we get to see more of it today.
Yeah, I mean, they made it hard for Brazil, really. Although there were some moments where Brazil looked competitive, in the end it
How
was
you guys
Australia
thinking,
taking
chat?
it handedly. Let's see if they can
60% Team
continue their
Canada,
winning ways.
40%
Canada is
Australia.
gonna redeem themselves in
Really?
their second match. Let's take a look
Oh,
at
I
our
think
predictions.
Australia
I
is
went
looking
with
really good.
Australia.
Canada, don't forget,
I think
chat.
they
Canada
they
lost their
looked
first
spot
match.
on
Australia already
yesterday.
won their first match.
I don't think there is much that I felt
And Australia won against
like egregious or anything they needed
Brazil.
to improve.
Brazil was looking
They
at a
played
really
with
strong
tempo.
team.
It was exciting. I want to see
Canada
more of that.
lost
What about you, Danny?
to
Let's
Great
go Australia.
Britain.
You guys all know I love a team that uses Ryan Rush Comp. I've been supporting Ryan Rush Comps all throughout the year. And as soon as I saw Australia playing it, I was like, all right, this is my team. Australia, let's go.
I'm in with Australia as well. 2-1
Yeah,
here. Of
even
course,
they're
it's
even
really
they're
entertaining
rooting
to
for
watch them play.
Australia,
But
chat.
also
I don't
feel like
understand
for
why you guys don't
Canada,
root for Australia.
Canada's
Australia's
hyped
looking
up
like a
going into
really
the World
strong
Cup here.
fucking
We know
team.
they
Now
have
it's
great players
50-50.
on the
That's
team.
what I like to see.
Canada historically
This is our
always
first
does
50-50
perform
matchup.
pretty well.
It's
in
going
the
to be
World
a-
Cup.
it's
They
going to be a
always
very
feature
even
at BlizzCon
match, I
in these
think.
later stages and try to fill their best roster.
52%
I'm
Australia,
excited to see
48%
what they
Canada.
can
I
do
like how I
today.
said
I don't
Australia's
think
going to
they're
win,
too
so now
proud
more
of
people are
yesterday's
voting
matchup
Australia.
against Great
And you
Britain.
guys always
So
say I have a
wanna see
Jay3
the best
curse.
put forth from
course they're gonna listen to
Canada
you.
and just see
They don't listen
what
to
we know
me.
these players can
Some
do.
of them
A really
do.
good
Chat,
team.
can I get 100
Let's see the best
gifted?
game played we can from them.
Absolutely. Yeah, as you said,
Sometimes that
historically,
works.
of course, Canada has been featuring up in the
No.
top 2017. They placed second 2018. They came third 2019. We don't talk about that one. But other than that, a lot on the line for both teams. I'm excited for a good showing. We, of course, always want to know everything there is to know about the teams, so we need to get the inside scoop. And once more, Detective Emily has been on the case to find the truth. Let's hear it from her.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I gotta pay
Thank you
attention.
so much, Zoe. Yes. Prior to today's match, we were able to catch up with Coach Danny from
Her
Team
light
Canada,
and
who was able
background,
to
her
share
stream
some
setup is
insight.
clean
He
as
said that
shit.
every team is beatable, given the right strategy and depending on the map
Chat, stop talking,
selection,
pay attention.
including the top dogs like Korea and the team from China. Everyone has a chance if you play well. Personally, for Team Canada, it's important for us to stay relaxed and composed during the match. We wouldn't have made the same mistakes in scrim, but given the pressure of the match, we forgot some basic reminders and autopiloted, which costed us in the end. I also asked, well, are there any interesting stories from your time in Anaheim that you could share with the fans? And he said, on the first day of our arrival in Anaheim, we went out for dinner and Magic Mate Ball, as you can see from the photo that we're about to provide, was wearing a wolf shirt. It was a full moon and he did a pose. He's really channeling his inner wolf to make him play well. Incredible photo shoot. I think that's the start of his side hustle. So just seeing all the players from the other team was fun. Eating together at breakfast and having the teams in the practice area was also really fun. It's different and much more personal than just talking online. And
sure you can. Do it now.
Lastly, he wanted to say that magic is also their secret weapon today versus Australia. Now sending it over to your Canadian and Australian casting duo, Levin and Costa.
Ranked. He's a troll.
Thanks so much.
Oh, she's in full Canada gear now.
It's Lemon Canuck and Australia.
Is she Australian?
Yeah.
Not Australian.
Canadian, yes.
I know that.
You're going down.
Wait,
Okay, this is
Xenons taking number 1 slot. Xenons with the 50 gifted. Chat, can we get a massive W for Xenons? Absolutely insane, my dude.
Went down 0-1. Canada went
That
down
puts
0-1
us
yesterday to
almost
Great Britain. We're riding on a
200 away from
Brazil,
9K.
So honestly, everything to fight for both of these teams.
Yeah, well, we got the wolf pack. Okay,
absolutely insane, Xenons.
Appreciate it.
That was the worst edited
my brain.
Did he switch clothes? Now he's wearing Australia.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, they both went into their.
If you're
that's
put that
funny.
level of performance into today's
That's
match, you know, we're not even gonna break a sweat.
Yeah, that's because all of our talent
I can't
is
believe
into
you're showing that on
Overwatch,
stream. That
okay?
is so funny.
It's well. Look at
I like how the
pose,
full
okay?
moon
He's
is right there, but they edited it like. Oh, that's not a full moon. That's a light. But they edited it.
Yeah,
it was a
the
nice
wolf
moon
meme.
last night.
It was.
And it was windy. I
It's gonna be hard
loved
to
it.
take down
It
an
was
alpha like that,
way
but
too
Magic
windy.
Maple, apparently the secret weapon heading into this series. I'm excited to see what that is going to be to show. They're going to have a lot to deal with Team Australia. I think we saw yesterday that they're more than happy to move over to the Reinhardt and play like a rush composition and just run you down. How are Canada going to be able to handle and
Let's
adapt
go
to
Australia. Canada is inferior.
Canada
Commonwealth
started
country.
0-1.
Damn. I do think Australia is going to win.
Australia has
Magic
a really
Maple,
strong team.
if
Really
you've been
strong
under a
team.
rock,
Samoa chat. Australia's going to win definitely though. That's what I'm voting for. Watch.
But they said I think they subbed out Cal for Maple, so that's why they're
American
like
talent
we're gonna win this
when it comes to
one
tier
for
2
yesterday.
on
We'll
this
see.
roster, including Cal, who got second in Contenders North America with Team
Prediction? Very different
Timeless.
predictions.
I'm really stoked. Of course, we have
How was
Overwatch
the
League
moon from
caliber
the tree? They
players
just
too,
edited
like
there.
False from
But it was a
Vancouver
nice
Titans
moon
and
last night, and it
Seeker
was
from
really
LA
windy. The
Valiant,
temperature
so we're no
in
pushovers.
Cali is so nice.
Yeah, but we got
it's
a
like
good bunch of
cold
lads that are about
outside,
to
but the
run you
sun
down
hitting
with
you makes
Reinhardt.
it warm,
You
and then
can
late at
have
night it gets
all of
actually
these,
cooler.
accolades
It's really
to your
nice.
name. We got the power of
been really
friendship,
windy.
and the boys are coming. So let's see what we're
like
going to
the
see. Looks like Australia potentially going to start on this Reinhardt. It does work very well against the Symmetra, but Canada potentially seeing this one coming. It looks like False is going to roll
West
out
Coast
on the
is
Arista
awesome.
as
We
well.
just knew
But
this.
for
It
the
would have
most
been.
part,
I
these
like the
teams are
West
gonna
Coast,
run
but it
with
would
each
have been
other.
a lot
It'd be
better
interesting
if
to see
like
who
you
comes
actually
out on
didn't
top.
live here.
Yeah,
I'll be
who's
honest
gonna
with you.
come out on top?
So that's why the
Labs
East Coast is the best
or the
coast.
Buds?
That's the hater.
False versus Kuffa. See if Kuffa has what it takes on this Reinhardt. False.
They're doing
On
right.
the unofficial coach.
Oh my God, he's all the way over there already.
What was that?
Show match with you. I know you can aim.
Here's the thing, we're just going to yell coaching advice. That's going to be the entire cast. So if you're expecting something different, you're out of luck. Aki goes down first, which is a terrible start for Team Australia. Gets caught
Wow,
off by
Canada's
Noctis.
showing up.
Kill.
Canada lost yesterday, chat. Remember this. Australia is doing really
so
well.
Passionate and vocal on Twitter about just how excited he is to be playing for his region. He's
I
very
want
well known in
Australia
the
to win.
collegiate scene, playing for top schools.
Wait,
like
you picked
Harrisburg
Australia? Oh,
and
you
St.
did pick
Clair's.
Australia.
I picked Australia.
Yeah, no, you are just
not a lot of
cursed.
Overwatch League.
You're cursed.
I'm not
players
cursed,
that
am
have
I?
experience in the Overwatch League, but hey, we have good players. That's all that
Sure.
matters.
Yeah, Overwatch League is overrated. We have no
Yeah.
Overwatch League players either. But we do have lots of contenders players. We're actually going to see Kuffa switch over to the Sigma. The Orisa
Jay3
versus
cursed
Reinhardt
back
match
at
is
it
very
again.
in
I'm not
favor
cursed.
of the Orisa, but the Sigma favors against the Orisa. So we'll hopefully get an advantage from Kuffa as we see, but now they're going to
Crimzo
want to
always plays with
sort
a
of
hat
stay
on.
in that mid range with the Bastion and the Sigma
Yeah,
just
that
poking
guy.
out damage
It's the
against
hat
Canada.
guy.
The issue that they have,
I mean, he
though,
looks really good
is
with
that
a
they
hat,
don't
but
have the points. So all this time they're losing percentage.
I've
but
never
False
seen
goes
him
down.
without a
The bigger
hat.
issue is the Sam Matrix plus a Bastion, but somehow the kills are going to Australia. They're teleporting
Really?
to both
With
sides
a
of
window
Canada.
that
And they
fast,
don't even know
Australia?
what
I'm
to
telling
look
you,
at
come
anymore.
on,
It'll be
Australia.
Take it back to point.
Clean play. I think False just gets a little aggressive. Doesn't.
You know
isn't
why he
able
always
to
has
be
a
healed
hat on?
by
Why?
Crimzo
Is it
on
balding?
that rush. We're actually going to see them sticking with
No.
this composition. So Australia
wear hats, but
taking control. And now
people say,
ultimates
like,
are starting to come up.
makes you
Nanda
bald.
has that
I
photon
can't
barrier,
have
gives a
to keep
huge
anything I
advantage.
have.
And Aki is
True.
coming up to that amplification matrix, and Crimzo doesn't have his because he
I
used
have
it
hair.
in the lost fight.
You do. You do have hair.
See,
It-
she
no.
met me in person chat and she says I have hair.
He has hair. I don't know what it is about your setup, your lighting, or something. And you just look so bald in your bedroom. I'm sorry. You too.
Precarious situation.
That was a
and I
nice
don't think
TP.
Canada
Oh, but he's caught out
can
there.
Save their buddy. So Australia
Oh.
are gonna.
Oh, he has his bat with him. He has his bat with him.
Just living.
Yeah, he has bat with him.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh.
And now getting
Oh,
pushed
the
away
beat.
by the noxious blizzard.
Okay, but they flip
They see
point.
nine,
Will be
yeah.
also
Point, point.
Canada during that moment flipping the point.
Yeah,
Why does it sound
Australia
like-
used all of their ultimates to try and win
There's
that one.
like
Aki then
audio
falls on the
rambling, just
re-aggression.
It's just
somehow
that
out
computer,
from
I actually
Magic
don't
Maple
know.
to
Yeah, I don't know
counter
either.
the Gravitic
It was
Flux,
annoying
and
the
that
first
will
day,
be
but I'm
Yeah.
just used to it by
pretty
now.
decisive
It's not all the time. I just randomly
I like the
pings the
idea
dog.
from Australia to
Nice
try and go proactive
seeker.
against the Canada squad.
They're staggering
but it
him,
did
but
not execute
they're
in the
staggering.
same
That's a
way that
big
they planned.
stagger, actually, considering they had the point.
It took a while to get this done for Canada, but the job is done. 70%. On our way
Don't
to
sound
win.
so smug. I don't want to hear that for an 11. Don't sound so
11.
smug.
I
75%
mean,
of Canada.
he
We
was
can
just
make it
being
back.
smug
We have no
'cause Canada's
ultimates, but we
winning.
have
So
a
then she
dream.
was like, oh, you know,
See if the dream
70%.
dies, though.
Very easy.
Australia.
We all know
Good
why
disengage from
Canada's
the
winning.
artillery strike. against
They
the
voted
Bastion.
for Australia.
Exactly.
For now.
Ball's looking for the terror surge. You can see he's just waiting for them to step up. Australia's
Where
gonna
are
go
they?
all the way to the beach, it looks like.
They know it.
Is he gonna
Canada
try to pull
hoping
him
to
up the
meet them
high ground?
halfway there. Where is
Yeah, well,
Australia?
he's just trying to figure out where they're going.
The point, even Canada is unsure.
Uh-oh.
Terror surge at the
Oh,
ready.
Crimson down.
99% for in overtime. Yeah, losing Crimson
Oh, is
is
he
huge.
actually
gonna- Uh-oh.
Not a lot
Uh-oh.
of healing. Now none
Big
at all
ult,
for
big ult if he
Canada.
does, but
When
he's
they
not.
felt
He's
like
not taking the last
they
fight.
were going to be taking the initiative in this fight. It's
I don't know
Australia
what
that
that
just
fight was so
out-rotated them.
weird.
Yeah, you know, Australia, we're known for our beaches. We apparently found a teleporter on the outside of this map and made it to behind Canada. False was just confused. You could see him setting up to go for
Australia
the flank
beach is
terror
nice.
surge. But by the time they found Australia, they were already on the
think
point and Crimzo had already fallen. So big plays from Team Australia, considering they had no ultimates to go with, and now they're starting to charge them up as well. So Australia potentially back in the driver's seat of this round.
I mean, it is an island.
Yeah, Matrix from Aki could
Best
be
teams in the world, yeah.
starts off the fight for
I
Australia.
know they have, like,
Canada
good,
choosing to go down this long lane could hurt
like,
them in the end, but the
oceans, like,
teleporter is Nana
snorkeling
tries to
and diving.
meet Australia
So I've seen
halfway
their
with
pictures.
Canada.
Ooh.
Terror surge though, Australia
Big.
just walk into pain. And Canada, though, it's not looking too good. They've only lost one, though. Can they finish off the remnants of Australia? The spear misses.
yes,
Cuff
fortify that.
is a believer, apparently, with the grab flux getting Seeker low enough, but Noxious
Nice.
and Crimzo will protect him well. Now the Blizzard from Noxious is thrown to try and lock down Burtlock, who just speeds around it. Thanks to the Soundbeer, Australia will sustain through it. It is just such a crazy last fight.
is this
Yeah, it's just desperation mode for Australia. Everyone switched over. We got a Moira, we
It
got a
could
Tracer,
still-
and they are managing
Okay,
to
Canada's
hold on
playing
for
really
just long enough.
smart.
Artillery strike
Like,
coming out of Seeker.
They just have
Is he
to
gonna find any value?
survive
Nami falls.
because they have,
It's gonna be
have
hard
an
for Australia.
advantage.
Australia.
Ooh,
are
wow.
only
Okay,
down
okay,
by
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
good.
yeah.
The
They need to
lack
get
of
taken-
damage
taken.
hurts a lot. Magic Mayfall too with the sound barrier. We're just gonna run down
Oh my
Australia
goodness.
once and for all in this
Come on,
round
Australia.
one. Although Australia have been known to turn fights before.
Well, I have to actually root for
What?
Canada too because I think Coach
Burlock
Kobe's
gets
friend
one,
is
but
from,
with Aki falling, Nami's gonna need to
what
go
is his name?
nuclear to be able to win this. Gets the pulse bomb. He
Yeah,
could
the
turn
coach
this
that
whole thing
helped us
around with a big
with
pulse
content.
bomb.
Chasing down these
for the
speedy
team.
heroes of
Yeah.
Australia.
Take a team,
Finally,
there you
they're
go.
gone, and
Yeah.
Canada will take round one 100 to 81. But that was hard to follow.
That was an all-out brawl. There was no rhyme or reason. Honestly, both teams doing a great job of entering back into these fights, finding avenues, and both of the Baptistes were struggling to stay alive. They were
I'm not
usually
even.
the
I'm
first
rooting
ones
for
going
Australia,
down.
chat. My
Now we head
my
over to
vote is
beach.
still
Cuff is
Australia.
going to
I'm
looks
rooting
like
for
start
Canada.
on the Sigma. I think if you know that the Canadian
gotta
team
root
is going to
for
play the
Magic
Orisa
Ball.
into
Canada
you
took
if you try and
everything
play
from me, so
Sigma.
I
I
don't
think
want
this is
Canada
the
to
right
win.
decision.
Whatever.
Just put Kuffa on the Sigma. He was doing work with the Sigma. They just weren't able to close out the round.
Please try.
See if he.
My
Kuffa will
cheeks are
still live
clenched. Wait,
the
what does that
Bastion
mean?
of Seeker. I played in a show match with that guy.
What does that mean?
He's pretty good. And now
he's pretty good.
We got the stage nerves out of the way.
See, Seeker, honestly, this is unfair because Seeker has advantage because he played Samoa earlier in a show match, so I feel like that's an unfair advantage that Team Canada has.
True!
But, you know,
I played against Crimzo and Seeker.
Okay, Crimzo died.
Crimzo down again, wow!
That is the best Canadian talent we'll ever have. He better not leave. But he's dead, so he is left for now, but he'll be back. We'll be back.
Nice, come on Australia.
Utilizing the Symmetra very well. It feels like they, that's how we keep finding picks onto Crimzo. Australia, they're teleporting into an off angle or behind into Crimzo, and Crimzo's just struggling to deal with it and stay alive. So first capture goes over to Australia, so we're already in a much better spot than they were last round.
Now, no one really taking a lot of damage because that fight was so quick. You don't have Amp Matrix as that ultimate that could usually start that second fight. Look at this teleporter that goes behind Canada. Now they just hope to chase them down. False frontlining quite well, but slowly running out of juice. Immortality has to be brought out by Crimzo. Both team trading blow for
wow, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Seeker has been let loose, and he's hunting down. This is what the Wolfpack does.
The Wolfpack does. They hunt. They hound.
I like
Honestly,
that.
Australia,
The
and a great play by
Wolfpack.
Canada. They drop the amplification matrix. Seekers in the wheels mode just does so much damage in a short amount of time that Australia just evaporates from the map. So that is going to be a point flip coming back over to Canada, but now Australia, they're the ones who have the amplification matrix. They have to become the Wolfpack. Channel your Wolfpack, Australia.
Gotta get your Oboos ready. Oh, Amp Matrix right there from Australia. Catches
Australia
and the
is
rest off guard.
looking
Canada
a
couldn't
lot
find shelter in time before
I
the
told
storm
you,
arrived.
Australia's slept
keep
on.
their lead.
Yeah. They're a really strong team.
The bashing grenades.
Don't get me wrong, I think Canada's a really strong team too, but I think Australia's just been looking a lot better.
You just have to be so careful. If you get stuck by it, you're just going to instantly die. So it's such an important tool, and it gets charged up so quickly. So great play by Australia. They have to use the photon barrier as well to get into it. So now, Gravitic Flux, Bastion Ultimate coming here for Australia. It's such a good combo because people cannot avoid it if they get picked up in the Flux.
Good thing Australia didn't take that teleporter.
What? Seeker
How
is
does
getting
Aki
so
die
many
to that?
picks.
Even with the immortality and everything, great first pick by Canada. Soundbeer's exchange. Canada in a 5v4. Also a back cap too by Canada has Australia's focus all over the place as they hope to escape, at least keep shelter inside of this building.
Very early sound barrier from Burlock trying to keep them in that fight, but as soon as Magic Bait Ball responds with his own, there's nothing you can do. So now tank ults. Blizzard here for Noxious. It's going to be hard for Australia to deal with. They do have the teleporter to sort of manipulate their movement around it, but you can see them struggling to find any positioning. Actually, they're teleporting behind Canada once again. Kuffa's on the backline, just floating into space.
Kuffa looking for Seeker, isolates him with the grab.
Oh, I wish we saw that, but
yeah.
False. Jesus.
He's into Australia and buries him 6 feet under.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Great play by False. Just, you could see Kuffa just got caught, wasn't able to get through the teleporter from there. False had a free run into the backline of Australia, and now 80% final fight territory here for Canada. Australia needs to find something to get into this fight.
Kuffa's like, no.
Noxious is hiding, hoping that Canada gives up a bit of space and maybe baits Australia into a blizzard or just sees who is going to touch out of Australia. But either way, Australia are just distancing themselves because of the Amp Matrix there of Crimzo, but Canada a few seconds away from taking map number 1. There's a response there from Aki with the Amp Matrix. Good zoning by Canada,
wow.
but maybe not able to escape in time. The Bastion damage.
There you go, Australia. Come on. Nami, Nami, Nami.
And Crimzo won't let it happen. Good boy.
Nanda is bloodthirsty, still going for it. Almost kills Crimzo with the right clicks, but now all of a sudden it's Australia. They have control. They have the photon barrier. Noxious is still holding on to this blizzard. He was anticipating a teleport play by Australia that just never came, so didn't get the opportunity to drop it. So fortunately still holding on to that one. But last fight, Australia needs to win this one to keep the map going.
Uh-oh, the sim turret, the sim turret, the sim turret, the sim turret.
It's getting the immo.
And almost got the Bastion.
Yeah. Stunned. Nami brought back to almost full health. The protection of the photon barrier helps Australia out a lot as Canada are still hoping to flip, but without Magic Mayball, they won't have the speed. But they'll have an Amp Matrix. Noxious holding on to the blizzard, hoping
Come on, Australia. Come on, Australia.
From the rain of damage, here comes more. It's Nami with the artillery strike, hoping to flush out.
Nah, Australia wins this.
99 to 99,
Australia wins
almost
this.
a flip though, but not
Huge
quite.
flux.
Wait, they flipped?
From Kuffa.
kind of zones himself off from the point. Canada will cap, but
come on, Australia! Come on, Australia!
No,
they win this.
And Australia.
Not a J3 curse?
I told you guys! You guys need to listen to me more!
Right now,
Listen
so
to me, chat!
With the amplification matrix, just finding kill after kill, and right now, we talked about how strong Seeker has been as a player in the Overwatch League. Right now, Nami's taking it to him.
Everyone's been saying this was, you know, our bias said that this was going to be the match of the day, but
I don't think it's the match of the day, but it's a really great match. This was, this was amazing.
Wait, Nami's just...
Hey, Nami was just staying right there while I'm saying that's funny as shit.
I'm going down, may as well shoot some bullets on the way out.
That is funny, dude.
Wow, that was a great play by False, but now we're tied up. We head over to Volcano as both teams stick with the same compositions.
This is a pretty close-knit point, too.
Okay, chat. First match. Tied 1-1.
Arissa versus Sigma.
Who's going to get the first match?
False has been good at
Canada
just
or
running
Australia?
them down. That's exactly what Arissa needs to do.
Australia,
as long as
right?
he protects Seeker. It's the biggest source of damage, but Australia just trying to counter-rotate away.
Cover gets knocked into the pit, bounces back up. Nothing to see here, nothing to worry about. Australia does have first point control, so it's going to be Canada who are going to have to run into Australia. Seeker and Wheelsmore, Nami cannot get caught. Great teleport out by the team.
I love the creativity out of Australia and how they can get away from Canada. Canada gotta be careful with how desperate they become to finish off these targets. They get them so low. It's been some great kind of cheeky positioning from Canada to go around these corners. Australia did cap earlier on. Canada's going for the flip.
Oh wow,
and
they flipped it
Matrix.
so fast.
Australia are not even gonna contest. And somehow only just now has there been a death. Nanda removed. And Canada in that 5v4. What a Maywall from Noxious. And Kuffa just gonna reset with the team.
And that's the issue you run into when you're playing the Sigma versus the Arissa. The Arissa can walk forward with no fear because she has so many defensive tools, while the Sigma, you're trying to poke from mid-range. So even though Australia got, you know, capture point first, they eventually got pushed off by Canada, and then all of a sudden Australia gets a little sporadic, and they're the ones who get picked first. We are seeing Aki come up to this amplification matrix. They could do the same thing that Canada did, step onto the point, drop the amp matrix, force their opposition team away.
They don't have good shelter though on this high ground, and they're really not letting Australia
big
set
bomb.
up the law at all.
Canada's running away with it, but come on, Australia.
Through, but as Australia were just squeezing in this tight area, Canada just blew them up. Canada will hold on to this lead, but it feels like Australia are fighting back, all thanks to Kuffa. But False will end that. Wait, one-man sound barrier?
Late sound
No,
barrier from Berlin, trying to keep Kuffa alive.
no,
He definitely is going to want back. That's such a huge tool to go by the wayside because Canada still holding on to so many of their ultimates.
bro?
Crimson coming up with
Bertlog,
another
nah,
amplification
bro.
matrix. At 65% and counting and close to 5 ultimates, this is going to be very difficult for Australia to come in. They need some magic.
Photon Bear is going to be big for Nanda and friends. Splits up the fight, but Canada have already arrived. Artillery strike 2 from Seeker was just to get Australia low. Canada were looming to see what they could get out of that fight. Sound barrier engaged. Canada rush in, and a great spear hits Nanda, and a terror surge is more than enough for False and
is
friends.
rolling right
the
now.
pack of Canada.
The Arissa is really strong into the
Just
Sigma.
rushing some of their ultimates, not completely in sync, and it just feels like Canada was able to withstand everything that Team Australia threw at them. Doesn't look like they'll get another touch, and Team Canada going to potentially take the first map. Bertlog gets pinned against the wall.
Canada's going to win the first map.
False.
Let's go.
Damn. Hey, you come back next map, you get your map choice, and now you've fallen for our trap, Lemon. Now you get to deal with the wrath of Kuffa Reinhardt.
It's too bad we're remote. You gotta go tell the lads that it'll be okay.
That's crazy how the J3
Match
curse
choice
affects us
for
all.
Australia's coming up.
Dude, it's the
Match
first
point
map,
for
chat.
Team
It's a best
Canada.
of 3. They
I
can
think
still
this
come
is
back and win.
this Group was it Group B? Yeah, with Australia.
It's not the game's
Great
not over
Britain,
till it's
Brazil,
over.
Canada is gonna be one of the most difficult ones to predict.
I think it's the interesting thing about Group B is there isn't one team that
Okay,
everyone
chat,
expects
next
to just
gone.
be
Can we get a
standout,
W?
right? Obviously, we have the team from China, we have Team USA, and Team South Korea who have been doing very well in their group so far, while everything's up for grabs in this Team B. Obviously, Canada lost that first match to Great Britain, which was, you would say, an important one for you guys. So that is why this is an important first map win, because you need to win this series if you're going to make it out of this group.
Have a good night, Angel.
Samoa went the distance still. I think the teleporter plays from Australia were really fun. They were really trying to confuse Canada for a while and see after Canada had used cooldowns if Australia could kind of surprise them, taking a different position, and with that early engage, see if Australia could get early picks from it. And
is this the last game? Yes, this is the last game of the day.
Yeah, Australia seems like a for-fun team in the way that they play, right? Like, they want to have and play their own style. It feels like they have a bunch of wacky strats that I feel like Hunter's been cooking up in the background.
Ugh.
And they utilized it well somewhat, but as soon as Canada sort of wisened up to some of their strategies, it felt like it's began to fall flat. So potentially Australia, if they are going to continue to face against this Orisa, might need to make some changes.
Have you stayed up the whole night?
The one
oh
man
my god, it's been
from
almost a
Burtlock,
7-hour stream. It hasn't even felt like a 7-hour stream.
The next fight if that wasn't used, but hey, maybe Australia can salvage the series. They decide to go to Circuit Royale.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely going to be a Cup for Reinhardt special. We saw them do it just yesterday against Team Brazil. Symmetra teleports, Reinhardt shatters. It's going to be a good time.
Oh, see if that Reinhardt will survive, and we'll see you all on the other side of this break.
I feel like a zombie. You don't have to stay up if you don't want to. All the games are going to be uploaded to my YouTube anyways. I love this. I love how they're showing these like pauses and then like the close-ups and the fights. It's so cool. I'm not reading what Millen just said. Jesus. What are you saying, dude? What are you saying? How do you come up with this stuff? It's probably going to be Circuit Royale, to be honest with you guys. Wait a minute. Oh my god, my brother texted me. Have you guys ever gotten like a text message from someone? Like, I don't really text my brother a lot because like I see him every day. But like he texted me and my like heart dropped. I was like, oh my god, what happened? Because like no one usually texts. Like he doesn't usually text me. Like I was like, holy shit, what's going on? Have you guys ever had that? Sorry, chat. Jeez. The only person I text is Meg, and she left me on read. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Can't be me. And it can't be me because I don't text Meg. I would never. How do you give Meg your number, bro? That's like... Oh, hey, what's up? The only person that texts me is DoorDash, and I haven't heard from them in a while because I've been here. Wait, I just got a message. Team Snapchat! I don't FaceTime people. That's a lie. I FaceTimed you, and then you flicked me off in the middle of stream.
Winter is coming. Nah, the north is here. First snow has hit Canada, and that's just
oh, look at that. I like that. That's funny.
Yeah, honestly, you got a buff, but honestly, I thought we would have something when we went over to beach, and that is the one that we actually won because we are right at home, and the patriotic paraphernalia is right here. Honestly, we have to represent our countries. I actually had to get it off
she
the
did the
wall.
artwork at the grand finals.
Pin, but honestly, I think I got outdone by Lemon here. You are very Canadian right now.
Yes, I even very specifically dyed my hair this color just to be supportive. You're
Committing to
getting
the bit.
stabbed by your jersey, so that's just the type of vibes that are going on, because you're also getting stabbed in game. Australia dropped game 1.
We did lose game 1, but honestly, we love a good underdog story down in Australia,
true.
so I'm all about it. I'm all about it. You want to have your backs against the wall, and honestly, I think Control is a map type that I think Australia, the way that they like to play,
Circuit Royale.
very conducive. They
I love Circuit
also
Royale. I
struggled
could keep
against
watching
Team
that map for
Brazil in
days.
the matchup against them. You know,
Circuit Royale is probably like the second best
now
map
they
in the
get the
game,
map pick. They get
behind
to go
Kings Row.
over to Circuit Royale, and I think they should feel a lot more at home. Is Canada going to try and play the Sigma into it? We've seen teams struggle against the Reinhardt and the Symmetra teleporters. You know, we just saw that in the last series. So I'm curious to see what both teams are going to do.
And with False in the lineup, yeah, that traditional off tank, I feel like this is his bread and butter when it comes to the meta. Difference between Canada from yesterday, today. Well, 1, Canada's winning, but also 2,
There's been some super close games today. Yeah, that's true.
Cal was playing Lucio. He's
We
more known
saw
as
our
that
first
support.
two.
Magic Maypal
We
is
saw our
the
first
North
game
American
threes,
Lucio,
match threes.
and well, now he's
All
not
of them
playing
have been
right now,
2
but
goals
maybe
besides
that'll change. But the kind of teams are
Colombia and
discovering that
Mexico,
the
right?
Lucio
And I
Sigma
think
seems to be kind of this
USA
really aggressive wall
and
composition that is taking up a lot of space
and
as
France,
well.
right?
Yeah, I think the Lucio just gives you a lot more options of how you want to play the
Colombia,
game.
Mexico went to
Obviously,
a map
there
3,
are
and
times
France
that
and
you want
USA
to play
went
the
to a map
double
3.
flex
Yeah, those are our
support, and
first
it
map
wouldn't
3s.
be the craziest thing.
I
if we
think
saw Magic
Australia's
Baseball
going to win
come
this. If
out here
Australia
on the
wins
honor.
this, this was
But
going to be our
interesting
third map
adjustment here
3.
for Australia. They aren't actually going to play the Reinhardt, to my
I
disappointment.
mean, Australia's
They're
winning
going
this
to go
matchup regardless
back to the
because,
Sigma.
like, I'm never
Unfortunately,
wrong.
we don't have Punk to be able to come in to play the Sigma. He is obviously the Australian Overwatch League player, probably the best Overwatch League player that we've ever had come out of the region, and he's given the opportunity to Kuffer to be able to play on this international stage, to be able to play against some of these world-class players. So I want to see how Kuffer's going to match up in this Sigma.
I wish
mirror.
someone would pick Kings
Yeah,
Row already.
low-key only
I
think
think
it's
it's a
close
map
'cause
pool.
Punk isn't here.
So
Thanks for giving us a
the map,
chance.
and probably
So
the map pool will be
charitable.
different for the group
Canada
stages,
are
not the
just
bracket
speeding
stages.
right on in, have
So you don't see the
Australia
same maps
trapped
being
in a
picked.
tiny room, and as Australia try to break out, they may lose some bodies in the process, but they use the teleporter of Nanda to get to the high ground to try and put damage above False's
Did you actually
shield.
put Dorado on your
and
top
they
5 maps?
kill
That is one
Crimson.
of the
Crimson are just
worst
targeting my
like,
man's Crimson. What's up
worst
with that?
fucking takes I've ever seen in my
honestly,
life.
you gotta attack
Those are
the
some
carry. Crimson
worst
has been
takes than
such an
King
exceptional
saying
Baptiste in the
Taco Bell
past,
and Subway
and
are
they
the
are
best,
doing
like,
a great job of
franchises.
like playing their strategy and then teleporting in a way that is catching Crimson off guard. And honestly, the entirety of Team Canada, it looked like a bad strategy of all of Australia backing into that room, but you can see the communication and the coordination really coming out in spades for Team Australia. That's a great first point hold.
Canada going to the top left now and trying to get a better angle above this shield. Kuffa adjusts. Nami's trying to go maybe behind that, but no, maybe just shielding himself from the damage and doesn't probably know where he is. Might have missed the teleporter and he's by himself. Aki trying to support, and Australia got kind of mixed up with the teleporter play there, and Canada took advantage.
Yeah, I just complimented them and sang their praises about how flawless that was. That second attempt was nowhere near as flawless, and now Kuffer is actually getting staggered, even though he gets both of the backliners. Oh, he is going to die later as well, so that should
Overwatch
give
is
Canada
third
an
on
opportunity
the
to step
viewer
up and
list
take
on
position
Twitch.
before
That's what I
Kuffer
like
can
to
get back to this
see.
point. But honestly, that's minute and 40 seconds off of the clock for Team Australia, holding close spawn. If they get an effective, fight at the back end of this fight, that was a perfect play.
Australia have a chance to recontest off this Amp Matrix from Aki, but has to get the right angle on it. Even Nanda could get some pegs. The Symmetra right click can be pretty deadly at range. Canada have the sound barrier too. Who's gonna pull the trigger? It's Australia with the Amp Matrix walled off from Noxious, but it buys Canada enough time to round this corner and not face the damage head on. False is getting bullied. Noxious has his back, and Australia will have to rely on plan B.
Yeah, even though Magic Maypal is down, if you try and push into that small room, there's so many things that could go wrong. Just take that time advantage that you got from a great amplification matrix and grenade from Nami. Early flux comes out from Falls, followed up by the Blizzard.
Ooh, Kuffa's very low too, and Burlog frozen up, killed, not able to drop the sound barrier, which could have maybe salvaged that fight for Australia. The photon barrier is a good defense, but I think
That was a good
Australia
push by
wants to get this over
Canada.
with. So Canada,
They needed to win that fight big time. They only had a minute. If they lost that fight, it would have been 30
barrier off to deal with the Flux Blizzard combo. So not a bad hold. Definitely took a lot of time off the clock, but Canada has managed to roll through, and that only cost them the Flux and the Blizzard. Smartly held onto some of their other ultimates. So now they're able to snowball. Are they going to be able to hold aggressively like you've already seen them? Fall stepping up. Doesn't want to give Australia the positioning.
Start artillery strike from Seeker, forced out the immortality, which is still very valuable. Australia are quite low, and Bertlog is late with the sound barrier to save Nanda, and Cuff just falls over to the Ant Matrix plus Bastion when you're caught out in the open.
Dude,
rolling.
Australia picked this map. What are they doing, bro?
Just not able to get it off in time.
Australia picked this map. They had map choice.
Really, it did cost them everything they have, and Australia will get another fight, and they do have the big combo once again. The Sigma Gravitic Flux with the Bastion ultimate. If you time that together, but you can see Canada, they're going for a flank. They don't want to let them use
That's a
these
big
ultimates
flank.
freely.
That's actually a massive flank. If he gets mailed too, that's huge. There's no. What are they doing? What are they doing? They're just walking into the Australia's letting them do whatever they want. What is going on? What is going on? Can I get a monitor check?
Tries to commit the blizzard just to end this quickly, and Canada cap point B.
Oh, was that a love heart?
Hello?
I wasn't sure.
Hello?
Hello? That's just great heads-up play from Canada. They recognize the disadvantage that they have in ultimates and then take an early fight that caught Australia off guard. And now we're going to see the switch out of Kuffa, realizing, Sigma isn't really working. Let's go back to the true and head over to the Reinhardt.
The issue with Reinhardt, which I know like Hottie and others have proven on the contrary, is that the Reinhardt shield.
If Australia doesn't win, I'm going to keep hearing about a J3 curse, and there's no curse, bro.
What's to play at range, but Australia are trying to get close as much as they can, but they can't seem to get to that high ground. Canada are holding them at bay.
Can I get an
There's the
exclamation
Maywall
mark
from Noxious. It's great to invest these walls to allow Canada to rotate into a safer position. Australia haven't been able to punish that until this moment. Magic Maple is now the target of that focus. Australia also stay stable on the cart. They got Noxious right where they want him. Somehow
that's
he
a really
gets
big
away.
flaw.
It's a huge
Wow.
with the artillery strike. Australia
Wow.
fall to the floor.
They scattered the Canadian squad, but they just weren't able to
What is
find
going
any
on,
other
dude?
picks. They just struggled to
What
take
is
down
going on?
Noxious. They will get another fight, but it's going to be desperation mode. Bertlog with the sound barrier has had a couple of them go by the wayside. Needs it to be perfectly timed to help his team.
Noxious does not care. He wants this
Noxious is
blizzard
blocked
as soon as
in.
possible. Sound barrier, photon
Noxious is
barrier, just
popping.
a
Yeah.
lot of
He plays really
sustain.
close to his
A lot of
monitor, I just
defense
noticed.
from Australia. And Australia have removed that backline, that flanker of Noxious.
Wait.
And hope to
Okay.
bulldoze the
They
rest
help.
of the Canadians.
There you go. There you
That's
go.
good.
There you go.
Important time
There
to
you
hold
go,
it. Because of
Australia.
how far the card is pushed, it's a difficult point to assail. Canada has to get positioning. They have to move through, and you're going to see False actually recognize this as well. Switches over to the Orisa. I talked about it earlier in the series.
J3,
in
this is
general,
on you,
when
man.
they play
That's
Reinhardt,
not
if you
on
switch
me.
to
I will
Orisa,
blow
that's a
into the
counter.
mic
But
right
then
now.
Kuffa instantly makes a swap over to the Sigma so that he's in a better spot in this matchup. So you can see the tank mind
You
games and
do
swaps
the Wally.
happening
Mute
in
me.
real
Mute
time.
me.
That's true.
I've never seen
Chat,
someone get
if
blown
Australia
off that
doesn't win this,
side.
you're going to have to
That
mute me.
cool.
Mute me,
That
chat.
would've
Mute
been
me.
hilarious. Not a
Mute
lot
me. I'm
would've
going to
been crying,
scream.
but Canada hope to let her in here with the blizzard. Magic Maple is just pushing people into the blizzard. No one is frozen,
Nice
no,
speed
but
by
here's the
Magic
sound
Maple.
Magic Maple to give them a bit more time
No,
to really
no.
solidify Canada in this fight. There's no healing for Australia, so all damage from Canada will be permanent. Cuff has to hope that he can contest as much as he can.
Oh my, that was.
There you go. Come on.
That was really good. Why did they? I think they thought it was over.
Oh my god, even they thought it was over. Good job, Australia. Good D.
Canada won. You know, they're trying to wrap this up early, but no, Australia with an exceptional
That was
hold.
really funny.
That was
With Nami
funny.
on the
They
back.
were
I
like,
don't
yeah,
know
game
how
over.
he was able to
GG's.
double kill with
Nope.
the
Come
artillery
on.
strike,
Good hold,
but it came
Australia.
in
Keep it up. Keep it
the nick
up.
of time.
One more
So
minute.
Australia are able to hold a
In
minute remaining
production,
here for
yeah.
Canada. Australia, once again, not
Actually,
many
in
ultimates to
production.
answer back with. So how is Canada going to utilize the amplification matrix? So
how
far,
the
it
face
feels
Jay
like
made. What did
Australia's
I
been
do?
trying to disengage.
You were like, where did the screen go?
Recognize that and throw it out a little bit later than they usually do.
Yeah, Crimso's smart. He won't use it here. Australia have a great moment to round this corner and avoid it. The Maywall is trying to isolate someone from Australia with the speed of Bertlog. They managed to get out, but that costs Bertlog's life. 5v4-2 with the Crimso. Ant Matrix up top.
It's
Now
even,
they're
it's
down
even.
low,
4-4.
but the Photon Bear of Australia is a good point to defend
they're
on. They
backing
can
up.
just
Yeah.
stay on
Maybe
their
last fight
side
here,
of the
chat.
field, and Canada got to
Last
wait
fight.
it out around
Who
the corner.
wins?
They went Sam.
Yeah,
Australia
and that's-
with
once again,
4
Nami
ults
is
coming
seems
up
to
for
be the player who's
Canada
coming up
with
all the picks when they need it
only
most. His
2
Bastion's
ults.
been exceptional so
Nah,
far
Australia
in this
holds
series.
this. If Australia
And now
doesn't
find
hold
to
this,
fight
I'm gonna,
territory.
like,
Falls with a terror
punch my
surge is a
monitor.
scary
Stop holding
prospect.
my monitor.
You watch map 1, the Cuppa can respond with the
Blizzard's
gravitic
fire.
flux of his own.
Yeah, Rissa can take pressure really well. Just
the tankiest of tanks.
Wow.
Also anyone who gets close
Yeah,
to
that's a good hold. That's a good hold right there. Come
on.
on. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. I'm telling you, chat. This is why I'm never wrong. Everything I say happens.
Defense out of Australia.
Good D.
Yes, great play from Australia. Able to just hold on by the skin of their teeth. So because they're able to hold there, they don't have to worry about getting to overtime. It's a simple strategy. All you got to do is get it to the end of the third point. The question that I have for Australia now is, because False can't make those retroactive swaps over to the Orisa, do they decide to come out on the Reinhardt and try and run down the Sigma of False, or are they just going to try and take that Sigma mirror? Because when they were in the Sigma mirror, it felt like Canada had the edge.
It's also been a... You're
These
looking
teams
at
are
the
just fighting
tanks.
the other
I'm looking
teams.
at the
Jay's
bastions
cursing,
too.
and I'm
Not
not a
gonna
curse
lie,
man.
Nami kind of saved that
I
fight
am
for
not a
Australia
curse.
with that 2K. Still don't know how that artillery strike.
If Australia
got the
wins, that
2K
makes you
like
1
that,
and 9.
even
How does it
Seeker
feel getting your
has
first
caught
win?
Australia
That's not
off guard,
true.
just catching
I
them in
had
the open
2
with the
predictions right
Matrix.
today. I said
That's
Team
really well timed
USA,
with Crimzo.
and I said
With
China was going to
Magic
win.
Maple in
I'm
the
pretty
lineup,
sure
Canada
I
just
said
look
something
a
else was
lot
going to
more
win.
decisive on these Lucio pushes.
I said
Yeah,
Thailand
absolutely.
for,
I think
against
Canada
Spain.
is doing a better
Spain,
job
Thailand
of
lost.
adapting
I
on
said
the fly in the middle
Japan
of these fights,
against
while Australia
KSA.
is getting scattered a little bit
Japan
too
lost.
much.
I
If
said
they can
Mexico
start
against
tighten
Colombia.
that up a little bit, there's
Mexico
potential
lost.
that they will be
I
able
said
to start
China
turning some
against
of these
Hong
fights,
Kong.
because
China
right
won.
now it feels like
And I
Canada,
said USA
they're
against
really
France, and
determining
USA
the
won.
flow of the game.
And now I'm
but
saying,
if Cuffer
guys,
does
I got
come out
2
on his
today.
Reinhardt, like I was
Okay.
saying,
Eat my
that might
ass.
put the ball back in their court.
Yeah, the Reinhardt would be great at dueling close range, but now seeing maybe the Sigma come out again, does he want to mirror it or not? And with the teleporter, that's going to be a great gap closer option, along with the Lucio. Australia are out the gates in a quick teleport. Canada are already speeding away. Nami's in tank form, and good grasp too from Falls to eat up a lot of that pressure.
Menti,
It's
that one is
Australia.
that one's
I've already used their
that.
cooldowns now, so I have to take a second.
And obviously the big advantage of Sigma is that you can shoot from mid-range and you have bullets, while Reinhardt, you have to be in their face if you're going to offer absolutely anything. So they need to keep going in with these teleporters if they're going to play this Reinhardt composition.
They're getting very silly with it, with the run.
Getting very low.
Well, I think that's their comfort
That
pick.
one, I thought he was
Kaffa?
stretching into his own death there. And
Kaffa's
who
Reinhardt.
was teleporting behind there?
He's
I
been
don't
playing
know,
Reinhardt
but
yesterday.
Yeah.
Australia are having
Nice.
issues with this back
Okay.
And it allows them to be aggressive, and they had the sim.
Yeah.
They're just
They
TPing.
found themselves in a pickle. So Australia somehow get through in this fight.
Ranged
Yeah, we were
gameplay,
questioning that
kind of
Symmetra
true.
teleport flank, and we were trying to work out where they were going because they were so split from the rest of the team. But it was just Aki who was just shooting into the back of the head of the Canadian team, drops the amplification matrix, and is able to trade out some of those kills. And the card starts moving for Australia. That was
Pickles
great
are
play.
delicious.
But you can see
Sriracha-san.
Kuffa at
Pickles are
31%
gross.
all charge,
When you come to
Nami at
BlizzCon,
40% all
just
charge.
don't
They have not been
meet
able
me,
to do
please.
anything
I
so
just
far
don't
in
want
this
to meet
matchup.
you.
It's fine. She's coming to hang out with me.
Oh, that's a bad
God,
death
that's
as
like
well.
if you guys both get away from me, that would be like
Icicles
the
at
best.
range.
That was like heaven right there. Both of you
sure.
guys
The
like not
supports
next to
are kind of getting first blooded, and I'm not even
Okay,
just targeting
anyway.
Crimzone, Magic Mate, Fall 2.
No, that means
That's
no
quite a huge
Oh,
difference
I
in these
can't
fights.
read. I don't.
Yeah,
I
and
need
all of a
glasses,
sudden
I
it gets
think.
more difficult for the
That's what
clumped up
happens when you're, like,
composition.
100.
No, it's just because it's
They're
like
going
it's
to be
like
running
on the
into a
side. I'm
big
reading from the
flux
angle.
of
Yeah,
balls.
well,
Noxious is going to have the blizzard.
It's
as
harder
well.
to read
So
from
there's
this
gonna be
angle.
so many threats that they're just going to have to avoid. Aki
Pickles
falls now
suck.
as well. You spoke to it.
Olives are for
Lemon,
people with no
just
taste.
support
Olives are
falling left and
delicious.
right.
Olives are also
Let 'em-
disgusting.
Olives are
Whoa,
delicious.
I don't
Olives
know
are
how that
disgusting.
happened. Teleport behind somebody and pin them in. Fun little Rhine strat.
Why is there
South
no
air from
Widow?
Canada. They
Watch
think this
the
is winnable, especially
USA
with Kuffa
game
low,
on
and
Circuit
Canada
Royale, and that's why
are now
there's
playing
no
kill
Widow.
confirm.
It
And
didn't go
Australia
well
have
for
to
USA.
try to-
Chat, there's no widow
Very
because
messy all of a sudden. Aki goes up in the air.
there is a
sound
big
barrier,
difference
photon
between your
barrier.
ranked
Everyone's just
games
throwing all
and
left and right to stay
organized
in this fight.
gameplay from
Finally, Canada
teams
is going to
that
disengage.
scrimp. There's a
but
big
Australia's got to be
difference.
careful. They can't get ahead full
They're
steam.
never
You
gonna
can see
peek the
Noxious
Widow sight
waiting. He
lines,
wants to
and they're
drop
gonna
the ball.
use
Oh, that's a big bail.
Oh,
The artillery strike from Seeker.
It froze everyone.
Seeker and Noxious. Good shit.
Sitting kangaroos.
Nami always
But,
gets one.
Man,
Every
Australia,
time.
they can pull through sometimes in these chaotic moments.
Yeah, and honestly, it feels like Australia wants to keep it a little messy. It feels like where they're right at home, but they kind of got baited into that Noxious blizzard. He was stuck in the ice blocks. He saw
Yeah.
Kuffa just waiting for him to come out.
I do
Maybe
know the
hoping
olive
with
theory.
the Earth Shatter that he'd be able to cancel the
from a
blizzard
good
before
show.
it came out, but it just wasn't enough. And as soon as that blizzard comes down,
aren't you rooting for
comboed
Australia?
with the
I am,
artillery
but I'm also
strike, there's
rooting
just
for a
nothing
great
Australia
game.
Can do. And now,
There's nothing
minute
wrong
remaining
with
for Australia to
seeing
get
a
through
great
here.
game.
No one likes 2-0s.
I'm just rooting. I'm rooting
Almost
for. I
caught
mean, both
Australia
teams.
there,
Chat, both
and
teams
they're
have
kind of
friends,
split from each
so I'm
other
rooting for
using
both
the
teams.
barrier
I'm just
to
saying, hey,
cover.
like this team I think is
Back,
better.
He placed his
Nothing wrong
own
with that.
Ant Matrix. Just
Yeah.
kind of scared Canada.
Actually, I don't know
back
anyone
to
on
this
Team
corner.
Australia. I have no
Push
clue.
right now from
You don't know
Nami.
Kaffa?
You got some pretty close
I love
fights there
Kaffa.
from Canada. They're
Yeah,
hoping
I
to stay
don't
alive
met Kaffa,
through
but
all of this
I know
fire.
Kaffa from
37
just, like,
seconds in Australia.
the
Can
community,
see the end of the
and
foyer.
ranked and
Kaffa
whatever.
also life
And then
flashed before
Nami,
his
yeah, Nami
eyes.
plays
Finally, he's finished.
late
He
night.
can't keep
I mean,
getting
I've
away
talked to
with
them,
that.
but they
Canada
never really,
know
they're never in
to
voice
punish
chat.
Kaffa when he doesn't have
I don't
that
know.
shield.
I think
And there's
Nami
nothing
plays on
else
any
he can do
servers,
with
but
that.
like literally like late
Australia
night,
just
like
aren't
3
able
a.m.,
to
4
find the
a.m.
picks right now. It feels like
Well,
they're
I'm pretty
just
sure that's like
constantly running into the
3, 4
endless
p.m.
Yeah,
amounts of
yeah.
damage that Canada is throwing at them. They'll have one last fight,
DJ
no
hours,
ultimates
exactly.
to speak to, and
10
Foles
seconds,
has a
bro.
Gravitic Flux.
Come on,
This is
come on,
going to be
Australia.
difficult. You're going to need something special from somebody.
All right, last
Come
fight
on,
for
Australia. I
or
need you
will
guys
it
to
be
win, bro.
Canada
I cannot
taking the
end my day with an
series?
L prediction.
Australia now hoping to run
I don't know
away
how.
from this grab flux. You know,
That
Foles
hits
gonna get
him?
killed by the rest of the team.
Yeah,
Let's go
it's a
for
cone.
That's just dumb. I know Reaper ults like that, but that's dumb.
Reaper ult and Arista ult is also like
Foles
that.
as
It's a
Australia
big
just
giant cone,
scuffling
up and
through
down.
the car, not able to contest it for much longer.
Oh.
And Canada takes the series too. Oh, I
Easy.
had something meaner to say, but
That's a good
you
play
know,
from
GG's,
Team
man.
Canada, though. Good job. Noxious and Seeker
Honestly,
and, you know, even there. Who was
as
their
much
team
as there
playing
were
again?
some good
It's,
moments from Australia,
False.
Team Canada
False, yeah, he
definitely
popped
showing
off.
to be
Yeah,
the
they all
better
popped
team
off. I
in
think
this
they played really
series. I
well.
think the way that they played coordinated,
Jay3
they played to
Chorus,
their
Jay3
strengths, you could really see. And I think the adaptation of putting Magic
Don't
Maple
worry, I'll do it,
onto
I'll
the
do it,
Lucio
I'll do it.
definitely helped you guys. Like, you look
Yeah.
where you were disjointed yesterday,
make
I
sure
feel
you
like the
click
Lucio
Australia.
field in some
Yeah,
of those
so I'm
ults.
not gonna be Canada won.
I feel like we got
Australia.
a better explanation of
No,
the meta
Canada-
as
Australia
the days
gets
go
no
on in the
points.
group stage. A lot of teams are looking better almost with a Lucio Sigma or a Lucio Orisa. Of course, it is depending on
Mute me,
preferences.
chat. Mute me.
Like that Seeker and Noxus and everybody
He's
are
three.
throwing up the number 1 or L. I don't know what they're throwing up, but
Yeah. Well, you're not number one because you also lost to Great Britain. So we're both equally losers,
That's
unfortunately,
true.
right now. So we can
one
both
of us
disagree.
maybe can make it through.
Australia will take
How
down Great
do
Britain,
how do
and
none of
it'll
my
all
te-
be
I
fun and
swear
we'll
like
all have a
Blizzard's
good
listening
time.
to
And
me,
then the
and
group
every
will
time I
really be
predict a
busted
team
wide
right,
open, but so
they
far,
like
Australia
boost the
is not
stats of
able
the
to
other
hold
team
up
that I
to what
predicted
was
by like
the
2
right
times.
one's
Like
not
they're
working
taking
out
my
like I
content.
hoped it would.
Oh, it's a tight group B. Oh, I don't even know who's gonna come out of it. Maybe both of us can.
I
I
mean,
don't
we
know.
are listening.
We both
Liz
have to beat down
Megan,
Great
I'm
Britain.
right
It's
there.
gonna be up to
Yes.
you.
Megan!
That's
Check
true.
in with the
They're
desk
always
and
right.
how their predictions
I appreciate your predictions.
Canada took everything from you.
Costa.
They did. I want my computer.
Costa took that L
It's
with a lot
gone
of
sold for
grace,
parts.
just saying that they're now equal losers. Since
Good one. Good one.
Canada lost
Yeah.
so much yesterday. Sure, why not phrase it like that? Very gracefully done here, Costa. Let's talk about how they got it done. Canada, they definitely made the right adaptations heading into the match today. They had a very good idea of what they want to play and
Oh, that's
how
pretty
their
cool.
win conditions are going
Urban
to
is
look
that?
like. And they look
Oh,
dominant,
Samoa?
honestly.
Look, I predicted
only played this
Australia
map
was a
3
Reinhardt,
times.
Danny. I don't know about
Same.
you, but
Same. I
Same?
mean, I wanted.
that was our entire plan. The entire
I wanted.
I mean,
He's got a new
I
PC
said-
on the
I said in the
streets.
prediction, I was like, hey, I love
Looking
a good
clean.
Reinhardt, but
Wait, does it
you
have
know,
a 4090 in it?
Australia,
Does it also have a
I think,
128
towards
gigs
the
of
end,
RAM? 'Cause
I mean,
What?
fantastic
That might have
job
been
from
mine.
Canada,
That's a
right? I mean,
supercomputer. Why?
yeah, like,
Oh
Huh?
my god, get
But
that
before going into
back.
the match, I was like, I
That's
said,
what I
like,
want!
to be making some adjustments, and I think those adjustments came in clutch. Like having Magic
Oh,
Mayfall on that Lucio.
Some
I
of
think
my
helped a
clothes
lot
never
for
even
Team
came back.
Canada. Plus, they seemed a lot more organized. They
Sold.
seemed a lot more synchronized. I think the whole team in general looked a lot better today.
Literally go
compared to
get it,
yesterday
dummy.
when
How
they
about you go
were,
get
fighting
these?
against Great Britain.
I mean,
Yes.
they pulled a fast one on Australia. Really, they did because they were like, okay, well, we're gonna agree kind
False
of that
popped
Sigma
off.
is
The whole
better,
team
but when
of
you play
Canada
Sigma,
popped off.
They
we're gonna
played
play
really,
Orisa,
really
and we're just
well.
gonna push the tempo and make
Really
life really difficult for Kaffa. And then Kaffa was like, well, I'm done with your shenanigans. We're gonna play Reinhardt. Well, the problem is Kaffa. As much as I love you and as much as I love Reinhardt, it just ain't it currently. For the most part, Reinhardt just ain't it. It's very difficult to make happen against, you know, the likes of Orisa.
Ryzen or Intel?
So,
I was
it's
team
tough.
Intel, but
match
Ryzen
for
has actually
Australia,
been doing
but,
really
you know,
great
given the fact that
lately.
they already got
And
one win
I
against
think I have a
Brazil,
Ryzen on my
maybe,
computer at
you know,
home.
they get a dub against Great Britain, and
I think
you're looking
Ryzen's
pretty.
actually better
So
for
it's not,
streaming.
it's
I'm
not,
not so
it's
sure,
not over
actually.
yet.
No, this group is still wide open, honestly. The only
Unless Intel
team
started
which
popping off recently,
is
I don't know.
currently in the best possible spot is, of course, the United Kingdom, but that can change as well. Here are the current standings, and Man, it's close in a lot of those groups. I absolutely love to see
Team
that.
USA
I
on
love when
top
our
of Group
predictions
D.
are absolutely
China, Spain, KSA,
and,
Great
the
Britain,
teams surprise us,
Australia
because
above
why not?
Canada.
This is what the Overwatch World Cup is all
Wow, that's actually really
about.
crazy considering Canada just won. But I guess it's map
I'm gonna say it,
differential.
I
And
got
Korea
4
and
predictions
Finland.
wrong and 2 right today. I'm still winning. I got 2 right.
What a day.
Looking pretty
I got 2
good,
right.
chat.
Let's
Looking pretty
go.
good. Looking pretty good.
I might have been the same, honestly.
To be fair,
was
though,
tough.
again, we're predicting with our hearts. We're just cheering
We
those
are.
players
I'm predicting
on.
with my
We're
heart.
just
My heart's
excited.
broken.
We're
They're always
vibing. We're just vibing. Speaking of
It's
vibes.
fun.
Chat, why is my heart broken?
Speaking of fun, you make me change my transitions. Takeaways,
so sad.
update 2.
Can we get 5
There
gifted?
was a lot of great matches,
Chat,
a lot of
don't
highlight
get
worthy
5 gifted.
moments,
Meg asked
so
for it.
I
Please
hope
don't
you
do
guys'
it.
brains
Wow.
to
This
find
is the
out
only
what
time I don't
got
want
you
5 gifted.
going,
Thank you.
starting with you, Danny.
That's
What's
crazy.
your personal highlight?
You won't even take
For
money.
me personally, it was seeing team
you
from
said it,
China
the-
play. We
I don't
haven't
want
seen
chat.
them.
I bought you your
yesterday. Today
Frappuccino.
was their debut. And
I wanted to pay for
I know
it.
you did.
That's crazy how you guys won't let me do
were
it.
amazing.
Nah,
You're-
nah.
Some of these players.
I wanna
or
get my
all of these
points.
players, Shy, Leaf, Gushwe,
points.
we all know them and love
I got
them.
my
and so
Starbucks
we were-
points.
I was actually very excited to see.
Can't you just, like, pay
them
with my card, but
perform
give
today,
points?
and
Yeah,
they
but
delivered.
that's
You know,
way too much
so
more.
honestly, after seeing their performance, I honestly think, along with South Korea, I think a team from China.
Points is like a trigger
definitely
word for me
is
now.
Another team that could really.
And
make
I
a
wonder
deep
if I still
run,
have the ad.
Tournament.
I've been telling
You
you.
hear points, you see minus 1,000.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
know
have
what?
that.
China.
He's
You don't
also
even have that
marketing
app?
you.
I don't have that.
Johnny, you know, you
been
also
telling
told
each
me.
other.
Yeah,
your
you also
points.
told me the
Then she took your points.
primal
No, I'm
platter.
glad.
But it didn't. Yeah, we didn't see that much, huh? We didn't.
Yeah, he had a slip up there calling Gucci a private
I recently
bladder.
just hit diamond, and I think I can
We
play.
did try to save it with.
And I think I can hit
he's
top
definitely
500.
having
Well,
a
yeah,
lot
if
of
you're in
drip
diamond,
on
just
the
play 50
server,
games, and
but
that's
I
top
don't know
500.
what
There are no recordings of this. There is. You're
the beginning of the
just making
season.
this up out of thin
Now
air.
it's out there.
It's just there's no evidence that this was. You can't just make
Thank
stuff
you,
up,
Waleed.
Danny.
I don't understand why people are so
Do
fucking
that.
hate, like dumb.
Sure, yeah, I just made
Actually,
it up.
that's
I
just
mean,
a
I'll
that's a
take
new
credit.
follow.
I
You
think
can just
that's
like
a- that's a
permanently
very
do that one.
funny line. Primal Gushwe primal platter.
But regardless, Gucci
Yeah, Waleed's popping.
Of course,
No, but if I
Leaf
did
and
that,
Shy,
would you
all
have yelled
three
at
of
me?
these players have been
Yeah,
participating.
because Waleed doesn't
in
ban like
the
off
last
cooldown.
3 Overwatch
I
World Cups, and they're
see.
eager to finally get that first place.
Like if someone
So
said,
let's
"Wow,
see,
Meg's
this
short,"
is
you'd be
the
like,
year.
But I am sure.
Number 2.
I'll admit it.
Magic Mate Ball.
Yeah.
I'm a fan. That's all. I'm a fan. All right. This picture
Magic
is everything
Man.
to me. The fact they photoshopped in a
Photoshop?
massive moon.
What do you mean?
That's a beautiful moon.
That's
Look at that moon.
That's the
That moon is massive.
And look at that
It's
wolf.
also in front of like the palm tree, which means that would be the largest
close.
palm tree possible
True.
if it wraps around the moon. But yeah, this picture is everything. So Magic Mate Ball, you got a new fan in me today, and surely a lot of others, especially the way you dominate Australia.
Honestly though, like, yes, it may or may not be Photoshop, but that night it was a full moon. It was the Hunter's moon.
It was a great
Wolves
full
are
moon.
Hunters. Coincidence?
That
I
was the
don't think
last
so.
full moon.
At the 28th. It was the Hunter's moon.
Really?
Yeah.
When Waleed comes
track of
over,
this stuff?
I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
because
seeing
I
another
don't
full moon.
sleep during full moon.
Oh wait,
It's
like
so weird.
I genuinely struggle.
Oh, wow,
I don't know
Because
what
of
it
the
is.
light, or because like you
It's
just
just the
there's
energy,
some
the
signs?
vibes.
Oh, okay,
They're-
the energy. All right.
So
I hate when
so
that
Magic
happens.
Maypole is a werewolf.
I can't sleep without them.
What are we talking about, guys? Get it together, guys. Come on, we gotta be
I
professional.
need moonlight.
That is
I-
funny.
Sure.
I run on moonlight.
I said what I said.
Jay, would you
Not
have me on
retract my
stream? I don't think
statement.
you would want to be on stream,
Yeah,
considering
vibes.
how
It's all about
like
the
you
vibes.
don't want
We had a
people to
lot
know
of
what you
good
look
vibes
like.
on the server.
I wanna pick
And
them up
out
from the
server.
airport and drive straight here.
Player cams were my personal highlights,
don't know why I'm in
especially
here.
during
I'm
the
actually
game
Tuesday.
of
Oh,
Team
yeah.
Spain
He's giving
and
Wednesday.
Oh,
Team
what time does he get here
Taiwan.
Wednesday?
Look at
No,
that.
because you have to get
No, you're
Yeah.
right. Because he has a
mates.
if you come from Canada, you still have to go through customs.
Thailand and Spain.
if
they
so, then
brought
it's gonna
it
take a
today.
while.
They brought it today,
I
and
have
this
no
is
idea.
exactly
I think
the
it's
energy
usually
I
you
want.
do customs when you get there.
Mexican,
I
Colombia.
do customs.
Yeah,
I
when
do
you get-
customs
fun
when I
with
get to
it.
Canada.
Right. So if coming from Canada,
wave
he's gonna come
started
here
there.
and customs
That's
that LAX takes forever. So actually,
it's great.
I want to know what Waleed looks like. Have you guys ever seen like a shoe that was left outside for like a month and it got muddy and like
That's
what Waleed looks like.
Have fun with it, you know,
like shriveled up,
your best,
dirty,
but also don't forget
disgusting.
to actually just enjoy
I'm not even
the
trying to be
process,
toxic.
the journey, being there on land with those other teams and
I think
playing
I shared a
against
room
some
with
of the best
Waleed in the grand
world.
finals, and like
what a joy! What a joy
the
for
one
them to
thing
do
I
it.
remember
What a joy
from
for us
Waleed
to
is
watch,
like
and we have much
he was
more
sleeping in the other bed because he shit the room. He was sleeping in the other bed, and I remember him rolling over and just letting out the biggest fart.
Got some more bangers on the line here.
I thought he died.
Any of
I
those
thought it was like him
standing out to you
deflating,
guys?
and I was like, "Yo, what the? Are you
KSA
okay?"
versus USA, that's gonna be a good one for sure.
What is
Right?
wrong with you?
This
Johnny,
gonna
are you
be
gonna
such
pick?
a-
Like,
such
what
a-
is
Are you
Foley
gonna pick
typing?
all the other
Wait,
rest
why-
of all the matches?
No,
Why did
Gabriel,
Waleed just type in my
I
chat?
can
He
only pick
woke
one
up
today.
and his ass
Okay.
hurts.
What
What are you saying,
I have to
dude?
go with Australia against
Waleed.
Great Britain then.
I'm
It's
on
obviously
stream.
a crucial matchup now for Australia if they want to make it out of the groups. But then again, like as we've said many times this week, Group
Tomorrow's
B
schedule, chat.
is
Finland
the
against.
toughest group.
Okay.
And so I think we're going to see some good matchups from Group B. So I gotta stick with the theme here. Australia, Canada, Great Britain, all competing for 2 spots, making out of Group B. That's the one to watch out for.
I generally think that Group D and Group B
France is taking
managed
coaching
to
from
somehow
Owen.
make it equally
0-2.
competitive with the middle group. I do think based on the performance
Damn!
from Japan
If
and
they
of
got
course
coach from
Saudi
Owen, that
Arabia.
would have been their 19th
This is
coach.
gonna be tough. And now France looking improved, but the USA, did they look shaky or?
There's
or
no
was
customs
France
when you
just a
land in
lot
the US
better?
from
Like,
Canada. Ah, okay,
we
okay.
don't
That's actually good to
know. We don't
know.
know.
So then,
I mean, they were
I won't-
better. They
I'll
were
actually get the
better.
right
But USA was nowhere near as convincing that I would have wanted them to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
It's
said what I
four.
said.
Yeah. Yeah.
I need a confirmation.
Yes. Yes.
Affirmative, sir.
Yeah.
Affirmative.
I agree. Sorry.
Well, thank you so much.
Great point.
Was
Brilliant.
that so hard? But anyway, it was a long day. I get it. We could all be on the same page and agree on things again tomorrow in our pre-show. Same
This
place,
guy
same time. We
said
thank
I
you
just
all
hit
so
diamond
much
now.
for
They're gonna get top
watching. We had a
500. That guy was
great
literally
time.
my YouTube
And
saying
we're
the same
gonna
shit.
run
Now
it
he
back
came to my
again
Twitch
for
and
day
said the same
number
shit.
3 of the Overwatch
excited.
World Cup 2023. See you around.
Okay, chat.
Grab a ladder.
Run for it.
I'm walking run, min, run.
Okay, chat. Tomorrow's schedule, we have Finland again. It's going to be the same times as always. It's going to be Finland against Colombia, the first match. Spain against China. Canada against Brazil. That's going to be a good matchup, I think. Mexico against South Korea. Sorry, Mexico, you are taking an L there. Australia against Great Britain. I think that's going to be a great match, but I think Great Britain's going to win that matchup. Saudi Arabia against the United States. That's probably going to be the match to watch. Saudi Arabia against the United States at 4 o'clock, chat. You guys will have to be here for that. That is going to be a really great game. But off on that note, chat, I think that is a GG's from us. I am going to be going. So appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Everyone that subbed, the resub, the gifted subs. I know I don't have notifications on, but I appreciate it, guys. You guys are absolutely insane. I know Xenons, Canadian, El Hostel. I don't know if they're still here. Massive over 50 gifted subs. Everyone that Prime subbed as well. Welcome to the community. Appreciate it, you guys. And by the way, I just want to let you guys know. Guys, I just want to let you guys know next Thursday is my birthday. I just want to let you guys know, by the way. That's going to be so fun. For the rest of the schedule for you guys, I am streaming tomorrow. I am streaming Wednesday. Thursday, there's no Overwatch World Cup games, so I'm not going to be streaming that day. Friday, the top 8 games are coming back. I will be streaming all of those. That is the start of BlizzCon. I will be streaming the start of BlizzCon as well. And Saturday are the finals of Overwatch World Cup. So I appreciate you guys watching. Love you guys. Appreciate you all. You guys are absolutely amazing. You guys make the co-streaming fun. I hope you guys are liking the co-streaming. It's new to me. I don't know if it's I talk too much or if I don't know. I'm learning as we go. Okay, chat? But I hope you guys are enjoying it. Love you guys. Appreciate you all. Take care. Stay amazing. YouTube chat, I appreciate you guys. Absolutely amazing as well. Love you guys. Twitch chat, love you guys. See you guys all tomorrow. Stay amazing. And have a great night, guys. I'm going to click the stop streaming button now. Appreciate you guys.